Lin Moyu, you can't escape this time. The cold voice of the demon lord stirred in the starry sky. Lin Moyu said nothing, and the law galaxy appeared at his feet. The law of the galaxy is turbulent, and he walks on the waves. The law of immortality surged out, forcibly carving a path through the frozen starry sky. Lin Moyu pointed with his backhand, and the hell of bones instantly enveloped the ice-blue skybreaker. The evil spirits from hell rushed towards the three demon lords crazily. What rubbish! Get away! The demon lord took action and destroyed the hell of bones. After the marking was completed, Lin Moyu showed an incredible smile. Even if the bone hell has not grown yet, it is just a marking ability, which is no worse than any other spell. Relying on this ability, Lin Moyu can easily lock the other side, and other illegal talents can be used. Otherwise, he will suffer a big loss when facing the other side. The ice-blue spacebreaker was still hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and it shot out the frozen blue light again, trying to completely freeze the starry sky. Lin Moyu rushed all the way along the Law Galaxy, and at the same time a large number of skeleton gods flew out, opening the way for Lin Moyu in front. The other side of the Golden Eagle tribe chased him closer and closer, and at the same time showed surprise. Why is the galaxy of his laws at his feet? I've never seen it before, it's unreasonable. The Law Galaxy will only turn from the top of the head to the body when it steps onto the other side. He is under the feet and cannot understand. If you don't understand, don't read it. Chase him and kill him, it will be over once and for all. The two of them couldn't figure it out, so they stopped thinking about it. As long as they killed Lin Moyu, it didn't matter what they were doing. The ice-blue spacebreaker continued to emit ice-blue light, and the space was constantly frozen, which greatly reduced Lin Moyu's speed. This battleship is in some trouble. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the corpse of a peak god appeared in his hand. At the same time, hundreds of drops of colorful water flew out, and at the same time, there were tens of thousands of burning powers of faith. Hundreds of millions of miles apart, Lin Moyu locked on the ice-blue spacebreaker and launched the corpse explosion. Amidst the loud noise, a layer of barrier rose up on the ice-blue skybreaker, and then in the violent explosion, the barrier was shattered. The ice-blue airbreaker was suddenly blown away, and the battleship shook and flew in another direction. The three demon lords were stunned at the same time. They did not expect Lin Moyu's counterattack to be so fierce and silent. They reacted quickly, put away the ice-blue skybreaker, ignited the fire of the abyss, and flew towards Lin Moyu. But the speed is much slower than the ice-blue skybreaker. Lin Moyu broke through the frozen area, his undead wings vibrated, and he was ready to break through the space again. Several rays of golden light struck from behind, and the Golden Eagle clan arrived on the other side, launching a strong attack on Lin Moyu again. After having an experience and knowing the intensity of the attack, Lin Moyu no longer blocked it with his body. Skeleton gods appeared densely behind him, becoming Lin Moyu's human shield. Layers of golden armor symbols flash, forming countless layers of shields. The golden light shot through the layers of shields, and a large number of skeleton god generals were pierced by the golden light and collapsed on the spot. The golden armor talisman, which is enough to withstand the attack of the peak god, is like paper and has no effect. The golden light pierced through thousands of skeleton generals, and finally hit Lin Moyu. Huge force exploded on Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu was blown away, but in the blink of an eye he vibrated the wings of the undead, smashed the space, and flew away. Still okay? The other side of the Golden Eagle clan was stunned again. After enduring 2 attacks from them, Lin Moyu still acted like nothing happened. Is this guy really just a god? But the more this happens, the more he can't let Lin Moyu go. They looked at each other, their whole bodies were shining with golden light, and their speed suddenly increased and they rushed out. On the other side, 3 demon lords also flew towards them, but their speed was not as fast as the Golden Eagle tribe god lord, and they were also not as fast as Lin Moyu who controlled the laws of space. You can't chase like this, you can't catch up. How can this guy be so fast? Let's go to the front to intercept. The 3 of them took out a magic stone and crushed it, and a teleportation channel suddenly appeared in front of them. The teleportation channel is connected to a distant teleportation array. This is near the Demon Clan star field. Here, the Demon Clan has secretly deployed a large number of teleportation arrays. They chose the nearest one and intercepted Lin Moyu from the front. The distance between Golden Eagle Bienen and Lin Moyu was once again narrowed. Golden Eagle Bienen used the secret method, and the speed became faster and faster. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and immortal flames suddenly burned in the starry sky. The skeleton throne appeared, and the skeleton king responded. Kill the god with one sword. The sword light exploded on the other side of the Golden Eagle clan. A blow equivalent to that of a peak god, although it could not hurt them, it suddenly slowed down their speed, and the distance between them and Lin Moyu widened again. The two casually killed the skeleton king and continued the pursuit. There are so many tricks, how could it be so slippery? The harder it is to kill, the harder it is to kill him. If he becomes the other side, we won't be chasing him, but he will kill us. The other side of the Golden Eagle clan is very sober. The more difficult Lin Moyu is, the more he wants to kill him. If he lets him go this time, there will be endless troubles. The two continued to accelerate and continued to chase Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he saw 3 demon lords blocking his path. It was the 3 demon lords who were chasing him before. How did you get to the front? Lin Moyu was confused and immediately changed direction. At this time, a group of green flames exploded in the air, and the space became chaotic again. Lin Moyu was affected and his speed suddenly slowed down. Fortunately, the scope of spatial influence is very large, and the other side of the Golden Eagle clan is also affected. Lin Moyu immediately adjusted the space laws and adapted. Boom! Another ball of abyssal fire exploded, and the space became even more chaotic, making Lin Moyu's adaptation useless. The 3 demon lords flew towards Lin Moyu, and balls of abyssal fire exploded continuously, making the space a mess. Lin Moyu had no chance to adapt. You're really not stupid. You found a way to deal with me so quickly. The space was chaotic, and Lin Moyu completely lost his powerful mobility. The 3 demon lords are getting closer and closer, and the Golden Eagle tribe behind them is also getting closer. Lin Moyu was a little helpless. Without the laws of space, if it was a simple comparison of speed, it would be impossible for him, a god, to be able to compete with the strong man on the other side. It seems that we have to use our trump card. Although Lin Moyu feels it is a pity, he will not be stingy when it is time to use it. Although the cards are good, they are definitely not as good as their own community. Facing 5 other shores at the same time, he had no chance. Lin Moyu simply stopped moving and stood in the starry sky, symbolically summoning some skeletons. A magic stone was crushed, and a barrier emerged out of thin air, covering Lin Moyu. The barrier is very large, with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers, enough to cover most stars. Lin Moyu can feel that this barrier is not only big, but also very strong. If he wants to break out, he needs to spend some effort. After the barrier enveloped Lin Moyu, the 3 demon lords said with ferocious smiles, "There is no place to escape. You're quite smart, you know how to wait for death. Seeing how cooperative you are, if you have any last words, please tell me, and I will help you pass them on to the human race." Lin Moyu looked at them and said nothing. The 3 demon lords are waiting for the arrival of the Golden Eagle clan from the other side. Lin Moyu is also waiting for the arrival of the Golden Eagle clan from the other side. After a while, 2 Golden Eagle clan members rushed into the barrier, one behind the other, surrounding Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu sighed softly, "There is nothing we can do." He took out the law ball, given by Xing Lao. Demon Lord and Golden Eagle clan Bienen felt their hearts pounding at the same time, feeling that the situation was not good. Why? Lin Moyu is not panic at all. Lin Moyu's soul moved, and the law was activated. The law ball was activated, and a huge aura rushed out, instantly covering the entire barrier. The starry sky seemed to be frozen, and the demon lord of the demon clan and the other side of the Golden Eagle clan had a look of horror on their faces at this moment. It was as if they had been immobilized, unable to move in the starry sky. Space is like a cage, binding them tightly. What level of power is this? How could he have such a thing? It's not the Holy Lord. It's more powerful than the Holy Lord. Could it be? No way, it can't be that. They all thought of a certain possibility, but they all knew that there would be no supreme being in this world now. Unless it's a remnant from ancient times. But if there is such a strong person in the human race, why was it almost wiped out 100,000 years ago? As long as there is such a strong man taking action, it doesn't matter if all the races join forces. Lin Moyu is like a mystery and seems to have endless trump cards. Lin Moyu didn't want to get involved with them before, he just didn't want to waste his cards. They have realized that it is not that Lin Moyu is afraid of them, but that they are not worthy. The law ball exploded, and the terrible force blocked the space. It's not an ordinary blockade, but it freezes the entire space, making it difficult to move. Countless laws came from the starry sky and twisted into chains, locking several people from the other side. Xing Lao appeared next to Lin Moyu and looked at him with a smile. Boy, didn't you say that the other side realm can't kill you? It doesn't matter now. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly and said, I mean one other shore realm can't kill me. There are 5 here. Xing Lao's gaze swept over the 5 people, and the 5 of them felt as if they were about to be cut into pieces by Xing Lao's gaze. Xing Lao did not take action, but looked in another direction and said calmly, Are you here? A ball of green and red flames appeared out of thin air, and an illusory, hazy, and extremely ferocious face emerged from the flames, the face of a demon. The hoarse voice echoed in the starry sky, according to the agreement, you should not take action. Mr. Xing chuckled, Do I have a field? The devil whispered, I want to take them away. Xing Lao had no objection, including these 2 eagle cubs? The devil thought for a few seconds and then decided to return. Mr. Xing chuckled, assuming you know the truth, it's settled. Then he looked at the other side of the 2 golden eagle clans, squinted his eyes, and said, It depends on your luck. The faces of the 2 people changed drastically. From what they heard in the words, the 2 of them could only live for a while. Suddenly, a ball of flame emerged out of thin air and enveloped one of them and the 3 demon lords. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Bienen disappeared without a trace, leaving only 1 Bienen from the Golden Eagle clan. This Golden Eagle tribe's hair stood on end, his heart sank to the bottom, and he felt that he was in danger. Mr. Xing chuckled and said, What do you think? If you want to do it yourself, it's better for the old man to do it. Lin Moyu said shamelessly, Don't bother me with anything. You've been here for a long time, so just move around, you don't have to kill me. You can just maim me. Mr. Xing glared at Lin Moyu, asking for a lot. As he spoke, he looked towards the other side of the Golden Eagle tribe. I forgot to ask you, what is your name? You are in the other side of the world after all, so you can't die in an unknown way. If your name is nice, maybe I can spare your life. The other side of the Golden Eagle clan seemed to be frightened by Xing Lao, and said in a trembling voice, My name is Xian Guang. Not very good, then you can go on your way. Xing Lao said with a slap in the face. With a bang, Xian Guang's skin and flesh exploded, his bones exploded, and he fainted on the spot. On the other side of the hall, he was crippled with just a slap. Lin Moyu saw the gap in power levels, which was the gap between Xing Lao and ordinary the other side. Xing Lao said, You now know why in ancient times, the other side realm was also called cannon fodder. How could Lin Moyu not understand that he was indeed cannon fodder? And he, a god, is not even cannon fodder. Lin Moyu didn't waste any time, releasing the hell of bones and letting the evil spirits from hell devour the other side. Although corpses can also be swallowed, this kind of other side state where the soul is not dead yet and the soul is still there is the most valuable. Now the skeleton hell is only a hair away from being promoted, and it should be enough to swallow up this otherworldly figure. However, the other shore realm is very strong, and it will take some time to swallow it up. Xing Lao looked at Lin Moyu's technique and said, This technique of yours looks good. Lin Moyu did not hide anything, and was not modest at all. I also think it is good, it can continue to grow through devouring it. Xing Lao said, spells that can grow are rare. I heard that you wandered outside the territory this time. How do you feel about it? Is it fun outside the territory? He looked at Lin Moyu with a half-smile, as if he wanted to see Lin Moyu's joke. Lin Moyu said, it's okay. I met 2 living supreme beings and learned some important things from ancient times. Xing Lao's expression finally changed. His eyes were fixed on Lin Moyu, and his tone became solemn. You said, you met the supreme being who is still alive, and there were 2 of them? Yes. Xing Lao looked Lin Moyu up and down. My dear, what kind of luck do you have? Then he looked around again, as if to see if anyone was eavesdropping, which seemed a bit funny. He lowered his voice and said, come back quickly and tell me what happened outside the territory. Don't say it here, talk about it when you come back. Lin Moyu understood what Mr. Xing meant. This was indeed not the place to talk. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, what was that devil face just now? Xing Lao said, it is the foundation of the demon clan. Lin Moyu was shocked and immediately thought of a possibility. Is it because Xiao Zhanchen didn't destroy the demon clan back then? Mr. Xing smiled half-heartedly, not bad, I can think of all these things. It's quite smart. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, no wonder. The demon clan has such a foundation. No wonder Xiao Zhantian withdrew after severely damaging the demon clan. It's not that it really can't be eradicated, it may be that even if it is eradicated, it will have to pay an unbearable price. At that time, it was not only the demon race that had to be dealt with, but also other races. It is difficult to say that several other powerful clans have no background. Xing Lao said, understand, the powerful clans are all good, they can't be destroyed just by you. Come back quickly, don't bother, otherwise those old guys will become shameless and I won't be able to save you in time. Lin Moyu also realized the seriousness of the matter, I understand. It's a pity that he has been playing with fire these days. If the demon clan's background is revealed, the trouble will be big. Although he still has a trump card, he has the body of Shanlin Supreme in his hand. But he couldn't guarantee that it would be useful. If he couldn't lock the target, it would be of no use. Sometimes, if the difference in strength is too big, the trump card will become a bad one. After waiting for half an hour, Xing Lao disappeared into the starry sky. In the law ball, his power was limited, and he could only stay for half an hour because he didn't make many moves. If you go all out, the time will be greatly shortened. The devouring of the bone hell lasted for a full 2 hours, and the evil spirit of hell finally swallowed Xianguang. The skeleton hell released a gray light, the hellfire river was burning, countless mist was growing, and there were faint screams of terror, making the whole hell become even more gloomy and terrifying. The number of evil spirits in hell increased significantly, reaching 10 million. The strength of every hellish evil spirit is comparable to that of a 7th-level god. The range that the bone hell can cover has also doubled, reaching 100 million kilometers. Some small galaxies can cover less than half of them. At the border of the demon clan, the human army is pressing on the border, and the armies of both sides are confronting each other. Small conflicts have broken out several times, but large-scale battles have not yet begun. The human race is so aggressive that it seems like a war will break out at any time. The troops of the Golden Eagle tribe also rushed over from the side. Their numbers were not large, but they were all hidden. Thousands of gods formed the Golden Eagle battle formation, ready to enter the battlefield at any time. The formations of several imitation god of war fortresses of the human race are flashing, and even if they are facing the enemy on 2 fronts, they are not weak at all. Dozens of light years away from the battlefield, Wu Xingzuan and others controlled the genuine god of war fortress and jumped out from deep space. They were stopped. The Hell Demon Lord and the Abyss Demon Lord, together with a group of people from the other side, blocked the way to the god of war fortress. The demon tribe is different from the Buddha tribe. The Buddha tribe has never experienced war. Their galaxy is like a broken wall with leaks everywhere. Each galaxy is protected by formations, but each is independent and does not form a system. This is not the case with the demon race. They are in a state of war all year round and have established an extremely powerful defense system within the race. In the core area of the demon clan, there is a barrier that connects the galaxies into one, not only defending the surface of space, but also staring at the deep space. Most of the power of the abyss fire is shrouded here, and even if you want to break in from the deep space, it is not easy. At this point, the demon clan is stronger than the Three Silver clan. Even if they are both powerful clans, they can still tell the difference. It was naturally impossible for Wu Xingzuan and others to take a detour from the outside. They went directly through the center of the demon clan. It was so upright. This is also one of the purposes, to attract the attention of the top powerhouses of the demon clan and share the pressure for Lin Moyu. In the starry sky, the fortress of the god of war transformed into a terrifying war weapon, showing its powerful combat power. The formation roared, countless attacks blasted out from the god of war fortress, and stars were destroyed one by one. In the blink of an eye, galaxies were wiped out and countless demons were killed. This is the star domain of the demon clan, where the god of war's fortress can unleash its full firepower, unscrupulously and without any scruples. The god of war fortress lived up to its reputation and showed amazing combat power, no weaker than the ordinary other side. The demon lord from the other side of the demon clan tried his best to resist the attack of the god of war's fortress. Their main purpose is to protect surrounding galaxies. The demon lord of hell roared like thunder, "Holy Lord of heaven, do the human race want to have a decisive battle with the demon race?" He waved his giant palm and smacked it towards the god of war fortress. Countless flame giant palms appeared in the starry sky, and the fire of hell roared and blasted on the god of war's fortress. The formations in the god of war's fortress shone brightly, firmly blocking the attack of the hell demon lord. Tian Xingzun stood in the formation with a smile on his face. "You should know our purpose of coming. If you don't understand, Abyss Demon Lord will definitely understand." The Abyss Demon Lord naturally understands, and has already told the Hell Demon Lord. The human race came here just to hold them back, so that Lin Moyu could share the pressure. The Abyss Demon Lord smiled sinisterly. "Of course I understand, but do you think you can hold it off? This is our territory. If you come here, you may not be able to go back." The Heavenly Saint said with disdain, "Abyss Demon Lord, why don't your true body come over and a clone come over? Are you afraid?" The Abyss Demon Lord smiled and said, "My body naturally has things to do, such as killing Lin Moyu." Tian Xingzuan's expression changed. The Abyss Demon Lord's true body was not here. If he went to kill Lin Moyu, then Lin Moyu would be in danger. The Demon Lord of the Abyss is a holy lord and cannot be resisted by Lin Moyu. At this time, the War Saint said, "In that case, let's fight." Tian Xingzuan nodded, "Then let's fight." The War Saint gave an order, and the gate of the War God's fortress opened, and one by one the other side warships flew out, a total of 10 ships. These warships all have combat power that is not weaker than that of the other side. Behind the battleship, there are many powerful people from the other side, also 10, half of whom are from the Temple of War. On top of the fortress, the 4 saints, Tian Xingzhen, Wu Xingzhen, Zan Xingzhen, and Killer Zhen, were filled with fighting spirit and were ready to fight. Although their purpose is to delay, it would not be a bad idea if they were pretending to be real. The Heavenly Saint stared at the Abyss Demon Lord and said coldly, "Then kill your clone first, and then kill your body." Wu Xingzuan's voice was calm. "If your true form doesn't come, the demon clan will have one less saint, so we can defeat them one by one." Green flames boiled all over the body of the demon lord of the abyss. "Haha, you can try to see if you can kill me." A ball of green flame exploded, and 2 balls of golden light suddenly lit up. 2 saints from the Golden Eagle tribe suddenly appeared in the starry sky. At this time, another demon came from afar and landed in front of him instantly. This demon's whole body was like black iron, with lava flowing underneath the black iron. After he arrived, he let out a roar, and his voice shook the starry sky. "Many of the human race, long time no see. Lava Demon Lord. Several of them are old acquaintances, have played against each other before, and are very familiar with each other. The Abyss Demon Lord smiled and said, 4 to 4, isn't it a tie now? Blow your head flat. Amidst the shouts, a fierce sword energy rushed out from the God of War's fortress and went straight towards the Demon Lord of the Abyss. The Abyss Demon Lord's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. He is very fast, but not as fast as Sword Chi. The Lava Demon Lord roared angrily and punched the sword energy. The starry sky was like a volcano erupting, and a ball of flames exploded in the sky, colliding with the sword energy. The entire starry sky was shaking, and the space collapsed on the spot, turning into a sea of fire. The Abyss Demon Lord let out a strange cry. Most of the flames in Cage Electric's body were extinguished. Although the Lava Demon Lord blocked the sword for him, he was still impacted. After all, it is just a clone, equivalent to an ordinary other side realm, and its strength is far inferior to the original body. The Demon Lord of the Abyss was still frightened. At this time, he heard the Demon Lord of Hell shout, "Be careful." In the sea of fire, a figure rushed out, with a sharp sword light, and rushed forward instantly. 10,000 swords devour the sky. The sword energy exploded, and the sword exploded in all directions, covering hundreds of millions of miles of starry sky. The face of the Abyss Demon Lord changed drastically. The sword energy was already in front of him, and it was impossible to hide. The flames all over his body exploded, and the fire of the abyss burned blazingly, turning into a shield in front of him. There was a strange aura flying out of the flames, and he used his original magic. The green shield suddenly became extremely strong, blocking the infinite sword energy. The Hell Demon Lord roared, "Go back." On the head, the wireless hair stretches thousands of miles and is used as a whip to whip over. "Get out of here, sister." He responded with a yell. Stronger sword energy burst out, and all of his hair broke off. The Sword Saint turned into a sharp sword and stabbed heavily on the Abyss Demon Lord's shield. There was a loud bang, and the shield that had been hijacked by the original technique roared loudly. Zaytian. There was another scream, and the Abyss Demon Lord let out a terrifying scream and was swallowed up by the sword energy. The sword energy cut through the sky, broke through the boundaries of space, and struck a distant galaxy. The galaxy collapsed on the spot. The stars in the galaxy were instantly extinguished, planets exploded one after another, and a galaxy was razed to the ground. The sword light reversed and quickly returned to the fortress of the God of War, and the Sword Saint appeared in the starry sky. The face of the Hell Demon Lord was very ugly. "Sword Saint Lord, I didn't expect you to come too." The Sword Saint said with a cold tone, "Can you care whether I come or not? I will kill you with the next sword." The Sword Master's attack was too fierce, and he immediately turned into the avatar of the Abyss Demon Lord. He really didn't give him any face. The War Saint said, "It's my turn to take action, and I can't let the Sword Saint may do it." He shouted softly, and the Holy Lord's breath rose into the sky, and a giant spear with a diameter of over 100,000 meters appeared in the starry sky. The appearance of this 100,000-meter-long spear caused the demons present to tremble. The two saints of the Golden Eagle tribe who came to support turned around and retreated without saying a word. They retreated hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, with fear in their eyes, the fear of this spear. The Lava Demon Lord roared angrily, "God of War spear, you actually brought it." The War Saint sneered, "Yes, otherwise you guys will think we are bluffing." The Demon Lord of Hell said coldly, "The God of War spear is indeed terrifying, but you can also stab it with a few shots." Zhang Xingzuan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter a few shots, I'll kill you enough." The God of War gun bloomed with thunderous light, and countless thunder lights shot off the gun. The thunder light shattered the starry sky and turned a large star field into a sea of thunder. The demon lords retreated one after another to avoid thunder, as if they did not dare to contend with thunder. If nothing else, just its name is scary enough. The God of War spear was once Xiao Zhantian's natal magic weapon. Countless powerful people died under the God of War's gun, among which the number of saints was no less than 10, and there were even more in the other side realm. Xiao Zhantian once brought this gun and swept through all ethnic groups, beating the strong men of all ethnic groups into fear. After Xiao Zhantian disappeared, the God of War spear remained in the God of War temple. In the following years, the war god gun also appeared several times. Whether it is the Demon Clan or the Golden Eagle Clan, they all have records about this gun. Xianzun was once seriously injured by the God of War spear. Fortunately, the God of War gun is difficult to drive, and even the Holy Lord has difficulty using it continuously. The God of War spear cannot be released easily. Once it is released, it will be a big battle. Zhang Xingzuan smiled and said, "Which of you will take the first shot from me?" His gaze swept across like lightning, and the demon lords retreated again. No one dared to take the magic spear. "If you take a shot, you will either die or be wounded." The lava demon lord roared, "I want to see how powerful the God of War spear is." He was filled with anger. He had failed to block the sword saint just now, which directly caused the Abyss Demon Lord's clone to be chopped off. He was already burning with rage. Now he wants to avenge his shame. The fists touched each other, and a magic weapon flew out, turning into a full-body armor and covering the whole body. The lava flows on the armor, making the Lava Demon Lord even more ferocious. After putting on the armor, the aura of the Lava Demon Lord skyrocketed, along with his size. The Lava Demon Lord, which was originally only 10 meters tall, grew to more than 10,000 meters in an instant. Although it was still inferior to the War God spear, its aura was at least twice as strong as before. The War Saint sneered, "Then give it a try." There was killing intent in his eyes, and along with the roar, the God of War spear thrust out fiercely. The Sea of Thunder exploded, and countless thunder spread to all directions. The galaxy that had been damaged before suddenly collapsed in the thunder. The lava demon roared, and the fists collided to erupt boundless lava, colliding with the Sea of Thunder. At the same time, he punched out and smashed the 100 War's divine spear. Terrible power swept across the starry sky. The God of War's fortress formation flashed and was knocked away uncontrollably. The expressions of all the demon lords changed. They were like leaves in a storm, being swept in all directions. The huge body of the lava demon lord was blown away, and countless lava was scattered along the way. There were dense cracks in his armor, as if it would break at any time. The arm drooped weakly, and countless lava fell from the arm like a waterfall. The lava is his blood, which can be seen in a huge wound on his arm. The wound ran through the entire arm and was difficult to heal. The Holy Lord's physical body is extremely strong and his recovery speed is extremely amazing. But now, the physical injury cannot be healed, which shows how powerful the war gun is. This shot not only hurt the surface, but also hurt the soul. A shot severely injured the lava demon lord, and several demon lords in the other side realm felt lucky. If it had been them, he might not have been seriously injured, but might have been killed on the spot. The God of War spear returned to the hands of the War Saint. The God of War waved his hand and threw it, and the tens of millions of meters of the God of War spear once again condensed in the starry sky. It's good to be able to catch one shot. Try how many shots you can catch. The War Saint said coldly, his eyes locked on the lava demon lord. The second spear was thrust out, and thunder broke out again. The face of the lava demon lord changed drastically. With a roar, lava erupted all over his body, and an illusory lava world appeared in front of him. He sacrificed the world of rules. He knew that if he didn't sacrifice the world of rules, he might die. The demon king of hell roared angrily, "Do you want to fight until death?" Tian Xingzuan sneered, "Are you stupid? There is a blood feud between humans and demons, and it is normal to fight to the death." The Hell Demon Lord also felt that he was stupid. He saw that the Lava Demon Lord had difficulty catching the second shot, so he roared and rushed over, asking for help. At this time, a ball of red and green flames exploded in the starry sky, and the flames condensed into a devil's face. The devil's face appeared just in front of the Lava Demon Lord, blocking the God of War spear for the Lava Demon Lord. With a loud bang, the Sea of Thunder erupted. The face of the God of War changed, and he stretched out his hand to withdraw it, and the God of War gun flew back like lightning and returned to his hand. The Sea of Thunder in the starry sky also shrank rapidly at this moment, and was actually sucked away by the face of the devil that suddenly appeared. When the lava demon saw the demon's face, he immediately shouted respectfully, "I have seen the demon lord." The demon lord of hell also saluted the demon's face and said respectfully, "I have met the demon lord." Those demon lords from the other side of the world all had blank expressions on their faces. They didn't know the demon lord, but when they saw the appearance of the hell demon lord and the lava demon lord, they followed suit, saluted the demon's face, and called the demon lord respectfully. Unlike the demon lords, Tian Qingzun showed no fear in the face of the demon lord. "I didn't expect that the demon lord would come out in person, it's really rare." The demon lord looked at Zhang Qingzun and others. "Lin Moyu is fine, and our clan will not pursue him." Tian Qingzun's eyes flashed and he thought of something. "As the demon lord, we naturally believe it." As he said this, he winked at the war saint, which meant, "Just accept it as you see fit." The war saint understood and immediately issued the order. All the other shores and warships immediately returned to Ares' fortress, and the gate of Ares' fortress slowly closed. Sword Saint seemed to want to say something else, but seeing the look in Tian Xing's eyes, she forced herself to endure it. Tian Xingzun turned towards the demon lord. "The army will not retreat until Lin Moyu returns safely." "Okay," the demon lord said loudly. The God of War fortress was activated, submerged into deep space, and disappeared into the starry sky. In this battle, the demon clan suffered a lot of losses. The lava demon lord was injured, the abyss demon lord's clone was chopped off, 4 galaxies were beaten into powder, and countless demon people died. After the God of War's fortress disappeared, the demon lord of hell whispered, "Demon lord, are you really going to let them go like this?" The demon lord looked at the demon lord of hell and asked, "Can you keep them?" The hell demon lord instinctively responded, "If the demon lord takes action, it should be possible." The demon lord sneered, "I just met the human race guy." The demon king of hell was horrified. "He's actually here too." He obviously knows Xing Lao, and he also knows that Xing Lao and demon lord belong to the same level of existence, and are the background of the two races. It was precisely because of the existence of the demon lord that 100,000 years ago, Zhang Tian had to let go of the demon clan. The demon lord didn't say any more nonsense. Lin Moyu left with him, no more pursuit, the matter was over. The demon lord of hell frowned. Although he did not dare to resist the demon lord, as a holy lord, he still had something to say. "Lord demon lord, if Lin Moyu grows up, it will be a great disaster for our clan." The demon lord said in a voice that only the hell demon lord could hear, "The divine path is broken. No matter how strong he is, there is no limit. If the divine path is restored one day, then let's go." The demon lord of hell was stunned. "Let's go? Where to go?" "Leave here and go to your father-in-law." The fortress of the God of War sailed through deep space and returned to join the army. The sword saint looked unhappy. "Why are you stopping me?" Tian Qingzun said in a low voice, "Do you still want to fight against the devil?" The sword saint snorted lightly. "Is there anything I can't do?" Tian Qingzun said, "You are not his opponent, there is no need to take action." The sword master looked unconvinced. "How do you know if you haven't fought before?" Tian Qingzun said, "Then you go back and fight with Xing Lao. You will know that Xing Lao and the Demon King are about the same strength." The sword master snorted, "Even if you can't beat him, at least give it a try. You'll know how strong the opponent is, and you'll have an idea." The war saint sat aside and whispered, "You have also seen this situation of the war god spear. Being able to easily block the war god spear has proven its strength." At this moment, the war saint's voice was slightly erratic, his face was pale, and he looked like he had used up the transition. Even though he was the Holy Lord 100, activating the war god spear twice in a row was a huge burden on him. With his combat power, he can exhaust all his power by activating it 3 times in a row at most. Now that it has been activated twice in a row, more than half of the power has been consumed, and the war saint is recovering. The sword saint glanced at the war saint, opened his mouth and moved twice, but rarely retorted. She knows how powerful the God of War spear is. Taking the God of War spear as an example, she is indeed not as good as the Demon Lord. There is a huge difference between the two, they were just very unconvinced before. Why would a demon lord come out and say a few words to make them retreat? Tian Qingzun said, since the demon lord said that Xiao Yu Lin is fine, then there will be nothing. I guess he has met Xing Lao and we should have reached some kind of consensus. In this case, we can go back and wait with peace of mind. I believe it won't be long before Shafa can come back. The Holy Lord Killer, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Do you think there is no way to deal with the demon lord? Saint Hao shook his head gently. As long as the Supreme Being does not come out, there will be no way to deal with the demon lord, otherwise the god of war would not have let go of the demon clan back then. The war saint sighed. Back then, the god of war really wanted to destroy the demon race, as well as several other races, but they had the foundation to exist, so the god of war had to stop. It's not just the demon clan that has the foundation, but also the Golden Eagle clan and the Bull Demon clan. Several saints know very well that being called a strong clan is not that simple. Wu Xingzuan's eyes were full of longing. If Lin Xiaoyu can reforge the divine path, maybe he can deal with them. Several saints are helpless. How difficult it is to recast the divine path. Even Xiao Zhantian couldn't do it back then. These saints have tried hard, but the results were unsatisfactory. In the big world, all the hundreds of divine roads have been destroyed, but the divine road in the human race seems to be intact, and there seems to be a glimmer of chance. It's just that this chance is too slim. After the return of the God of War fortress, the human army did not retreat and still maintained a high pressure on the demons. Injun will not retreat until Lin Moyu returns. They believed what the devil said, but they didn't completely believe it. Lin Moyu didn't delay any longer and quickly flew towards the human star or along the shortest route in the star map. Time passes day by day, and years pass in the blink of an eye. In front of the human army, the god of war's fortress, which had been silent for several years, suddenly moved. He disappeared into the starry sky again and penetrated into deep space. Lin Moyu vibrated the wings of the undead, constantly smashing into space, leaving broken gaps along the way. Suddenly, he stopped. It seemed like something was approaching. Through space, he sensed changes from deep space. In these years, although I have been on the road, I have been constantly shaking the wings of the undead, and I have become more and more proficient in the laws of space, and my mastery has also improved. Coupled with his extremely keen soul, subtle changes in space can cause his induction. Not long after Lin Moyu stopped, the space not far away was distorted, and the God of War fortress suddenly emerged. A familiar atmosphere came from the God of War fortress, and Saint Wu, Saint Tian, and Saint War appeared on the fortress. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. This junior has seen the Holy Lord. Wu Xingzuan is in a very good mood at the moment and it would be nice to come back. Tian Xingzuan smiled and nodded. Let's go. If you have anything to say on the way, it's time to go back after a few years here. When the wanderer returned home and stepped into the fortress of the God of War, his mood seemed a little different. Lin Moyu asked, are these saints here specially to pick him up? Zhang Xingzuan glanced at Lin Moyu and said, of course I'm here to pick you up. You can be said to be the most honorable person in our human race in tens of thousands of years. Lin Moyu didn't understand. Juniors don't understand. Wu Xingzuan smiled as Lin Moyu talked about what they had done over the years. Lin Moyu was very moved when he heard that in order to pick him up, he would not hesitate to send out an army to relieve himself of the pressure. With the return of Lin Moyu, the human army received the order and began to withdraw. The God of War fortress took Lin Moyu directly back to the God City Star territory. In these years, the Sword Saint and the Killing Saint have already left, and those on the other side have basically returned. In the Jade Barrier, Zhan and Xingzuan are left. Under their questioning, Lin Moyu also talked about his experiences outside the territory. I heard that Lin Moyu met the Red Star Supreme and the Mountain Forest Supreme, and even found a way to cripple the Mountain Forest Supreme, and finally chased him into the Soul Battleship. They were all in disbelief until Shanlin Supreme died in the Soul Battleship. Lin Moyu's experience is like a fairy tale. Others will never encounter it once in their lifetime. As a result, Lin Moyu encountered it all in just a few decades. The three saints looked at each other, speechless. Saint Hao said, I also went to the outside world in my early years and traveled there for hundreds of years. I have not experienced as much as you. The war saint snorted, it seems like I haven't been there, but that's not the case. Tian Xingzuan smiled and said, this means different people have different lives. Tian Xingzuan has also been to the outside world many times, and he will perform spiritual wanderings every once in a while. When he travels, he often goes outside the territory, and has never seen the Red Star Supreme or the Mountain Forest Supreme. I have to say that this is Lin Moyu's luck. Whether it's good luck or bad luck, it's his luck. Lin Moyu took out the box left by the Soul Clan. I don't know what the use of this box is, it can't be opened. The three saints observed the box carefully, and Saint Hao frowned. This is a box made using the ancient talisman method and the Stone of Time. The combination of the two makes the box extremely sturdy, and the items inside the box will not be affected by time. Even in that era, only some extremely valuable items were preserved in this way. Among the three, Wu Xingzuan was the most knowledgeable and quickly analyzed the situation of the box. After Holy Lord Jinghao said this, several people became more curious about the items in the box. What could it be that needed to be so treasured? Things that can be regarded as treasures by ancient powerful men will definitely not be simple things. It's a pity that even though I can see it, I can't open it. Saint Hao said, when we get back, let Saint Fu take a look. Maybe he can find a way. If it doesn't work, we can still ask Mr. Xing. Lin Moyu nodded, one more thing, Luotian is awake. The three of them looked over at the same time, and the war saint asked, is she the mixed-blood princess from the Starry Sky Fishman clan? Yes, it's her. Luotian is the most legendary person in the past 10,000 years. Her father is a human race, and her mother is a Starry Sky Fish human race princess. This princess is no ordinary princess, she is a princess who has awakened her bloodline and understood the laws of space. This princess has a very high status among the Starry Sky Fish people, so it is impossible for her to marry outside. I don't know what tricks the human race member used, but the fish human race princess eloped with him. The two disappeared for many years. In the end, the fish human princess did not come back. Only the human man came back and brought back a daughter named Luotian. Luotian was still a child when he came back. Originally, it was impossible for the Starry Sky Fishmen to allow a mixed-race existence like Luotian. But Luotian was born to awaken his bloodline and master the laws of space. At that time, the Starry Sky Fishman clan was in a strange stage, and none of the many royal bloodlines in the clan had awakened. Only a few members of the older generation in the clan still master the laws of space, and they are approaching the twilight years of their lives. If they all leave, no one in the Starry Sky Fish people will be able to control the laws of space anymore. For the Starry Sky Fish people, this will be a terrible disaster. So after discussion, they accepted Luotian, and Luotian became the only mixed-race princess among the Starry Sky Fish people. At first, her status was not high and she was ostracized by her tribe. But as she became stronger and stronger, her position gradually became more stable, and her power became stronger and stronger. Strangely enough, since the arrival of Luotian, the bloodline of the royal family of the Starry Sky Fishman tribe has begun to awaken again. More and more people are awakening to their bloodline, and the older generation of the Starry Sky Fishmen think it is the good luck brought by Luotian. Until Luotian reached the Supreme Saint and became the youngest and most powerful saint among the Starry Sky Fishmen. Later, Luotian left the Starry Sky Fishmen and disappeared. Lin Moyu recounted the experience of Luotian, and Wu Xingzuan said, it turns out that she met the Mountain Forest Supreme and was seriously injured in a sneak attack. Tian Xingzuan said with a smile, the Soul Pearl wandered into the starry sky and was obtained by you. The Supreme Lord of the Mountains and Forests died because of you, and finally Luotian was resurrected because of you. In this way, you can be regarded as Luotian's savior. Zhan Xingzuan winked at Lin Moyu, suddenly a little disrespectful. I have seen Luotian before, she is very beautiful, you saved her, does she want to marry you? If you agree, just agree, we humans are not that pedantic. It doesn't matter. Saint Hao also said seriously, "You can have this." Lin Moyu was a little dumbfounded. These saints were usually serious and cold, how could they suddenly become like this? Lin Moyu did not respond to their words. "I feel like Luoshan is looking for something outside the territory." Saint Hao is indeed a knowledgeable man. He said, "I do know that Luoshan is looking for the whereabouts of his mother. Not only her, but his father is also looking for it." The war saint and the heavenly saint looked over, with the fire of gossip flashing in their eyes. "Old Housey, how did you know?" "If I remember correctly, I probably learned about Luoshan from your mouth back then. At that time I felt strange why you knew so clearly about Luoshan." The two of them stared at Saint Hao as if they had discovered a new world. Wu Xingzuan said without changing his expression, "Actually, it's nothing, it's just an old thing. Luoshan's father is Luo Qitian, and I was a good friend. These things were all told to me by Luo Qitian, who came to see me after he sent Luoshan back." Lin Moyu looked strange. If Hao Xingzuan's Luoshan's father was a good friend, then why didn't he ask for the Luoshan soul pearl when he knew it was in his hands? After all, with his ability, the chance of resurrecting Luoshan is higher. But Holy Lord Hao just pretended not to know anything, saying nothing and doing nothing. Saint Hao felt Lin Moyu's eyes and explained slowly, "Luo Qitian and Luoshan's mother fled outside the territory. Later, they encountered an accident. Luoshan's mother disappeared, leaving only Luoshan. Luo Qitian wanted to search, but he didn't want Luoshan to have an accident, so he sent Luoshan back. He came to see me afterwards. He had a drink with me before leaving and told me the whole story. Actually, there is another thing that you all don't know. The Holy Lord of the Starry Skyfish tribe has a lifespan of only 5,000 years. Several people were surprised, and the war saint blurted out, "So few?" If nothing unexpected happens, the lifespan of the Holy Lord is generally between 390,000 years. Different races have different lifespans, but most of them are concentrated in the range of 30,000 to 50,000 years. Only some special races, such as plant-based races, can live longer, and it is not impossible to live for 70,000 or 80,000 years. But if it is said that the Holy Lord can only live for 5,000 years, that is a little too short, only about 1/10 of the normal life. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat as he thought of the Starry Sky Spirit clan. He secretly guessed, is it because the Starry Skyfish people are also a race created by a certain deity, so their lifespan is particularly short? He felt that it was not impossible. Creating living beings is already an extremely unnatural act. After all, Tianzuan is not God. It is understandable that such an unnaturally born creature has a somewhat short lifespan. Tianxing said, "But the lifespan of Luoshan is more than 5,000 years. Wu Xingzuan nodded, "Yes, that's because there is human blood in Luoshan, so she is different from other Starry Skyfish people. Luoshan's mother seems to have had a change in her lifespan because of Luo Qitian's influence. Luo Qitian felt that his wife was still alive, so he stayed with me on the outer island. I think I came to Luoshan to find my parents, so I went outside the territory." However, Luoshan reached the level of Holy Lord and did not leave until the second Holy Lord appeared in the Starry Sky Fishman tribe. Lin Moyu nodded secretly after hearing this. If you think about it this way, Luoshan has long repaid the kindness of raising him. Judging from his brief contact with Luoshan is indeed a person who values friendship. Chatting all the way, Lin Moyu listened more than talked. These saints have experienced a lot for tens of thousands of years, and they have endless stories to tell. Lin Moyu can get a lot of information from these stories. After returning to the Divine City Star territory, Lin Moyu left the God of War fortress. Transfer to Wu Xingzuan's warship and return to the core area, while the War God fortress will be taken away by War Xingzuan. The fortress of the God of War was originally a property of the God of War, and was usually under the control of the God of War. Feeling the familiar atmosphere of the Divine City starfield and looking at the bustling galaxies, Lin Moyu felt that the human race was peaceful and beautiful. If a race can live in peace and stability for a long time, it will be a kind of happiness. War is terrible. Once it comes, countless lives will become victims. Lin Moyu hopes that this kind of disaster will never happen again among the human race. Wu Xingzuan said, when you return to the Divine City, you should have a good rest for a while. Then I will have something to do with you. Lin Moyu nodded, okay, I'll come find you after sorting out what I got from this trip. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, don't be in a hurry, we'll talk about it after you've had enough rest. Tian Xingzuan also smiled and said, there is really no rush. We have been waiting for this matter for thousands of years, so we are not in a hurry. When the battleship returned to the Divine City, Lin Moyu's originally relaxed spirit suddenly tightened and his brows furrowed slightly. There was question in his eyes, my sister is not here? He did not sense Lin Mohan's aura. Lin Mohan was not in the Divine City. Saint Hao said, 3 years ago, your sister woke up and her cultivation reached the 9th level of a god. Sword Saint asked her opinion, and with her permission, he took her to practice. Lin Moyu asked, where have you gone? Wu Xingzuan said, because of the sword. The sword world is an independent space left over from ancient times. It was once the location of a sect in ancient times. We discovered it later and obtained part of the inheritance from it, but some of the inheritance has still not been discovered. Don't worry, there is no danger inside. If your sister is lucky enough to get the final inheritance of this sect, it will be a great opportunity. Lin Moyu had no doubts about Saint Hao's words and murmured to himself, as long as there is no danger. Tian Xingzuan said, there is a sect called Tianjian sect in the high-level area of the Divine City. Its founder received an inheritance called Tianjian from the Sword World, and thus founded the Tianjian sect. He also relied on this inheritance to reach the other side of cultivation and almost became a saint. According to what he said, Tianjian is just a middling inheritance in that sect. In ancient times, there were many sects with many inheritances and strong ones. It would indeed be a good thing if we could get a strong and suitable inheritance. Lin Moyu originally wanted his elder sister to try the inheritance of the Soul Sword sect, but it seems that she can only wait until later, and she is not in a hurry anyway. I don't know which one is stronger compared to the inheritance of Soul Sword sect. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, but the two could not be compared. Returning to the central hall, Fu Xingzuan had received the news early and was waiting there. He asked hurriedly, where are the things? Fu Xingzuan's greatest interest in this life is to study runes, especially tongue signs. Unfortunately, there are too few complete ancient talismans, which is a great pity. Now that there is a complete ancient talisman in front of you, how can Lord Fu not be anxious? Saint Hao threw the box to Saint Fu, what's it holding? Fu Xingzuan said, it's a rare material, how can we not be in a hurry? He hugged the box and swept his eyes over the box, becoming more and more excited as he looked at it. The next moment, he turned into a stream of light, disappeared in front of everyone, and returned to his training room to study the runes. Everyone present was dumbfounded. To Xingzuan Fu, it didn't matter what was in the box. What mattered was the runes on the box. Wu Xingzuan said, I hope he can study it. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Mr. Xing again. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if it doesn't work, just smash it. Since the things inside are so precious, they should be very hard. At most, be careful when smashing, smash it a few more times. Lin Moyu has confidence in the natural disaster scepter. This thing is used to smash things, and it hits accurately every time. Thinking of the natural disaster scepter, Lin Moyu thought of the soul world he had been to. The soul beasts of the Soul Clan can absorb and enhance soul gems, allowing them to truly awaken. Lin Moyu felt that he should find time to go to the soul world, maybe he could gain something there. Having finished everything that needed to be said and talked about along the way, Lin Moyu returned to his training room. He wanted to sort out what he had gained, and gained some new insights into the laws of space along the way. After sorting it out, there will definitely be progress in mastering the laws of space. Compared with the laws of space, the laws of time are a headache for Lin Moyu. At least I can still feel the space, but time is always passing by and it is always difficult to get started. Now that Lin Moyu is too much, it means speeding up time. It is just the time that belongs to oneself. Speeding up a little has no practical effect. Abandoning distracting thoughts, Lin Moyu sorts herself out and completely calms down her body and mind. The dust along the way were washed away, and the energy and spirit quickly returned to their peak state. In the soul world, the law galaxy of space law emerges, and its own tributaries become thicker. Lin Moyu estimated that based on percentage, the current mastery of space laws has reached about 15%. However, the law of time didn't even have a clue. His original plan for the two to go hand in hand was a complete miscalculation. A few days later, the space where Lin Moyu was located suddenly changed, and a teleportation array was formed directly above Lin Moyu's head. The next second, the teleportation array was activated, and Lin Moyu disappeared directly into the training room. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and he saw the familiar Law C. He showed a wry smile. "Xing Lao, aren't you afraid of me leaving?" The moment the teleportation array appeared, he had already reacted. If he had resisted a little at that time, he would not have been teleported away. From the teleportation array, Lin Moyu felt the aura belonging to Xing Lao, so he did not resist. Xing Lao rolled his eyes at him. "With the quality of your soul, are you still afraid of dying?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? I will come to see you in a few days." "Mr." Xing snorted, "I'm older and have a hot temper. Is there any problem?" How dare Lin Moyu say there is a problem? The man in front of him is the real boss of the human race. Although he doesn't care about anything, that's his trump card. "Tell me about your experience outside the territory," the old man wants to hear it. Mr. Xing said while fishing, his ears already perked up. Lin Moyu started telling stories and repeated what he had said to several saints. Except for a few details, basically nothing is hidden. Xing Lao is also interested in ancient things, and his curiosity is no less than that of the Holy Lord. And Xing Lao knows more than the saints, and he can analyze it more systematically. Lin Moyu talked about his own experience, and at the same time he was waiting for Xing Lao, who would also speak out his thoughts and feed Lin Moyu back. In this way, Lin Moyu can also obtain more information. Xing Lao thought for a long time and then let out a long breath. Lin Moyu could feel that his mood was very complicated, so much so that the law stars in the law star C fluctuated, up and down. Xing Lao said, "You are lucky to have met the Red Star Supreme. You can also complete a patch for what happened in ancient times. Shanlin Supreme deserves to die. You did a good job, Li Qian." Over the years, many people who died at the hands of Shanlin Supreme can finally be buried in peace. On the way back, Lin Moyu took out all the human corpses obtained from the Shanlin Supreme. The Human Emperor Network can find their true identities and return their fallen leaves to their roots. Xing Lao continued, "Let's see if Su Xiaozi can study the things obtained in the Soul Battleship. If not, I will think of a way. The things inside should be very precious." Such a box was also very precious in ancient times. Useless things will not be placed. And that this thing was handed over to the Soul Clan for safekeeping at that time, which means that the two parties should have reached some kind of agreement. Maybe the secret is in the box. It's a good thing that you have mastered certain space laws. When you can freely open the door to space, you can travel outside the territory, and you may gain something again. Lin Moyu listened to Xing Lao's story and couldn't help but ask, "Xing Lao, what kind of place is outside the territory?" Xing Lao smiled, a little weird. He looked up at the sky, which reflected the light of the Law Sea, hazy, like a starry sky, reflecting countless light spots. Then, a star map appeared in midair. This star map Lin Moyu has seen before. It is a star map within the domain. The positions of various races are marked inside, and the size of the astrological domain and the sphere of influence are all clear. Then the star map began to expand, getting bigger and bigger. As the star map gets larger, the proportion occupied by the star fields within the domain becomes smaller and smaller. Lin Moyu was shocked. He had imagined that the outer territory would be very big, but he did not expect it to be so big. Along with Lin Moyu's shock, the star map continued to expand until it occupied the entire top. At this time, the proportion occupied by the star field in the domain is less than 1%. 99% of the entire star map is extraterrestrial space. Xing Lao smiled and said, "Do you think the extraterrestrial space is just that big?" Lin Moyu whispered, "Isn't it?" Xing Lao laughed, "Of course not, it's still far away. In fact, no one knows how big the outer space is." At this time, Xing Lao stretched out his hand and drew a range on the star map, which was approximately several times larger than the star field within the domain. Xing Lao explained, "The longest diameter of the starry sky in our domain is only 2 million light-years. If it were in ancient times, the space within the domain would have been larger than it is now, almost 3 million light-years in diameter. Even though it's only so big, 3,062.7 million light-years was our human race's territory at that time, so the alien races were all outside these 3 million light-years." Lin Moyu was surprised. How many galaxies, how many resources, how many people should there be within 3 million light-years? This is an extremely huge number. Looking at the star field currently occupied by the human race, it does not exceed 500,000 light-years. Compared to ancient times, it is simply a huge difference. Xing Lao continued, "The wars in ancient times were cruel. Countless galaxies were destroyed, resources became less and less, and star fields became smaller and smaller. However, this has no impact on extraterritorial space." Finally, when the highlight came, Lin Moyu pricked up his ears and listened carefully. "You also know that the human race once occupied many worlds. The human race extracted the origins of these worlds and put them into the big world, causing the big world to continue to expand. But the expansion speed of the big world is too fast, far exceeding the expansion speed of the human race. And the birth of resources takes time. The place where these resources have not had time to be born and are not suitable for the cultivation and growth of living beings is the extraterritorial space. From ancient times to the present, the star field suitable for cultivation and growth has become smaller and smaller, but the expansion of the big world continues. Who do you think can know how big the outer space is?" Lin Moyu was surprised. "It turns out that the big world has been expanding." Xing Lao said, "The area I designated is the area that the human race has reached before. The farthest place is about 1 million light-years away from the domain. You also went there because of the space riot this time. Perhaps you have exceeded the limit of 1 million light-years. As the distance increases, the volume of the starry sky increases exponentially, making it almost impossible to explore every area." Lin Moyu knew that in ancient times, even Tianzuan had not explored the extraterritorial space. Perhaps only by becoming the master of the big world could he know all the conditions of the extraterrestrial space. Even if he completely masters the laws of space, he may be able to reach the boundary of the world, but that is only a temporary boundary. Because the world is still expanding, the current borders are not real borders. Lin Moyu asked, "Since resources can be regenerated, why has our star field become smaller and smaller from ancient times to the present, and the outer space remains desolate?" Xing Lao rolled his eyes at Lin Moyu. "How do I know? I'm not Tianzuan. Resource regeneration is just recorded in ancient documents. I have never seen it with my own eyes, but I can tell you that our star field is gradually changing over the years. In addition to the war, resources are indeed decreasing, and the star field occupied is also getting smaller. I have calculated that in the past 100,000 years, our star field has lost almost 100,000 light-years. At present, the entire star field is almost 2 million light-years, and 100,000 years is less than 100,000 light-years, and each side is 10,000 light-years less." Lin Moyu was shocked. "So, in another 2 million years, all resources will disappear?" "Almost. It won't take more than 2 million years. I estimate that in another 100,000 years, the world will be completely in chaos. The powerful races from all sides will take action, but the first step must be to eradicate the small races. Each powerful clan will hold a large amount of resources in their own hands." Lin Moyu can imagine that when resources cannot be regenerated, various cultivation resources must be the first to be snatched. At that time, the first unlucky ones will be the small tribes. They have no future and can only become prey in the hands of the powerful tribes. At that time, there can be no sympathy, and small races will also be wiped out. Xing Lao continued, subsequently, as resources become less and less, wars will break out between powerful races. But the war will not break out in the galaxy, but in the void. There will still be a tacit understanding among the powerful clans. The lost resources will be plundered, and the population will become smaller and smaller. From a strong clan to a small clan, and then to a small clan disappearing. Xing Lao described a cruel reality for Lin Moyu, a reality that is very likely to happen in the future. Lin Moyu asked, but no matter how many resources there will be a day when they are exhausted. So what if that day comes? What difference does it make in the outcome? Xing Lao smiled, and his smile was a bit charming. His voice also became deeper, and he slowly uttered a sentence, the world will reach nirvana. If you can survive the most difficult period, you may be able to gain a new life after the world reaches nirvana. Reshape the rules, rebuild the rules, everything is possible. When Lin Moyu heard this, he thought of the almost collapsed Great World Rune for no reason. He suddenly realized that the world might not reach nirvana. Resources cannot be regenerated, which may be related to the fact that the runes of the big world have been severely damaged. If this is the case, the world will never reach nirvana again. Not only will there be no nirvana, the world may even become extinct. At that time, all living creatures in the world will die, and no one will be able to escape. But this was just Lin Moyu's guess, and he didn't dare to say it. He asked tentatively, besides this, are there any other possibilities? Xing Lao said, of course it is possible, but the possibility is not high. One possibility is that when the big world is expanding, it encounters new worlds, and then we annex the new worlds. Just like in ancient times, seize the origin of the new world and incorporate it into the big world. At the same time, you can also obtain all the resources of the new world. But this possibility is too small. Even if we encounter it, can we beat it? We don't even have the Supreme Being now, so being robbed is more like it. Lin Moyu knows that in ancient times, no matter how weak the world was, there were always one or two supreme beings in it. Now that the big world is without the Supreme, if we encounter this kind of small world again, it will not be plunder, but a disaster. Xing Lao said, another possibility is that the Heavenly Lord is born here, and it may be possible to activate the big world. But now that the divine path is broken, let alone the Heavenly Lord, the Supreme Being cannot be born. This possibility is even smaller. The other two possibilities mentioned by Xing Lao are indeed even less likely. Especially, the second type is not necessarily a good thing, and may even bring disaster. Lin Moyu said, Senior, is there a way for me to see the divine path? He had always heard that the divine road was cut off, but he had no idea what the divine road actually looked like. The Black Stone Supreme hopes that he can reforge the divine path, so he should take a look at it. Xing Lao said, why worry? When you become a saint, you will naturally see it. Why do you have to become a saint to see it? Is it because of the soul realm? Xing Lao shook his head, no, but only when you reach the Holy Lord can you understand your own way. The divine path is both virtual and real. In the eyes of those who have not found their own path, the divine path does not exist. Only those who find their own way will have the divine path. Lin Moyu can probably understand what Mr. Xing said about Tao, which is the Tao that you can cultivate yourself. Every cultivator will eventually find a path that suits him or her best. Tao can be a law or not a law. It can be some kind of power or some kind of magic. Tao is all things, and all things can become Tao. Just like Fu Xingzuan, he enters the Tao through literature. Holy Lord Hao entered the Tao through the laws of virtual realm. The Soul Sword sect relies on the fusion of soul and sword to enter the Tao. The Sword Saint, on the other hand, directly enters the Tao with his sword. Only when you find your own way will the divine path appear. Then rely on your own way to embark on the divine path and achieve supreme status. The whole process is similar to crossing the Law Galaxy and stepping onto the other side. Xing Lao said, now you know, it's useless if you see it, the divine path has been broken. Lin Moyu asked again, then do you know how to rebuild the divine path? Xing Lao shook his head. If I knew, I would have done it a long time ago and wouldn't have waited here for so many years. Lin Moyu couldn't understand that Mr. Xing's lifespan was only about 30,000 to 50,000 years. Most of the human saints have a lifespan of 40,000 years, but Mr. Xing seems to have lived from the Shao Zhantian era to the present, a full 100,000 years. Xing Lao is not a supreme, but he has the combat power of a supreme. What is Mr. Xing's identity? There is also the demon clan, the mysterious demon lord, who seems to be the same as Xing Lao. Xing Lao waved his hand. Let's go, you can't see the star road until you find your own path. Lin Moyu left Xing Lao's world and returned to the training room. He sat in the practice room and murmured to himself, what is my way? After asking, Lin Moyu did not find the correct answer. From the time he changed profession to practice until now, he has always been clear about his goals. Keep practicing and keep getting stronger. In the small world, destroy the demons and dragons. In order to change his wife's destiny, he needs to continue to become stronger. This is even more true after coming to the big world. He even made an oath to destroy all races and make the human race the king of the world again. But the idea of changing his life for his wife has never wavered. But now, ask yourself the way. Lin Moyu found that he had no answer. This is a very serious problem. When a cultivator loses his own Tao, what can he say about Taoism? Lin Moyu knows this very well, and he will not be confused. My way will be found. If you can't find it now, keep looking until you find it. Lin Moyu's Taoist heart is very strong and has not been shaken by his own problems. It doesn't matter if you can't find it for the time being, no one is walking in the fog. Even those who are strong in the other side realm may not have found their own way. Lin Moyu believes that as long as the Taoist heart is firm enough, he will be able to find the Tao he needs. I reorganized my thoughts and threw away all the problems that could not be solved for the time being. Lin Moyu left the training room and flew towards the central temple. After calculating the time, more than 10 days have passed since he came back. Fu Xingzuan is still studying the ancient talisman box, and seems to have some insights, but he has not been able to open it yet. Tian Xingzuan was discussing things with Wu Xingzuan. After Lin Moyu arrived, he did not interrupt them, but listened quietly. They were discussing some recent situations in the big world. Various races seemed to be stimulated by the human race's action and began to react accordingly. The Bull Demon clan and the Blackstone clan formed an alliance. Among them, the Blackstone clan is the feud of the human race, while the Bull Demon clan has no hatred against the human race. Once the two tribes form an alliance, it means that the Bull Demon tribe has also become the enemy of the human race. In addition, the Sand clan would disperse and reunite again after tens of thousands of years. The Sha tribe was once divided into the three Sha tribes on the Yellow River bed. But now for some unknown reason, it was suddenly announced that they would become one again. The Sha clan that merged into one undoubtedly met the standards of a powerful clan and became a new powerful clan. There is another thing. The Butterfly tribe asked for help from the human tribe, but they were attacked by the Python tribe. The human race has sent troops to help the Butterfly tribe. The Butterfly tribe has always been a friend of the human race. Even 100,000 years ago, when the human race encountered a disaster, the Butterfly tribe did everything they could to help the human race. The Butterfly clan has never been strong, and they were almost exterminated because of this incident. If the human race loses, they will be dead. Any powerful clan can crush the Butterfly clan to death like an ant. Although the Butterfly tribe is weak, they are not stupid. The choice they made at that time was very unwise, but fortunately, the human race recovered in the end, and the Butterfly tribe also became much stronger with the help of the human race. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the race, the Butterfly clan's power has its limits. I definitely want to help, and I have already taken action. The two saints were discussing how to help. Regarding this issue, the two people's opinions are somewhat inconsistent. Saint Hao's suggestion was to destroy the Python clan, while Saint Lord Tion's idea was to help the Butterfly clan drive away the Python clan. After all, there is no hatred between the human race and the Python race. Just as Lin Moyu arrived, Tian Xingzuan turned directly to Lin Moyu and said, "Moyu, what do you think is better?" Lin Moyu has completely understood, and he has already had an idea in his mind. "I think we should take over the Butterfly clan and give them a piece of territory on the edge of the human star territory. The Butterfly clan has only a small number of people and cannot use hundreds of galaxies." Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu would give such an answer. Wu Xingzuan said, "It is not difficult to take over. Although hundreds of galaxies are a bit too many, it is not impossible." "What about the Python clan?" Lin Moyu said, "It's very simple, destroy it." Tian Xingzuan frowned. "Reason?" Lin Moyu said, "In the big world, we are either friends or enemies. This reason is enough. After taking over the Butterfly clan, the Butterfly clan's galaxy resources will belong to us. By the way, we will also destroy the Python clan and get their galaxy resources. In this way, not only can we increase our resources a lot, but we can also expand the star field." I got some news from Xinglao. In the future, all small tribes will be wiped out, either by us or by others. So I think if they are friends, we will protect them, and if they are enemies, we will destroy them. It's that simple. Regarding Xinglao's prophecy, the two saints had also heard about it. But it is still 100,000 years away from the time mentioned by Xinglao, which is very early. 100,000 years later, they are no longer here, so it is only right to leave it to the human saints at that time to handle it. Lin Moyu doesn't think so. "I think it would be better if we do it earlier and lay a foundation for future generations. When all ethnic groups start cooking, the meat we can grab will be less soil." After thinking about Lao Xing's words, Lin Moyu decided to make two preparations. Although he personally believes that the big world may not reach nirvana, but will eventually become extinct. But what if his idea is wrong? He cannot regard his own ideas as the only way for human beings to go. Therefore, obtaining more resources to survive the last cold winter before nirvana can be regarded as a backup plan. He also planned to rebuild the divine path with his own ability. But what if he fails? What we do now can also be regarded as paving the way for future generations. You can't put your eggs in one basket. Lin Moyu knows this very well. Since you want to do it, don't wait until later, you can start doing it now. Both Tian Xingzhen and Heya Xingzhen were thinking about Lin Moyu's suggestions. Although Lin Moyu was only a deity, his suggestions also needed to be adopted. Both of them knew very well that as long as Lin Moyu did not die, he would definitely become a saint. Moreover, for such a young holy lord, 540 can live many years longer than them. Perhaps in the future, all matters of the human race will be decided by Lin Moyu. Therefore, his words must also be taken seriously. Wu Xingzuan said, "I agree with your approach. Take over the Butterfly clan, give them 100 galaxies, and wipe out the Python clan." Tian Xingzuan frowned, "But the Python clan has no enmity with us." Lin Moyu shook his head, "The Butterfly tribe is our friend, and they were kind to us 100,000 years ago. Bullying our friends means bullying us, and there will be hatred. What's more, just because there is no hatred now, does not mean there will be no hatred in the future. If we don't take action now, someone will take action against them in the future. Under the cruelty of the future, small tribes will have no way to survive. Of course, if they escape, we don't have to chase them. Lin Moyu knows very well that if the Python clan wants to escape, they can only escape outside the territory. But such a weak existence would find it difficult to survive outside the territory, and death would be a matter of time. It is foreseeable that when the powerful clans take action one after another, a large number of people will flee outside the territory. But in the end, almost no one survives. Although the outside world is deserted, it is not safe. Under Lin Moyu's somewhat cold advice, the matter was settled. The Lord Tianqing issued the order, and the human race dispatched 2 people from the other side to pick up the Butterfly clan. Lin Moyu's eyes were full of murderous intent. "I think we can take action against those small tribes that have enmity with us. If Mr. Xing's prediction comes true, he will have more resources and will be in a favorable position. From this moment on, he seemed to have reached a higher level, no longer thinking about himself, but starting to think about the entire human race. Once you reach this height, you have to make some cruel decisions. Tian Xingzuan said in a low voice, I will consider your suggestion carefully. He didn't agree to Lin Moyu, but he didn't refuse immediately either. Wu Xingzuan noticed the change in Lin Moyu's expression, stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Sometimes decisions are hard to make. You will understand in the future, come with me. Wu Xingzuan left the Divine City with Lin Moyu. After leaving the formation, Wu Xingzuan took out his battleship. In the battleship, Wu Xingzuan brewed a pot of Tao tea, using Tao water. Taoist water is very special and can only be boiled by the Holy Master. The taste of Taoist tea is very special and can enhance the effect of Taoist tea tenfold and 100 times. Tao water is also very rare, even rarer than Tao tea. Its preciousness is no less than that of Wankai water, and because it is only used for making tea, its luxury level is even better than Wankai water. Therefore, even the saints would not often use it to make tea. This is not the first time Lin Moyu has seen Dao Shui. He didn't feel anything in the past, but this time he felt something different. He felt the charm of Dao Shui, which was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. But he couldn't remember it for a while, and Lin Moyu couldn't help but fall into thinking. Wu Xingzuan looked at Lin Moyu thinking that he was still thinking about the previous things. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Don't think about some things that you can't think clearly. When your position changes, your thinking will naturally be different from before. Maybe a word or a thought can determine the life or death of hundreds of millions of creatures. It's normal for it to be hard to accept for a while. Saint Hao was like a senior who taught Lin Moyu well and poured tea for Lin Moyu at the same time. Lin Moyu realized that Hao Xingzuan had misunderstood him. You have misunderstood. I once held a high position in the small world. I could decide the lives and deaths of thousands of people with one word. I also slaughtered countless people. I took matters of life and death very lightly. Wu Xingzuan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled in surprise. Then what are you thinking about? Lin Moyu said, I was thinking about this water, and it felt like déjà vu, but I couldn't remember it. Only then did Wu Xingzuan understand. So, we accidentally obtained Dao Shui from the ruins, but we don't know where it came from. The quantity is indeed scarce, but it seems to have no other use than making tea. The reason why it is called Dao Shui is that it contains Dao rhyme inside it. You once enlightened the Tao, and the Dao rhyme radiated when you realized the Tao is very similar to Dao Shui, but it is stronger. Perhaps you feel familiar because you have enlightened the Tao. Lin Moyu nodded silently, maybe. If you don't understand it, then don't think about it. There are too many secrets in this world, and every time a layer is uncovered, more secrets will appear. He is not omniscient and omnipotent. He does not know many things, including this one. Lin Moyu picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The Tao tea turned into rolling hot water and spread throughout the body. Finally, it concentrated in the soul and exploded, turning into sweet rain to nourish the soul world. The whole soul world seemed to be much clearer. Saint Hao once again served Lin Moyu tea. Tao tea brewed in Tao water is very rare. Don't waste it. Drink a few more cups. Lin Moyu took it gratefully and asked at the same time. Senior, where are we going? Wu Xingzuan said, go to an ancient ruins. There is something there that you need to get back. Lin Moyu instinctively asked, what? Lin Moyu didn't understand. If there was something he needed to get by himself, couldn't Saint Hao come out by himself? If you can't get it back even with the Holy Lord's power, then how can you do it yourself? Saint Hao smiled and said, if you go there, you will know that the relationship between strength and weakness is not that big there. Lin Moyu said oh, and did not ask any further questions. The battleship kept moving forward in the starry sky, leaving countless galaxies behind. Soon the battleship left the high-level area, and Lin Moyu felt that the direction the battleship was heading seemed to be heading outside the sacred city. That ancient ruins are outside the Divine City Star territory. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, and suddenly a bright brilliance appeared in the dim starry sky. In the brilliance is a rapidly rotating whirlpool, just like the entrance to the secret realm. The moment the entrance appeared, the battleship also rushed in. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Are the ancient ruins in a secret realm?" Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, "Almost, but not quite. There is still a difference between ancient ruins and secret realms. The secret realm evolved from ancient talisman fragments, while the ancient ruins are remnants of ancient times, which are completely different in nature." The battleship sailed in the whirlpool for another 10 minutes, passed through a long passage, and finally entered the ancient ruins. Lin Moyu found that all connections with the big world were cut off. The law lines are no longer visible, and the law galaxy cannot be sensed. The strength of the whole body, except for the physical strength, which is not affected, is almost suppressed. I've had this feeling before. This is a world of rules. Unexpectedly, the ancient ruins mentioned by Saint Hao turned out to be an irregular world. Lin Moyu has seen several rule worlds and will never admit his mistakes. And he can be sure that the world of rules he is in now is at least the world of rules of a supreme being. The Holy Lord's rule world is much weaker and simpler than the supreme rule world. There is a clear difference between the two, and Lin Moyu can definitely tell the difference. Saint Hao was not surprised that Lin Moyu could recognize the world of rules. He smiled and said, "This is indeed a world of rules, but at the same time, it is also the inheritance of a sect. According to our research, in ancient times, many sects' inheritances were placed in the world of rules. In ancient times, after the invasion of the Black Blood realm, the Supremes died in battle one after another. Some Supreme Rule worlds were not destroyed. After a long period of evolution, they turned into ancient ruins. Lin Moyu can completely understand that the Supreme can freely control his own world of rules. For them, the world of rules is the most powerful magic weapon. If the sect's inheritance is placed in the world of rules, it will undoubtedly be the safest. This is the same as the secret realm of ancient talisman evolution. Even ancient talismans can evolve into secret realms, and the supreme world of rules can naturally evolve into an independent space. Lin Moyu looked at this rule world and felt the unique atmosphere of the rule world. There is a thin layer of fog in the world of rules, which prevents people from seeing too far away. With his eyesight, he could only see 10,000 meters at most. Here, not only the eyesight is limited, but also the physical strength is limited. The law cannot be sensed, the magic is restricted, and only the power of the physical body is still intact. He walked quickly behind Hao Xingzuan. It could be seen that Wu Xingzuan was also restricted, but it was better than him. Wu Xingzuan is using his own world of rules to fight against the power of this world of rules. After walking for a while, the fog in front of my eyes suddenly dispersed, and my field of vision suddenly became wider. The clouds cleared and the sun appeared, a ray of soft light fell from the sky, and a 10,000-meter-high mountain appeared in the sight. The mist that should have existed in every space is now attracted to this mountain and covers Dangshan Mountain. On the top of the mountain, there is a pagoda-like building. On the top of the pagoda is a huge pearl. Pearls are like stars, lighting up in all directions. Lin Moyu's eyes swept across the mountain, and nothing could be seen in the entire mountain except the pearls on the top and the pagoda looming in the mist. Use all your eyesight to open the eyes of your soul. Lin Moyu saw a few more things, with the help of his soul, in the other side realm. Under the pagoda, there seems to be a palace. It's just that the fog is too thick and I can't see very clearly. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, "See that pearl?" Lin Moyu hummed, "I saw it, do you want me to bring it back?" Saint Hao shook his head. The pearls that can be brought back to the top of the tower are naturally the best, but there is no requirement. As long as you can enter the tower and bring back any inheritance, it is considered a success. He continued to move towards the mountain, explaining as he walked, "This sect is called Yunwu sect, this mountain is also called Yunwu mountain, the palace on the top of the mountain is called Yunwu Tiangong, and the tower is called Yunwu Tower. You enter the mountains, find a way to enter the heavenly palace, and then enter the tower, you can obtain the inheritance of the Yunwu sect. There are 9 floors in the tower. The higher you climb, the stronger the inheritance you get." If you can break through the 9 floors, you can obtain the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect. The supreme inheritance is the pearl at the top of the tower. For countless years, pearls have existed, which means no one has ever obtained them. Lin Moyu asked, with your ability, can't you reach the end? Here, it is difficult for him to exert even 1% of his strength. Only the Holy Lord can rely on his own world of rules to resist the restrictions here. If you can't even get the inheritance from the Holy Lord, you won't have much chance of coming. There was a hint of mystery in the eyes of Saint Hao. No, Yunwu sect does not test combat power, nor does it test laws, but tests luck. Luck? Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. What kind of sect is this, and why the inheritance must be obtained by luck? And how do you test luck? If you are lucky today, it does not mean you will be lucky tomorrow. Wu Xingzuan knew that Lin Moyu had doubts. If you don't understand it, don't think about it. You will know it after a while. Anyway, there won't be any danger here. Even if it fails, it will only be a little embarrassing. You just need to remember that luck is also a part of strength. Good luck is very important. Lin Moyu has always known that Xingzuan and the others are looking for lucky people, and he has also asked himself some questions about luck. Apparently, it was for the inheritance of Yunwu Tiangong. Lin Moyu is even more curious about this ancient inheritance. There is actually a sect that uses luck as the test standard. They came to the foot of the mountain, and Lin Moyu saw some houses. There are more than 100 houses of various sizes and shapes, forming a small village. There are people living there, and the popularity can be felt from afar. Wu Xingzuan said, over the years, we have also found some lucky candidates and let them try to enter the test, but unfortunately no one can pass the test. Wu Xingzuan's attitude towards Lin Moyu is completely different from that towards others. He patiently explained to Lin Moyu what they were doing. Since discovering the inheritance place of Yunwu Tiangong, they have found many people to come in, and they are all the lucky ones. Everyone stays here for hundreds of years to try and see if they can get the inheritance. But it is a pity that no one has reached the top of the mountain, let alone the pearl at the top of the tower, and has not even entered the palace on the top of the mountain. On the contrary, I have obtained some insignificant inheritance, which are fragments of inheritance obtained during the test and are of little use. But there is no danger here. If you fail once, you can try a second or third time. If they failed, they would be embarrassed at most, so they settled down and tried again and again. The mountain is 10,000 meters high, and the person who has walked the highest has reached 2/3 of the way. The arrival of Haoxing immediately attracted the attention of others. Holy Saint Hao is here. I've met Holy Lord Hao. Is the Holy Lord sending new people here again? You are so young, and you seem to have good strength. A group of people greeted Saint Hao one after another. Many people also came out of the house, and the village gradually became lively. The strength of everyone here is limited, and they cannot see each other's realm. Instead, there is no distinction between superior and inferior status. Everyone lives together like friends. Moreover, they have lived here for a long time, isolated from the world, and have never heard of Lin Moyu's name. After they greeted Wu Xingzuan, their attention fell on Lin Moyu. Young man, what is your name? How old are you this year? To be chosen by Wu Xingzuan, the young man's luck must be amazing. Did he get some incredible luck? You are a good young man. Although our strength is limited, I feel that you are extraordinary and have a bright future. Lin Moyu was a little surprised that the group of people were all talking at once and seemed familiar with each other. This group of people was too casual. Even towards Wu Xingzuan, they only maintained some basic courtesy. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, his name is Lin Moyu. He is in his early 100s and is already a god. I go. For a god who is over 100 years old, this is impossible. Holy Lord Hao, don't scare me, I will be scared to death. Young people, can you get married? I have hundreds of granddaughters. After Wu Xingzuan's introduction, Lin Moyu learned that these people seemed ordinary, but they were all ancestors of major families. Among the 100 people, there were 3 in the other shore realm alone. The rest are also peak gods. Think about it, if you are unlucky, you won't be able to practice to this level. There are many otherworldly and peak gods in the human race, and Saint Hao and the others must have chosen the best among the best, choosing those who have been practicing for a shorter period of time and who usually have more opportunities to come and try. These ancestors are very aware of the importance of luck, and their growth is inseparable from good luck. When they heard that Lin Moyu was a 100-year-old god, everyone was shocked. The most outrageous one is the one who wants to marry hundreds of his granddaughters to Lin Moyu. According to him, all of his hundreds of granddaughters are extremely beautiful in the world. His thoughts are terrible. What's terrible is that there are dozens of people who have the same thoughts as him. If Xingzu and Hao hadn't been there, Lin Moyu even doubted whether these ancestor-level figures would have directly escorted him to get married. Lin Moyu stood at the entrance of the Yunwu Tiangong inheritance site at the foot of the mountain, thinking about his experience since his cultivation. Luck seems to be really important. I have turned danger into safety several times, and turned bad luck into good fortune. Not to mention what happened before, this time when I was living outside the territory, I experienced experiences that no one else had. Not only did he not encounter fatal danger, but he also gained many benefits. Lin Moyu thinks that maybe this is the so-called luck, some kind of power area in the dark. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu suddenly stood in awe of this ethereal power. A power that is invisible and intangible is terrifying. It is difficult to find its root cause, its cause cannot be investigated, and it is impossible to prevent it. I don't know what the inheritance of Yunyuan Tiangong will be. While thinking, Lin Moyu entered the entrance. The mist rolled, and there was a faint vibration in the mountains. Wu Xingzuan's eyes fell on the clouds and mist on the mountain, as if he wanted to see clearly what was going on inside. It's a pity that even if he is the Holy Lord, he can't see anything at this moment. I hope it can happen. He talked to himself, his voice a little heavy. Obviously, the inheritance of Yunwu sect is very important. But he was not sure about luck. Lin Moyu passed through a layer of dense fog that made him unable to see his fingers, and a mountain road appeared in front of him. The mountain road is paved with sapphire and looks extremely smooth, winding along the mountain. The mountain road in sight was about 20 meters away, and the distance, 20 meters away, was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Wu Xingzuan did not tell Lin Moyu the specific content of the test, but told him that he would know it when he got inside. Lin Moyu set foot on the Qingyu mountain road with doubts. Suddenly, a voice sounded from my ear. The inheritance test begins, please walk along the Qingyu road to the top of the mountain. Don't leave Qingyu road, leaving will be regarded as failure of the test. If you encounter a dead end, you have 3 opportunities to turn back. If the 3 opportunities are exhausted, the test will fail. That's it? Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, the rules were really simple. You cannot leave Qingyu road. There are 3 opportunities to turn back. That is to say, except for these 3 opportunities, you cannot turn back. You will encounter a dead end. Is this test a maze? Lin Moyu suddenly grasped the key points and knew the true form of the test. Lin Moyu didn't start immediately. He was not in a hurry, he didn't pursue time for the test. It didn't matter whether he was faster or slower. A maze-type test, that is to say, I will face countless choices. If you make the right choice, you can move on, if you make the wrong choice, you will be eliminated. But you can try it countless times, which also shows that every choice is different. In other words, this mystery is always changing. If this kind of test could be seen from the outside world, there would be no secrets. That's why it is necessary to cover the entire mountain with mist. Well, it's a very simple rule, but it's also very practical. Lin Moyu already knows that it is useless to remember every choice, because every test is different. All he can do is rely on luck or find differences and find the right path. But the tests left by ancient sects are unlikely to have any differences, and most likely they can only rely on luck. Lin Moyu finally moved, walking on the green jade road and moving forward. Every time you take a step, the green jade road behind you will be shrouded in thick fog, which means there is no way out. The 3 opportunities to return will only appear after the first selection. Giving 3 chances also means that luck has its ups and downs. There are good times and bad times. The choice made during the bad times will naturally not be the right one. Along with thinking, Lin Moyu walked along the 20-meter green jade road. The thick fog in front of me dispersed, and a fork in the road appeared ahead. The forked road was divided into 2, winding up toward both sides, each 20 meters long, and the end was still shrouded in thick fog. Pick one of 2. Lin Moyu now has to choose one of the 2 green jade roads. Sure enough, just as I thought, Yunwu Tiangong used the simplest test method, which is the same as the rules, without any complexity. This test method is purely based on luck. But you don't have to use your brain at all. If a practitioner who is just lucky but has no courage comes along, will this really be useful? Lin Moyu thought in his heart and randomly chose the path on the left. The strength is limited here, but the acuity of the soul remains unchanged. He didn't feel the difference between the 2 roads at all, they were exactly the same. In this case, it doesn't matter which one you choose. As for right or wrong, it all depends on your luck. The rules of the test are extremely simple. No wonder Wu Xingzuan didn't say it. There was no need to say it. After he made his choice, the green jade road behind him still existed and did not disappear like before. If he regrets his choice now, he can go back to the fork in the road and make a new choice. There are a total of 3 opportunities to return. When we came to the end of Qingyu Road again, the thick fog dissipated in front of our eyes, and 2 forked roads, one left and one right, appeared again. At this time, the green jade road behind him disappeared. My choice was correct, and there was no dead end. The opportunity to turn back is only valid for the current choice, and is useless for the previous choice. The 20th meter is a choice, a 10,000-meter mountain, plus walking along the mountain road. The distance to go is far more than 10,000 meters. After nearly 1,000 choices, even if the number of subsequent choices no longer increases, it is always one of 2 choices. My dear, the possibility of this being completely correct is infinitely low. Even with Lin Moyu's brain, he couldn't calculate the success rate of choosing the right one every time. We can only roughly estimate that the success rate has been so low that it is more than 1 in a billion. Lin silently said with thoughtful eyes, if there are more choices in the future, choose one from 3, or even choose one from 4. If we rely solely on luck, the probability of getting everything right will be infinitely close to 0. Can anyone really pass this test? I don't know when it started, but in the village at the foot of Yunwu Mountain, things were arising and passing away. The ancestors started to barbecue and cook. They are obviously peak gods or even strong men in the other side realm, but here they are living like ordinary people. Their strength was suppressed, but there was still no problem using the storage magic weapon. The magic weapon contains enough ingredients for them to live for thousands of years. While they were cooking delicious food, they were discussing about Lin Moyu. Holy Saint Hao seems to be paying special attention to Xiaoyu Lin. I wonder if Lin Xiaoyu has something to do with Wu Xingzuan. You mean, illegitimate child? Don't talk nonsense about Wu Xingxuan's identity. If he has descendants, there is no need for illegitimate children. It's hard to say, what if? The conversations of the ancestors were all heard by Wu Xingzuan. The corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. Who would have thought that these respected ancestors outside would be so gossipy? Not only gossip, but also talking nonsense seriously. I really don't know how those words were made up. They even made up a complicated story about Lin Moyu's life experience, and each one told it more truthfully than the truth. After listening to it for a long time, Saint Hao finally couldn't help but turned around and whispered, "That's enough for you." His voice was like muffled thunder, exploding in the village, and the village immediately became silent. Several ancestors who were having the most lively discussions shut their mouths one after another. After a few seconds of silence, someone finally spoke without fear of death. Xingzuan Wu really values him. Yeah, it's gone like this. I don't think this is simple. Well, it's really not easy. Saint Hao was completely speechless. These old guys are neither fighting nor saints. In the end, he could only choose to keep his ears pure, close his hearing, and not listen to their nonsense. Even the Holy Lord has a lot of helplessness. Lin Moyu made a choice again and again. He walked faster and faster. Every time he didn't need to think, he just chose left. A very single choice, made hundreds of times without exception. But the result was very surprising to Lin Moyu. All his choices were correct. It's not surprising that it's right once, twice, or even 8 times out of 10. But if it is correct hundreds of times, then something is abnormal. This is like a test paper. All the multiple-choice questions have the same option. Even the students with the best grades will feel flustered. Lin Moyu is like this now. After making the same choice hundreds of times in a row, and all of them were correct, he had doubts about his previous thinking. Isn't this just a test of luck? Could it be that there are some things mixed into the test that I don't know about? If so, what would it be? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of other factors. Try it. Lin Moyu planned to test his idea. When choosing at the next intersection, he chose the road on the right. After 20 meters, we soon reached the end. The thick fog dispersed, and 2 forked roads appeared on the left and right. He made the right choice again. Lin Moyu then continued to choose left all the time, and he chose left 10 times in a row, all right again. This probability is not normal. The suspicions are getting heavier and heavier, and I feel more and more that something is wrong. But he couldn't find anything wrong or figure out why. Then he began to choose directions at random, but without exception, they were all correct. BDCD. His speed was already very fast, and he had made 200 selections in less than half a day. One choice every 20 meters, 200 choices, and 4,000 meters have been traveled. Based on the fact that the mountain is 10,000 meters high, we are almost a third of the way up the mountain road. When the 220th fork in the road appeared, something finally changed. There were 3 forks in the road in front of me, and it became one of 3 choices. Lin Moyu did not hesitate and directly chose the middle path. It was the right choice again, and there was no dead end. The more this happens, the greater Lin Moyu's doubts become. Your choice cannot be correct every time, but it happens to be correct every time. Why is this happening? Luck, what on earth is it? It's really because I'm lucky enough that I choose the right path every time. It's because I'm lucky enough, so no matter what I choose, the final result will be correct. Suddenly, Lin Moyu stopped. He seemed to have thought of something. Combined with previous experiments, Lin Moyu finally began to understand. It's not that all my choices are correct, but because of my luck, my choices are all correct. Choice is just a process, but the result is already determined. The factor that determines the result is my luck. The Yunwu sect must have a way to test luck, so the test can give results to my choices based on my luck. So, no matter what I choose, it will be good. Relying on his own judgment, Lin Moyu really started to choose. Either left or right or in the middle, no need to think at all, the main theme is random. The results are without exception, no matter which choice you make, there will be no problem. Later, Lin Moyu took the leftmost road every time, and the result was still the same. While Lin Moyu was moving forward quickly, his head was thinking non-stop. The Yunwu sect chooses disciples with good luck, but it is impossible to rely solely on luck. There must be some other tests, otherwise it would be a joke if an idiot with incredible luck passes the test. It is impossible for a strong man from ancient times to do such a mindless thing. Soon, Lin Moyu crossed the road 200 times. At this moment, he has completed 2/3 of the way, tying the current highest score. This achievement was created by a peak god 2,000 years ago. Now the peak god has reached the other side realm. He also came here later, but he never broke his own record again, and couldn't even tie it. The thick fog cleared for the 401st time, and 4 roads appeared in front of Lin Moyu. In the last third, the choice of one of 3 has become one of 4. There is only a 25% success rate every time, and the probability of being correct drops further. But Lin Moyu still didn't think much about it. Just like before, he continued to choose the leftmost path. As he set foot on the Qingyu road, Lin Moyu suddenly felt an invisible force falling on him. This power is very slight, even with his soul, he has to be very careful to sense it. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't feel anything at all. There has been a change. It's really not that simple. Lin Moyu thought as he quickly walked the 20-meter road in front of him. The thick fog dispersed as before, and 4 forked roads appeared again, just like before. Lin Moyu still chose the leftmost path, and he felt the same power falling on him again. What the hell is that? This power was so tiny that although it was sensed, Lin Moyu was unable to find it. It's not like a law, it's ethereal, and it doesn't know what role it plays. It should be a power above the supreme realm. The level is too high for me to understand. But at present, there should be no danger, and it is not an offensive calendar area. Lin Moyu continued to make his choice, uniformly choosing the far left and continuing forward. Every choice was correct, and there was no dead end. After making 10 more choices in a row, Lin Moyu discovered that the inexplicable power did not appear every time. Appeared about 8 times out of 10 times. But because there were too few factors to refer to, Lin Moyu still couldn't think of the reason for a while. The next choice is the same as before, that power will appear in most cases and fall on you. Lin Moyu remembers to count, 1 at a time. The choice is correct again, and everything seems to be developing for the better. Lin Moyu felt that he was getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. 150 times left, Lin Moyu is counting in his heart. In 150 more times, he will be able to walk the last section of King Gyuzan, reach the top of the mountain, and enter the cloud and mist heavenly palace. Suddenly, he stopped. He reached the end of the thick fog, and the thick fog in front of him did not dissipate, but a dead-end road appeared. Qingyu Road has reached the end, there is no new fork in the road, and there is a high wall in front of you. Dead end. Lin Moyu stood at the end of Qingyu Road, facing the high wall, lost in thought. Does the appearance of a dead end mean that his luck has come to an end? Now he has taken 450 forks in the road, and he will reach the end in another 150 times. It seems that nothing has changed, he is still him, and his luck is still the same. But something seems to have changed. Otherwise, according to previous guesses, there would be no dead end. Thinking about the changes before and after, all details are taken into consideration, Lin Moyu constantly pursues the accurate answer. When there is a dead end, it's not because of my choices, but because of luck. As long as you are lucky enough, it doesn't matter which way you choose. But my luck has not changed, so the problem is not with me, but with that mysterious power. After 50 choices, the mysterious power appeared a total of 40 times. Every time it appears, it should be accumulated again and again, gradually increasing, and finally causing an impact. It should be my luck that is affected. This mysterious force affects my luck. That should be the case. Yunwu sect has a way to measure luck, and can decide to make a wish based on the strength of luck. But they can't just rely on luck to choose the successor. There must be other factors, if I'm not wrong. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised a slight arc, and his eyes were as bright as stars. If you guessed correctly, the last 200 choices require observation and thinking. We must choose the right path as much as possible from the 4 paths. In this way, the influence of mysterious forces can be reduced, thus ensuring the accuracy of the results. Yes, that's it. Lin Moyu clapped his hands suddenly, and he finally understood it completely. He believed that his choice was basically correct, but out of caution, he still needed to verify it. Lin Moyu began to retreat, using his right to turn back 3 times. He retreated 20 meters and came to a fork in the road where he could choose one of the 4. While retreating, Lin Moyu keenly felt that a trace of mysterious power left him. At the same time, after he retreated to the fork in the road, the leftmost road disappeared, and the choice changed from one of 4 to 3. It seems that this mysterious force really affected me. My luck has not changed, but has been suppressed by this mysterious force. Lin Moyu had some realization in his mind, and the first step of verification confirmed his guess again. Lin Moyu carefully sensed the departing mysterious power and measured it. He had received a total of 40 mysterious powers before, but now about 10 have left. According to this calculation, in the next 10 choices, regardless of whether he is right or wrong, the result will be correct. Second verification. Lin Moyu thought in his mind and made his choice again. He had always chosen the leftmost path before, but after exiting this time, he still chose the leftmost path. The original road has disappeared, and the far left now is the second from the left before. In fact, it doesn't matter which path you choose, it's the same no matter which path you choose. Soon after reaching the end of Qingyu Road, the thick fog dispersed, and 4 forked roads reappeared. It was another choice of 4, and this time Lin Moyu did not feel the mysterious power. Then Lin Moyu continued to choose the leftmost path, again and again, while sensing the power. Once, twice. 10 times. After making 13 choices in a row, I didn't meet the Divine Emperor once. After accumulating to 10 times again, Lin Moyu murmured to himself, this time, we should have encountered a dead end. He made a quick choice and soon reached the end, where he saw a high wall. There is no way forward, and a dead end appears again. Lin Moyu's eyes showed joy. He knew that his guess was correct. It was indeed that power that affected his luck and thus the result. Lin Moyu began to return for the second time, shaking his soul at the same time, carefully sensing all changes in the real outside world. As he returned, the mysterious power left his body again. However, this time the leaving power is relatively small, only 5 copies. After returning to the fork in the road, Lin Moyu whispered to himself, it's half less than last time. Every time we turn back, the number of attempts we can make again will decrease. There are fewer and fewer opportunities. Lin Moyu continues to verify. Sure enough, after 7 choices, he encountered a dead end again. Turning back for the 3rd time, this time only 2 mysterious powers left. Lin Moyu verified it for the 3rd time. After the first 2 times, he basically understood what was going on. After several consecutive choices, he encountered a dead end again. This time he had no chance to turn back, the green jade road behind him had disappeared. His ordeal reaches its end and is over. But in the last test, there were some changes. In front of the stone wall, there is a pearl suspended. It looks like a pearl that is full of flaws and not very beautiful. Is this the inheritance of fragments? Lin Moyu heard from the seniors in the village that if the test fails, some rewards will be given based on the results of the test. In their eyes, it is a kind of encouragement to continue working hard and achieve better results next time. But Lin Moyu doesn't think so. Luck can be increased with encouragement. Luck is not about cultivation. In most cases, luck is destined to be good. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work. Lin Moyu believed that it was impossible for the Yunwu sect to do such a boring thing. So what are these rewards? According to people who came to test before, Lin Moyu probably got the answer. It's not an encouragement, but a trap. If you get a reward, the difficulty of the next test may increase. So, after those who were able to pass the test before received the reward, their subsequent test scores will often be worse than before. Lin Moyu got his own answer through a lot of information. He did not take away the pearl, but took a step sideways and left Qingyu Road. An irresistible force fell on him and blasted him out. Beyond the mountains, clouds and mist suddenly rolled violently. Hey, the test is over. It's a pity that I couldn't reach the top. Haha, you can see human meteorites again. Come on, let's bet on how long Lin Moyu will be cutting in the fields. I guess for at least an hour, I bet 100,000 calendars of faith. I'm so petty, I'll bet 200,000 on the power of faith that he'll be cutting in the fields for at least 2 hours. For a time, the betting was extremely hot. In their experience, Lin Moyu would soon fly out of the mountains and then fall to the ground with his head down and his feet up. It is not until the control of the body is restored that one can come out from the ground. Someone else shouted at Xingzuan Wu, you can't help this kid. Wu Xingzuan closed his hearing and didn't hear anything at all. But looking at the expressions of these old guys, they knew what was going on. This is not the first time this has happened, he has experience. There was a slight disappointment in his eyes. Can't Lin Moyu do it too? Is it true that no one can obtain this inheritance? Under his gaze, Lin Moyu flew out of the thick fog. Wu Xingzuan looked at the shameless old guys and whispered, I bet you that Lin Moyu won't fall to the ground. Each of you bet 1,000,000 shares of the power of faith. If I lose one, I will lose two. Do you want to bet? Wu Xingzuan suddenly spoke, making these old guys even more excited. Why don't you pay for your bet? If I can defeat the Holy Lord once, I will gain face when I go out. Holy Lord, don't regret it. And Holy Lord, you can't leave the country. Wu Xingzuan chuckled and said, just don't regret it, I won't take action. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Moyu, who had just flown out, and said lightly, boy, look good. The power of faith is abundant in the Holy Lord. He simply didn't like these old guys who made fun of himself before. And he believed in Lin Moyu. When Lin Moyu first flew out, his face was too calm and there was no panic at all. And he seemed to have an inexplicable color in his eyes, which was touching. So on a whim, he made this bet. As the Holy Lord, he is not afraid of these old guys defaulting on their debts. No one dares to default on the Holy Lord's debts. Lin Moyu felt an overwhelming force rush into his body, causing him to lose control of his body. He first flew high into the sky, and then fell sharply like a meteor. The final result must be that the head falls to the ground and a big hole is made on the ground. That look must be very embarrassing. It turns out that this is what Wu Xingzuan said about the embarrassment. Lin Moyu vaguely saw the situation on the ground. The ancestors seemed very excited and were pointing at him. Are you trying to see a joke? Lin Moyu shouted softly, and his whole body erupted with purple gold light. The purple gold body explodes with all its strength, the light flows, and the external force area is dispersed. At the same time, only the law of immortality explodes in the body. The law of immortality cooperates with the purple gold body. The power of death destroys external forces, and the power of life provides vitality to the body. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu gained control of his physical body. The fully exploded purple gold body brings great power to Lin Moyu, allowing him to fly in the air. Even if the laws are restricted, as long as the physical strength reaches a certain level, you can still fly freely. Lin Moyu slowly fell from the air, looked at the shocked people, and smiled slightly. Seniors, what's wrong with you? The astonished ancestors all reacted one by one and said in succession, it's okay, it's okay. Just looking at their faces, they didn't look like they were fine. All of them had grimaces on their faces and seemed very sad. Saint Hao laughed and walked over. They lost the bet, and they are all feeling heartbroken. Hurry up and hand over the bet, don't let me do it. Facing the Holy Lord, how could they dare to default on their debts? The ancestors said with bitter faces, the Holy Lord is worthy of being a Holy Lord. I will never bet with you again. Saint Hao smiled and said, if you dare to tease me behind my back again, let's see how I can fix you. Several ancestors smiled apologetically and kept saying they didn't dare. They took out the faith cards one by one and handed them to Saint Hao. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Isn't the faith card unique to the Bai family? Saint Hao said, it is indeed unique to the Bai family. However, the Bai family has long handed over the method of creating faith cards to the Human Emperor Network. As long as you reach the peak of the gods, you can redeem them with a certain amount of merit from the Divine City. These old guys have all redeemed themselves. They are usually willing to make some faith cards to reward the younger generations of the clan. A faith card contains 100,000 copies of the power of faith, and every bet between Hao Xingzuan and them is as high as 1,000,000 copies of the power of faith. A total of 30 people participated in the bet, and Wu Xingzuan made 30 million copies of The Power of Faith in one fell swoop. It's not a small amount of money, it has exceeded Lin Moyu's entire net worth. Wu Xingzuan directly gave all 300 faith cards to Lin Moyu. Take it. Lin Moyu said, this is too precious. Wu Xingzuan shook his head, it's not valuable. With your contribution, it's nothing. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate too much and accepted it happily. Follow me. Wu Xingzuan left the village with Lin Moyu. Before leaving, he warned these old guys with his eyes to be honest. The ancestors had sad faces, and the power of 1 million beliefs was not a small amount for them. Returning to the entrance of Yunwu Mountain, Wu Xingzuan asked in a low voice, how is it? What's the gain? Lin Moyu said, how do you know I have gained something? Wu Xingzuan said, I am a saint after all. Do you think it is so easy to hide some things? Lin Moyu immediately flattered him, the Holy Lord's eyes are indeed as bright as fire. Stop flattering and speak up. Lin Moyu said with a smile, it is true that there is some gain, but it still needs to be verified. He stated his guesses and thoughts. Saint Hao frowned and said, what you mean is that the first 00 choices are simply a test of luck. As long as you are lucky, you can choose whatever you want. After 400 times, mysterious forces began to intervene, and we needed to find another way. Lin Moyu nodded, that's how I feel, but I haven't thought of a way yet, so I still want to go in. Wu Xingzuan said, you didn't take the fragmented inheritance. You think it is not a reward, but a trap. It seems that there is indeed such a possibility. People who have taken the fragmented inheritance before have not achieved satisfactory results in the future. We thought it was because our luck had run out, but we didn't expect it to be such a bad thing. Lin Moyu said, although I don't have a reward, I can imagine that if I take the inheritance fragment, the mysterious power may be permanently solidified. And when I came out just now, those mysterious powers had dissipated. Wu Xingzuan hummed, then go in and try again. I hope you can gain more. Lin Moyu was about to go in again when he suddenly turned around and asked, Holy Lord, is this inheritance very important? Wu Xingzuan said, it is important to say it is important, and it is not important to say it is not important. We have a plan, and it will be better if we have this inheritance. Understood. Lin Moyu entered Yunwu Mountain again. Since Wu Xingzuan said so, it is obviously useful. In this case, he should do his best. The ancestors in the village were curious as they watched Lin Moyu enter Yunwu Mountain again. Why did he go in again? It's too urgent. I've just come out and all my luck has been used up. If I go in again, my grades will be very poor. It's really strange. Wu Xingzuan should know, why didn't 5.2 stop him? They have all been here before and know that if they return immediately after being kicked out, their results will be very bad. You need to go in after a while, the tour will be better. They explained that they had run out of luck and needed time to recover. After Lin Moyu entered, Wu Xingzuan returned to the village and said to everyone, those who have obtained the fragment inheritance, come here. There are more than 50 people in the village, and more than half of them have received fragment inheritance. Saint Hao called them over and asked them carefully about their changes after receiving the fragment inheritance. He found that it basically matched what Lin Moyu said. The subsequent results of these people failed to exceed their best results. The best of them is just close to your own best result. Saint Hao didn't explain anything. After asking them, he asked them to leave. He looked at Yunwu Mountain again and said in a low voice, I hope I can gain something this time. In the high mountains, Lin Moyu felt more powerful suppression than the outside world. The ubiquitous fog has become a shackles, and even if his physical strength is strong enough, he cannot fly in the mountains and forests. Lin Moyu stretched his speed to the limit, almost racing along the Qingyu Road. Every time he came to a fork in the road, he made a choice without hesitation, choosing the path on the far left. Again and again, 400 times in a row, it's the same. The result once again verified Lin Moyu's guess. No matter what he chose the first 400 times, it was correct. It is his luck that determines the final result. Choice is not important, what is important is luck. After 400 times, in addition to luck, some other judgments need to be added. If you make the wrong choice after 400 times, your luck will be suppressed by mysterious power until your luck is exhausted and there will be a dead end. Lin Moyu knows exactly what he wants to do. He wants to find the right path, find the difference between wrong and right, after 400 choices. The Yunwu sect's selection of successors will not only depend on luck, but also on the ability to analyze and judge. Of course, luck is still important. If you're unlucky, you won't even be able to pass the first 400 choices, let alone the later ones. Just an hour later, Lin Qiyu stood at the 401st fork in the road, with 4 different roads in front of him. The 4 green jade roads look exactly the same. Except for some differences in the green grass on the roadside, there is no difference. Lin Moyu has noticed these green grasses before. Each road is different and cannot form a characteristic. Lin Moyu feels that the change of the grassland does not determine the choice. What is the new test added by Yunwu sect? Lin Moyu fell into deep thought and tried to think about the problem from the perspective of Yunwu sect. A powerful sect that pays attention to luck will have what requirements it will have for its disciples when it comes to inheritance. Luck is one thing, and what should it be on the other hand? Character, understanding, thinking ability, responsibility? It seems possible that some things cannot be reflected in tests, such as character, which is difficult to see before encountering major events. Then the biggest possibility is understanding, and understanding is closely related to intelligence, sensitivity, talent and other conditions. If it is a test of understanding, how can we achieve enlightenment? Lin Moyu looked at the thick fog dozens of meters away. The thick fog was not static, but was rolling slowly, like clouds in the sky. Clouds rise and fall, unpredictable. Lin Moyu thought of the name of Yunwu sect, and a light flashed in his eyes. Yunwu sect. Yunwu does not necessarily refer to clouds and fog, it may refer to luck. Luck is like a cloud, elusive, with ups and downs. The same person has different luck at different times. Sometimes he is very lucky, and sometimes he is unlucky. So, the original meaning of Yunwu sect is luck, then these 4 paths. Lin Moyu looked at the 4 green jade roads and the clouds above the 4 stomach pressure roads. He watched the clouds and mist change continuously, and gradually, Lin Moyu's mouth showed a confident smile. I understand, that's what it is. The clouds and mist are always changing, which means that the 4 green jade roads are also always changing. Now Sapphire Road is completely correct. Whether it is right or wrong depends on the changes in the clouds and mist when you step onto the Sapphire Road. Among the 4 green jade roads, at the same time, one of them always has more clouds and mist, while the other 3 are relatively sparse. Then the road with more clouds and fog is the correct road at this moment. Based on his own judgment, Lin Moyu chose a road with more clouds and fog and rushed over quickly. The 20-meter Qingyu Road and 20 steps were completed quickly by Lin Moyu. Now mysterious power came. After reaching the end, the thick fog dispersed and 4 new roads appeared again. Lin Moyu observed the changes in the fog and then found the right path. This time it's second from the left. He muttered something silently in his mind and rushed over quickly. The fog is changing all the time. The fog on the second left is a little thicker now, but it won't be after a while. So even if you choose the right path, accidents may happen before you start. Moreover, the time when the fog changes is not certain, it may be very fast or it may be very slow. Maybe when you are halfway through, the fog concentration changes, right becomes wrong, and the mysterious power comes directly. This all depends on luck. All Lin Moyu can do is to minimize the time he spends on Qingyu Road. After all, Yunwu sect has never given up on testing luck, it just changed its form. Sometimes, the fog covering the 4 green jade roads is very similar, with the difference not exceeding 1%. It is difficult for ordinary people to feel this 1% difference, but this still does not trouble Lin Moyu. With his soul sensitivity, he can feel even 1,000th of a difference. The next road became smoother and smoother, and so did Lin Moyu. As long as he mastered the rules, it would be no difficulty for him. Another 100 times the fork in the road ended, Lin Moyu stopped at the fork in the road again. He faced the 501st choice, and there were still the last 100 forks in the road. The situation in front of him changed again. There were still 4 sapphire roads, and there was still some fog, but the feeling for Lin Moyu was different. Lin Moyu felt that there seemed to be something more on Qingyu Road, like there was an inexplicable force. Are the last 100 times the real test? Lin Moyu murmured to himself and did not act immediately. He had to observe clearly before taking action. This test did not seek time, and he did not need to be anxious. The first 400 times can be passed purely by luck. The 401st to 500th times, as long as you can understand the changes in the fog, you can pass smoothly. Starting the 500th time, apart from luck and understanding, what else will be tested? The changes on Qingyu Road seem a bit familiar, as if I have seen them somewhere. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart. The long-lasting memory of the past was brought back from the bottom of his heart, and a sense of familiarity gradually came to his heart. Small world, God's chosen secret realm, divine power. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that the green jade road in front of him gave him the same feeling as the road in the secret realm of the small world. The God's chosen secret realm is aimed at the spiritual world. Looking at the current state, it is actually aimed at the soul. The green jade road in front of you should also be a test of the soul. First it was luck, then it was added to understanding, and now it is a test of the soul. In the large sects in ancient times, their tests were not clearly stated, and you need to understand them yourself. The test is not easy. Luck, talent, and strength are all indispensable. Lin Moyu finally understood that the final journey to Qingyu not only tested luck and understanding, but also tested his face and soul. I don't know what the soul requirements are and whether my soul is qualified. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu chose the right path and stepped into it. Boom! A powerful force bombarded the soul world. The soul world was shaken violently, causing Lin Moyu to pause, and then return to normal. Lin Moyu rushed across Qingyu Road as fast as possible and reached the end before the garden energy changed. 4 new green jade roads appeared in front of him again, and Lin Moyu stood motionless. The soul impact equivalent to that of a high-level god is still within the range of endurance. It seems that when Yunwu sect selects successor disciples, the minimum standard is high-level gods. Lin Moyu gradually understood the Yunwu sect, which was a very strange sect. When they recruit disciples, the first thing they value is not talent, but luck. Only those who are lucky enough are eligible to join the sect. Then, in addition to luck, you also need to have decent understanding and good soul strength. The latter two are actually not difficult, and there are even some natural and earthly treasures that can enhance your understanding and strengthen your soul. Lin Moyu believes that in ancient times, the world was extremely rich in resources, and such treasures were not uncommon. But luck is naturally determined. Although there will be ups and downs, the upper limit is basically set there. So the most important thing is luck, everything else is a bonus. As long as you are lucky enough, even if you don't get the best inheritance, you will always gain something. Lin Moyu made choices again and again, enduring the impact on his soul. As he got closer and closer to the end, the degree of soul impact also increased. Fortunately, the improvement was not much, and it did not exceed the high-level god. This also further verified Lin Moyu's guess that the soul was just a bonus. If in ancient times, the supreme Yunyuan sect who controlled the inheritance was still alive, perhaps all those who can complete the 501st selection are eligible to accept the inheritance of the Yunwu sect. It's a pity that the Supreme Being is gone now, leaving only the rules. The rules will not change. If you don't go to the end, you can't get the inheritance. Finally, after walking the 600th Qingyu Road, Lin Moyu truly set foot on the top of the mountain. The thick fog in front of me dispersed, and a huge palace appeared in sight. The huge palace exudes a vast atmosphere, which is the atmosphere of time. Waves of majestic aura rose from the palace, as if there were countless powerful people in the palace. When looking at it, Lin Moyu seemed to be able to feel the power of ancient times. Thick fog turned into clouds and drifted on top of the palace, with a pagoda behind it. Lin Moyu felt tremendous pressure from the clouds, which also meant that he could not reach the pagoda from the top of the palace. Congratulations on passing the road of inheritance. Please enter the Yunwu Palace and accept the baptism of inheritance. A reminder rang in Lin Moyu's ears, exactly the same as when he stepped into Yunwu Mountain. After carefully admiring the Yunwu Palace, Lin Moyu strode in. In the village at the foot of the mountain, someone suddenly exclaimed. He pointed to the top of the mountain and looked shocked. Look, there are people on the mountain. These ancestors raised their heads one after another and looked towards the top of the mountain. Above the clouds and mist, they did see a person appear there. Because the distance was too far and there was fog, it was impossible to see clearly. But based on his body shape and clothing, they determined that the person on the top of the mountain was Lin Moyu. Good boy, he really went up. Holy Lord, how he did it is unbelievable. Are we all wrong? Even if you are eliminated, you don't need to wait, you can enter immediately. I don't think so. With so many of us trying so many times, we shouldn't go wrong. Then how did he get up there? I don't know. I can only wait until he comes back and ask. Saint Hao also saw Lin Moyu. He clenched his fists and said, well done. It could be seen that there was excitement in his eyes. Lin Moyu entered the cloud and mist hall, and there were also clouds and mist floating in the hall. Entering it, it was like entering a dreamland. The Yunwu sect, as its name suggests, is full of cloud disturbances. At the same time, the clouds and mist are erratic, which also represents the uncertainty of luck. Clouds and mist came up and swirled around Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked puzzled. Is this the inheritance wash? He didn't feel any changes. The so-called inheritance baptism must have some changes. You were right even once? A clear voice sounded in the hall with surprise and disbelief. Anyone? Lin Moyu looked around and saw that the clouds and mist shrank sharply in the air in front of him, forming a thick white cloud. Above the white clouds, a girl who looked about 18 or 19 years old was sitting lazily. It's a weapon spirit. Lin Moyu saw at a glance that the other party was not a living being, but a weapon spirit. As for whether it is the weapon spirit of Yunwu Palace or another weapon spirit, it is unknown. The girl rubbed her eyes, then glared at Lin Moyu. Hey, I'm asking you something, why don't you speak? Lin Moyu said, I am absolutely right every time. The girl opened her big eyes and looked Lin Moyu up and down. You don't look very smart, how could you be right at all? Can it be said that you are so lucky that you can choose the right one every time? Lin Moyu didn't speak. From the girl's words, he could probably tell that the girl didn't actually know the specific circumstances of the test in Yunwu Mountain. Maybe she was just in charge of this hall and a result. The girl suddenly waved her hand again and said, just think you are lucky. According to the regulations, you are qualified to become a true disciple and enter the inheritance tower. But be warned in advance, there is some danger in entering the heritage tower. You may be locked in and unable to get out. And there are many inheritances in the inheritance tower, and the probability of you getting the best inheritance is less than half. And the probability of you being locked inside may be more than 70%. If you don't want to go in, you can also accept the inheritance here. I can choose a better inheritance for you, which may not be worse than the one in the inheritance tower. You make your choice after thinking about it. Lin Moyu felt that the girl didn't tell the truth. She didn't seem to want to enter the inheritance tower to obtain the inheritance. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and showed a trace of hesitation. Senior, is the heritage tower really so dangerous? The girl coughed and seemed a little displeased. Do you think I will lie to you? The inheritance tower is so dangerous. If 10 people enter, only 1 or 2 will get a good inheritance. Most people are locked inside, don't even think of it for hundreds or thousands of years. So I advise you to just pick an inheritance here. I think your qualifications are mediocre, your level is only at the level of a god, and your strength is pitifully weak. It's just a matter of good luck. It's already amazing to be here. I advise you not to take risks by entering the inheritance tower. I can help you choose the best inheritance in the Yunwu Palace, and it will not be worse than the one in the inheritance tower. Although she pretended that she was doing it all for Lin Moyu still picked up on the clues. She really didn't want to enter the inheritance tower. But the two of them have never met each other, so why is this happening? What is the purpose of this Miss Qi Ling? There is too little information currently known, and Lin Moyu cannot make a judgment yet. Lin Moyu thought for a while and decided to chat with her again, maybe he could get more useful information. He spoke slowly, "Senior, how many people are there, but no one is here anymore?" The girl frowned, "It's been many years." She's not sure either. Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. He continued to ask, "Senior, what happened to those people who were locked up in the inheritance tower?" The girl snorted, "It's not that good, just lock it up for hundreds or thousands of years and then leave." Then what were they doing when they were imprisoned? What you can do is lock it up. Is it so difficult to pass on the inheritance in the tower? Of course it's difficult. The harder it is, the stronger it is. Lin Moyu got another key information from the girl. Although the inheritance tower can imprison people, it will not kill them. After being imprisoned for hundreds or thousands of years, they can eventually leave. This is inconsistent with what the girl said before about the danger in the inheritance tower. The girl's words were exaggerated. She didn't want to enter the inheritance tower by herself, so there must be other reasons. Lin Moyu asked some more irrelevant questions and got the answers from the girl. The girl seemed to answer all questions. Lin Moyu guessed that there should be some restrictions that stipulated that the girl must answer. Lin Moyu got a lot of information from the girl's answers, and also found some contradictions in the girl's words. These contradictions basically express the girl's unwillingness to enter the inheritance tower on her own. Having made a decision in my heart, I must enter the heritage tower. Even if there was danger inside, he would go in and try. What's more, there is no danger inside, and at most they will only be locked up for a period of time. Lin Moyu has confidence in himself. He believes that even if he is locked up inside, it will not last long. The girl finally got tired of the questions and frowned, "You are asking all kinds of questions. Have you made your choice?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior, may I ask your surname?" The girl said, "You can call me Master Shi." "Have you made your choice yet?" Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. "Master Wu, you should have been sleeping before I arrived." The girl's expression changed and she blurted out, "How do you know?" After saying that, she realized that she had said the wrong thing, and changed her words, "I just like to sleep, why do you ask?" Lin Moyu said, "It seems that Mr. Wu has been sleeping for a long time and no longer knows what the 303 world outside has become." Master Wu was stunned for a moment. "What is the outside world?" Lin Moyu said, "Master Wu should be able to feel that the supreme leader of Yunwu sect is missing." Master Wu finally reacted, as if he had finally woken up after a long nap. "What's going on in the outside world?" Lin Moyu said, "Do you know how long you slept this time?" Master Wu's eyes showed confusion. Although he did not answer, Lin Moyu already knew the answer. He knew that the Master Wu in front of him had no idea how long he had been sleeping, nor what was happening outside. It should be said that if she did not appear here, she would continue to sleep. Thinking about it this way, this weapon spirit seems a bit pitiful. Lin Moyu asked, "Master Wu, are you the weapon spirit of the Heritage Tower and Yunwu Palace?" Master Wu was furious and screamed, "How do you know?" At this time, she realized that she had let slip, "Whether I am a weapon spirit or not is none of your business." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "I guess if I enter the inheritance tower and get the highest inheritance, I will become your master. You don't want anyone else to take care of you, so you don't want me to enter the inheritance tower. I'm right." Master Wu stopped talking, his expression extremely complicated. Lin Moyu knew he was right. Actually, it's nothing. It's human nature, and the same goes for weapon spirits. Master Wu looked at Lin Moyu blankly, and then snorted, "What do you know? You are not an evil spirit." Lin Moyu said, "Although I am not a weapon spirit, I have dealt with weapon spirits, so I understand." "No wonder you can tell." It turns out you knew it all the time. Master Wu suddenly realized that Lin Moyu had been lying to him before. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Master Wu, I choose to enter the inheritance tower, please help me open the door. Due to the rules, Master Wu had to comply with Lin Moyu's request. She snorted, and the thick fog rolled in the cloud and mist palace, forming a road leading directly to the top of the palace. On the top of the palace is the inheritance tower. Lin Moyu raised his feet and was about to go up. Master Wu said urgently, you haven't told me what happened outside. Lin Moyu smiled casually, don't worry, I will tell you slowly when I successfully obtain the inheritance. And I will tell you a secret. As he said this, he walked up step by step. Master Shi could only watch helplessly, unable to stop him. She is a weapon spirit and has many limitations. This is the inheritance place of Yunwu sect, and it is also the world of rules of a strong man. In this kind of environment, her former master would not be able to give her too much authority. Instead, there would be many restrictions. The most she can do is assist, doing what she can. Lin Moyu can guess that she must have been very busy. There should be a lot of people in Yunwu sect. The more people come here, the busier she will be. But when everyone was gone, she fell into a deep sleep. After waking up, she didn't know what happened or how much time had passed. All she has is the memory of the past, so she doesn't want to be so busy anymore and wants a little freedom. It's a pity that she will not be free. She didn't know if Lin Moyu chose the inheritance in Yunwu Palace and then left. She would fall asleep again in an instant. Compared with those weapon spirits I have seen before, the Master Wu in front of me is a bit pitiful. It's a tragedy not to be able to control your own life, and that's what happened to her. Lin Moyu entered the inheritance tower on the cloud and mist stairs. The picture in front of him changed. There was an independent space in the inheritance tower, which was completely different from the outside world. Here, Lin Moyu felt a strange aura, which seemed to be the law, but seemed to be higher than the law. At this time, Master Yuan appeared in sight again. Master Wu changed his previous attitude and said with helplessness, okay, now that you have come in, let's start the inheritance assessment according to the rules. I will tell you the specific rules of inheritance, but you also promised me that you will tell me what happened outside and the secret you told me. Lin Moyu said, don't worry, Mr. Wu, I will definitely tell you what happened outside and the secret. Tell herself the assessment rules, this is what she must do. But she could definitely do something trick here, such as saying a word or two less. Sometimes a single word difference can change the meaning of the entire sentence, causing some big trouble. The weapon spirit is limited by rules, but rules cannot restrict it in all aspects. Qi Ling is spiritual, capable of self-thinking, and has independent consciousness. Master Wu said seriously, the inheritance tower has 10 floors in total, the 10th floor is where the supreme inheritance is, and the assessment is concentrated on the first 9 floors. Every 3 times is a stage, divided into upper, middle, and lower stages. It is not only an assessment, but also a rating for the successors of the sect. The first 3 floors are ordinary successors, the middle 3 floors are core successors, and the upper 3 floors are great successors. If you can surpass the 9th level, you can surpass the successors of the Great Tao and obtain the supreme inheritance. At the same time, you can also become the master of the inheritance tower. Having said this, Master Wu paused for a moment, and then talked about the specific rules of the assessment. The first stage is the assessment of the lower 3 levels. There is a spell in the lower 3 levels. What you have to do is to understand this spell. After preliminary understanding, you can enter the 2nd level. When you understand to a small degree, you can enter the 3rd level. When you understand it to great extent, you can enter the 4th level. As for the assessment rules of the 4th level, we can continue after you enter. The following is a reminder, please listen carefully. Lin Moyu listened carefully and didn't miss a single Japanese word. Although this technique is the basic technique of the Yunwu sect, you cannot underestimate it. Many of the Yunwu sect's techniques are based on it. When you understand, there can be no gaps, and don't rush for success, otherwise you won't be able to pass the next assessment. Also, understanding this technique consumes a lot of soul power, so you must be mentally prepared. The magic is in the mist, you go and understand it. In the center of the inheritance tower, a cloud of mist floats. Everything in the Yunwu sect is related to the clouds, and even the inheritance is based on the clouds. Lin Moyu used his soul to communicate with the fog, and the fog suddenly came in without any soul power. A mist also appeared in the soul world, and the mist kept rolling, transmitting a large amount of information. Lin Moyu knew that he needed to understand this magic and then turn it into a magic planet. As long as the mist can be transformed into a spell planet, it means that one has mastered the spell, at least reaching the entry level. Is this kind of inheritance meaningful? Lin Moyu had doubts in his heart. Magic planets are formed the day after tomorrow, just like the soul-splitting method Antares taught him, and they can never become magic stars. If you cannot become a magic star, your power will be very limited, and your improvement in strength will be relatively limited. But since the Yunwu sect does this, it must have a deep meaning. Lin Moyu still doesn't understand many things in ancient times. There seems to be some difference between the strong men at that time and the strong men today. Now that he has arrived here, he has only one way to go, to understand the magic. If you can't understand it, you will be locked up here, ranging from decades to hundreds of years to thousands of years. Lin Moyu is confident in his own understanding and is working hard to digest the information conveyed. Soon he knew the name of the technique, luck detection technique. The function of fortune finding is to detect the luck of all things, but it's not completely accurate and can only be roughly approximated. The key thing is not the technique, but the concept of Yunwu sect. Cloud members have completely different views on the entire world. After Lin Moyu absorbed the concepts of Yunwu sect, he was stunned on the spot. If there is luck in living beings, he can understand it. But everything has luck, which is a bit beyond his imagination. In the philosophy of Yunwu sect, everything in the world has luck. Even a stone has good or bad luck. With good luck, the stone may exist for thousands of years, or even for a long time. But if you are unlucky, you may be smashed into ashes in the next second. This is true of everything. When you have bad luck, you will be unlucky and even die. It's so mysterious. Lin Moyu felt very uncomfortable. He has seen a lot of bizarre things since he started practicing, but no matter what happens, he can find the root cause and know the reason. But the philosophy of Yunwu sect broke his point of view. In the Yunwu sect's thinking, it is true that everything has luck, but luck is also constantly changing. You may be lucky now, but bad luck will come the next second. It's like, 1 second you feel that the other person can live a long life, and the next second you feel that the other person is going to die. The explanation given by the Yunwu sect is that luck changes rapidly and nothing is fixed at a certain point. In this way, the fortune-finding technique seems to be unimportant. Anyway, so what if you see it? Just because it's good now doesn't mean it will be good in the future. Lin Moyu was a little messy and felt bad all over. The inherent cognition has been broken, which feels very uncomfortable. His brows furrowed tighter, and he couldn't figure it out. Master Wu sat on the white clouds and stared at Lin Moyu with his bright eyes. Seeing the change in Lin Moyu's expression, she let out a long sigh and said, "I told you not to come to the Heritage Tower a long time ago. I won't listen. It's okay now, don't hurt yourself." Lin Moyu's thoughts are indeed a little confused. The ideas of Yunwu sect conflict greatly with his original ideas. This is due to his different understanding of the entire world and cannot be reconciled. As his mind kept spinning, Lin Moyu kept telling himself, there must be something in common. Just because I didn't find it doesn't mean there isn't one. As long as you can find the similarities, you can understand why. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be some kind of truth in the Yunwu sect's philosophy. As long as you can understand this truth, you can combine your old concepts with those of the Yunwu sect, so that the two concepts can integrate with each other instead of conflicting with each other. Understanding and absorbing the concepts of the Yunwu sect is the first step. If you can't even do this, let alone comprehending the fortune detection technique. Even if you force yourself to comprehend it, you can only get started at most, and it is impossible to comprehend it to the fullest extent. But what are the similarities? Lin Moyu's head was spinning rapidly, sorting out his entire worldview. This is Chang Haozai's project, and it is very difficult. Time passed day by day. Lin Moyu sat there motionless. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain, Wu Xingzuan stood there quietly like a sculpture, staring closely at the Inheritance Tower on the top of the mountain. The first floor of the Inheritance Tower is glowing slightly at the moment, which means that Lin Moyu has entered it. Saint Hao feels that Lin Moyu is receiving the inheritance. The time for receiving the inheritance may be long or short. It may be very fast, only a few days. It can also be very slow, perhaps taking years or even decades. Wu Xingzuan had already prepared for the worst. He was waiting here and watching. He is the Holy Lord, and he can wait for these times. 100 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu's whole body was filled with aura, which showed how magnificent the other waves in his heart were. He has completely overturned his memory, integrating and understanding the concepts of Yunwu sect from every experience he has. He simulated in his soul how things that had happened in the past could change if viewed with the Yunwu sect's philosophy. During this period, the soul power was consumed rapidly. Fortunately, there was the world tree. The world tree is constantly swaying, and the overly powerful roots absorb huge power from the inexplicable world, all of which are converted into soul power and continuously supplied to Lin Moyu. The world tree is flowing with golden threads of light, which is the divine power poured out by the divine cauldron, amplifying the power of the world tree. Turning 1 point of his strength into 10 points, it also allowed Lin Moyu to recover much faster than normal. Since receiving the power of divinity has always existed subtly. It does not usually show up, but its effect is always present, and as the realm improves, the role of divine power also increases. With or without the power of divinity, the recovery effect brought by the world tree will be completely different. With the support of the world tree, Lin Moyu consumed soul power wantonly, simulating an event that had happened. Gradually, he got an idea. He finally began to understand the essence of the Yunwu sect's philosophy. The breath that had been tumbling violently for 100 days finally began to turn calm, and Mrs. Lin Tuan showed a smile on her lips. So that's it. He let out a long breath, and then opened his eyes that had been closed for 100 days. There was a burst of light in his eyes, and he finally understood. The so-called changes in luck and changes in everything, their real root lies in cause and effect. He understood the philosophy of the Yunwu sect. Everything in the world is indeed constantly changing. On the surface, it seems that luck is getting better or worse. With good luck, everything will go smoothly for living beings, and they can live long. Good luck with objects can keep them around longer. For some special beings, good luck can even give them spiritual intelligence. For example, Red Star Supreme, there are many stars like him, but not many can give birth to spiritual wisdom. The root cause behind good luck lies in cause and effect. Behind the movement of the entire world, there is a hidden deep network that cannot be discovered. That network is called cause and effect. Changes in cause and effect will cause changes in luck. This is the concept of Yunwu sect. The root of Yunwu sect's various techniques on luck is the cause and effect spoon. When Lin Moyu woke up, the first thing he saw was a pair of big bright eyes. Master Wu came to Lin Moyu, and after making sure that Lin Moyu was completely awake, he immediately asked, "You are awake. How are you? Have you learned the fortune-finding technique?" As the artifact spirit of the Inheritance Tower, he is naturally very clear about the things in the Inheritance Tower. From the first to the third floor, you learn the fortune-finding technique. Depending on the degree of control over the fortune-finding technique, you decide whether you can go to the upper level or be eliminated. The worst thing is of course not being able to understand, so just stay here and continue to understand. Either you will succeed in understanding, or you will be kicked out of the Inheritance Tower after being locked up for a certain period of time. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "Pretend." He told the truth, he really didn't study at all. He has been comprehending the Yunwu sect's philosophy on the world, and fortune-finding techniques are not important. Hearing Lin Moyu's answer, Mr. Wu spread his hands, like an elder lecturing a junior. I'll just tell you, just let you choose the inheritance of Yunwu Palace from 587, why do you have to enter the inheritance tower? It's okay now. If you can't understand it, just stay locked up. Fortunately, it's only the first floor. It can only be closed for 100 years. Lin Moyu smiled and said, you don't seem to like me being locked up here. Master Wu snorted, you are locked up here, and I have to keep an eye on you. It's annoying to watch you. Lin Moyu could feel that this Ji Ling girl was actually quite kind and had no scheming intentions. She didn't know that if she left, she would fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have said that. Lin Moyu said, these days, although I have not learned the fortune-finding technique, I have learned something else. Master Wu seemed to be disdainful. In addition to the fortune-finding technique, what else can I understand? Lin Moyu said, it is Yin Zhongzong's philosophy on this world. What? Mr. Wu screamed so hard that his whole body felt like his hair was exploding. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Moyu was very curious, why is it impossible? Because Master Wu was so excited, she drove her white cloud around in the air, and then she said, I have been here for many, many years, and there are only a total of people who can understand the philosophy of Yunwu sect. The old master said that there are very, very few people who can understand this concept. Everyone has the talent of being a god. Lin Moyu smiled and said, then why do you think it's impossible for me? Master Wu snorted, I think your qualifications are mediocre, and you don't seem to be that smart anyway, so it's naturally impossible. And besides the old master, the other two people realized it after many, many years, at least several thousand years. How long do you have? How can you possibly realize it? Lin Moyu realized that 100 days is far from 1,000 years compared to 100 days. Listening to Master Wu's words, Lin Moyu realized that her master was not the supreme master, but most likely the heavenly master. He thought for a while and said, I can see that you admire your old master very much. Master Wu snorted, don't mention him. Although he is the master and although he is very powerful, I hate him. He is so annoying when he assigns me to do this and that. Lin Moyu thinks this weapon spirit is somewhat interesting. In addition to its autonomous consciousness, even its emotions have nothing to do with the human race. If he had a human body, he could be treated as a human being, which would be much stronger than the formation spirit, Shaojin. Silent Words continued, your old master is indeed very powerful. After all, he is in charge of the entire Yunwu sect's inheritance, and even you are under his control. Although Master Wu kept saying that she didn't like her old master, she still said proudly, that's right, my old master is a Tianzuan. I heard people say that even among the Tianzuan, there are few who are more powerful than my old master. It is indeed Tianzuan. Lin Moyu said secretly in his heart, and continued to ask, Master Wu, what is your master's name? Lord Wu responded naturally, the old man's honorific title is, Phantom Thread. Phantom Mist Heavenly Lord. This was the first name of Tianzuan that Lin Moyu heard, and he remembered it firmly. At this time, Master Wu continued, don't talk nonsense. You said that you have understood the philosophy of Yunwu sect. Then tell me, what is the philosophy of Xuanzong? Don't try to lie to me. The old master told me some things about the Yunwu sect. Although I didn't quite understand them, I remembered them all. I have a very good memory. No matter how many years go by, I will never forget it. Lin Moyu thought for a while and said calmly, because of the truth. Master, she screamed fiercely and flew up again on Baiyun, looking extremely excited. She flew around, and it took a while before she calmed down. You actually realized it, understood everything? Lin Moyu hummed, I almost understand it, but there are still some fine points that need to be sorted out. Master Wu's eyes were extremely complicated. The old master once said that it took him more than 100 years to understand. It only took you 100 days. Are you smarter than the old master? If you really realize it, then you really have a chance to reach the top and get the supreme inheritance. When the time comes, you will become their new master. You must first promise them that you will not bully them then. Master Wu, who was still aloof just now, suddenly turned into a weak little woman and began to plead. That pitiful look made Lin Moyu feel like a bad uncle. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Why are you bullying you? No matter what the result is, I will tell you in the end what happened in these years." Mr. Wu made a sound and stepped away from the distance. "Then you can continue, I won't disturb you anymore." Lin Moyu sat down again, closed his eyes, his breath quickly calmed down, and he entered the state of understanding again. He did realize it, but there were still many details to sort out. My old worldview was shattered, and a new worldview began to be established. The soul opened its eyes and began to murmur to itself. The sound is like thunder, resounding in the soul world. At this moment, the soul rose with a terrifying aura, extremely majestic. Cause and effect. BB. Virtual reality. Positive and negative. Everything in the world is divided into reality and reality, pros and cons. The same is true for laws. There are laws that represent reality, and there are also laws that represent emptiness. Why? Cause and effect are virtual laws, and the laws of fate are also virtual laws. They are hidden behind the world and are the virtual side of the entire world. Although invisible and inaudible, they are real and can still be understood. As long as you use the right method, you can touch them. Compared with the laws of virtual categories, the laws of real categories can be touched and felt. Even if there is nothingness like the laws of time and space, they are actually the laws of real categories. Holy Saint Hao's law of virtual realm, although it is a virtual word, is actually a real law. The law of virtuality is like a large invisible net, covering the entire world secretly and affecting the entire world. They affect the whole body with a single move. Relatively speaking, the laws of real types have a smaller impact. The soul talks to itself, and every sentence resounds through the soul world like thunder. As he talked more and more, his understanding of the entire world became clearer. The integration of the former worldview and the philosophy of the Yunwu sect allowed Lin Moyu to see the world more clearly and thoroughly. The realm of the soul also began to improve dramatically at this moment. The soul has entered the state of enlightenment. Lin Moyu's soul has improved once since reaching the other side realm, but the improvement is not large. It is still at the elementary peak of the other side realm, one step away from the middle level. The soul realm of the other shore realm can be divided into 3 stages: junior high, middle school, and high school. The soul of the Holy Lord is all in the advanced stage of the other shore realm. The higher the realm, the further the difference is with each level difference. Therefore, in ancient times, ordinary people from the other side could only be used as cannon fodder, while the Holy Lord could become the main force. In fact, the other shore realm and the Holy Master are both the same realm. After Lin Moyu clearly understood the nature of the world, he established a new worldview, and his soul also entered the state of enlightenment. The soul realm crossed the boundary between elementary and intermediate levels on the other side almost in the blink of an eye. After reaching the intermediate level on the other side, the momentum became more intense and continued to soar. Lin Moyu didn't know his situation at all at this moment. When he entered the state of enlightenment, his thoughts were running rapidly, and he was constantly comprehending new views on the world. All the principles and possibilities of existence in the world gathered together in Lin Moyu's mind. Gradually, he began to understand how to build a rules world. Why is there such a big gap between the Holy Lords who are both in the other side realm and have rules? I also know the difference between the rule world of the Supreme Realm and the rule world of the Saint Realm. His experiences in the past played a great role at this moment and became Lin Moyu's accumulation. All knowledge is integrated at this moment. The realm of the soul continues to improve, approaching the Holy Lord. The world tree also became stronger with Lin Moyu's blessing. The world tree is Lin Moyu's talent. The two are interdependent and mutually beneficial. Lin Moyu's soul enlightenment also brought great benefits to world tree. On the branch, the fastest growing fruit of the world was nourished and began to mature. The fruit of the world becomes plump and red, exuding an attractive luster, and a faint aroma spreads from the fruit. At this time, Lin Moyu's soul realm is only one step away from the other side realm. Enlightenment is coming to an end, and the aura of enlightenment has gradually softened and begun to fade. At this time, the soul smelled the fragrance of the fruit of the world, and the soul was blessed. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and took the fruit of the world in his hand. Then, the multicolored water rolled out, and thousands of drops of multicolored water came pouring into the fruit of the world. The power of faith is also burning brightly, and the power of tens of millions of faiths is also integrated into the fruit of the world in an instant. The effect of this ripe fruit of the world has been doubled. The colorful light becomes colorful, affected by the colorful water, and all kinds of light can be found on it. Lin Moyu's soul showed a satisfied look, and he was about to take the fruit of the world. Suddenly, the Earthwang Emperor in the technique, the high-ranking, infinite fusion, technique star flew down, and the hazy light of the sun hit it. Above the world, all the colors disappeared in an instant, replaced by a hazy chaotic color. Lin Moyu can't describe what kind of color this is, it is exactly the same as infinite fusion. Law of chaos. The soul, which is still at the end of the state of enlightenment, has sharper thinking than usual. Lin Moyu understood almost instantly that this strange color only belonged to the law of chaos. In his new worldview, laws can be divided into two categories, virtual and real. But the law of chaos is between virtuality and reality, both virtuality and reality. After Tuhuang Emperor blew out a breath, he returned to his 33rd heaven, still high above, looking down on all living beings in the world. This is the real boss. Lin Moyu muttered a sentence and drank the fruit of the world. The fruit of the world can be taken by the body or by the soul, and the effect is exactly the same. The fruit of the world exploded, and the entire soul world began to roar loudly. Terrible power emerged out of thin air, setting off a storm in the soul world. The power of rules. Lin Moyu felt this power and realized that this was the rule of the other side. The world of rules is constructed by the power of rules. After the power of rules appears, the first step is to rush to the soul. It gives the soul the final push, pushing the soul into the realm of the other side of the world. The soul has become a saint. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that only a soul in the saint realm can withstand the world of rules. The power of the fruit of the world is far from exhausted, and the power of a large number of rules continues to set off a violent storm in the soul world. The originally huge soul world became larger and larger, driven by the storm. The purple jade barrier sparkled and became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, the soul world became 10 times larger. At this time, Lin Moyu finally understood what the prototype of the world of rules was. It turns out that the world of rules is the sublimation of the world of souls. With the soul world as the core, evolve the world of rules. If the soul is not strong enough, it will not be able to afford the world of rules. But in addition to the soul, physical strength is equally important. The purple gold body burst out with golden light at this moment, and the power of the physical body was connected with the world of rules, further increasing the power area of the world of rules. The prototype of the rules world was formed, the whole world was extremely empty, and the magic white stars became the stars in the rules world. Lin Moyu's soul, together with the world tree, became the center of this world of rules. The entire world of rules can be freely controlled according to Lin Moyu's wishes. He can generate continents and turn the entire rule world into a vast continent. You can also create stars, make stars, and turn them into a galaxy. Lin Moyu thought about it and decided to use the big world as a template to build his own rule world. However, this can only be done after he returns to the big world. In Tianzuan's world of rules, it is unrealistic to build his own world of rules. The necessary laws cannot be sensed here. And Lin Moyu knew that when he returned to the real world, there would be a huge baptism waiting for him. Unexpectedly, one enlightenment actually allowed me to build the prototype of a world of rules. I really don't know, am I considered a god or a saint now? Lin Moyu thought about it. I am afraid that he has never seen this kind of special situation in ancient times. When they get out, Saint Hao will probably be shocked. Don't think too much, it's time to understand the fortune-finding technique. Lin Moyu officially began to understand the fortune-finding technique. The fortune-finding technique is not complicated and Lin Moyu can master it easily. Especially now, after understanding that the essence of luck exploration is the law of cause and effect, it is easier to learn. The fortune-finding technique only evokes a trace of the law of cause and effect to detect other people's current luck. The law of cause and effect is elusive and difficult to comprehend, but it has nothing to do with fortune-seeking. Lin Moyu does not need to understand the law of cause and effect, he only needs to master the fortune-finding technique and learn to use the fortune-finding technique. It's like the Buddha's voyeurism technique in the Buddhist country, which evokes a trace of the law of destiny. He does not need to understand the laws of destiny, he only needs to be able to use the art of seeing the truth. With Lin Moyu's ability, it is not difficult to master the fortune-finding technique. After a while, he understood the true meaning of fortune-finding and could use it. The mist that had been sucked into the soul, before also condensed and took shape at this moment, turning into a magic planet. Compared with other magic white stars, this newly born magic planet is pitifully small. The magic planet is 10%, which means that Lin Moyu has mastered the fortune exploration technique. And relying on his own understanding of the law of cause and effect, the virtual and real world, and the soul of the saint realm. Just after mastering the luck exploration technique, the fusion degree reached over 50%. The next step is to increase the fusion degree, so that its fusion degree reaches 99%. Because it is an acquired technique, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to achieve 100% fusion, 99% is the limit. The world tree droops its branches, and a large amount of soul power is injected into the magic planet. The magic planet suddenly began to rotate rapidly, and the degree of fusion continued to increase. Lin Moyu's current soul is too strong, and his insights are enough to push the fortune detection technique to 99%. Outside, Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes. This time, Mr. Wu, who was a little cute, looked at Lin Moyu from a distance and did not get closer. There seemed to be a hint of fright in her expression. Lin Moyu asked, strangely, "What's wrong with you?" Master Wu murmured, "You were very scary just now." Lin Moyu was in a state of enlightenment just now and did not know the condition of his physical body, so he could only shake his head to express his ignorance. Master Wu said cautiously, "You have cultivated into a purple gold body, and you just realized enlightenment, and you established a world of rules, right? As the artifact spirit of the inheritance tower, it has existed for who knows how many years. The number of strong men in ancient times must have been much greater than now. Lord Wu must have seen a lot of the other shore, the Holy Lord, and the Supreme Being." Although she seems a little confused, she also understands many things that need to be understood. Moreover, Huanwu Tianzuan obviously treats her well. If Huanwu Tianzuan gives a sermon, she will most likely be able to listen to it. Therefore, neither the purple gold body, enlightenment, nor the world of rules can be hidden from her. Lin Moyu also admitted openly, Master Wu is very smart and is right. Lord Wu snorted, "Of course I am smart, but how could you be like this?" She rushed to Lin Moyu, flew around Lin Moyu in circles, looked at him again and again. "You are a god, and you have completed the purple gold body, you are already very powerful. But you can still achieve enlightenment." The old master said that there is only one person in billions who can achieve enlightenment. This is a great opportunity. Forget it, but how can you establish a world of rules? You are not a saint. Master Wu seems to have no city, so he doesn't know that there are some questions that he cannot ask. Lin Moyu didn't care, "I might be lucky." Lord Wu obviously didn't believe it. "Is it so easy for me to lie to you? If you don't want to say something, just say it. What's the big deal? You have gained enlightenment. You should have mastered the art of detecting clouds. You can start to break through the levels." Lin Moyu asked, "Please ask the important person to elaborate on how to break through." Although Lord Wu is a bit squeamish, he still dare not go too far towards Lin Moyu, a guy who is very likely to become his new master. She followed the rules and pointed to the stone tablet deep in the space. "Just use the fortune-finding technique on it." He will send you to the corresponding floor based on your mastery of the fortune-finding technique. Lin Moyu hummed, "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Walking into the depths, he waved to the stone tablet and used the fortune-finding technique. A number appeared on the stone tablet, 50. At the same time, a color that only he could see appeared on the stone tablet, green. In fortune-finding, the person with the highest luck is 100, which is red. That means good luck, everything you do will go smoothly, and all your wishes will come true. If it is 50 and it is green, it is ordinary luck and unpredictable. Maybe the simple things will be successful and the difficult things will fail. If the value is lower than 25 and appears gray, then your luck is quite bad. If you encounter some danger at this time, death is not impossible. Luck is such a vague thing, and it is deeply connected to the law of cause and effect, which is really elusive. Before understanding the law of cause and effect, Lin Moyu could only know what was happening, but not why. Anyway, no matter what, I can fully master the technique. A few seconds later, the steel bloomed and enveloped Lin Moyu. The picture in front of him rippled like water waves, and Lin Moyu felt like he had experienced a brief teleportation. Until his vision returned to normal, Lin Moyu saw the adults again. Master Wu said in surprise, "You have completely mastered it." Before Lin Moyu could speak, she said to herself, "Yes, you have already understood the Tao. You have even understood the concepts of the Yunwu sect, so what does fortune-finding mean?" Lin Moyu asked, "Master Wu, have I reached the 4th floor?" Lord Wu hummed, "It's still the same old rules, the fog you understand is in the middle." The rules have not changed. Lin Moyu came to the middle again, soul, communicated with the mist, and began a new understanding. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain, Wu Xingzuan saw the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the Inheritance Tower light up at the same time. He couldn't help clenching his fists and shouted, "Okay." The changes in the Inheritance Tower also attracted the attention of the ancestors in the village. "Oh my God, he has entered the inheritance. Not only did we go in, we also reached the 4th floor." Someone said with disdain, "You speak as if you know the rules of the Heritage Tower." "TCH, I don't know the rules, but being able to reach the 4th floor is definitely unusual. I have hundreds of granddaughters and thousands of great-granddaughters, all of whom can marry him. It's as if I don't have a granddaughter. I can marry my granddaughter." A bunch of old guys became shameless, and the young people of the country could only retreat. These old guys in the village all want to marry their granddaughters to Lin Moyu. The total number of these granddaughters is estimated to be tens of thousands. Wu Xingzuan's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. How can these old guys be so thick-skinned? I seem to have a few great-granddaughters. On the 4th floor of the Inheritance Tower, Lin Moyu used his soul to communicate with the mist. The mist entered the soul world again and directly found the trapped planet where cloud detection technique is located. At the same time, Lin Moyu also received the spell information. The difficulty of this spell is much more difficult than luck exploration technique. It is not a new technique, but an ascension based on the fortune detection technique. The technique is called luck control technique, and its function can control luck, such as improving luck or reducing luck. It has an effect on both yourself and others. It's just that the degree of control varies from person to person. Some people can increase it from 50 to 80, while some people can only increase it to 60 or even 55. The same is true for reduced luck, and reduced luck is also caused by light. The luck affected by luck control technique is only temporary and will disappear after a certain period of time. The duration of the effect is related to the strength of the caster. You can actually control luck. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised, but he thought of the mysterious power in the Yunwu Mountain test. Didn't that mysterious power suppress his luck? Manipulating luck involves more laws of cause and effect, which should be restricted and cannot be used casually. If you face a person with particularly strong luck and suppress his luck, you might get a backlash. There is no explicit explanation in the technique, but Lin Moyu analyzed some information based on his superficial understanding of the law of cause and effect. Luck control technique, like the virtual and real world, has two sides and cannot be used casually. Used well, it is a sharp blade for killing enemies. If used incorrectly, it will kill you. Lin Moyu quickly learned and understood the luck control technique, and deeply realized that it was the sublimation of the luck exploration technique, and it was extremely difficult to control the luck of the ethereal forest. It involves more laws of cause and effect. Lin Moyu resisted the urge to understand the laws of cause and effect and only studied luck control technique. Once the law of cause and effect is studied, it cannot be solved in a short time, and it may take hundreds of years to pass. For the time being, he still allowed himself to be a person who knew what was happening but didn't know why. However, Lin Moyu still realized that luck control technique was like his undead wings and time curse, which could be used as a reference for the law of cause and effect. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can study it carefully. Lin Moyu's heart has been attracted by the law of cause and effect. This virtual law, like the laws of time and space, has a fatal attraction history. He has a feeling that if he wants to reach the ultimate peak, he needs to reconcile reality with reality. The combination of virtuality and reality, and the mutual illumination of yin and yang, are the essence of this world. Luck control technique is quite difficult. Fortunately, Lin Moyu has enough understanding and it is not difficult for him. It didn't take long for him to master the luck control technique. The fog that originally shrouded the planet quickly blended in and merged with the luck exploration technique. Lin Moyu found that the fortune detection technique he had just mastered disappeared and became an upgraded version of the fortune control technique. Luck control technique has all the functions of luck detection technique, and can also detect luck, while also adding control capabilities. All the mist merged into the magic planet formed by probe and fortune technique, and the magic planet began to rotate rapidly. The speed is getting faster and faster, and lightning even appears on it. This scene seems familiar. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. This is going to be sublimated. Once upon a time, the magic was sublimated, and the magic planet turned into a magic star. This process seemed to be like this. After the rotation reached a certain level, the entire planet exploded. Immediately afterwards, a magic star blooming with bright light rose slowly in the center of the explosion. The magic planet, Yuanran, can really sublimate into a magic star. Lin Moyu was really shocked this time. What happened in front of him once again subverted his cognition. He thought of what Antares once said, that without unparalleled luck, it would be impossible for a magic skill to be mastered to become a magic star. But now there is no chance against heaven. How come it has been sublimated? This is so incredible that Lin Moyu can't understand it at all. But this also made Lin Moyu realize how powerful the Yunwu sect was as an ancient sect. The so-called heaven-defying opportunity is nothing more than an inheritance from the Yunwu sect. However, if you look carefully, you will find that the magic stars that were just born are still different from those of your own. When the star was born, although there was a big explosion, there was no black hole where the ruins of the big world could be seen. Compared with those of my own magic stars, they seem to be a little weaker. Lin Moyu regained consciousness. Master Wu seemed a little impatient and immediately asked, "How is it? Have you learned it?" She seemed a little nervous, but also a little excited. It seems that I hope Lin Moyu can learn it, but I don't want Lin Moyu to learn it. This contradictory thought was clearly visible on her expression. Lin Moyu looked at the stone tablet in the distance. It's better to use the stone tablet as a test subject. Master Wu said, "Yes, there are 3 stone tablets there, each with different luck. You have to adjust their luck so that they are close to each other, and the difference between the lowest and the highest cannot exceed 10 points. Okay." Lin Moyu walked towards the stone tablet, and the requirement was that the difference should not exceed 10 points to pass. But this is just the basis. If you want to get better results, you need to make the luck value of the stone tablet closer, preferably exactly the same. Arriving in front of the stone tablet, Lin Moyu popped up the luck control technique he had just mastered, and the 3 stone tablets immediately reflected their respective luck values. The stone tablet on the left has a value of 80 and is light red. The stone tablet in the middle has a value of 60 and is green. The stone tablet on the right has a value of 40 and is light green. When the luck exceeds 80, the color will change from green to red. As the luck increases, the red will become stronger and stronger. Once the luck is lower than 20, it will appear gray, indicating that the luck is very bad and no matter what you do, it will not go well. Between 21 and 79, there are different shades of green, which means you are lucky. Whether you can succeed in what you want to do depends on the difficulty of the thing. Like the luck of the stone tablet, because it does not involve other things, the probability of change is extremely low. But the creature is different. Because the creature is always moving, its luck value is always changing. Maybe a word, a thought, or something you are about to do will affect your luck. The luck control technique can only reflect the luck value at this time point. Following the method of luck control, Lin Moyu began to adjust the luck value of the stone tablet. Taking the middle steel as a benchmark, he wanted to reduce the luck value of the left steel. When the luck control technique is activated, the luck value of the stone tablet changes immediately. It changed from light red to thick green, and the value also changed from 80 to 79. At this time, Lin Moyu felt that his soul seemed to be under some kind of pressure, and a force from the underworld fell on his soul. This is cause and effect. I adjusted the luck value of the stone tablet, planted the cause, and received the result of the stone tablet. What this result is, I cannot determine, but the cause and effect has been established, and I must bear this result. Lin Moyu's heart was as clear as a mirror and he immediately understood what was going on. The law of cause and effect is like a big net of nothingness. It exists in the illusory side of the big world. Everything you do in daily life will establish cause and effect. Everything has a cause and an effect, and these causal relationships will be constantly established and broken. Some causes and effects will offset, and some will accumulate. The great net of the law of cause and effect is running like this in the world of nothingness, and no one can escape. He couldn't feel cause and effect before, and could only see the line of cause and effect under certain circumstances. That's the law of cause and effect showing up, and it's basically of no use. Now, he has received part of Yunwu Nong's inheritance, and through the luck control technique, he can finally feel the cause and effect that falls on him. Lin Moyu had a new understanding of cause and effect, but he continued to adjust the values without stopping. From unfamiliarity to proficiency, Lin Moyu's adjustment speed is getting faster and faster. As the steel's luck decreases, more and more causes and effects fall on it, and the resistance to adjustment becomes greater and greater. Soul power is being consumed rapidly, and adjusting the opponent's luck requires a huge soul. Fortunately, Lin Moyu replenishes his soul quickly, so this consumption is nothing. After just 5 minutes, Lin Moyu fixed the luck value of the stone tablet on the left to 60, no more, no less. Seems a bit simple. The adjustment was so simple that even Lin Moyu felt a little weird. He felt that any high-level god could do it. After thinking about it, doing it, I then adjusted the stone tablet on the right. This time, I wanted to increase the luck value. Once again, cause and effect were established. Different from lowering the luck value, when the luck value was increased, Lin Moyu found that the pressure on his soul was even greater. Not only is the consumption of soul power intensified, but a sense of emptiness arises spontaneously, and the body becomes heavy. Lin Moyu realized that improving luck was not easy, and he had to bear greater consequences. Just as he was adjusting, he suddenly discovered that the luck value of the stone tablet on the left began to slowly rise again. It turns out that the difficulty lies here. The stone tablet told Lin Moyu with facts that even if it is a dead object, its luck value will still change. The luck value of this steel is 80. No matter how Lin Moyu adjusts it, whether it increases or decreases, it will return to its original value after a period of time. This is just a dead thing. If it were a living thing, the changes would be even more dramatic. At the same time, Lin Moyu also realized that luck control technique can only be used at the most critical time, and it will not work if it is used too early or too late. Facing the stone tablet on the left that was slowly rising, Lin Moyu once again used the luck control technique to adjust its luck value. Doing two things at once is not difficult for Lin Moyu. This time the speed was faster than before. In just 2 minutes, the luck value had been adjusted. The luck value of the 3 stone tablets has reached 60 steadily, and they look exactly the same. However, Lin Moyu continued to make subtle adjustments. He found that although the values were the same, the colors displayed were still slightly different. He realized that the accuracy of numerical values alone was not enough. Ordinary practitioners may not notice this, after all, the difference is already very small. But he couldn't hide it. His keen soul allowed him to clearly feel the difference. After another half-minute of adjustment, the 3 stone tablets not only had the same values, but also the colors became exactly the same, with even the slightest difference gone. Lin Moyu maintained this state and waited for about 10 seconds. The stone tablet shook at the same time, and the connection between him and the stone tablet was disconnected. Lin Moyu felt that the cause and effect between himself and the stone tablet was broken. The cause and effect established before was now gone. The 3 stone tablets glowed brightly at the same time, and the scene in front of them rippled like water waves again. When the picture became clear again, Lin Moyu knew that he had reached another level. It should be the 7th floor. Lin Moyu thinks he has done it perfectly. If he can't reach the 7th floor like this, it will be even harder for others to do it. Master Wu appeared in sight, her expression still full of disbelief. Although she had been shocked many times, she still couldn't help but be shocked again. How did you do it? How did you pass it all at once? Lin Moyu smiled, it doesn't seem difficult. Mr. Wu screamed strangely, how can it not be difficult? There are very few people who can pass it in one go. Even if you can adjust the luck value to be the same, you can only teleport to the 6th floor at most. To reach the 7th level, you need to adjust the color to the same level, based on the same luck value. It's easy to adjust the luck value, but it's difficult to adjust the color. You have to do 2 things at once. Only one person in a million can do it. You are really amazing. It's over, I have a new master, and I have endless things to do. Master Wu seemed to be very worried about his next fate, with a sad face. Lin Moyu smiled and said, don't worry, even if I become your new master, you won't be too busy. Mr. Wu's eyes lit up, really? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I promise. As he spoke, he walked towards the center of the 7th floor to receive the new inheritance. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain, Wu Xingzuan saw the inheritance tower light up to the 7th floor, and shouted again, great job. Then his eyes flickered and he said to himself, in addition to my great-granddaughter, I also have several apprentices. It seems that the apprentices also have granddaughters. Unknowingly, Wu Xingzuan's ideas were led astray by the crooked old man in the village. Inheritance Tower, 7th floor, level inheritance. In addition to the supreme inheritance, this is already the highest inheritance in Yunwu sect. Even from the former Yunwu sect, there were not many people who could get here. For most of the disciples, learning the operation control technique was the limit. The clouds and mist still shrouded the magic star of luck control technique, as always, which made Lin Moyu realize that the magic star could continue to improve. Could it be that we can continue to advance to the white star level? It would be too outrageous. A large piece of information was passed into the soul, and Lin Moyu immediately calmed down and accepted the inheritance. The 3rd inheritance is explosive luck technique, which is still the control of luck, and is a new development of luck control technique. Compared with the gentleness of luck control technique, explosive luck technique has suddenly transformed and become extremely intense. Explosive luck technique has 2 uses. One is to detonate the opponent's luck and directly attack the opponent with the power of cause and effect. The strength of the attack that triggers luck is a combination of your own soul power, luck, and the opponent's luck. Generally speaking, the stronger your own soul power, the higher your luck value, and the lower the opponent's luck value, the greater your power. If the 2 have similar strength and similar luck, explosive luck technique will not have much effect. However, if the Yunwu sect can become a large ancient sect, how could it not take this into consideration? Explosive luck technique can become their advanced inheritance, so how can it be so useless? Explosive luck technique, in addition to detonating the opponent's luck, another function is to detonate one's own luck. The detonation here will make your luck skyrocket. First use explosion luck technique to increase your own luck, and then use luck control technique to weaken the opponent's luck. Finally, use explosive luck technique to detonate the opponent's luck. One will ebb and flow, and the opponent will suffer a terrible causal attack. According to the inheritance, as long as you practice the explosive luck technique to the extreme, you are basically invincible. What a heaven-defying magic! The senior who created this technique is definitely the one. How did you come up with this? Without understanding the law of cause and effect, you directly used luck to trigger the law of cause and effect to attack. Lin Moyu admires the Yunwu sect very much. The person who can come up with such a technique must be Tianzuan. As far as he knew, the Supreme Being could not reach this level. Although explosive luck technique is very powerful, it also has a shortcoming: it is too difficult to comprehend. Lin Moyu discovered from the inheritance of explosive luck technique that if one fails to understand the worldview of the Yunwu sect, he or she will only have a superficial grasp of explosive luck technique, at most, and it will be difficult to achieve the invincibility in the same situation as mentioned in the inheritance. The Yunwu sect not only has these three techniques, but also has many powerful offensive techniques. Even if it is only used in conjunction with the luck control technique, it is already amazingly powerful. Lin Moyu understood the explosive luck technique and knew that the previous explosive luck technique and luck control technique were actually preparations for the explosive luck technique. This technique is the real joy of mastery. Lin Moyu is now looking forward to what the supreme inheritance will be. The understanding of explosive luck technique is not as good as before. Even Lin Moyu needs to spend a lot of time and integrate his concepts of the virtual and real world with it. Time passed little by little, and Lin Moyu sat cross-legged and motionless. Master Wu seemed a little bored, looking at Lin Moyu on the left and Lin Moyu on the right. She didn't bother Lin Moyu, her eyes were always full of anxiety. If Lin Moyu really becomes the new master, I don't know what he will do to himself. Where has his old master gone? Why is he missing? Although Master Wu is a weapon spirit, he is rich in emotions and is no worse than any other living being. 30 days later, Lin Moyu's breath, which had been silent for a long time, fluctuated again. A strong breath rose from his body, and an invisible force hovered above Lin Moyu's head, like clouds and mist, faintly emitting the sound of a dragon's roar. Looking carefully, there is indeed a dragon hovering in the clouds and mist, majestic and powerful. Master Wu's eyes widened. Luck is like a dragon, really luck is like a dragon, his luck is too strong. After a while, Lin Moyu opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes, the effect is good. He just tried to use explosive luck technique to increase his luck. He could clearly feel that his luck had almost doubled. It's a pity that my luck cannot be detected, I can only feel it roughly. Lin Moyu felt that his luck, with the blessing of explosive luck technique, seemed to have broken through the limit and reached another level. The limit of luck is 100. If you exceed 100, you can reach another level called luck like a dragon in the inheritance. I had reached this level just now, but unfortunately it was only temporary and could only last for a while. But it's enough. Although I haven't tested the power of explosive luck technique yet, it just greatly improves luck, which is an extremely powerful ability. In some special circumstances, it can produce unexpected effects. Lord Wu was surprised. You realized it in just 10 days? Lin Moyu asked knowingly, is 30 days fast? Master Wu snorted, of course it's fast. I've seen the core disciples of Yunwu sect take 50 years to scratch the surface. 30 days, 50 years, there's a big difference. Lin Moyu chuckled, maybe it's because I'm too smart. TCH. Lord Wu snorted with disdain, then go and try and see if you can get the supreme inheritance. Then she explained the rules of the assessment. The target of this assessment is still the stone tablets, and the number has once again changed from 3 to 1. The assessment method is to use explosive luck technique to attack the stone tablet, and the score will be determined based on the strength of the attack. Lin Moyu came to the stone tablet and first detected the luck value of the stone tablet. The dazzling red light blinded Lin Moyu's eyes. The luck of the stone tablet was as high as 90. It was red and very powerful. Explosive luck technique uses one's own soul power, one's own luck and the target's luck difference to obtain the final damage zone. The greater the difference in luck values, the greater the damage. Facing the stone tablet, the soul power can almost be ignored. This is a dead thing, no matter how strong your soul is, it will never tire of its use. The main test is the mastery of explosive luck technique. With such a high luck value, it is difficult for ordinary people to reach 90. Their own luck is not as good as it. Explosive luck technique will not only hurt it, but it will backfire if it is not done well. Use explosive luck technique to improve your own luck, and then weaken its luck to form an effective attack. But the limit of my own luck is only 100. The opponent has 90 points of luck. Even if it is reduced by 20 points, the difference between the two is only 30 points. How much damage can it cause? Lin Moyu realized the difficulty of this assessment. The difference in luck between the two is too small. A difference of 30 points will not cause too much damage. Lin Moyu estimates that if you want to get good results, you must create a difference of at least 50 points. If you want to obtain the supreme inheritance, the difference will be even greater. Lin Moyu did not take action immediately, but looked at the adults on the side. Master Wu, if you want to obtain the supreme inheritance, what should you do? Master, she did not hide anything. It's very simple, just smash the stone tablet to pieces. It is definitely not easy to smash the stone monument. Lin Moyu frowned. If you want to smash the stone monument, the difference in luck is estimated to be more than 80 points. Mr. Wu said, it's more or less the same. I don't know the specifics. It's not easy anyway. I know that there are only 3 people who can smash stone monuments, including the old master. 3 people are 3 people who have the talent of being a god and understand the world of reality and reality. One of them is Huangwu Tianzuan, and Lin Moyu doesn't know who the other 2 are. But he is confident that he will soon be the 4th. Lin Moyu is smiling, I am the 4th one. He let out a light drink, and his soul power exploded. He activated the explosive luck technique, and began to drastically suppress the stone tablet's luck value. The luck value of the stone tablet dropped at an alarming rate, and its color quickly changed from dark red to light red. When the luck value dropped below 80, the red suddenly turned into a rich green. Then the green began to fade quickly. Suppressing the target's luck, a trace of causal power falls on him, gradually forming 5. As the steel's luck value gets lower and lower, Lin Moyu is under increasing pressure. The soul power is being consumed rapidly, and the speed is getting faster and faster. When the luck value of the steel fell below 40, the pressure on Lin Moyu had increased several times. The speed of soul power consumption has also increased threefold. Even with the frantic replenishment of the world tree, soul power is still gradually decreasing. After that, every time the luck value drops, the consumption of soul power will increase exponentially. When the luck value of the stone tablet reaches 30, the consumption of soul power is already 10 times that of normal circumstances. Under this situation, Lin Moyu couldn't bear it. Not enough, not even close. Make sure to get it below 20. As long as you can reduce the luck value of the stone tablet to 20, then detonate your own luck to reach the limit of 100. That way, the difference can be at least 80 points. If you use explosive luck, again, you will have a chance to blow up the stone monument. The luck value is still declining. Driven by Lin Moyu, regardless of the cost, some people in World Tree are unable to make ends meet. The 9-color dragon soul crystal, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly let out a dragon roar. It sprays out 9-color dragon breath to cover the soul, and the 9-color dragon breath turns into billowing soul power. Lin Moyu's spirit was shocked. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal had not been moved for a long time, and he almost forgot that this guy existed. With its addition, the soul has power again. Lin Moyu worked harder and continued to pressure Bei's luck. Lin Moyu doesn't know that under normal circumstances, the luck suppression is only about 20 to 30 points. Like Lin Moyu, it is very difficult to suppress someone with more than 70 points. It was precisely because he didn't know that Lin Moyu was fearless and went straight to it. The luck value decreases little by little. 25, 24, 23, finally, the stone tablet's luck value reached 19, and the light green turned into gray instantly. At this time, the stone tablet is plagued by bad luck and is in danger of death at any time. To it, fragmentation is death. It's reached the limit. Lin Moyu realized that he could no longer suppress his luck. 19 was the limit. At this moment, the pressure on my body is already very huge, as if I am carrying a galaxy, and I am breathless. The huge pressure brought by the law of cause and effect is simply incomprehensible unless you have been involved in it. Luck, explode. Lin Moyu shouted in his heart, and he exploded his luck. Luck rises sharply, clouds and mist fly out of the head, and the dragon captain moans endlessly. Lin Moyu didn't dare to delay for a second and immediately detonated the stone monument's luck. The law of cause and effect descends, attacking in a form that Lin Moyu cannot understand. Lin Moyu seized the opportunity and opened the eyes of his soul to the maximum, wanting to see what the law of cause and effect looked like. He seemed to see a layer of illusory and hazy mist. The mist that should have been hidden behind the world suddenly flickered. There was no huge movement, and the stone tablet shattered. The stone tablet was broken into pieces, as fine as powder. The whole process happened in an instant, less than a billionth of a second, and even with Lin Moyu's eyesight, he couldn't see it clearly. Master Wu watched Lin Moyu being teleported away with his own eyes in disbelief. She muttered to herself, "It's over, we really need a new owner. There's going to be a new owner. There's going to be a new owner." She kept repeating the same words, and it was obvious that she was very worried. At the foot of the mountain, Saint Hao couldn't help but let out a loud roar. The power of the Holy Lord exploded uncontrollably. At this moment, Holy Lord Hao became a little bit out of control. As a result, the whole village seemed to have experienced a terrible storm, and almost all the houses were blown away. The ancestors were blown hundreds of meters away by the storm in great embarrassment and fell heavily to the ground. In this world of rules, only the Holy Lord can exert some power. Those powerful ancestors are just ordinary people with relatively strong bodies. Saint Hao's one gaffe made them extremely embarrassed. But none of them dared to go to Wu Xingzuan to argue. That would be asking for trouble. The inheritance tower is all lit up. That kid is going to get the supreme inheritance. My God, there are so many of us, so many years, but we are not as good as a little guy who just came here. We all live to be 17 dogs. I'm not exaggerating, everyone here, including myself, are trash. The 10th floor of the inheritance tower is a place where even Lord Wu, the weapon spirit, cannot enter. The space that had been sealed in dust for countless years finally welcomed a new guest. From ancient times to the present, the number of people who are qualified to come here does not exceed the number of palms. Lin Moyu looked at the space carefully. The space was not big, and he could see it all at a glance. There is a thin layer of mist filling the space, but it does not block the view. In the middle of the space, there is an extremely huge pearl floating, which is exactly the one on the top of the inheritance tower. When I saw it outside Yunwu Mountain, there was a clear difference between seeing it from a distance and seeing it up close. There was a strange look in Lin Moyu's eyes. This pearl gave him a feeling of déjà vu. It's somewhat similar to Princess Luotian's pair of pearls. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, Luotian's pair of pearls should also come from ancient times. It seems that strong men in ancient times also had a special liking for pearls. Suddenly, the pearl burst into light, and all the mist in the 10th layer of space rolled back and was sucked into the pearl. The entire space became extremely bright and the fields were clearly separated. A large number of ancient symbols appeared around the space, and then the space changed and the surroundings turned into a starry sky. Countless stars are shining brightly and prosperously. Countless cultivators shuttled back and forth in the starry sky. Each of them was powerful and fast. Some control magic weapons, some fly alone, and some shuttle through space. The starry sky in front of me is many times more prosperous than the starry sky today. Each galaxy here has several stars and hundreds of planets. There are astonishingly many galaxies like this one after another. It also brought a massive amount of resources, enough to cultivate a large number of practitioners. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with shock. This is the big world in ancient times, so prosperous. The pearls sparkled, and a figure stepped out of the light. He has a majestic demeanor and sharp features. Just by looking at him, Lin Moyu can be sure that he must have been in a high position for a long time. His eyes swept across the starry sky, seemingly with nostalgia, and finally landed on Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt like he had been seen through. The previous saints and supreme beings had never given him this feeling. Lin Moyu immediately realized that the person in front of him was the Heavenly Lord, the previous generation owner of the Inheritance Tower, Huanyuan Tianzuan. Unexpectedly, Huanwu Tianzuan still left a trace of soul consciousness here. Lin Moyu immediately saluted, "Junior Lin Moyu, I have met the Huanwu Tianzuan." Huanwu Tianzuan showed a smile. "Those who can come here are all smart people." The implication is that I am not surprised that Lin Moyu can guess his identity. Huanwu Tianzuan then sighed, "Such a starry sky should be gone." Lin Moyu's mood also became heavy with his words. "The starry sky is still there, but it's not so prosperous anymore." Huanwu Tianzuan sighed, "War is always cruel." His words seemed to have boundless magic, and a simple sentence could arouse other people's emotions. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh, "But sometimes, you have to fight." "Yes, we have to fight." Huanwu Tianzuan turned around and asked, "How many years have passed since our time?" He has been sleeping, unaware of the passage of time, only knowing that their era is over. Lin Moyu calculated, "About 2 million years." Huanwu Tianzuan was not surprised. "It's been quite a long time, 2 million years, even if there wasn't that war, I would have died." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Can't Tianzuan live forever?" Huanwu Tianzuan gave out a deep smile. "Longevity is not easy. The Holy Lord has 100,000 years, the Supreme Lord has 200,000 years, and even the Heavenly Lord only has 500,000 years. Lin Moyu was shocked. "In your time, the Holy Lord could live for 100,000 years. Huanwu Tianzuan was a little surprised. "Can't the current Holy Lord live for 100,000 years? Lin Moyu shook his head. "If you can't live, it will only be 50,000 years old at most, and most of them will not even be 40,000 years old. Huanwu Tianzuan frowned. "Let me see." He looked up to the sky, and his breath suddenly became sharp. In the starry sky, it seemed as if a huge black hole had been opened, and a terrible aura was revealed from the black hole. Lin Moyu's body sank so hard that he almost sat down on the ground. The purple gold body is shining, and the soul world that has just turned into the prototype of the rule world is also trembling at this moment. This power represents supremacy and is incomparable. Lin Moyu reluctantly raised his head, looked through the black hole, and saw the scene on the other side of the black hole. Great World Rune. Lin Moyu trembled in his heart. He actually saw the Great World Rune in the real world. Tianzuan's power is so strong that even a trace of soul will can easily open the passage to the runes of the big world. It is conceivable that if the main body of Huanwu Tianzuan is here, then it will not only look at the big world runes, but may also be able to truly reach the space where the big world runes are located. The moment the black hole was opened, the entire world of rules shook violently, and invisible power fell out of thin air. Those ancestors had just stood up, but now they were pushed to the ground again. One by one, they were lying on the ground, extremely embarrassed. Even Saint Hao almost fell to the ground at this moment, but he managed to hold on. What happened? Wu Xingzuan was shocked. This power was far beyond his imagination. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment. He felt like an ant, extremely insignificant. At the same time, he began to worry about Lin Moyu. Don't let anything happen. It doesn't matter if you don't get the inheritance, come back alive and well. Saint Hao kept muttering in his heart, and he even regretted bringing Lin Moyu here. On the 7th floor of the inheritance tower, Master Wu raised his head and murmured, "Old Master, it's the aura of the Old Master. Old Master, it turns out you haven't left yet. People didn't say bad things about you before, so don't be angry. Xiaowu is very well behaved." Lin Moyu saw the Great World Rune again, and the cracks on the Great World Rune became more and more serious. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, as the situation of the Great World Runes worsened again. It hadn't been many years since the last time I saw him, and it seemed to be deteriorating faster than expected. Lin Moyu feels that Xing Lao's worries are still too good. If this continues, the resources of the big world will be depleted at an accelerated rate, and competition among various races will begin. But the good thing is that not many people can see the runes of the big world, at least the Holy Lord can't see them if he wants to. Xing Lao can't see it either. Maybe he has a way to sense it, but it's impossible to see it clearly like Huanwu Tianzuan. This is also a time window for humans to prepare and respond earlier. But, can this world be smooth? Lin Moyu had a vague premonition in his heart. He even wanted to detect the luck value of the big world rune to see if its color was red, green, or gray. The Supreme Illusion Mist withdrew its power after lasting for only 2 seconds, and the channel disappeared. The world has regained its calm, and only the runes in the space of the Inheritance Tower are still shining. Huanwu Tianzuan has consumed a lot of power and seems a bit frivolous. After all, he is just a trace of a remnant soul. His power is powerful in nature, but the quantity is not enough. The starry sky transformed by the runes illuminated a large amount of starlight and fell on the remnant soul of Huanwu Tianzuan, allowing the remnant soul to recover. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, is there any result?" Huan Wutian sighed respectfully, "Our home is ruined." Lin Moyu's heart sank. Huanwu Tianzuan's words were a very bad answer. He suppressed his uneasiness and asked, "Is there still a chance for nirvana?" Huanwu Tianzuan shook his head, "There is not much hope." "It's not a big hope, but there is still hope." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Huanwu Tianzuan didn't say anything to death. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he can try. Huanwu Tianzuan said, "A glimmer of hope is almost the same as not having it." Lin Moyu's tone became decisive, "Senior, please tell me how to repair the runes of the great world and bring the world back to life." The eyes of Huanwu Tianzuan were bright, and thousands of stars emerged out of thin air, reflecting on Lin Moyu. "Do you know how much karma you will bear if you really want to do that? You have great luck, but you may not be able to carry it. With your qualifications, you have the opportunity to rush onto the divine path, become a deity, and transcend this big world. You still have time. As long as you can reach Tianzuan, even if this world is destroyed, you will not die. If you choose to repair it, you will be trapped here and die with it. Are you sure you want to do this?" Huanwu Tianzuan's words fell heavily on Lin Moyu like mountains and seas. Lin Moyu faces 2 choices. One is to live and die with the big world. If he succeeds, the big world can be repaired without even needing nirvana. If he fails, he will perish with the big world. The second option is that he rushes to the divine path with his amazing qualifications, reaches the level of God, and transcends the world. Even if the world dies, he can still live. With Tianzuan's lifespan, it would not be a problem to live for hundreds of thousands more years. But for Lin Moyu, he had no choice. He can't give up on the big world. He can't give up on his wife in the sleeping coffin, and it's also impossible for him to give up on his friends and seniors in the big world. Even if he can transcend, these people will die when the world is destroyed. Lin Moyu showed a smile and said, "Senior, I'm sure." Huanwu Tianzuan can naturally see Lin Moyu's determination. "If this is the case, then I will tell you the method of repairing the runes of the great world. But before that, I want to know more about what happened to the world in these years." When I looked at the ruins of the big world before, I discovered some problems. Lin Moyu immediately recounted what happened after ancient times. It included the pictures he had seen through the runes. The giants collapsed, the runes evolved into secret realms, and various races competed for them. 100,000 years ago, when the human race was almost destroyed, Xiao Zhantian came into the world to turn the tide. He single-handedly ended the modern era. While narrating, Lin Moyu also kept paying attention to Huanwu Tianzuan's expression. Huanwu Tianzuan didn't seem to have any reaction. Maybe he was used to seeing too many big things, so he took some things for granted. When he saw that the ruins of the Great World were seriously damaged and knew that the world was about to be destroyed, he just sighed. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, Huanwu Tianzuan said, "This is cause and effect." His tone was extremely calm. Back then, when we plundered the origins of the worlds from all sides, the cause was planted. The human race was almost wiped out, and this is the result. Lin Moyu was shocked. Isn't the law of cause and effect a law of the big world? How could it be so? Laws belong to the big world, how can they backfire on themselves? In Lin Moyu's understanding, cause and effect are all for the creatures within the big world, and the big world itself should be above cause and effect. Huanwu Tianzuan did not explain. When you get to Tianzuan, you will naturally understand. This world is far more complicated than you think. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, do you have a way to repair the ruins of the Great World?" It is not easy to repair the ruins of the big world, but there are still methods, but they are not necessarily effective. Huanwu Tianzuan said slowly, and Lin Moyu immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The method of repairing the big world is very difficult, and the probability of repair is only about 30%. Huanwu Tianzuan not only told Lin Moyu how to repair the ruins of the Great World, but also told Lin Moyu how to achieve Tianzuan without relying on divine ways and transcend the Great World. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that if he wanted to become a supreme being, even a deity, he could do it without taking the spiritual path. There is another path to take. But taking that path is equivalent to drawing a clear line with the big world. Strictly speaking, you are no longer a person in the big world. At the same time, it will also cause some damage to the big world. In the past, the big world could still bear this kind of damage. But now, that's just rubbing salt into the wound. Huanwu Tianzuan said, "You still have a chance to make a choice before you step into the Supreme." Although Lin Moyu has already made a decision, Huanwu Tianzuan still gave Lin Moyu two choices. As for how to choose, it all depends on Lin Moyu himself. Huanwu Tianzuan said sincerely, "You still have time, and the world also still has time. It is a blessing for the human race to have an outstanding descendant like you born in this era. The inheritance has been given to you, and the Yunwu sect, Wang Zhaozhao, has a successor. Perhaps this inheritance will be helpful to what you want to do. We people are ashamed of the world and countless living beings. I will use this remaining soul to finally do something for this world." The majestic aura rose again, the starry sky changed, and a star map appeared in front of his sight. Lin Moyu was suppressed by the breath of Huanwu Tianzuan and was speechless. He even stopped breathing and could only watch helplessly. He didn't know what Huanwu Tianzuan was going to do, he only knew that he was going to do something big. On the star map, many stars appeared, and Lin Moyu discovered that they were star fields belonging to various races. Demon Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, Bull Demon Clan, Flying Python Clan, Blackstone Clan. There are all races, big and small. Huanwu Tianzuan's whole body aura reached its peak, and he drank softly, explode. The explosive luck technique suddenly activated, and Huanwu and Tianzuan's luck rose sharply. Dragon roars resounded. Huanwu Tianzuan's voice was extremely low, "Burn my soul and steal your luck." Yunwu Mountain collapsed, and the entire Huanwu sect inheritance collapsed. This originally broken world of rules began to collapse as the last remnant soul of Huanwu Tianzuan disappeared. Huanwu Tianzuan used all the power at his disposal to do the last thing for the human race and this big world. He deprived all ethnic groups of their luck and gave it back to the Great World. Although the Great World rune cannot be repaired, it can at least last for a while longer. The extra time is very important to the world, to the human race, and to Lin Moyu. When everything disappeared, the only thing that finally fell into Lin Moyu's hands was the pearl. That is the supreme inheritance of the Fantasy Mist sect. Saint Hao and all the ancestors were once again pressed to the ground, unable to move. The power of Huanwu Tianzuan swept across the entire world of rules, making them feel chilled. It was not until the world of rules completely collapsed and the power of Huanwu Tianzuan completely disappeared that they recovered. At this moment, they have returned to the big world. The law returns to the body, because the breath of the world blows in the face. Everyone looked at each other. The inheritance has collapsed. Lin Xiaoyu should have obtained the supreme inheritance, so the inheritance collapsed directly. That should be the case, and we don't have to try again and again. It would be great if you can get it. I don't know what is in this supreme inheritance. 817. No matter what it is, it's not something you and I can get. At this time, Wu Xingzuan's voice rang in the ears of the ancestors. You should go home first, and remember not to tell anyone about what happened here. Wu Xingzuan did not keep these old shameless guys. But these ancestors did not leave, but said shamelessly, Lord, Holy Lord, I want to say a few words to Xiaoyu Lin. Saint Hao said angrily, there's nothing to say, hurry up and get out, or I will take action. How could Wu Xingzuan not know what these old guys wanted to say? They just wanted to trick Lin Moyu into going home, and then give all their hundreds of granddaughters to Lin Moyu. Wu Xingzuan will not give them this opportunity. He has blocked the fortress himself, and these guys will not have their turn. Under Wu Xingzuan's strict order to drive people away, a group of old guys had no choice but to leave. After the golf gang shamelessly drove away, Wu Xingzuan looked at Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu is looking into the distance, with wonder and thinking in his eyes. At the same time, the aura emanating from Lin Moyu shocked Saint Hao. The aura exuding from Lin Moyu's body is exactly the aura of the world of rules. How can this be? Saint Hao couldn't believe it. No matter what he saw or felt, it was extremely outrageous and completely inconsistent with common sense. Lin Moyu is only a god, and he is only a first-level god. How can a world of rules appear in his body? That's something that doesn't even exist in the other shore realm. Could it be because of the inheritance of Yunwu sect? Saint Hao couldn't figure it out and could only blame the Yunwu sect. As a large ancient sect, the Yunwu sect has some strange things that are not unacceptable. Lin Moyu has a world of rules, so what he is looking at now can be easily revealed. At this moment, Lin Moyu's eyes were full of complexity. In his sight, there is a new divine road. That is the road from the Holy One to the Supreme. There have been countless holy masters who have set foot on the divine road, walked to the end, and achieved the Supreme. This is also the road to heaven built by the great world for the Holy Lord. It's a pity that the path to God is now broken, so in this era, no one can achieve the Supreme. The divine path lies between reality, and is said to be invisible to all non-holy beings. In fact, it is not because of the Holy Lord, but because of the rules of the world. The world of rules is an independent world, and it also has both virtual and real sides. So when the world of rules is established, you have the qualification to see the divine way. In the big world, there are hundreds of divine paths. 99 of them have been completely disconnected, making it impossible to move forward or redo them. Only the human race's divine path seems to be broken, and there seems to be a glimmer of opportunity. While Lin Moyu was observing the divine path, he was also thinking about the method mentioned by Huanwu Tianzuan. He has completely abandoned the method of not becoming a god, transcending the world, and achieving supreme or even heavenly status. He put down everything here and resolutely chose another path. If you want to repair the great world runes, you must first recast the divine path. Only by recasting the divine path and becoming the supreme of the great world can one be qualified to approach the runes of the great world and repair them. This is only the first step. The first step is extremely difficult. No one has done it since ancient times. As for the other things to prepare, it is no simpler than this step. If you can't even do the first step, everything else is just talk. Lin Moyu sighed, withdrew his gaze, and said to Saint Hao, Senior, this junior has fulfilled his mission. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out the pearl, which contained the supreme inheritance of the Yunwu sect. Saint Hao did not go to get the pearl, but said, just take a look at it first. Give it to me if you don't need it. Lin Moyu said, Senior, it's okay to take a look first and see if it's what you think. Saint Hao was also polite, that's fine. He reached out to pick up the pearl, but his hand passed through the pearl and could not reach it. Saint Hao showed a hint of surprise, and he tried several more times, but it was always the same. He used the rules of the virtual realm and the rules of the virtual realm, and found that he could not touch the pearl. The pearl is clearly right in front of you, but it seems like it doesn't exist at all. Even if he used the stored magic weapon to expand the world of rules, he could not have any impact on the pearl. Lin Moyu suddenly understood something and blurted out, this is a virtual thing. It was the first time Saint Hao heard this word, what is a virtual thing? Lin Moyu said, in the inheritance of Yunwu sect, everything in the world, and even the entire world, can be divided into two categories, virtual and real. What we usually come into contact with are real things that can be seen and touched. The inheritance of the Yunwu sect is a virtual inheritance, which cannot be seen, touched, or even felt. Lin Moyu briefly explained the Yunwu sect's inheritance philosophy, but the Holy Lord was obviously unable to understand it. To understand reality, you need to change your fundamental cognition. Just listening will not do anything. How difficult it is to change the essential cognition, and it is not something ordinary people can do. There were so many strong men in ancient times, but only 3 people in the entire Yunwu sect could do it. It was so difficult even then, let alone now. If you cannot understand the nature of reality, you will not be able to truly understand the Yunwu sect, let alone obtain the supreme inheritance of the Yunwu sect. This pearl is the best example. No matter what method Holy Lord Hao uses, he cannot touch it. And Lin Moyu can easily hold it by just reaching out. Saint Hao said with some helplessness, it seems that this inheritance has no chance with me, but it is enough for you to get it. Lin Moyu said, Senior, if you have any questions, just ask. Saint Hao asked, can you tell me about your experience in the inheritance tower? What exactly is the inheritance of the Yunwu sect? Lin Moyu smiled and said, of course, even if the seniors don't ask about this, the juniors will still have to talk about it. In the battleship, Wu Xingzong brewed a new pot of Taoist tea. But this time, Dao Shui was not used. Dao Shui was very rare and Wu Xingzhuan could not use it every time. Lin Moyu told in detail what happened after he stepped into Yunwu Mountain. Wu Xingzhuan has received many fragments of inheritance, and has obtained some Yunshuan sect spells. It can be deduced from this that the inheritance of Yunwu sect is related to luck. If you want to obtain the inheritance of Yunwu sect, you must find some people with extremely good luck, and those who are extremely lucky can successfully cultivate to the peak of the gods, or to the other side. It's okay for everyone to call them their ancestors. The result is that he has never been able to obtain the inheritance of Yunwu sect. Now I know that if you want to inherit, good or bad luck is only one aspect. Holy Lord Hao whispered, it's similar to our guess. The inheritance of Yunwu sect can control luck. I just didn't expect that in the supreme inheritance, there is still a trace of the remnant soul of Tianzuan. Recalling that I was suppressed and unable to move before, it was a very unpleasant feeling. But now that I think about it, the other party is Tianzuan. Even if it is just a remnant soul, he is still Tianzuan. Between the Holy Lord and the Heavenly Lord, there is a supreme being. There are 2 great realms apart. Thinking about it this way, Wu Xingzhuan felt much more balanced. At least he wasn't in a very embarrassed state, which was much better than those shameless old guys. Lin Moyu still hid some information because there were some things he couldn't say. It was impossible for him to tell Wu Xingzhuan that there was no hope in this world. Unless he can repair the Great World Rune, he can only wait for death. At the same time, he couldn't tell Saint Hao that there was another way. Because this road is equivalent to no other side for all human beings' current realms. Because when they reached the other side, they took a shortcut and cut themselves off from this path. For them, unless the divine path is recast one day, they can hope to step on the divine path and achieve supreme status. Otherwise, the limit in this life is the Holy Lord. The runes of the big world were damaged, which had a great impact on the entire world. All cultivators in the big world have their lifespans reduced. Saints in ancient times could live for 100,000 years. But now it is difficult to live even 50,000 years. Furthermore, resources are difficult to regenerate. Although the world is still expanding, it is meaningless. And as it continues to expand, the power of the world becomes more and more dispersed, and resources will only shrink faster. Until the big world expands to its limit, and its resources shrink to its limit, and eventually collapses completely. In the end, Huangwu Tianzuan burned the remaining souls, took away the luck of all races, and bought some time for the big world, but it was still limited. Lin Moyu felt that it was good for him to know about this kind of despair, and there was no need to tell Hao Xingzuan and others. Some things are better not to know than to know. Saint Hao said, after you go back, you must fully understand the inheritance of Yunwu sect. After you master the inheritance, and then your level will be higher, you can do the next thing. Lin Moyu asked, what's next? Saint Hao did not hide anything. We are going to find something to see if it can be of some help to the divine path. You also know that we have been working hard to repair the divine road for so many years. Although we don't know the method, countless experiments have yielded some results. The saints have been working hard and never give up. They know very well that their efforts may not be of much use, but they have to do it before they are willing to do it. Lin Moyu will not undermine their confidence. The battleship returned to the divine city, and Lin Moyu entered his training room. The soul world is also the prototype of its own rules world. There is a pearl floating in front of the soul. The supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect is inside. At this time, the sound of crying came from the pearl, and Lin Moyu was a little helpless. Xiaowu, you have been crying all the way, stop crying. Master, let me cry for a while. Master Wu's clear voice came from the pearl, and there were also choking sounds at the same time. Lin Moyu received the supreme inheritance and became Master Wu's new master. As a result, Master Wu became Xiaowu. The pearl contains not only the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect, but also what Huangwu Tianzuan wants to say to Xiaowu. Huangwu Tianzuan told Xiaowu the reason why he put her to sleep. Why should she be so busy at that time? Why should she be with a large number of Yunyuan sect disciples? Xiaowu finally knew that Huangwu Tianzuan was cultivating her spirituality. Only by constantly getting along with living beings and constantly communicating and talking can spirituality be gradually enhanced. In the end, Xiaowu had emotions similar to those of humans, allowing her to think like humans. The whole process is very slow and may take more than 10,000 years. Only with this foundation can Tianzuan Huangwu create a physical body for Xiaowu at the right time, turning Xiaoxue into a real person. Unfortunately, the Black Blood realm later invaded and the two realms fought, so Huan Tianzuan's idea could not be realized in the end. In order for Xiaowu to exist for a long time and retain the last glimmer of hope, Huangwu Tianzuan made Xiaowu fall into a deep sleep. And before Xiaowu fell asleep, Huangwu Tianzuan also strengthened Xiaowu's luck, which can be regarded as strengthening her hope. Even before the world of rules was broken, they tried their best to preserve this inheritance. For the Yunwu sect, I hope there will be successors, and secondly, for Xiaowu. As Xiaoxue's old master, Huangwu Tianzuan has done everything he can, and he has done everything he can to be kind and righteous. Xiaowu slept for 1,000,000 years, and it wasn't until Lin Moyu broke through Yunwu Mountain and entered the Yunwu Hall that Xiaowu woke up again. So she had no idea how many years had passed and what happened outside. To her, it was just a long sleep. After Xiaowu learned the truth of the matter, she burst into tears and cried non-stop. Lin Moyu didn't go to comfort her. There were some things that she needed to calm down on her own. After crying enough, I naturally gave up. Lin Moyu communicated with Pearl and began to formally accept the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect. Luck exploration technique, explosive luck technique. From basic to advanced and then to sublimation, the three techniques have been continuously upgraded, becoming an invincible technique. So what will it be in the supreme inheritance? A large amount of information is transmitted into the soul. Even if Lin Moyu's soul is strong enough, it feels full in an instant. Lin Moyu felt that he was thrust into the whole world, and countless mysterious and complicated truths were stuffed in at once. If it were an ordinary god, his soul would explode on the spot, and he would either die or become an idiot. Fortunately, the duration was not long, only a few dozen seconds, and all the information had been transmitted. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh at himself. Inheritance is dangerous, so be careful when accepting it. The next step is to sort out the information. The supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect is not a technique, but an endless concept. These concepts are a further sublimation of the theory of luck. They try to explain luck and cause and effect in a special way. If you can absorb it all, you may have a chance to understand the law of cause and effect. It is extremely difficult to understand the laws of virtuality. They cannot be seen, touched, or even felt. It can only be touched occasionally through some special methods. It is more difficult than the laws of time and space. Lin Moyu didn't expect that he could understand the law of cause and effect all at once. He could only take it slowly, step by step. As the information continued to be sorted out, his understanding of luck continued to deepen, and he came into contact with the second level above luck, the vastness of luck. The two words luck and chi luck are exactly the same, but the order is reversed, and they have completely different meanings. Everything, whether living or dead, has luck. When luck is exhausted, living things die and dead things collapse. You can look at the entire galaxy, the entire race, or even the entire world. The number of living things and dead things is too numerous to count. If you want to judge the life and death of an entire galaxy, race, or world. If you want to see the luck of the living and dead inside one by one, it is almost an impossible task. Even the Human Emperor Network can check the luck of every stone on every star in the human race. Therefore, luck appeared in the inheritance of Yunwu sect. Luck represents the entire galaxy, the entire race, and even the entire world. Even if it is like a big world, it still has its destiny. The stronger the luck, the stronger the world will be. When luck is weak, various problems will arise. 4.1. A small one can be a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, or a big one can be a catastrophe. While luck can change according to various reasons, the root of luck is still cause and effect, but it is more macroscopic. Once you understand luck, you can look down at the entire world from a higher perspective, and finally see through the boundaries of the void and understand cause and effect. This is the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect, from luck to luck, and then from luck to cause and effect. One ring within another, very tight. In the final analysis, it is because the law of virtual class is really difficult to understand. The ancestors of the Yunwu sect can come up with such a method, which is already extremely smart. Lin Moyu guessed that the person who created this method should have understood the law of cause and effect. Through sorting out the inheritance, Lin Moyu also understood that what Huan Tianzuan finally deprived was not the luck of each race, but luck. If luck weakens, the luck of everyone in the two tribe will decline. And this kind of deprivation will last for a long time, and may even be unlucky forever. According to Huanwu Tianzuan, the reason why the great world has fallen to this point is because it has plundered too much of the world's origin and suffered too much cause and effect. Then plundering the origin is cause, and being invaded is shit. But without this cause and effect, wouldn't the big world be invaded? If there were no plundering of other worlds, the big world wouldn't be so powerful. What would happen when it encounters an invasion? Those plundered worlds did not plunder others, but they were still invaded by us. What is their cause and effect? In this way, the reason for plundering those small worlds is the human race. The human race is almost extinct because it cannot bear the consequences. But they have received shelter because of the human race. How should the cause and effect be calculated? Finally, Huanwu Tianzuan said that these people are ashamed of the human race and the world. Why is this? These people must be referring to Tianzuan or Supreme. They have fought to the end and sacrificed everything, so why do they say that again? The more Lin Moyu thought about it, the more he felt that the whole thing was confusing and full of mystery. It is true that the stronger you are, the more you will find yourself insignificant. Lin Moyu thought of the old man in green in the small world. The big boss was the one who really couldn't see clearly. Since Antares doesn't dare to mention his name, who is that big boss? Also in the strange scene, Lin Moyu seemed to see the world of his previous life. How should he explain it? Lin Moyu feels that the whole world is full of mystery and mystery. If you really want to see these clearly, you can only stand higher, at least to the position of Tianzuan, to see clearly. I finally finished sorting out the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect, and got some insignificant gains, but I am still far away from the true understanding. The bulging feeling in his soul gradually subsided, and Lin Moyu became much more relaxed. The crying in Pearl finally stopped, and she opened her eyes to see Xiao Wu sitting on Pearl, looking at her eagerly. "Have you cried enough?" Lin Moyu asked. Xiao Wu nodded, with a bit of innocence. "I've cried enough, Xiao Lu has seen Qi." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I won't assign you anything to do. When I have the opportunity, I will find a way to create a physical body for you." Xiao Wu nodded. "Well, this is what the old master once wanted to do, and it is also Xiao Wu's current expectation." Lin Moyu smiled. "Then you can rest in the pearl." Xiao Wu said, "Master, do you really have nothing for Xiao Wu to do?" This Master Wu has lost his temper, has a very good attitude, and is completely different from the previous one. Lin Moyu thought about it and felt that it was not interesting for Xiao Wu to be idle like this. I couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, what will you do?" Xiao Wu thought for a while. "There are quite a lot of things I can do. The old master taught me a lot of things at that time. For example, managing formations, controlling runes, and repairing broken runes. Xiao Wu also knows various techniques in the Yunwu sect, knows most of the materials, knows what each material can be used for, and how to draw. Xiao Wu knows everything about alchemy and weapon refining." Xiao Wu said a lot, and Lin Moyu realized that he had really underestimated her. Huanwu Tianzuan is not cultivating her as a weapon spirit, but as half a descendant, or even half a daughter. Xiao Wu knew almost everything except those things in the inheritance tower. It's a pity that she can't practice. Tian has a physical body and can practice like living beings, so to what extent can it be achieved? I don't know how strong he is, but Lin Moyu has no problem becoming a master of alchemy and weapon refining. Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Maybe Xiao Wu's existence could help him a lot. And he also promised Huanwu Tianzuan that he would try his best to shape Xiao Wu's body and make her a real living being. Lin Moyu pointed at the Fu formation group not far away. "Xiao Wu, can you help me modify those formations?" Xiao Wu glanced at it, then patted her chest and assured, "No problem, Master. What do you want to transform it into?" Lin Moyu stated his requirements, which were nothing more than stronger defense and the ability to automate production without his intervention. Xiao Wu agreed and flew over. Lin Moyu conveyed a message to Zhenling Xiaojin, asking him to cooperate with Xiao Wu. Although the formation spirit also has some intelligence, compared with Xiao Wu, it is not even close to that of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu began to study the talisman array created by Lin Moyu, and Xiaojin cooperated. Lin Moyu did not know what kind of results he would eventually produce. It doesn't matter whether there is something to gain or not. Lin Moyu doesn't expect anything. If there is, it doesn't matter if it's better not to. The main thing is to find something to do for Xiao Wu to prevent her from getting bored. Lin Moyu calmed down and continued to study the inheritance left by the Yunwu sect. In the Divine City, in the Central Temple, Holy Lord Wu 0.7 told Holy Lord Tian everything about this incident. After hearing this, Tian Xingzuan fell into deep thought. Our understanding of this world is still too shallow. As he spoke, he said towards the void, "Human Emperor, what do you think?" A few seconds later, the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded in the hall. Judging from the information obtained so far, the world does have two sides, virtual and real. I always thought that my existence was already a virtual side, but now it seems that is not the case. There is no answer yet, but I will research the reality and try to find the answer. Next time you wander around, you can also try to explore the virtual world. Tian Xingzuan hummed, I will. At this time, Wu Xingzuan suddenly received a message from Lin Moyu. After reading it, he looked strange. Lin Xiaoyu wants a person who is occupied by the soul-devouring clan and is not in the realm of a god. What is he going to do? Tian Xingzuan said, maybe Lin wants to do some experiments. If he wants it, then give it to him. In the past few years, the human race has discovered many members of the spirit-eating clan. Most of them have been killed, and a small number remain. The human race controlled it and conducted research. It sounds cruel, but it is also helpless. Everyone knows that it is difficult to eradicate the soul-devouring clan, and it may break out again tens of thousands of years later. This incident also made the humans realize that their understanding of the spirit devourers was not in depth and further research was needed. Research requires samples, so under this premise, some people were left behind. These people are not very strong, and they are easily controlled if they are not worthy of being a god. The human race found a deserted planet, imprisoned them there, and arranged numerous formations. Coupled with the surveillance of the human emperor network, there would be no problems. Now that Lin Moyu wants to be alone, it will naturally not be a problem. Soon, one of them was singled out, and after being restrained, he was sent directly to the divine city. Lin Moyu understood the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect and wanted to understand the art of luck, but gradually, he found that he was not qualified. It's not that you don't have enough understanding, it's that you don't have enough cultivation. If you want to use the luck technique, you need rule power. In other words, you must at least reach the other side to be qualified to learn. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder at that time I felt that Huanwu Tianzuan's eyes were a little weird, it turned out to be because of this. But on the other side, sooner or later, let's let it go first. Lin Moyu is a bachelor's master of the art of stopping luck. Since he is not qualified, let's wait until he is qualified. Anyway, the supreme inheritance is in your hands, and it won't run away. No one else can snatch it away even if they want to. He then began to return to his old ways. In the divine realm, choosing multiple laws to practice together has advantages and disadvantages. Convenience is Lin Moyu's most commonly used saying, stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. This is indeed the case, no matter what the rules are, they all have commonalities. The disadvantage is that when you understand multiple laws, your cultivation speed will be slower. If Lin Moyu had not learned the laws of space and time, he would now be more than a god. Lin Moyu has no regrets. He has been faced with various choices since the beginning of practice. As long as he makes a choice, whether it is right or wrong, he will not regret it. It was the same this time. After deciding to understand the laws of space and time at the same time, Lin Moyu was ready to slow down his cultivation speed. There's nothing wrong with being slower. The integration of the rules after successful comprehension is truly worth looking forward to. Compared to others, I am already much faster. What I'm pursuing now is not speed and suddenness in the realm, but absolute combat power in the same realm. Combat power is the most real thing. Lin Moyu thought of what Huanwu Tianzuan said, he still has time. Yes, he still has time. The wings of the undead spread out behind Lin Moyu. The wings of the undead vibrated sharply, and strands of space law filled the training room. Now Lin Moyu's soul has improved again, reaching the Saint Realm, and the prototype of the rules world has been built. The improvement of the soul realm makes the space laws stimulated by the wings of the undead become clearer and more powerful. Lin Moyu suddenly thought, if I push my luck to the limit, will I realize it faster? Just do it when you think of it. Lin Moyu immediately exploded his luck. Luck increased dramatically, a white mist appeared above the head, the white mist turned into the shape of a dragon, and bursts of dragon roars were heard. Luck turns into a dragon, luck breaks through the limits and condenses into shape. No matter what Lin Moyu does at this moment, everything will be smooth sailing. Although it can only last for a short period of time, it can still play an amazing role. Lin Moyu seizes the opportunity and continues to understand the laws of space. In an instant, a lot of insights came to my mind, as if the fog was lifted, and many things that were previously unclear became clear. The originally vague laws of space are now revealed in another clear form. 10 minutes later, the fog above the head disappeared, the dragon's roar gradually faded, and luck returned to normal. Just 10 minutes is a very short time to understand the law, just like the snap of a finger. But these 10 minutes are extremely important to Lin Moyu. Like a person who has been outside the door for a long time, he finally found the key and opened the door to the treasure house. Finally, you no longer need to peek through the cracks to see the scenery inside the door. Instead, you can use the key to open the door and take a wide view. In 10 minutes, the effect is better than the previous one for a year. Lin Moyu was overjoyed and clenched his fists unconsciously. It really works. At this moment, his mood was slightly disturbed. Having your ideas verified and detonating your sublimation luck can really speed up your understanding of the rules. So, if it is used to understand the law of time, it should also be useful. Although it is difficult to understand the space law, it can be regarded as a small achievement. After all, the law galaxy has appeared. But the law of time is still far away, so much so that Lin Moyu once gave up the idea of the two laws going hand in hand. The emergence of explosive luck once again ignited Lin Moyu's idea of going hand in hand. He tried to begin to understand the laws of time. An hour later, Lin Moyu once again used the explosive luck technique to detonate his luck. Luck turned into a dragon, and dragons roared in the training room. The red light flashed at the same time, and the time curse came out in response to the materials used for cultivation. The curse appears, and time accelerates, causing the law of time to reveal its clues. In the state of luck transforming into a dragon, the law of time is finally revealed more clearly. Compared with the laws of space, the laws of time are more obscure and difficult to understand, and are much more difficult to understand. Otherwise, with Lin Moyu's understanding, it would be impossible for him to have no big gains for so long. Now, with overwhelming luck, he finally grasped the context of the law of time and began to move towards the law of time. A battleship flew into the divine city. There were only 2 people in the battleship, Ijiwu and another divine king. The God King was unconscious at this time. Not only his body was unconscious, but his soul was as well. Her soul is not the human race, but the soul of the Soul Eater clan. Saint Hao has been waiting for a long time. Zhu Qiwu respectfully saluted Saint Wu. I have seen the teacher. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, Qi Wu, thank you for your hard work this time. Zhu Qiwu immediately said, no hard work, just ask the teacher if you have anything to do. Qiwu dares not to obey. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, send the person to the editor. As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and a beacon appeared in the sky, pointing to the training room where Lin Moyu was. Zhu Qiwu said, it turns out that this guy Lin Moyu wants someone. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he had let something slip. I'm usually used to being casual with Lin Moyu, but I can't say that in front of Saint Hao. Hao Xingzuan calls Lin Moyu a little friend, while he calls Lin Moyu a boy. This is disrespectful to Hao Xingzuan. Fortunately, Wu Xingzuan didn't care about what kind of person his disciple was. How could he, a teacher, not know clearly? Go ahead, don't keep Xiaoyu Lin waiting. Yes. Zhu Qiwu quickly led the people and followed the sign. But he was thinking in his heart, will this guy wait for me? It's enough for me to wait for him. Zhu Qiwu was right. Of course Lin Moyu would not wait for him, and he still had to wait for Lin Moyu. The door to the training room was closed tightly. Zhu Qiwu knocked, but no one answered. I sent a message to Lin Moyu, but there was no response either. There is no good way but to wait patiently. From the faint energy fluctuations coming from the training room and the movement of formations on the door of the training room, it can be judged that Lin Moyu is practicing inside. You brat, a mere god wants me to wait and see how I deal with you. Zhu Qiwu gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted Lin Moyu to look good. He simply sat down at the door to see how long it would take. When it comes to patience, Zhu Qiwu never lacks it. He could sit in the void of the battlefield for 1,000 years, but now, such a little time is nothing. If you practice, I will practice too. Zhu Qiwu started practicing directly at the door. With the inheritance of the broken star supreme in his body, there were still many things he needed to understand. A young man and an old man, one inside and one away, are cultivating themselves in this way. Lin Moyu used the time curse again and again, while constantly detonating his luck and understanding the law of time. Gradually, he discovered the rules of the explosive luck technique. If used continuously, the effect of the explosive luck technique will become worse and worse. He realized that luck would be consumed. Every time he used the explosive luck technique, a certain amount of luck would be consumed and it would take time to recover. In the end, he found a balance point and used the explosive luck technique every 2 hours for 10 minutes each time, which had the best effect. The 10 minutes of explosive luck are extremely precious. You can understand a lot of things, and then use the remaining time to digest and absorb them. As this cycle continues, Lin Moyu's understanding of the law of time gradually deepens. He fell into it and never tired of it, getting closer and closer to the threshold of the law. Finally, 3 months later, a brilliant galaxy of laws emerged in Lin Moyu's soul world. This law galaxy is extremely weird and different from any law galaxy Lin Moyu has ever seen. First, there is a small tributary that connects to the huge and majestic galaxy of the law of time. The law of time galaxy seems to be connected to another more majestic river. The law of time galaxy, which is already majestic enough, seems very small when compared with this big river. The river is elusive and hazy, and only an outline can be seen clearly. But Lin Moyu can feel the terror of this river. Just the slightest breath coming out made Lin Moyu feel like he was about to be crushed. Lin Moyu felt awe in his heart and his eyes were full of shock. What is this? Wow, how did you summon it? A crisp voice came and Xiao Wu, who was originally exchanging feelings with Xiao Jin, flew over on her exclusive white cloud. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know what it is?" Xiao Xue nodded, "I know, this is the passage of time. Time flows." Lin Moyu immediately thought of fate. What is the relationship between the long river of time and the long river of fate? Lin Moyu asked shamelessly, "Xiao Wu, can you tell me everything you know about the long river of time?" Xiao Wu nodded, "Of course, but I also heard what the old master said, and I don't actually know much." The old master said that the long river of time runs through the past and future of the entire world. Through the long river of time, you can go back to the past or go to the future. But the old master also said that Tianzuan is not qualified to enter the river of time. Xiao Wu's words shocked Lin Moyu again. Even Tianzuan is not qualified to enter the river of time, so who else can enter? Could it be that only the legendary Taoist master can enter? But is there a Taoist master in the big world? I'm afraid there hasn't been one since ancient times. Xiao Wu tilted her head, thought for a while, and suddenly shouted, "I remembered that the old master had a friend in the past, who seemed to be called Time God. At that time, the master of time came to discuss matters with the old master. The old master asked me to serve tea on the side. He was almost too busy, and he had to assign others to do this and that. It was really annoying." Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he could think of Huanwu Tianzuan's intention. The discussion between the two heavenly lords is a great opportunity for everyone. Even getting a sliver of a claw is extremely precious, yet this guy Xiao Xue was present throughout the entire process, and yet he even complained. At the same time, he also knew that in ancient times, not only did some people understand the law of time, but they were also promoted to heaven. What did they say? Xiao Wu said, "At that time, the old master asked Time Heavenly Lord if he had ever entered the river of time. Time Heavenly Lord said at the time that entering the river of time has nothing to do with the law of time. No matter who it is, there is a chance to enter, but Heavenly Lord is not enough. Even he is not qualified to enter. Even Tianzuan, who controls the law of time, is not qualified to enter the river of time. This is enough to show how terrifying the passage of time is. There is a long river that runs through the past and future. If you can enter, you can go to the past and future. It is indeed not possible to enter if you want to. For no reason, a person appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. The old man in green robe who generously gave the original magic to himself in the secret realm of the origin and killed countless powerful men with a wave of his hand, is he qualified to enter the long river of time? Maybe, maybe not, Lin Moyu has no answer. But if he were to say that he had met the most mysterious person in his life, it was the old man in green robe. Lin Moyu asked, Xiaowu, do you know the long river of destiny? Xiaowu frowned, thinking hard, and finally found the relevant information in his memory. I remembered that the old master had a friend named Destiny. One time, Destiny came to talk to the old master. The old master asked me to serve tea on the side. He was almost too busy, and he had to assign people to do this and that. It was really annoying. Lin Moyu burst out laughing after hearing the exact same words. It is obvious that this classmate Xiao Wu has a deep resentment for his busy life back then. Xiao Wu complained and then continued, Destiny Tianzuan talked about the river of destiny, but he didn't mention anything too specific. But the old master said later that destiny cannot really change destiny. Lin Moyu thought about Xiao Wu's words and roughly guessed what they meant. The strong men in ancient times indeed exceeded my imagination. The heavenly lord of fantasy mist, the heavenly lord of time, and the heavenly lord of destiny. They were all terrifying beings who mastered a kind of power to the extreme, but even such beings died later. Died? Lin Moyu was horrified, and a question arose in his mind, are they, Wang Nuas, really all dead? The last words of Huanwu Tianzuan came to mind again, we people are ashamed of the world and countless living beings. Why feel ashamed? As a heavenly lord, if you fight to the end, just like those supreme lords, you will fight to the death. Why do you still feel guilty? This sentence is so strange, so strange. He is talking about some people, that is, more than one. Lin Moyu thought of another possibility, whether these Tianzuan had left the big world and separated from the big world. Only in this way can it be explained. Lin Moyu came back to his senses and sighed, this is not what he should consider now. Xiaowu, can you still remember what they said when Tianzuan discussed Taoism? Xiaowu thought, I can still remember some of it, but some of it is not clear because I was too busy at the time. Lin Moyu said, if you think about it carefully, write down as much as you can remember. Xiaowu hummed, and quickly agreed. The door to the training room slowly opened, and Lin Moyu saw Zhu Qiwu sitting at the door. Zhu Qiwu sensed Lin Moyu, stopped practicing, raised his eyelids and looked over sideways, boy Lin, you are so arrogant now. Lin Moyu said shamelessly and without changing his expression, how could I have thought that you were the one who sent me here? Zhu Qiwu snorted, it's not because you are proud enough to send a god king, but I have to do it myself. Lin Moyu said, it's not that I'm too proud, it's because Wu Xingzu entrusts you. Stop flattering me, the person you want has been delivered. If nothing happens, I will leave. If you stay any longer, I might not be able to help but beat you. Zhu Qiwu threw the unconscious god king in front of Lin Moyu. The invisible force restrained her, making her feel worried. This god king has a beautiful appearance and a tall figure. He looks very young and has not been practicing for a long time. If he hadn't been taken over by the soul devourers, he would have been a rare genius. Zhu Qiwu said he wanted to leave, but in fact he didn't move. Lin Moyu knew what he was thinking as soon as he saw it, and immediately gave him a step. Please walk slowly first, maybe there will be something to trouble you later, so I won't have to run back and forth. Please come in. Zhu Qiwu's face showed a look of satisfaction, but he muttered, it's really troublesome, I can't talk about it all at once. He followed Lin Moyu into the training room, but there was curiosity in his eyes. Lin Moyu walked in front with a smile in his eyes. How did he know that Zhu Qiwu had already been overflowing with curiosity? What is the purpose of wanting a god king whose body was taken away by the soul devourers, and also specifying that he wants a woman? Zhu Qiwu followed behind, his eyes strange, he kept looking at Lin Moyu, and he made weird laughs from time to time. Boy Lin, just tell the truth what you want to do. This woman, regardless of appearance or figure, is the best choice. Lin Moyu's voice came faintly, Senior Zhu, you can be considered the head of the family. You have thousands of descendants, not to mention tens of thousands. Do you think so, okay? Zhu Qiwu chuckled. What's the good thing? We are all men, and the butcher understands. Lin Moyu said, then you can marry more. With your current status, it won't be a problem to marry 10 or hundreds more. As long as you open your mouth, I'm afraid there will be countless fairies and maidens waiting in line to marry you. Zhu Qiwu's eyes widened. You brat, you are getting bolder and bolder. I'm just kidding. You were the one who joked with me first. Lin Moyu turned around and looked at Zhu Qiwu with a smile. The two of them, one old and the other young, looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and it took a long time for them to laugh out loud. Zhu Qiwu sat slantedly in the air, without any image. No kidding, what use do you want her for? Lin Moyu said, I want to try to see if I can turn the soul-eating clan's ability to seize bodies into a spell. Zhu Qiwu snorted, absolutely impossible. This is the talent of the soul-devouring tribe. How can it be turned into a spell? Lin Moyu doesn't think so. The soul-devouring clan once integrated their clan's abilities and spells into themselves, and inherited them from generation to generation, just like taking away a body. Since they can incorporate other things into their talents, it also shows that their talents are not dead things. If you do the opposite, it is not impossible to reverse the talents into spells. I have seen similar examples in the Human Emperor network. Some races can turn talents into spells and pass them on to future generations. Zhu Qiwu still thought it was impossible. Then you give it a try. Lin Moyu said, you will know whether it succeeds or not as soon as you try it. His soul power vibrated violently, and the majestic soul power rolled out, and the shadow of the soul world emerged in the training room. Zhu Qiwu was stunned and screamed, Rule world. How can you have a world of rules? Lin Moyu wrote lightly, just confused. Zhu Qiwu still couldn't believe it. The prototype is incredible. You have the prototype of the world of rules. It is a certainty that you will become a saint in the future. Maybe. Lin Moyu responded noncommittally. To him, it was really just a prototype, and it was still far from the rules world he wanted. The soul power enveloped the God King whose body was taken away by the soul-devouring clan, and quickly penetrated into her body, and I entered her soul world. Come out. The soul power turned into a giant hand and forcefully grabbed the opponent's soul. The soul of the soul-eater tribe is like a small insect, curled up there, motionless. On the soul, there are some runes that form restrictions and control the souls of the soul devourers. Lin Moyu's soul power turned into spikes, instantly piercing the souls of the soul devourers. With a slight scream, the soul of the soul devourer died on the spot. Lin Moyu's soul power was wrapped up at this moment, preventing the souls of the soul devourers from collapsing. But this can only last for a period of time. The disintegration of the soul after death is inevitable and unstoppable. Once the soul dies, the body that has been taken away also falls into death. At this time, Lin Moyu exerted a majestic vitality, causing the physical body to continue to be in a semi-dead state and maintain a certain level of activity. The soul is dead but not broken, and the body is half dead. Zhu Qiwu saw this, and his eyebrows jumped. He was used to fighting and killing, and he thought he was not as good as Lin Moyu with such a refined operation. Yu Yu is relatively familiar with Lin Moyu's magical abilities, and he also knows that Lin Moyu may be the only one in the world who can do this. Lin Moyu opened the eyes of the soul and sensed carefully at the same time, confirming that the connection between the soul and the body was completely severed. He muttered to himself, after all, they came from a different body. No matter how they are fused, they are actually two completely different individuals. They couldn't be separated due to certain rules during life, but they can still be distinguished after death. Although the soul-devouring tribe's body snatching is terrifying, it is impossible to distinguish it while alive. But after death, the body and soul are still divided into two parts, each in their own hands. The immortal flame burns from the fingertips and envelopes the soul. White Star Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. This technique, which had not been used for a long time, once again showed his magical side. The soul that had just died began to be reborn in the immortal flames and regained its vitality. The reason why Lin Moyu retains his soul is to perform resurrection of the dead. The soul devourers are a very strange race, they are born with soul bodies. Once you die, nothing remains. If their soul bodies cannot be preserved, the resurrection of the dead will not be effective. If the object of resurrection is a person whose body has been taken away, then only the original body of the person will be resurrected, not the soul devourers. This kind of thing has happened before, so Lin Moyu needs to take out the soul devourers alone, kill them, and then resurrect them. Zhu Qiwu marveled at it. This technique of yours is really amazing. Lin Moyu said, I also think it's magical, but don't ask me why, I can't tell. Lin Moyu really couldn't tell, everything had its root, but he didn't know where the root of the resurrection of the dead was. The soul of the soul devourer quickly completed its rebirth and became a resurrector. It was like a worm, crawling in front of Lin Moyu with great respect. Lin Moyu asked, what abilities have you lost and which abilities have you retained? The resurrected person answered honestly, he has lost the ability to communicate with his fellow humans, but retains the ability to seize bodies. In other words, even the resurrected can still win gold. However, because becoming a resurrector is equivalent to becoming a new race, they have lost the ability to communicate with other soul-eating tribes. Lin Moyu asked, can your ability to seize the body be used by others? Lin Moyu is not sure whether the ability to seize the body can be passed down, so he needs to test it. The first step in the experiment is also the simplest step, just ask. After becoming a resurrector, no matter what questions Lin Moyu has, he will answer them honestly. The resurrected person immediately responded, okay. Lin Moyu was overjoyed that he had guessed it right. Zhu Qiwu couldn't help but exclaimed, it's really possible. Lin Moyu continued to ask, what to do? The resurrected person said, by refining our souls, we can obtain soul crystals. Using our soul crystals, we can launch a body-seizing process. It's so simple? Lin Moyu feels a little incredible, and there may be some restrictions. He continued to inquire and got more details. Although the resurrected people are very obedient and follow orders, their brains are generally not very good. After becoming a resurrector, his spiritual intelligence has been greatly weakened, making him more suitable to become a war king. After repeated inquiries, Lin Moyu finally got enough detailed information. Refining the souls of the soul devourers can indeed obtain soul crystals. But the probability of obtaining soul crystals is very low. The higher the realm of the soul devourers, the higher the probability of obtaining soul crystals. The probability of a soul-eater tribesman in the God King realm getting a soul crystal is only about 1 in 10,000. When you reach the divine realm, this probability can be increased to 1,000th. But Lin Moyu doesn't think this is a problem when it comes to probability. He has a way to solve it. Then use the soul crystal to seize the body, and the effect is similar to that of the soul-eating tribe. During the inquiry, Lin Moyu discovered that this ability was not born with the soul devourers, but evolved, and it evolved actively. After asking for the reason, I found out that the spirit devourers were once too weak. In order to please some powerful beings, they took the initiative to evolve this ability and traded with this ability in exchange for some physical bodies. The soul-devouring clan also relied on the acquired bodies to become stronger step by step. Moreover, there are many benefits to seizing the body, that is, you can obtain part of the soul power of the person whose body was taken away, and you may also inherit the talent of the person who was taken away, thereby making yourself stronger. Zhu Qiwu said, is this retaliation for retaliation? The soul-eating clan has taken away countless people. I never thought that their souls could have such a role. If this news is released, it is estimated that the soul-devouring clan will become a favorite. In the big world now, there are still many spirit devourers who have not been eliminated. If others knew that the soul devourers still had these abilities, many old guys would take action to refine the souls of the soul devourers. Just because they don't need it doesn't mean that their descendants won't need it. Seizing other people's bodies and gaining part of their soul power and talents is a disguised form of strengthening oneself. Zhu Qiwu asked, speaking of which, what do you want to do with the ability of the spirit devouring clan? You don't want to take away the body. He knows how strong Lin Moyu's foundation is. Just Lin Moyu's physical body, it is difficult to find anyone in the whole world who can compare with it. He could not give up his physical body. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly and called Xiao Wu out. Xiao Wu drove white clouds and appeared in the practice room. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Moyu. Master, why did you call me here? Lin Moyu pointed to the corpse of the God King lying on the ground. I think it is better to give you a real physical body than to create a physical body for you. Look, do you like this kind of body? When Huanwu Tianzuan created Xiaowu, the condensed shape was human race. Xiaowu is completely acceptable to the human race's appearance. When she heard that she was going to choose a body for herself, Xiaowu's eyes shone. She just glanced at it and nodded hastily. I like it, Master is the best. Lin Moyu said, okay, that's it, I'll call you when I'm ready. Okay, thank you, Master, Master is the best. Xiaowu went back happily, and it was obvious that she was extremely excited. Zhu Qiwu finally understood what Lin Moyu was going to do, and said with surprise, you are doing it for a weapon spirit. He had heard of people molding bodies for weapon spirits, but he had never heard of people using weapon spirits to seize bodies. Lin Moyu said, I promised Xiao Wu's old master that I would make Xiao Wu a real living being. A physical body made of various materials is not a real living being, it is just a puppet at best. So I want to try to see if I can let her take over her body and become a real living being. Lin Moyu didn't know what Huanwu Tianzuan planned to do back then, but with Huanwu Tianzuan's ability, he had been preparing for many years, and it was not easy to do it even if he thought about it. Huanwu Tianzuan regards Xiaowu as his daughter and a relative, and also does not want to turn Xiaowu into a puppet-like existence. There seemed to be no spirit devourers in ancient times, so he could not seize the body. Now that I have this opportunity, Lin Moyu naturally wants to try it. Lin Moyu looked at Zhu Qiwu and said, I have to trouble you again. Help me bring a few more God King realms here. I still want female God Kings, young and beautiful ones. Zhu Qiwu already understood Lin Moyu's thoughts. Okay, leave this to me. With that said, Zhu Qi was on his way. With a thought, Lin Moyu dispersed Xia Xingxue. The soul devourers who became resurrected were actually dead and could no longer be refined. Lin Moyu will definitely find a way to complete what he promises. This is also his principle in life. The practice room became quiet again, and Lin Moyu began to understand the law of time again. Now he has found the right method to make the two laws of time and space go hand in hand. For the time being, the law of space is still a little ahead, and the law of time is catching up. In the central temple, the voice of the human emperor network suddenly sounded. Lin Moyu has built the prototype of a rules world. Both of them were surprised at the same time, and then Tianqi. Wu Xingzuan laughed loudly. Little friend Lin's path to becoming a saint has finally been completed. Tian Xingzuan also smiled and said, it is not a problem for Xiaoyu Lin to become a saint, but I didn't expect that a world of rules would be built so early. This is a great event. The god has built the prototype of a world of rules at the first level, which is unprecedented. Even the god of war only built the prototype of a rules-based world when he was at his peak as a god. From this aspect, Lin Xiaoyu has surpassed the god of war back then. The title of the second war god of the human race seems to be stable. The two of them were very happy. This was one of the best news in these years. At the same time, the two of them are also full of expectations for the future. Maybe Lin Moyu can really reach the top and rebuild his divine path, really complete what Xiao Zhantian had not accomplished before. Saint Hao received Zhu Qiwu's message again and raised his eyebrows. Lin Xiaoyu also wants to devour the spirit clan members. Tian Xingzuan promised, give him as much as he wants, if it's not enough for us to catch him outside. Under the divine city, on the beach of law, Xing Lao slowly opened his eyes. The prototype of the world of rules is really unexpected. Can you accomplish what you couldn't accomplish back then? From another training room came the thundering laughter of Fu Xingzuan. I understand. In the training room, the light is bright, and a small box in the hand of Fu Xingzuan is shining. Countless runes are flowing rapidly on it. forming a complex and mysterious ancient talisman. It's just that this ancient talisman seems to have many flaws. Fu Xingzuan held the box and rushed out of the practice room with great excitement. If the door to the training room had been opened any slower, he would have smashed it into pieces. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the central hall at a speed close to that of light. "It's done, the country is here!" Fu Xingzuan shouted loudly. Tian Xingzuan and Wu Xingzuan were still happy for Lin Moyu before, but now they see Fu Xingzuan and realize what happened, and they are even more happy. Tian Xingzuan said, "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly what's in the box." Xingzuan Fu shook his head, "I don't know." Before he had time to look, he rushed over excitedly after knowing how to open the box. Saint Hao was curious, "Then open it and see what's inside." Fu Xingzuan suspended the box in mid-air, condensed the power of rules on his fingers, and began to draw the runes. What he wants to draw is an ancient talisman, an extremely complex ancient talisman. Behind him, 1, 3, and 0 huge and simple runes slowly rose up. The runes were intertwined with each other, forming a strange world. This is the world of runes and the rule world of Xingzuan Fu. Compared with several other saints, Saint Fu's rule world is still very weak. After all, he has only been promoted to saint for a short time and his strength is not strong enough. However, compared to Lin Moyu's world prototype, it is still much longer on the wrist. The runes in the world of rules sparkled, and the power of rules surged out and merged into the ancient runes through the fingertips. A few minutes later, an ancient talisman appeared in mid-air. Three-dimensional, mysterious, majestic, and exuding a completely different atmosphere from ordinary runes. Fu Xingzuan put the ancient talisman into the box, and the runes on the box suddenly flowed, as if they were alive. Fu Xingzuan explained, "The box is sealed with an ancient talisman. This ancient talisman seems to be complete, but in fact there are many gaps. If you want to unlock the seal, you need to find these gaps, draw an ancient talisman in reverse, and fill all these gaps. In this way, the box can be opened. If the box is opened with violence, the ancient talisman will be detonated, directly blowing up the contents of the box. Even if the things in the box are strong enough, the explosion will cause riots in deep space, and the things will directly enter the riot and be nowhere to be found." Wu Xingzuan also did some research on ancient talismans. After listening to Fu Xingzuan's explanation, he couldn't help but sigh, the person who can think of such a method is really a genius. But Fu Xingzuan can find a way to crack it, which proves that he is no worse than that person. Fu Xingzuan shook his head, "It's different. That person can cut a lot of gaps in the ancient talisman and still maintain the purpose of the ancient talisman. He is much stronger than me. I just go in the opposite direction through his ancient talisman, which is much easier. I learned a lot from this ancient talisman." The talisman masters in ancient times were indeed much stronger than we are now. Fu Xingzuan is not proud at all and openly admits his shortcomings. Tian Xingzun said, "The strong men in ancient times are indeed surprising, but I believe that we are not bad either." Xingzun Fu nodded, "I will try my best to catch up with them or even surpass them. Even if I can't, there is Xiao Yulin. I believe he will be fine." Amidst the conversation, the box shined brightly again, and the ancient talisman on the box merged with the ancient talisman drawn by Fu Xingzuan, and finally formed a perfect ancient talisman. With a click, a gap opened in the tightly sealed box, and then a majestic breath rushed out from the box. "This is..." The eyes of the three saints showed shock at the same time. The breath in the box turned out to be the breath of the divine path. After being shocked, they began to look forward to it, even a little impatient. The box slowly opened, and after a flash of rays of light, the contents of the box were truly revealed to the three of them. It was a stone. The outer layer of the stone looked like jade at first glance, and then looked like a thin stream of water. If you look closely, this stone seems to be alive. Although the breath from the stone is not powerful, it is extremely thick, as if this stone carries a world. "The sacred stone of rules." Wu Xingzuan muttered in a low voice. The heavenly saint said to the void, "Human emperor, make an appraisal." A ray of light fell from the sky and landed on the stone. Under the light, the stone reflects more dreamy colors. It disappears and appears in the light, seeming to disappear anytime and anywhere, as if nothingness does not exist, yet it really exists. Tian Xingzun said, all signs are consistent with the appearance of the regular sacred stone in the records. Wu Xingzuan's breathing quickened slightly at this time, and he seemed very nervous, waiting for the results of the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor network identified it for a full 10 minutes before the light was put away. The Human Emperor's voice came, it should be the God of Rule's stone. Xingzuan Fu has only been able to become a saint for a short period of time, so he doesn't know much about the information in the saint. So he immediately asked, what is the Divine Stone of Rules? Renhuang Network explained, the Rule Stone is a stone composed of various rules, and it is also a stone that forms the divine path. According to records, there are very few regular divine stones in existence. Most of the regular divine stones come from Tianzuan's rule world, and the output is also very small. Xingzuan Fu asked, can the ruled divine stone be used to practice the divine path? Can. Renhuang Network immediately gave a positive answer. This answer made Xingzuan building. But then, Renhuang Network said, but we can't do it. Wu Xingzuan sighed, it's true. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the rule stone. But he made a mistake, and his palm passed through the sacred stone of rules. It was as if the sacred stone did not exist and could not be touched at all. Fu Xingzuan was stunned for a moment, and then reached out to grab it. The same thing happened. Tian Xingzuan did not take action. He seemed humble enough to know that this would happen. He whispered, no need to try, we can't touch the rule stone. He replaced the Human Emperor network and told Xingzuan Fu about the origin of the rule stone. Among the only remaining qualifications of the human race related to ancient times, there happened to be records related to the rule stone. It is said that at the beginning of the world, there was only one divine path, and this divine path was created naturally. Later, the first Holy Lord took the divine path and successfully became the Supreme Lord, and then became the Heavenly Lord. In Tianzuan's world of rules, regular divine stones can be produced, and regular divine stones can build heavenly roads. So the Heavenly Lord began to build a divine path, but he found that the divine path required too many rules and sacred stones. It would take many years to build a divine path based on his own rule world. So, he traveled around the world and found some 0.6 naturally formed regular sacred stones from hidden corners of the world. Although the quantity is not enough, it is enough to build several sacred roads. Later, the number of Tianzuan increased, the number of regular sacred stones also increased, and the number of sacred roads gradually increased, until it increased to 100. Until now, the ancient war has broken out the divine road. The resources in the world have been greatly reduced, the natural divine stone of rules can no longer be found, the Heavenly Lord has also disappeared, and the divine road has never been repaired. Over the years, the saints of all races have been trying to find ways to repair the divine path, but the results have been minimal. Only the divine path in the human race was broken relatively slightly, and there might be a chance to rush forward. This also became the trigger that caused the human race to almost perish 100,000 years ago. Now the rule stone is right in front of them, but they can't use it, which is really hard to accept. Wu Xingzuan's eyes suddenly lit up, maybe Lin Xiaoyu can use it. In the training room, in just a few days, Lin Moyu's understanding of the law of time has reached a new level. Lin Moyu secretly estimated that the mastery of the law of time will soon reach 10%, while the mastery of the law of space is around 15%, and he will soon catch up. As long as the two laws can go hand in hand, not only will it not affect his cultivation, but it will also feed back to himself and speed up his cultivation. As for the integration of the two laws, Lin Moyu has not thought about it for the time being, as this is still too far away. 15 days later, Zhu Qiwu returned again. This time, he brought back 10 god kings whose bodies were taken away by the soul devourers. Without exception, they were all young goddess kings, all of whom were excellent in appearance and qualifications. Zhu Qiwu said, bring 10 first and see if they are enough. Don't worry about it. It should be enough. Lin Moyu has his own way. If your method is effective, 10 people will be enough. If it doesn't work, adding 100 more probably won't be enough. Zhu Qiwu said, then you can start. I am also very curious about whether the weapon spirit can be successfully transformed into a living creature. Creating living beings is what God does. You should be careful if you overstep your authority. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I will be careful. Creating living beings is not just God's specialty. Tianzuan can create living beings in a world of his own rules. Of course, this kind of creation is not created out of nothing, and the level is a little lower. What Lin Moyu wants to do now is also not something out of nothing, nor is it creation and growth in the true sense. The soul power burst out and caught one of the spirit-devouring clansmen. Refining. Immortal flames rise from the palm of the hand, and soul power is injected into the flames to control it. Throwing the soul-eating tribe into the flames, bursts of screams suddenly rang out. The soul-eating tribe was quickly wiped out in the flames, leaving nothing behind. The first refining failed, but Lin Moyu was not discouraged. He realized what he had just felt. When he was refining the soul devourers, their souls quickly began to shrink. At the beginning, their souls showed signs of concentration toward the center, and the power of their souls was gathering and about to become crystallized. But for some reason, the already concentrated power was instantly wiped out. Am I too anxious? Lin Moyu felt that maybe he was going too fast. Refining a little slower might be better. He took out the second soul devourer and started refining it again. The refining speed was much slower this time, more than 3 times slower than before. At the beginning, the refined power began to move closer to the center of the soul. This time Lin Moyu did it very carefully. Not only was he slow, but he also stared without blinking. The souls of the soul devourers continued to gather, and finally a small crystal appeared. Soul crystallization. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. The soul crystal was just like this? Suddenly, the soul crystal began to vibrate, as if it was rejecting Lin Moyu's refining. The entire crystal suddenly shattered and disappeared. It's strange, it's almost done. Lin Moyu felt very strange. He was already close to succeeding, but why did he suddenly fail again? When the crystal collapsed, I seemed to feel a trace of causal power. But what does my refining of the spirit-devouring clan have to do with cause and effect? Lin Moyu doesn't quite understand and can't figure it out. After 2 consecutive failures, Lin Moyu decided to try another method. Zhu Qiwu said from the side, don't worry, this is just a spirit-eating tribe in the God King realm, and the success rate is only 1 in 10,000. If that doesn't work, I'll catch a few of the God-level ones for you. Lin Moyu shook his head, I just tried it. Failure is normal. Let's look at this time. There was a movement in his heart and he exploded his luck. Luck turns into a dragon and emits dragon roars. Zhu Qiwu seemed to have no feeling at all. He couldn't see luck at all and couldn't hear the roar of the dragon. Luck is imaginary. With Zhu Qiwu's current state, he still cannot come into contact with imaginary things. Unless he, like Lin Moyu, can clearly understand the virtual and real world and understand the 2 sides of the world from the bottom, then it is still possible to hear the dragon's roar. Although Zhu Qiwu couldn't see it, he still felt the changes in Lin Moyu. In his eyes, Lin Moyu suddenly became ethereal, as if he was about to leave this world. It is clearly right in front of you, but there is an illusion that it will disappear at any time. What on earth did that brat do? Zhu Qiwu was very curious in his heart, but he did not disturb Lin Moyu. Under the explosive luck technique, Lin Moyu's luck broke through the limit and reached its peak. In this state, everything he does is extremely smooth and all his wishes come true. Refining the souls of the soul devourers, there is only 1/10,000th chance of obtaining soul crystals in the God King realm. All your wishes come true, rainbow luck is at your disposal, 1/10,000th, can it become 100%? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, and immediately took the time to start refining. The tape set off immortal flames, and soul power was injected into it, then he grabbed a soul devourer and threw it in directly. the whole action looks a bit rough. In the immortal flames, the soul devourers were quickly refined, and their soul power concentrated toward the center to form crystals. A trace of causal power comes, and if it is the same as before, the crystal will be broken immediately. But the dragon of luck above Lin Moyu's head let out a roar, causing the power of cause and effect to change. The crystal did not break, but accelerated and condensed, forming a soul crystal in the blink of an eye. It's done. Lin Moyu was overjoyed and reached out to take the soul crystal. A piece of soul crystal as small as a thumb contains the innate ability of the soul-eating tribe, seizing the body. Zhu Qiwu's eyes widened. Succeeded? He murmured, it's such good luck, there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that we just met it. No wonder the teacher wants to take him to the inheritance place of Yunwu sect. Only with this kind of luck can he reach the end. Lin Moyu held the soul crystal and felt something in his heart. Originally, the power of cause and effect was to destroy the crystal, but because of the roar of the dragon of luck, the power of cause and effect changed. Not only did it not destroy the soul crystal, but it accelerated the condensation of the soul crystal. It seems that the power of cause and effect also has two sides. Whether it is good or bad is still determined by luck. Lin Moyu realized that the method he thought of was no longer a trick, it was simply cheating. Explosive luck technique can not only be used in practice, but is also a supreme weapon in many places. While the effect of the explosive luck technique was still there, Lin Moyu seized the time and continued to refine his soul. This time he was even bolder and directly captured 2 soul-devouring tribesmen and refined them together. There is no need to consider any technique or speed. As long as you are lucky enough, there is no such thing as failure. Only a minute later, 2 new soul crystals were formed. Zhu Qiwu's eyes were even wider than before, almost falling out of his eyes. What happened? Didn't you say 1 in 10,000? This doesn't even look like it. Under his watch, Lin Moyu directly refined the last 5 souls of the soul devourers together. The 5 souls were refined together, and the speed did not change at all. 5 minutes later, 4 soul crystals were completed at the same time, and only 1 soul crystal failed to condense. Lin Moyu held the soul crystal, closed his eyes slightly, and fell into deep thought. In the end, there were 4 coins and 1 for the doctor. This also means that even good luck has its limits. Good luck can make your wishes come true, but it is not absolute. Cause and effect will accumulate. The previous causes and effects kept accumulating, and finally it kept getting bigger like a snowball, so even my luck couldn't affect it. Is there such a reason why the great world is ruined? By refining the soul devourers, not only was the soul crystal obtained, but Lin Moyu also felt the power of cause and effect. Whether it is luck or luck, its root is cause and effect. This is an invisible network that covers the entire world. Everything that happens can be traced to cause and effect. It was the same at this time, and Lin Moyu discovered the root cause. Under the influence of the explosive luck technique, his luck has exceeded the limit and reached the point where luck transforms into a dragon. Normally, in this state, whatever he wants will come true. It is indeed true that luck beyond the limit affects cause and effect. The original probability of 1 in 10,000 was suddenly raised to almost 100%. But after 7 consecutive successes, the last time failed again. This also shows that after the power of cause and effect has accumulated to its limit, it once again surpasses luck. This is just a small thing that happened to me. Lin Moyu put it into the big world, but he was able to understand what happened in the big world. The accumulation of cause and effect in the big world is too great. Even if the luck of the big world is soaring, it will still be counterattacked by the power of cause and effect. Even the more causes and effects accumulated in the past, the greater the backlash will be. Lin Moyu feels that if he does not use the explosive luck technique to refine the spirit-devouring tribe, the chance may be even lower than 1 in 10,000, and may have been as low as 1 in tens of thousands. This is the backlash of the power of cause and effect. After understanding this, Lin Moyu was shocked. The power of cause and effect is by no means free of cost. He uses explosive luck again and again and understands the law of time, which is also accumulating the power of cause and effect. And this power of cause and effect is the relationship between oneself and the runes of the big world. After all, the laws in the big world are all evolved from the runes of the big world. The deeper you accumulate, the closer your connection with the runes of the big world becomes. This power of cause and effect cannot be resolved, and Lin Moyu doesn't know what to do. But Lin Moyu would definitely not want to ask him to no longer use the explosive luck technique, but to slowly comprehend the law of time. After thinking about it, he simply said in a bachelor's manner, "I don't plan to leave anyway, so let's leave it like this." Zhu Qiwu heard this nonsense and asked, strangely, "What did you say?" Lin Moyu said, "It's nothing, I just have some insights." The next second, Xiaowu rushed out on Baiyun. Together, with the body brought half a month ago, there were a total of 11 bodies lying side by side on the ground. Lin Moyu said to Xiaowu, "You choose one." Xiaowu flew around among the 11 bodies, looking left and right, and she liked every one she saw. She looked confused. "It's over, everyone looks pretty, what should I do?" 11 bodies, 11 young goddess kings, all good-looking. From the human race's aesthetic point of view, they are all beautiful women, so it's really hard to choose. Xiaowu was spoiled for choice and didn't know which one to choose. Finally, under Lin Moyu's suggestion, she chose a relatively petite goddess king. The reason was very strange. It turned out to be because Xiaowu had seen a female disciple with a similar appearance in the Yunwu sect. Lin Moyu gave a soul crystal to Xiaowu. "Try it, I hope it will succeed. Don't be sad if you fail, I will try again." Xiaowu happily took the soul crystal and said, "Don't worry, I trust my master." As she spoke, she crushed the soul crystal, and the soul crystal suddenly turned into a strange force that enveloped Xiaowu. Xiaowu was so blessed that she immediately penetrated into the target's body. With Lin Moyu continuing to provide the power of life, these physical bodies still maintain good vitality. As soon as Xiaowu entered, he immediately reacted. Lin Moyu also separated a trace of his soul and followed Xiaowu into the soul world. The body-stealing talent from the soul-eating clan is taking effect, the originally shattered soul world is being reorganized, and Xiaoxue is becoming the new master of this world. At first glance, Xiaowu is no different from an ordinary human soul. But Lin Moyu can clearly sense that there are differences between the two. Xiaowu is a weapon spirit, human race. The life of the weapon spirit is almost unlimited. Xiaoxue's body is not the inheritance tower, but the pearl of the supreme inheritance. As long as the pearl is not broken, Xiaoxue can always exist. Now that she has temporarily become a human, if her lifespan is exhausted, Xiaowu can still come back and continue to exist as a weapon spirit. The immortality that even Tianzuan cannot obtain can be obtained from Shaoling. While Xiaowu is envious of others, others are also envious of Xiaowu. Every drink and every peck has its own destiny. This is absolutely true. The reorganization of the soul world is a bit slow, and it seems that it will take a lot of time. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and streams of soul power were sent over to help the soul world reorganize quickly. Half an hour later, the goddess king, whose body was taken away by Xiaoyuan, slowly opened her eyes. She struggled to get up, but her movements were unnatural and she seemed not used to it. Xiaowu used to be a weapon spirit, but now he has become a real person. It is normal to not get used to it, and it will not take long for him to get used to it. Her aura was a little unstable. Before the body was taken away, her body was that of a god king, but after the body was taken away, it seemed to have become a little lower and she became a true god. The breath fluctuates, and it's not clear which realm it is. "Master!" Xiaowu shouted happily, looking a little naughty. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and said, "It looks good. Congratulations on becoming a real person." Xiaowu smiled and said, "Thank you, Master." "Thanks to Master, Master is so amazing. Even the old Master couldn't do something, Master can do it so easily." Zhu Qiwu listened on the sidelines and said to himself, "Is it easy?" The weapon spirit takes over the body and becomes a human being. This is an unprecedented thing and can be recorded in the annals of history. Lin Moyu said, just take your time to get used to it, don't be anxious. At this time, he suddenly felt that Xiaowu seemed to be surrounded by a lot of cause and effect. Now he has some understanding of cause and effect, and can vaguely feel it. Xiaowu stared at her big bright eyes. Master, it turns out her name is Mo Qingqing. She is from the Mo family in some elementary area. You got her memory? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Can even the memory be obtained by seizing the body? Xiaowu said, it's that soul crystal. It contains a lot of memories. When I seized the body, those memories belong to me. No, not all of it belongs to me, only about a small half, and the other memories are gone. While talking, Xiaowu kept observing the surroundings with her big eyes, revealing novelties. Xiaowu's personality was a little out of character at this time, and she looked slightly different from her appearance. The mist on the surface is mature, tall, and even a little beautiful. But the heart is like a child. It may have just become an adult, but it also has to go through the process of growing up. There is a big difference between weapon spirits and living creatures. Xiaowu is now curious about everything. She even pinched and played with her body as if she was feeling flesh and blood. Lin Moyu looked at Zhu Qiwu, Senior, do you know her identity? Zhu Qiwu shook his head, I don't know, I just picked it casually and didn't understand it in detail. After becoming the soul-devouring clan, they had lost their identity as a human race, and Yi Jiwu didn't care who the other party was. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu probably knew what was going on. Refining the king's soul and forming a soul crystal will not only give you the talent to seize the body, but you will also gain all the memories of your predecessor. In this way, it is equivalent to inheriting the identity of the former, so the cause and effect that belongs to the former naturally also belongs to Xiaolu. Of course, Xiaowu can ignore these causes and effects, but in this case, there will always be some problems, and they may break out at some point. The best way is to cut off these causes and effects. Lin Moyu thought for a while, Xiaowu, it seems that you have to leave for a while. Xiaowu's smile disappeared immediately and she shook her head like a rattle. No, Xiaowu, don't leave the master. Lin Moyu said, there are some things that I have to do, but I won't be away for too long. Then Lin Moyu looked at the remaining 10 corpses on the ground. For some reason, Lin Moyu felt that there was a certain causal relationship between these 10 corpses and himself. Lin Moyu knew that it was because he had refined the souls of the soul devourers. In fact, he was the one who killed these people in disguise, and the cause and effect occurred naturally. With a wave of his hand, the immortal flames exploded and fell on the 10 people. White Star Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The 10 goddess kings whose bodies were once taken away by the soul devourers had their souls reorganized in the immortal flames and resurrected. According to the rules of resurrection of the dead, what they resurrect is the most original soul, that is, the soul before being taken away by the soul devourers. Zhu Qiwu marveled, the more I look at this technique of yours, the more magical it becomes. What kind of law is it? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I didn't tell you, I don't know either. Zhu Qiwu asked, why did you resurrect them? Zhu Qiwu knew that Lin Moyu's technique could temporarily resurrect people, but it was only temporary, and sooner or later he would die. In this case, what is the significance of Xia Hua and the others? Lin Moyu did not explain the matter of cause and effect, but found another reason. Although they were taken away by the spirit devourers, their bodies are still human beings after all. I resurrected them, which can be regarded as letting them go back to their homes to see the cause and effect. Zhu Qiwu seemed to understand Lin Moyu's intentions. With a slightly strange look on his face, you have always been cruel and ruthless. When did you become so soft-hearted? Lin Moyu sighed, I am cruel to my enemies, but not to my own people. Lin Moyu would naturally not say that it was because these people died because of him, which involved cause and effect. Through the understanding of past events, there are too many causes and effects involved, which is not good for yourself. If it is an enemy, then just kill them all. No matter how many causes and effects there are, Lin Moyu will still bear the responsibility. In addition, try not to involve cause and effect as much as possible, especially cause and effect that cannot be solved by force. The less, the better. The resurrected goddess kings all looked confused and didn't know what happened. Obviously, they died on the day they were taken away by the soul-devouring clan. I don't know what happened after the seizure. Moreover, before their bodies were taken away, their cultivation level was still low and their cognitive level was insufficient to understand what was happening in front of them. They only know that Lin Moyu is their master, and they are extremely respectful to Lin Moyu. If Lin Moyu hadn't stopped, they would have knelt on the ground. Lin Moyu and the others handed them over to Zhu Qiwu, who asked him to take them home and find an excuse at the same time. In Zhu Qiwu's eyes, this matter was simply unnecessary. However, Lin Moyu knew that after their resurrection, the karma between him and them seemed to be completely severed. Is it a transformation of identity, or is it because they will die eventually without leaving even the last trace? In other words, I resurrected them and resolved the cause and effect of each other. Cause and effect are too complex, far beyond the laws of time and space. Lin Moyu also only saw the surface and could sense a little, but could not really understand it. Lin Moyu said to Xiaowu, "You follow me." Xiaowu nodded happily and followed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu brought Xiaowu to the central temple. In the central temple, 3 saints were chatting. It can be seen that they are in a very good mood at this moment. Fu Xingzuan was talking about various things that had happened recently in the big world, including the movements among various races. Lin Moyu brought Xiaowu into the palace. 3 seniors, what good things can you do? Saint Hao saw Lin Moyu and smiled and said, little friend Lin has come out of seclusion. What is the result of this seclusion? Is there any gain? Lin Moyu glanced at Xiaowu, who was hiding behind him. There is indeed a lot of gain. Wu Xingzuan raised his eyebrows. Really, if you have gained something, tell us about it and we old guys will be happy. Lin Moyu waved his hand and threw the 6 soul crystals over, and they came into the hands of the 3 saints in pairs. Wu Xingzuan looked at the soul crystal and couldn't help but frowned. There seems to be the aura of the soul-eating clan here. Lin Moyu nodded. This is the soul crystal I refined with the soul-devouring clan. Tian Xingzuan immediately asked what the function of the excellent body was. They all knew that Lin Moyu had ordered 11 goddess kings whose bodies had been taken away by the soul devourers, and the result was these 6 soul crystals, which must be of great use. Lin Moyu said, this crystal contains the soul-eating clan's body-seizing talent, which can be used to launch a body-seizing. Not only can it occupy the target's physical body, but it can also obtain some of the target's spells and even some of its talents. The 3 saints were shocked. They did not expect Lin Moyu to give them such a great gift as soon as he arrived. Their thoughts turned quickly, and they suddenly thought of the various uses of soul crystals. Obtaining the enemy's spells and talents is a trivial matter. Directly use this to seize the enemy's senior leaders, infiltrate into the enemy's interior, etc. Using soul crystals, they can perform various sexy operations. At this time, Lin Moyu said again, I used some tricks this time and managed to get 7 soul crystals. It will be difficult to get them in the future. Senior saints, please use them sparingly. In fact, it was Lin Moyu who no longer wanted to bear the consequences. Refining the souls of the soul devourers, this kind of cause and effect can be accumulated. If there are too many causes and effects, it will not be good for you. Moreover, Lin Moyu looked down upon this little trick. Saint Hao asked, there is another one. Did you use it on this girl? Lin Moyu nodded, you know, I brought out a weapon spirit named Xiaowu in the Yunwu sect inheritance area. I promised Huanwu Tianzuan that I would create a physical body for Xiaowu so that she can truly live like a living creature. But I thought that creating a physical body was not a living thing, but more like a puppet, so I thought about whether I could let Xiaoxue take over the body like the spirit devourers did. Originally I just planned to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually work. It's an unexpected gain. Lin Moyu pulled out Xiaowu, who was hiding behind her, and asked her to meet several saints. Xiaowu, who was used to meeting big people, was a little uncomfortable at first, but soon got used to it. After all, the Supreme Heavenly Lord sees him every day, so what does the little Holy Lord mean? Lin Moyu said, there is another problem now. Xiao Wu's body belongs to the Mo family in the primary area of the Divine City. Although Xiao Wu has completed the body seizure, the cause and effect is still there. Junior hopes that Senior can take Xiao Wu back to Mo's house to break the karma. Lin Moyu doesn't worry if others do this. Although he is quite famous, in the final analysis he is just a god. There is also a deity in Mo's family, so if he doesn't give him face, he will give him face. He couldn't use force to suppress others, so after much deliberation, it was better to ask the Holy Lord to come forward. Saint Hao accepted the matter openly. Leave this matter to me. Lin Moyu immediately said, then I'll trouble you, Senior. With Senior coming forward, there won't be any problems with this blog. Wu Xingzuan said, I'll take care of it when I get back, but before that, there's one more thing I want you to see. As he spoke, Tian Xingzuan took out the box containing the rule stone. The box has been opened and never closed again. The glowing light of the rule stone inside flows, seemingly illusory, and is very beautiful. Xiao Wu said instinctively, it's the god of rule stone. Lin Moyu was not surprised by Xiao Wu's performance. After all, Xiao Wu has seen too many good things, especially those from ancient times. Wu Xingzuan, who knew Xiao Wu's details, thought it was normal, but Tian Xingzhen and Fu Xingzuan were very surprised. Lin Moyu didn't know about the rule stone. Xiao Wu, what is the rule stone? Xiao Wu said it quickly, and Lin Moyu couldn't help being shocked. Unexpectedly, it is the material used to build the divine path, which is indeed precious and rare. Tian Xingzuan pushed the box in front of Lin Moyu. We can't even touch this thing. Come and try it. Lin Moyu hummed and stretched out his hand to grab the rule stone. Xiao Wu suddenly screamed from the side, no. Xiao Wu's scream was still a little late, and Lin Moyu's hand had already touched the god of rule stone. He did not pass through like Saint Hao and others, but actually touched the god of rule stone. Immediately afterwards, the god of rule stone suddenly set off a huge wave, and the light exploded like running water. Lin Moyu felt an irresistible power of rules rush into his body, sweeping his whole body instantly. He was blasted away, and a ray of light appeared on his body. After Lin Moyu landed, he was a little shocked. He actually died once. He just touched the god of rule stone, and then he was beaten. The power of this stone is actually so strong. Wu Xingzuan and others were also shocked. They just saw the glow explode, and then Lin Moyu was knocked away. They didn't even feel the power of the rules. The power of the rule stone was extremely restrained and unknown to the person involved. Xiao Wu looked at Lin Moyu nervously. Master, are you okay? Lin Moyu said it was okay and thought to himself, fortunately, I have a new talent, otherwise I would have died. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. Xiao Wu, why can't you touch it? Xiao Wu said, at least the Holy Master must be able to touch the rule god stone. When in contact, you must use the power of the rule world to counteract it. If you don't do this, you will be counterattacked by the rule god stone. Will get hurt. So that's it. Lin Moyu thought, not only the Holy One can come into contact, but only the Holy One who understands the difference between reality and reality can come into contact. Therefore, using the divine stone of rules to create a divine path is an ability that only the Heavenly Lord can possess, and even the Supreme Being cannot do it. How many saints can understand the difference between reality and reality? Although he is still unable to resist the power of the rule stone, facts have proven that he is qualified to touch the rule stone after understanding the difference between reality and reality. Then when you reach the Holy Lord and have a real world of rules, you can use the rules divine stone to recast the divine path. Of course, recasting the divine path is not that simple. The rules divine stone is just one of them, and there are many other things to do. Tian Xingzhen said, little friend Lin, I'll leave this to you. When you become a saint in the future, you may be able to use it. This was discussed in advance by the three holy lords, and it would have no effect if the rule stone was left in their hands. They can only look at it every day and cannot touch it. Simply leave it to Lin Moyu, and the two of them can't see it but keep it in mind. Lin Moyu was not polite and put away the box. Next, Xiaowu was handed over to Wu Xingzuan, and he took Xiaowu back to Mo's house to settle the cause and effect. When Lin Moyu opened the Eye of the Soul with all his strength, he could vaguely see the causal thread on Xiaowu's body, because the black thread flew into the void and disappeared. This also shows that Xiaowu's causal relationship with the Mo family has not been completely severed after taking away the body. Xiaowu pulled Lin Moyu's clothes and called weakly, "Master." Judging from her appearance, she seemed a little scared and a little nervous. After all, he had just transformed from a weapon spirit into a human being, and he was still very unfamiliar with this world. Lin Moyu touched her head and said, "It's okay. Wu Xingzuan is here, you can talk to him about everything, and he will be back in a few days." Wu Xingzuan said, "If Xiaoyu Lin is worried, you can go together." Lin Moyu said, "With you here, I have nothing to worry about. Now that this matter has gotten rid of Holy Lord Hao, if I go with him again, it will appear that I don't trust Holy Lord Hao enough. What's more, there are some things that Xiaowu needs to handle by herself. She has all the previous memories, so I believe there won't be much difficulty in handling them. Now she is just not used to it. Once these memories are digested, she will understand the situation of the human race." Lin Moyu returned to the training room. His law of time was almost on par with the law of space, but he was just missing the last point. Use the explosive luck technique again, and luck will come true. Waves of dragon roars sounded, and Lin Moyu felt that his luck was a little different from before. Although it looked like luck had transformed into a dragon, Lin Moyu felt a little heavier and his luck became more powerful. "My luck has improved again. What did I do to make my luck stronger? Luck is very strange. Although it will continue to change, sometimes high and sometimes low, the upper limit is often destined." Lin Moyu has no way of knowing exactly what his luck is, but through the transformation of his luck into a dragon after the luck explosion surgery, he can feel that his luck has improved. "I couldn't figure it out for a while, so I just stopped thinking about it. Maybe I'll understand later that no matter what, improving luck is a good thing." Lin Moyu began to understand the laws of time. With incredible luck, a large amount of understanding of the laws came like snowflakes and merged into it. Lin Moyu repeated his operations again and again. 10 minutes to comprehend, 2 hours to digest, and the cycle repeats. In the soul world, the galaxy of time laws emerges again. This special law galaxy leads to infinitely distant places and connects to a more vast and magnificent river of time. The long river of time that even Tianzuan cannot enter is looming in the soul world. It seems to have boundless magic power, attracting Lin Moyu. Past, present, future. It seems to carry everything in the world. If possible, Lin Moyu really wants to go in and take a look. With continuous practice, the law of time finally reached the same level as the law of space. The space law galaxy also emerged at the same time, and the two were side by side, advancing hand in hand. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt a sense of balance. He felt that he had achieved a perfect balance and seemed to be able to move on. As blessed as the soul, the laws of destiny, the laws of immortality emerge. The galaxy of 3 laws changes from virtual to real, from the soul world to the real world. Terrible power permeated the training room, and the 3 laws were intertwined, making the whole training room roar and tremble. Immediately afterwards, the formation in the training room was opened, and the space expanded rapidly, blocking the force area naturally emitted by a law galaxy. Among the 3 laws of the galaxy, the one at the top is Lin Moyu's natal law, the law of immortality. The law of time and the law of space stand side by side, one on the left and the other on the right, below the law of immortality. The law of immortality is like an emperor, and the 2 laws of time and space are like prime ministers. Lin Moyu stood up and jumped into the galaxy of immortal law and began to cross. Others cross the galaxy with their souls, but Lin Moyu directly crosses the galaxy with his body. The law of immortality set off endless huge waves in the galaxy, hitting Lin Moyu and preventing him from crossing the galaxy. The body and soul were under the impact of huge waves at the same time, struggling to move forward. The god's journey across the galaxy is a unique practice method for the god's realm. In the process of crossing the galaxy, the soul will be baptized by extremely pure laws. The farther the soul travels, the more baptisms it undergoes, the purer the soul becomes, and its conformity to the law becomes stronger and stronger. While the degree of control over the law remains unchanged, the law can be made stronger. Lin Moyu's understanding is that when the fit between the soul and the law reaches a certain level, the law will be sublimated, thus giving birth to a trace of rule power. The power of rules is also a sign of entering the other side, which means that you have complete control over this kind of law, and you can change the law to a certain extent, allowing the law to operate according to your own will, thereby realizing some incredible abilities. However, others only have souls that are in harmony with the laws of the galaxy, but they also need to add a physical body. The body also needs to accommodate the laws and conform to the laws. Lin Moyu can clearly feel that the pure immortal law in the law galaxy is being integrated into the body and seeping into the soul bit by bit. Lin Moyu steps forward, step by step, in the galaxy of laws. Lin Moyu was drifting further and further away in the galaxy of laws, and the huge waves rolling in the galaxy could not stop him. His body gradually submerged into the galaxy, and finally the whole person sank into the galaxy. A magnificent picture appears in the eyes, and the laws are in the galaxy, as if they are alive and constantly running. In the law galaxy, it is not silent, but very lively. Laws form various forms, such as fish, flowers, and grass, and there are many different forms, forming a mysterious world that is difficult to describe in words. This is the world in the law galaxy. Lin Moyu once thought about what it would be like in the law galaxy, but he never imagined that it would be like this. There is a group of fish, composed of laws. They are gray and white and number in the tens of thousands, swimming over in groups. They were very fast and were in front of them in an instant. Lin Moyu collided with them and had no time to dodge. These fish, composed of laws, hit Lin Moyu like raindrops, knocking Lin Moyu, causing him to retreat. The journey we have just taken has returned to the end of the world. Then a whirlpool appeared under his feet, and the whirlpool rolled up. Lin Moyu stood unsteadily and took a few steps back. There was a hint of helplessness in his expression. The law galaxy is indeed not that easy to cross. Lin Moyu has discovered that crossing the galaxy with the body is more difficult than crossing the galaxy with a pure soul, and the difficulty is at least several times greater. Cultivation of the physical body is slow and difficult, so it is gradually being eliminated. But for Lin Moyu, this is nothing. Purple gold light flashes, and the purple gold body activates at full strength. As soon as the purple gold body came out, Lin Moyu felt that the resistance in front suddenly became smaller. He began to stride forward again, and instantly made up for the distance he had retreated before. Another school of fish came over and bumped into him, but they were all blocked by the purple gold body. Lin Moyu did not retreat or retreat. Instead, he strode forward even faster and faster. A whirlpool appeared and was crushed by Lin Moyu's foot. The law turned into arrows, and the purple gold body was like a shield, blocking them all. No matter how ever-changing the laws of the galaxy are, there seems to be no way to stop Lin Moyu wearing purple gold. As if not long had passed, Lin Moyu had crossed 1/10 of the galaxy. At this time, Lin Moyu trembled all over. Two forces came from somewhere, like two chains, pulling him. The two chains are called time and space. Lin Moyu knew why. He didn't master the two laws of time and space enough, and the two laws began to restrict him from crossing the galaxy. Of course, he can also ignore it and ignore those two laws, but this violates the original intention. The ideal state is to be in the divine realm and fully master the two laws of time and space. And he also has to cross the two laws of time and space. If we ignore them now and wait until we reach the other side, it will be difficult to look back. In the end, maybe you will be like Antares, who understands a little bit of everything, but only scratches the surface. Lin Moyu doesn't want to know so much, he only chooses the best, and he must learn every item to the highest level. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he fell out of the galaxy of the law of immortality, and then plunged headfirst into the galaxy of the law of time. The world changes instantly, and the beauty in front of you disappears, replaced by countless broken pictures. That was a scene recorded in the galaxy of the law of time. It was not his own memory, but the memory of countless living beings. Each picture represents the memory of a certain creature and a certain period of time. Lin Moyu didn't touch these scenes. He had no interest in other people's memories. But at the same time, he also discovered that the owners of these picture memories were all human beings. There is no picture of any other race. The galaxy of laws of time belongs to the big world. The big world only recognizes the human race. Those races are outsiders and are not recognized by the heavenly world. Lin Moyu instantly understood that the big world is also selfish and it is impossible for it to accept outsiders. There is a saying in the human race that people who are not from our race must have different hearts. This sentence is not bad if it is applied in the big world. Lin Moyu even somewhat understands the big world. Even if the whole world falls into destruction, it will not accept outsiders. The human race can also accept some weaker races, such as the butterfly race. As long as you are obedient enough and remain friendly with the human race can protect you and provide you with blessings. The human race is a race that cares about emotions, but the big world is obviously not. The competition in the world seems to be more cruel than the competition among races. Standing in the galaxy of the law of time, Lin Moyu remained motionless. He is not yet qualified to cross the galaxy, and his current understanding of the law of time is only 15%. Outside the law galaxy, he is just a small tributary. Only when all the tributaries enter the law galaxy can he be qualified to cross the law galaxy. Now, relying on his status as a god and the advantages of his purple gold body, he can stand in the galaxy of the law of time for a while, which is considered the limit. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be able to do this. After a while, he felt that the galaxy of the law of time began to reject him, and Lin Moyu jumped out of the galaxy of the law of time again and entered the galaxy of the law of space. Standing in the galaxy, he also saw the picture of the emperor. These pictures come from different spaces, some from the human race, some from other races, and some from outside the territory. It is said that if you master the laws of space to the limit, you can monitor the space of all parties. It seems that this statement is true. Suddenly, Lin Moyu looked towards the depths of the law galaxy. He felt that someone was watching him. It's the starry skyfish people. Lin Moyu immediately understood the other party's identity. The only ones who can peek at themselves in the space law galaxy are the starry skyfish people. Lin Moyu feels the law galaxy. Although it is filled with infinite space laws and is extremely pure, it is not suitable for understanding. They are too profound, so profound that I cannot understand them at all. After staying for a while, Lin Moyu left the space law galaxy. The three laws of the galaxy disappeared, and Lin Moyu returned to reality from the virtual and real world. The majestic power emerges from everywhere in the body, and also emerges from the depths of the soul. The body and soul become stronger, and the degree of compatibility with the law also increases. The Divine Lord has reached the second level. Lin Moyu knows that his level has improved. It is not difficult to cross the galaxy and improve the realm. This is also the advantage of the purple gold body. Crossing the galaxy is difficult for other gods, and it may even be dangerous because the soul is too fragile. But for Lin Moyu, who has a purple gold body, it is not difficult at all. As long as he can deepen his understanding of the two laws of time and space, he can quickly advance to realm 5.6. After improving his realm, Lin Moyu continued to understand the laws of time and space non-stop. He used the explosive luck technique to understand it very smoothly. From the starry skyfish tribe, their chief elder issued a summons, and several elders gathered together. Yu Qingru was also among them because of her status as a princess. Among the starry skyfish people, there are 2 great elders of the Saint Realm, 1 patriarch of the Saint Realm, and 8 chiefs of the other shore realm. This is the power they put on the surface, and it is not bad for any race. As the leader of the clan, Yu Qimei sat at the top, and the 2 people on his left and right were the great elders who were both in the Saint Realm. Yuchime's expression was not good-looking, and his voice was extremely low. It has been determined that the person who understands the laws of space is Lin Moyu of the human race. As soon as these words came out, several elders frowned, Yuchingro's eyes changed drastically, and her heart was shaking. How could it be him? Yuchingro's mood was extremely complicated at the moment. The person who understood the laws of space could be anyone, but why it was Lin Moyu? She recalled what happened in deep space before, and Lin Moyu said that he had been to deep space. Now it seems that Lin Moyu is no stranger to the laws of space. Yuchingru knew very well that the tribe would not allow outsiders to understand the laws of space, and they would find ways to get rid of Lin Moyu. Yuchingro's mood was extremely complicated. She was a member of the Starry Sky Fishman clan, so she naturally understood the rules of the clan. But she is also Lin Moyu's friend, and they even have a special relationship. She doesn't want anything to happen to Lin Moyu. Yuchime continued, "Elders, do you have a good way to get rid of Lin Moyu?" Elder Yuchingshue said, "Lin Moyu is a genius of the human race, known as the second god of war. Although he is not high in level, he is very powerful. It is not easy to get rid of him. Furthermore, Lin Moyu is very valued by the Holy Lord of the human race. If we kill him, we may offend the human race." Yuchime said, "This is also my concern. The human race values Lin Moyu very much, and we don't want to offend the human race, so we have to find a way to get the best of both worlds. We can kill Lin Moyu without letting the humans blame us." Several elders fell into deep thought. Being able to do this is naturally the best result. But again, these 18 are difficult. Yuchingru lowered his head and did not speak. Yuchingshue thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a good way. Finally, she shook her head and said, "I can't think of it. It's too difficult. If it were anyone else, it would be easy. Even if they were a peak god, they would still be able to kill each other. But the other party is Lin Moyu, and it is not a certain saint who is interested in Lin Moyu, but the entire human race. It is almost impossible to kill Lin Moyu silently." Seeing that everyone had no idea, Yuchime couldn't help but sigh and waved his hand. "Elder Qingxue will stay for a while, and everyone else should leave." Everyone left the hall, leaving only the clan leader, Yuchime, the two great elders of the Saint Realm, and Yuqingxue. Arriving outside the palace, the door was closed with a roar, and Yuchingru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they can't come up with a way to deal with Lin Moyu, it's the best result for her. While she was relaxed, Yuchingru was a little surprised at her own thoughts. Between the rules of the clan and Lin Moyu, he chose Lin Moyu by mistake. She would rather have the rules of the clan broken and make exceptions than to have anything happen to Lin Moyu. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu's status in his heart has reached this level. Yuchingru was also a little surprised at the time. In the hall, Yuchime looked at Yuqingxue. "Elder Qingxue, you led the team last time we went to the human race. Have you met Lin Moyu? Tell us what you think of him." Yuqingxue answered truthfully, "I have no direct contact with Lin Moyu, but from what I know, Lin Moyu's combat power should be more powerful than what is rumored by the outside world. This matter can be confirmed when attacking the Buddha clan. The strength shown by Lin Moyu at that time was comparable to the peak god. And according to Princess Qingru, Lin Moyu can still fight even if he faces a seriously injured future Buddha." Yuchime continued to ask, "Elder Qingxue, who do you think Lin Moyu has the best relationship with in our clan?" Yuqingxue thought for a while. "It should be Princess Qingru, they seem to have known each other a long time ago." Yuchime nodded, "Okay, I still have some things to discuss with the two great elders. Please come back, Maoshua-chan too." Yuqingxue bowed slightly, then turned and left. After Yuqingxue left, Yuchime looked at the two great elders on the left and right. "Two great elders, the rules in the clan cannot be broken. I want to use that magic weapon." The name of the great elder on the right is Yu Chixing. His voice is very thick. "Chief, are you really sure?" The great elder on the left is named Yu Qijing. He said, "That magic weapon only has two last chances to be used, and each time it is used, the price is extremely high. Is the clan leader really sure to use it?" Yuchime said, currently, we can't find a good way to deal with Lin Moyu. This time I accidentally discovered him in the Space Law Galaxy and confirmed his identity. He has already reached the second level of the Divine Lord, and his cultivation speed is far beyond our imagination. If we wait any longer and wait until he becomes the pinnacle god or even steps into the other side, it will be difficult. And after thinking about it, only this magic weapon can kill Lin Moyu silently. If the two great elders have other good ideas, they don't have to use that magic weapon. The two great elders frowned. They really couldn't think of any better way. According to clan rules, Lin Moyu must be killed. Finally, the two of them made a decision. In that case, let's move. Let's go back and make preparations. Patriarch, you should also make preparations. When Yuchingru returned to her residence, her mood was like waves, and she couldn't feel at ease. She felt vaguely uneasy, as if something was going to happen. After a while, Yuchingxue arrived. Yuchingru tried her best to stay calm. Why is Tu here? Among the many elders, Yuqingqing and Yuqingxue have the best relationship. Yuqingru regards Yuqingxue as half of his mother, and Yuqingxue does the same. Yuqingxue looked a little unnatural at this time. After she came in, she tapped her fingers, and the space in the room suddenly rippled like water waves, forming a small independent space. Yuqingru asked, Elder Qingxue, what happened? Yuqingxue said, there is a magic weapon in our clan that has been passed down from ancient times. This magic weapon can ignore spatial distance and kill people invisible. Yuqingru was extremely smart and immediately realized the meaning of Yuqingxue's words. You mean, the clan leader will use this magic weapon to deal with Lin Moyu? Yuqingxue nodded, it's possible. Once this magic weapon is used, Lin Moyu is very likely to be killed. After saying that, Yuqingxue withdrew from her independent space. Qingru, I watched you grow up, and I will support you no matter what decision you make. Yuqingru nodded. Qingdu understood. Yuqingxue is gone. As for what Yuqingru will decide, she will not care. That is Yuqingru's freedom. After Yuqingru thought for a few minutes, her eyes quickly changed from complicated to firm. She has made a decision. In 100 days, the laws of space and time have improved again, reaching close to 20% mastery, and he is not far away from entering the third level of the divine realm. However, after continuously using explosive luck, Lin Moyu gradually felt the experience. He discovered that the explosive luck technique cannot be used endlessly. As the number of uses continues to increase, the duration is shortened and the effect is weakened. Every time you use the explosive luck technique, in addition to consuming part of your luck, it will also cause some experience to the soul. These pressures come from the invisible law of cause and effect, and Lin Moyu stopped after feeling it. The law of cause and effect is too mysterious, and it is not a good thing for you to bear too much. Even the big world can't bear the huge cause and effect, so how much can a small god like myself bear? Lin Moyu also understands very well the principle of giving up when things are good. After leaving the training room, Lin Moyu came to the central temple and found that the door of the central temple had been closed. Lin Moyu contacted Wu Xingzuan and found out that Tian Xingzuan was traveling in a fugue, and the temple would not be opened until the end of the fugue. Saint Hao is taking Xiaoxue to play in the Divine City. It seems that the relationship between the two is very good. Lin Moyu suddenly moved his hands, and a shell appeared in his hands. Yu's soft voice came from the shell, I'm coming to the human race. The shell is the communication magic weapon that Yuqingru left to herself. When something happens, Yuqingru will contact herself through it. Shells are very convenient to use, but the disadvantage is that the distance cannot be too far. Lin Moyu uses his soul to communicate with Yuqingru. Where are you? Yu's soft voice soon sounded, God City Star Territory, Port Star. You wait for me. Lin Moyu did not go to Yuqingru immediately, but went to Yan and I step by step. The distance from the Divine City to the Port Star is not close. Although the teleportation array can be used for the last distance, there is a light-year distance from the Divine City to the first teleportation array. At Lin Moyu's speed, it will take a while. He has a battleship that is being repaired by Yan Lao. Yen Lao once promised him that he would help him transform it. Lin Moyu doesn't have many requirements for battleships. The only requirement is that they are fast enough. I don't know if it has been repaired after so long. Lin Moyu quickly found the place where Yen Lao was. Yen Lao was refining a magic weapon. After seeing Lin Moyu, he threw the battleship out without even raising his head. Lin Moyu took over the battleship. The battleship had been repaired and was lying quietly in the palm of his hand. The battleship is not activated and is only the size of a palm. Lin Moyu knew that the battleship had been repaired, and immediately handed over to Yen Lao. "Thank you, Yen Lao, I won't disturb you for now." Yen Lao hummed, said nothing, and continued to concentrate on refining the magic weapon. It can be seen that the magic weapon that Yen Lao is refining at the moment is of a very high level, and even he needs to concentrate on it. Lin Moyu didn't bother him anymore and directly took off and flew away from the sacred city. He is now in a very strange state. Although he only has medium authority, he can come and go freely in various locations in the Divine City Star territory. Renhuang Network, which is in charge of everything, opened privileges for Lin Moyu and gave him full freedom. The battleship was activated in the starry sky. The battleship was covered in silver, about 20 meters in length, and exuded a powerful aura. When Lin Moyu handed over the battleship to Yen Lao, it was a damaged mid-level God Lord battleship. After being repaired and enhanced by Yen Lao, it has become a high-level battleship in the realm of gods. As the level increases, the speed will naturally be faster, but this is not the most important thing. Lin Moyu entered the battleship, activated the battleship core, left his soul mark on the core, and obtained battleship information at the same time. Yen Lao used a lot of good materials to not only repair the battleship, but also greatly strengthen it. The formations burned inside alone are enough for battleships to compete with high-level gods. The most critical thing is speed. At Lin Moyu's request, Yen Lao pushed the battleship's speed to the extreme. This is the Space Stone. Lin Moyu discovered that the battleship not only used good materials from the human race, but also used space stones. In recent years, it happened that the starry skyfish human race was transforming warships for the human race. After being transformed, a large number of the human race's warships all had the ability to sail in deep space. As far as Lin Moyu knows, the cooperation between the starry skyfish human race and the human race has basically allowed them to transform military warships. The starry skyfishmen refused to transform such a private warship, and they didn't know how Mr. Yen could handle it. In short, it's done. With it, it's much more convenient to go back and forth. Let's try it first. The Divine City is still 5 light-years away from the nearest teleportation array. Lin Moyu did not use the battleship immediately, but first wanted to verify his cultivation results. Without even using the wings of the undead, Lin Moyu stepped forward and disappeared into the starry sky like a bubble. Lin Moyu appears in the starry sky 30 million kilometers away. 30 million kilometers in one step is indeed very fast. Calculated by 1 step per second, his speed is comparable to that of the other shore realm. It seems there is still some progress. Step after step, Lin Moyu tried repeatedly and determined that his speed after using only the laws of space was 30 million kilometers per second. 100 times the speed of light, 30 million kilometers per second. But this is not his limit, Wings of the Dead is. There is no upper limit to the speed of the Wings of the Undead. As long as the soul power is enough, the Wings of the Undead can automatically activate the laws of space and directly smash the space, which is very unreasonable. Lin Moyu used the law of time that he had just mastered. The law of time enveloped his whole body like invisible water, slowing down his own time. His time was slowed down twice. To the outside world, 1 second passed, but to Lin Moyu, 2 seconds passed. After taking 2 steps in succession, the space vibrated and there were 2 bangs, and Lin Moyu stumbled. He failed, and the laws of space and time conflicted, making the laws of space useless. Lin Moyu frowned. The laws of time and the laws of space were completely incompatible, completely different from what he expected. If the 2 laws can be fused together, Even if the effect is the worst, it can at least double his speed to 60 million kilometers per second. Unfortunately, things backfired. The two laws were not only difficult to integrate, but also conflicted constantly. Try again. Lin Moyu will naturally not give up. If he fails once, he will do it twice or 3 times, and he will always succeed. He adjusted his state, adjusted the rules, and brought the two occurrences closer to each other again, trying to merge. The two laws collided in the body and then exploded. Lin Moyu snorted, feeling as if his body and soul were being torn apart. The two laws still failed to integrate and could not work together. The law exploded, causing some damage to Lin Moyu. It seems like you are too anxious. The white light flashes, and its power quickly heals the injuries on the body and soul. I tried several more times, but the result was the same. The two laws were incompatible with each other, and it was difficult to integrate them no matter what. Lin Moyu did not give up, kept trying and failing again and again. The stubbornness and resilience he once had were brought out, and Lin Moyu shouted in his heart, Bang Yun Yen. The explosive luck technique is activated, and luck instantly breaks through the limit. Use the two laws again at the same time, and then take one step forward. Lin Moyu disappeared and appeared 10,000 kilometers away, then disappeared again and walked 10,000 kilometers away again. Lin Moyu showed a wry smile. Under the influence of the explosive luck technique, the two laws were indeed merged. But the fusion was very stiff, and instead of enhancing the effect, it was greatly weakened. Lin Moyu tried it a few more times, but it was still the same. The effect was worse than no fusion, and it was extremely unstable. The funniest time was when he only walked 10 meters in one step, and Lin Moyu almost laughed out loud. It seems that the explosive luck technique can indeed fuse the two laws, but this fusion is not very effective. It seems that you still have to rely on yourself to understand. Relying on external forces is just a trick, not a long-term solution. That's right. After some experiments, it was once again confirmed that the explosive luck technique was not omnipotent, and Lin Moyu also understood his choice. Things like explosive luck are still useful when used, but you can't rely on them too much, otherwise they will become your own constraints. Finally, take out the battleship and activate the formation Nephew in the core. The battleship entered deep space silently, and then quickly flew towards the port star. Once a battleship has the ability to travel in deep space, it will basically have nothing to do with ordinary teleportation arrays. The teleportation array cannot be reached in an instant. It also takes time on the road, and with repeated transfers, it is not faster than deep navigation. The Starry Sky Fish people have indeed reached a very high level in their utilization of the laws of space. The Starry Sky Fish people have been tirelessly exploring the laws of space from ancient times to the present. Their achievements in this area are by no means comparable to Lin Moyu. After learning that the Starry Sky Spirit tribe was created by a heavenly lord, Lin Moyu had already guessed that the Starry Sky Fishman tribe should also be created by a certain heavenly lord. Later, he learned from Xiaowu that in ancient times, there was actually a space god. At that time, Lin Moyu had already speculated that the Starry Sky Fish people should be created by the space god. They should have inherited part of the inheritance of the space heavenly lord, so they have the talent for space in their bloodline. The Starry Sky Spirit clan is derived from the soul celestial being. The Starry Sky Fish people are derived from the space god. The Starry Sky Demon clan that has never appeared has come from an unknown deity from ancient times. The Demon God clan is good at physical strength, so it should have been created by a heavenly lord who is also good at physical strength. Every time he thinks about this, Lin Moyu can't help but sigh. The Tianzuan in ancient times was so powerful that he could even create races. How strong should the big world at that time be? Unfortunately, the battle was still defeated. It's not necessarily a defeat, the real victory or defeat still depends on the situation in the Black and Heaven realm. If one day, I can become a heavenly lord, then I will go to the Black Blood realm to see how strong the strong people are there. Lin Moyu is curious about the Black Blood realm. As long as there is a chance, he will definitely go there, of course with his army of hundreds of millions of undead. The battleship sailed in deep space for tens of thousands of light years and arrived at the port star. It only took a day's work. It was faster than the teleportation array, and it also saved the cost of teleportation. At this moment, the port star is in a closed state, and there is no one else on it except the staff. Lin Moyu took out the shell and sent a message to Yu Qingru. I'm here, where are you? Soon Yu's soft voice came from the shell. I see you, I'm coming to find you. You open the battleship door. Lin Moyu looked around and didn't see Yu Qingru. A few seconds later, the starry sky outside the battleship door became distorted, and Yu Qingru's graceful figure emerged. Wearing a light armor, she looked heroic and had an extraordinary temperament. But her expression was a little ugly, as if something had happened to her. After entering the battleship, Lin Moyu immediately closed the battleship door and asked, what happened? If there is nothing wrong and Yu Qingru cannot come over, something must be wrong. Yu Qing said softly, someone wants to kill you. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged. Is he your clan leader? Yu Qingru was surprised. How do you know? Lin Moyu smiled calmly and said, it's not difficult to guess. I was found to be spied on in the Law Galaxy. There are only a few people who can enter the Space Law Galaxy to spy on me. Furthermore, you rarely go out, and your race does not have a complete intelligence system. Naturally, the information you can know is not too much. In this case, it is not difficult to guess that the person who wants to kill me is either you elders or the clan leader. Yu Qingru stared at Lin Moyu with twinkling eyes. You are really smart, so do you know how they are going to kill you? Lin Moyu looked relaxed and said with a smile, I don't know everything, how could I guess this? Yu Qingru rolled her eyes at him. I thought you really knew everything. Although I don't know everything, I can still make a guess. The relationship between your starry skyfish race and our human race is currently quite good, so we can be considered allies. So you can't come to kill me in a big way, you can only use some dark methods to kill me. The human race will definitely be able to detect ordinary methods, so you will definitely come up with some methods that the human race cannot detect. You have inherited it from ancient times, to this day. I guess there are one or two treasures in the family that are at the bottom of the box. For example, the kind of magic weapon that can ignore distance and kill people from a distance. There are also magic weapons with special laws, such as the laws of cause and effect and the rules of fate. The more Yu Qingru heard, the more surprised she became. She knew Lin Moyu was smart, but she didn't expect that he could even guess this. Seeing Yu Qingru's expression, Lin Moyu continued, it seems that I was right. It should be some kind of magic weapon left over from ancient times. I guess there are certain costs and conditions required to activate this magic weapon. It's not just something you want to use. And the price won't be too small. Otherwise, it would have taken so long to take action long ago. Am I right? Yu Qingru sighed, you are very smart and you have basically guessed it right. However, I don't know what kind of magic weapon it is. I only know that this magic weapon is very powerful and is in the hands of the clan leader and two great elders. As long as you don't reach the peak of the gods, you will be killed by this magic weapon, without exception. Lin Moyu said, without exception? It's hard to say. It may be possible to kill others without exception, but it is not so easy to kill yourself. Counting his talents and the scapegoat, he would have to kill himself at least 4 times. Moreover, Lin Moyu has confidence in his own strength. How can he be so easy to kill? It would be difficult to kill him in front of him in the other shore realm, let alone with only one magic weapon. However, Lin Moyu will not take it lightly. If there is no real danger, Yu Qingru will not come to inform him. Lin Moyu was slightly moved. Does it count as betraying the race if you come here like this? Yu Qingru shook his head, of course not. My heart towards the race has never changed. It's just that I think the patriarch is too arbitrary. Why would someone who masters the laws of space pose a threat to us? You are my friend, and I don't want you to be killed like this. And I don't think you will pose a threat to us even if you are alive. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a possible racial destiny. Races have luck. The stronger the luck, the stronger the race, and the luck of the members of the race will also improve. For the Starry Sky Fish people, the law of space is the most precious thing in their race, and it is also an integral part of luck. If others also master the laws of space, it means that the luck of their race begins to disappear. Therefore, such people must be killed. However, he can understand these reasons, but as the leader of the Starry Sky Fishman clan, he may not necessarily understand. Maybe he just made this decision based on the rules of the clan. Lin Moyu looked at Yu Qingrou's beautiful face and was indeed a little moved. It could be seen that his status in Yu Qingrou's heart was not low. I'm here to make you a promise. As long as you don't harm the human race, I won't use weapons against you. Lin Moyu made a promise, and the moment he made the promise, he felt that there was a trace of cause and effect between himself and Yu Qingrou. There is a line of cause and effect that emerges faintly. The line of cause and effect is not easy to appear, and Lin Moyu has only seen it once in the cause and effect gourd. That's because there is a powerful being who has made the law of cause and effect into a magic weapon, revealing the line of cause and effect. I didn't expect that a line of cause and effect would emerge from my own promise. From this, it can be seen that this promise of my own is very important, and the cause and effect between it and Yu Qingrou is also very deep. Lin Moyu has no regrets. For friends, it is not a big deal to suffer some consequences. What's more, cause and effect are not necessarily all bad things. Good things and bad things depend on each other. Who can tell clearly? Hearing Lin Moyu's promise, Yu Qingrou felt a little relieved. For some reason, she didn't think that the clan's magic weapon could kill Lin Moyu. Even if she didn't tell him, Lin Moyu would still know who wanted to kill him. The consequences will be serious, and the Starry Sky Fish people will face an extremely terrifying enemy. But now, because of his actions, he got Lin Moyu's promise. As long as the Starry Sky Fish people don't seek death, nothing will happen. But at the same time, Yu Qingrou fell into trouble again. After all, with her status, she shouldn't tell Lin Moyu this. No matter what the reason is, whether she admits it or not, she is actually sorry for her own race. Lin Moyu saw her thoughts and chuckled, "Don't think about it, you did it right. Actually, you saved the Starry Sky Fish people. If you are upset about this matter, there is no need to do so. If you feel that it is difficult to explain to the clan, I will handle it." Yu Qingrou shook his head, "No, I will handle it. I am the princess of the clan, they will not do anything to me." Lin Moyu nodded, "If so, that would be best, but if there is any accident, I will not stand idly by. My promise is for you. If something happens to you, this promise will naturally be gone." Yu Qingrou knew Lin Moyu's character, and after listening to these words, she felt warm in her heart and said softly, "I know." Lin Moyu smiled, "Well, since the human race is here, I will take you around. There were too many people here last time and it was too noisy. This time it was much quieter." Yu Qingrou thought for a while and nodded in agreement, "Okay." Lin Moyu took out the Taoist tea given by Hao Xingzuan and brewed it with his own hands. The tea was filled with the aroma of tea. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I know you don't drink, so I use tea instead of wine. Congratulations on your achievement of being a god." Yu Qingrou smiled and said, "I also congratulate you on becoming a god. Since the last time we said goodbye, this time we meet again, both of them have become gods." The two of them blessed each other, smiled indifferently, and all their words were in the tea minister. Lin Moyu contacted Renhuang Network, hoping to give Yu Qingrou permission. Renhuang Network responded quickly, "No problem." When Yu Qingrou came before, the Human Emperor Network had given corresponding permissions, so Yu Qingrou could only access the Divine City Star territory this time. Otherwise, with the human race's defense system, Yu Qingrou would not be able to get in. Even in deep space, it is still under surveillance by the Human Emperor Network. After obtaining the permission, Lin Moyu also asked the Human Emperor Network for information on various wonders and beautiful scenery in the Divine City Star territory. Although I had seen some of it last time, there were so many people there, so it was still very different from this time. The battleship set sail again, and Lin Moyu took Yu Qingru to enjoy the beautiful scenery and taste human food at the same time. The human race is famous for its delicious food. Although they no longer need food, good food will still attract them. Many advanced cultivators in the human race still flock to delicious food. The battleship flew over beautiful scenery everywhere and enjoyed different scenery. To Yu Qingru, these scenery are beautiful, but they don't seem to be as good as the people around them. Unknowingly, the two of them came to the wonderful scene of the rising sun over the sea of stars. The spectacle of the sun rising over the sea of stars happens every once in a while. In the strange scene, that unique, small world appeared again, with a box that was square enough to run in, tall buildings made of steel, and pedestrians coming and going. The road is also painted with various lines, which is extremely strange. Yu Qingru squinted her eyes. I've seen so many strange sights, but this one is the most strange. I don't know what magic weapon this kind of boxy thing can have. Lin Moyu drank tea and replied casually, that's a car. Yu Qingru turned around and asked, how do you know? Lin Moyu knew that he subconsciously let something slip, so he continued to say casually, some time ago, due to an accident, I went to an extraterrestrial space. I got a piece of information there and learned this information. Yu said softly. She did not doubt Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu thought for a while and continued, outside the territory, I met your Princess Luoshin. Yu said softly, Ancestor Luoshin is still alive? Lin Moyu hummed, she's alive, but she still has business outside the territory, so she didn't come back. This time I was able to return from outside the territory smoothly, and it was Princess Luoshin who helped me. Yu Qingru's eyes were slightly confused. I have been listening to the story of Princess Luoshin since I was a child, and she is also the person I admire the most. You also know that Princess Luoshin is a mixed race, but she is still loved by countless of us. If it weren't for her, our starry skyfish people might have. She didn't continue, but Lin Moyu could tell that the starry skyfishman tribe must have encountered a disaster. Yu Qingru talked about the story of Luoshin, and Yu Qingru could tell all the deeds of Luoshin. It can be heard from the words that Yu Qingru admires Luoshin very much. Lin Moyu drank tea, listened to Yu Qingru's story, and admired the peculiar scenery not far away. Lin Moyu has a strange memory of that steel jungle-like world. The life there was completely different from the life now. It seems as plain as water, but now that I think about it carefully, Yi Ping contains countless secrets. Just the text of the original spell is an unimaginably big secret. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. In the projection of the strange scene, an airplane flew through the sky. Lin Moyu could naturally recognize the plane, but on the plane, Lin Moyu saw a man was sitting on the top of the plane, drinking wine. He was wearing a Taoist robe and looked very unruly, with a sharp sword on his back. There are also practitioners in that world. Lin Moyu secretly thought in his heart that he felt normal only when there were practitioners. Without practitioners, the world would only make him feel more mysterious. Now that he saw the cultivator, he felt relieved. It is not terrible to have something in common, but the most terrible thing is that there is no common ground. The projection of the small world gradually disappeared, and Yu Qingru also finished telling the story of Luoshin. Yu Qingru usually doesn't talk much, but when talking about Luoshin, she talks endlessly. Yu Qingru sighed, I really hope I can see Luoshin. Lin Moyu smiled and said, there will be opportunities. Yu Qingru didn't think so. It's hard to say, the lifespan of our tribe is very short. Even if we become a saint, we can only live 5,000 years. The ancestor of Luoshin is a mixed race, so she can live for a long time. Maybe I am dead and she is still alive. Yu Qingru looked a little sad. Lin Moyu said, maybe there will be a way to solve it by then. As far as I know, Luoshin's mother may still be alive. Yu Qingru's eyes widened. How is that possible? If Luoshin's mother were still alive, she would have lived for more than 10,000 years. The Holy Lord of the Starry Skyfish people can only live up to 5,000 years old. This is common sense. Lin Moyu said, that's right. If I have the chance to see Luoshin again next time, I'll ask her. There should be a way. Yu Qingru showed a beautiful smile. Okay. At this time, Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the void outside the ship and whispered, "Here we come." The battleship door opened, and Lin Moyu came outside the battleship. Yu Qingru also flew out and stood side by side with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu saw thin lines flying across the void. These thin lines seem virtual and real. If they are there or not, they are exactly the lines of cause and effect. The causal line is generally not revealed, and Lin Moyu has only seen it a few times. Only if the cause and effect is particularly strong, or is caused by a magic weapon of cause and effect, will the line of cause and effect be revealed. It turns out to be a magic weapon of cause and effect. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and said softly to Yu Qing, "Step aside and leave this place to me." Yu Qingru obviously didn't want to retreat. "I'll help you." Lin Moyu shook his head. "This is a causal attack. It's only aimed at me. You can't help." Seeing Yu Qingru's worried look, Lin Moyu smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, you are still far from killing me based on this. I'm afraid your clan leader will regret it if you form a relationship with me. Get out of here, this cause and effect has nothing to do with you." 790, don't get involved. Lin Moyu said so categorically that Yu Qingru could only retreat obediently. "Then be careful," Yu Qingru warned, stepping aside and looking at Lin Moyu nervously. Several lines of cause and effect were entangled in the void. This was Lin Moyu's first time facing a magic weapon of cause and effect, and he was a little curious. He knew that he didn't need to hide. He couldn't dodge the attack of the karma magic weapon regardless of spatial distance. Even if he hides in the holy world of rules now, he will still be attacked. In the face of causal attacks, there is only one way, and that is to resist forcefully. It's just that there is some particularity in the method of hard resistance. Explosive luck technique. Lin Moyu exploded his luck, and his luck turned into a dragon, sending out bursts of dragon roars. After these days of rest, luck has returned to its peak, and all previous losses have been replenished. With my luck, I have to fight against causal attacks. I want to see what's going on your side. Lin Moyu chanted softly. He had some understanding of cause and effect and knew that cause and effect were two-way. There is a cause and an effect. The Starry Sky Fish people launched the attack because of the cause, and the attack on him was the effect. Similarly, his counterattack here was the cause, and the Starry Sky Fish people's side was the result. Cause and effect are like things in the world, there is no absolute. This statement is too mysterious, and can only be understood by those who understand it. If you don't understand it, it will be like listening to a book from heaven. The soul moved and took the lead in contacting the line of cause and effect. Lin Moyu trembled all over, and the line of cause and effect contained majestic power, which instantly shattered Lin Moyu's soul power. The line of cause and effect fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu trembled all over, and the purple gold light bloomed, resisting the line of cause and effect. The line of cause and effect also fell on the soul world. The soul world, which was already the prototype of the world of rules, kept roaring. The world tree stretched out countless branches and collided with the line of cause and effect. The branches of the world tree are broken, but it pokes out more branches to hit the line of cause and effect. The vitality of the world tree is astonishingly huge, and new branches are constantly growing and joining the battle group. However, the line of cause and effect is still extremely strong, still crushing the soul world and trying to crush it. From the line of cause and effect, Lin Moyu felt strong luck and the terrifying power of rules. It turns out that this is a causal attack, guided by cause and effect, using luck as a punch, and the two rules work together. The art of luck needs to be driven by the power of rules, and the same is true for this magic weapon of cause and effect. Lin Moyu's heart was like a mirror, and he instantly understood the situation he was facing. On the side of the Starry Sky Fish people, they gathered the luck of the race and launched an attack on themselves. Its effect is similar to that of explosive luck. Naturally, one's own luck cannot be compared with the luck of an entire group. Luck is the sublimation of luck. Whether it is quality or halo, it is better than personal luck. Even if he breaks through the limit and turns his luck into a dragon, it can only be said to be slightly better and there is still no confrontation. At the same time, Lin Moyu also understood why targeting the peak god would be ineffective. In fact, if you don't need the peak god, the effect of this magic weapon will be greatly reduced when facing high-level gods. The high-level gods are born with the power of rules. The power of rules is the basis for using luck. The mysterious cause and effect makes the high-level gods have a connection with the luck of the human race. So if you want to kill the high-level god, you need to fight against the fate of the human race. The higher the realm, the deeper the connection, the more human luck you get, and the magic weapon of cause and effect will naturally fail. In that case, Lin Moyu knew how to deal with it, and it was much simpler than he imagined. A strange aura rose up from his body, and Lin Moyu's realm began to rise sharply. Original spell, gather. Lin Moyu's realm reached the 6th level of God almost in the blink of an eye, and then burst the barrier like a bubble. Lin Moyu suddenly transformed from a 2nd-level god to a high-level god. A trace of the power of rules was born, and at the same time a mysterious force fell on him. The destiny of the human race. Lin Moyu's voice was very low, with a little excitement at the same time. In the past, he could not feel the luck of the human race, but now that he has understood the reality, he can already feel the luck. Although luck cannot be used by him yet, as long as there is a human being with luck blessing, he will naturally protect himself against luck attacks. The fate of the human race has arrived, and Lin Moyu's pressure is greatly reduced. The effect of the causal attack was greatly weakened, and Lin Moyu knew that he was fine. But this is just the beginning. Lin Moyu's realm is still improving and getting stronger. The 8th level of deity has gained more luck from the human race. 9th level god. A large amount of human luck washed down and took the initiative to block the line of cause and effect for Lin Moyu. The causal attack failed. Lin Moyu sneered, "It's rude to not reciprocate." The soul power that had been prepared for a long time swarmed out, carrying the fate of the human race and falling on the line of cause and effect. In an instant, the threat of cause and effect was felt by Lin Moyu. The leader of the Starry Sky Sh people, Yu Qimei, is holding a coral-shaped magic weapon and casting spells with all his strength. But judging from his appearance, it didn't seem to be going well. How could it go smoothly? Lin Moyu has completely blocked the causal attack. It can be seen from this that he is just manipulating magic weapons and knows nothing about the law of cause and effect, and he has no understanding of the theory of luck. It is truly knowing it but not knowing why. Explosive luck technique. Along the line of cause and effect, Lin Moyu launched an attack. His attack has nothing to do with the group, it is a luck attack, one person versus one person. Yu Qimei's personal luck was greatly weakened. Yu Qimei felt vaguely uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. As the leader of the clan, Yu Qimei's personal luck is also very good, as high as 82, which is red. Under Lin Moyu's full strength, Yu Qimei's luck declined rapidly and was halved in the blink of an eye. Luck changed from red to green, and the value changed from 82 to 41. Lin Moyu knows that this is the limit and cannot continue to weaken it. After all, this is a living being, not a stone tablet. There is an essential difference between the two. Explode. I drank lightly in my heart, detonating the luck of both parties. Attacking with luck, Lin Moyu's luck was in the state of dragon transformation, breaking through the limit. Yu Qimei's luck is only 41, which is a big difference between the two. Yu Qimei, who was casting a magic attack, trembled violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out violently, causing his room to collapse. He had no idea how or why he was injured. The two great elders beside him were also shocked, and they didn't understand why this happened. At this time, Yu Qimei heard a voice, "Chief Yu, Lin has taken note of this matter. Please accept some feedback. For Qingrou's sake, this matter is over. If there is a next time, Lin Moyu, I should repay you twice as much." Yu Qimei couldn't help but feel panic in his eyes. He actually heard Lin Moyu's warning. The two were separated by who knows how many light years. He didn't know how Lin Moyu did it. Yu Qimei knew that his attack failed, not only failed, but also failed miserably. Lin Moyu is terrifying, far beyond imagination. He told the two great elders about this, and the two great elders also looked shocked. No wonder the human race values Lin Moyu so much. This son is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. It's scary that he is no longer as simple as the second Xiao Zhantian. This son is very likely to surpass Xiao Zhantian because the human race will create a new era. Is it possible that the human race will dominate the world again? If that is the case, it is not impossible. The three of them looked at each other with extremely complicated expressions. This time, Lin Moyu completely broke Yuchimei's intention to kill him, and also broke the rules of the Starry Skyfish people. Lin Moyu's breath gradually calmed down, and his realm also returned to the real level. Yu Qingru looked on very nervously, but only now did she really feel relieved. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, it's okay." Yu Qingru hummed, "It's not easy to activate that magic weapon once. I think they won't do it again in a short time on the 19th. Lin Moyu said, "You are right." Yu Qimei didn't dare to take action in a short period of time, and he probably wouldn't dare to take action in the future. Lin Moyu knew how powerful his words were. Although they were just warnings, they were full of threats. Using the explosive luck technique, through the line of cause and effect, Yu Qimei was directly injured from an infinite distance. This method would probably scare even the Holy Lord half to death. In the past, the ancient Buddha used cause and effect to slap himself with Buddha's palm. There are traces of the ancient Buddha's palm. Although it is powerful, it is not weird. There is no trace of the explosive luck technique, so it looks a bit weird. Lin Moyu wants to know how people like Yu Qimei will react now. The expressions on their faces should be very exciting. Lin Moyu took Yu Qingru on the journey again. A causal attack and a fate attack were like an interlude, which did not affect the interest of the two at all. In the next period of time, Lin Moyu took Yu Qingru to see all the beautiful scenery in the Divine City Star territory. "Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you back?" Lin Moyu asked. Yu Qingru shook his head, "I can handle my own affairs." Lin Moyu didn't stop him, "Then you should be careful. If you have any problems, just come to me directly and I will come and solve it." Yu Qingru smiled sweetly, "Don't worry, I have a special status, nothing will happen to me." As the princess of the Starry Skyfishman clan, Yu Qingru has been appointed as the next clan leader. As long as she achieves the other side, she can become the clan leader. Even if she makes some mistakes, nothing will happen to her. What's more, Lin Moyu feels that now Yu Jimei and others are even less likely to punish Yu Qingchen. With reluctance, Yu Qingru left. Although he didn't say anything, Lin Moyu knew the reluctance very well. Lin Moyu knows that the two will meet again sooner or later, the line of cause and effect is still there, and this farewell is not final. Lin Moyu also returned to the Divine City and prepared to practice again. Things told him time and time again that in this world, if you want to live comfortably, strength comes first. If he was already a saint, how could Yu Shimi dare to attack him again? On the way back, Lin Moyu sent a message to Saint Hao and asked about Xiaowu's situation. Every once in a while, Lin Moyu will ask. Wu Xingzuan took Xiaowu out of the Divine City Star territory and was wandering around the human race's four directions star territory. The old man and the young man got along very harmoniously, and Xiaowu seemed to be having a little too much fun. It was the same this time. Saint Hao took Xiaowu to the Qinglong Star territory. It was not clear when he would return. Lin Moyu is also happy about this. Xiaowu has transformed from a tool spirit into a real person, so naturally he wants to experience the human world. She had been in the Yunwu sect for who knows how many years. Although Huanwu Tianzuan was very kind to her, she was always stuck in the same place. Now I finally have a chance to see this world. Huanwu Tianzuan, I have accomplished what I promised you, Lin Moyu thought in his heart, and suddenly, he felt something changed in his soul. With his mind sinking into his soul, Lin Moyu saw the supreme inheritance pearl of Yunwu sect, shining brightly. In the light, countless texts blinked out. These runes were flying in the light and shadow, and there were many runes that Lin Moyu had never seen before. But relying on his understanding of runes, he can roughly judge the functions of these runes. Space runes. Time rune. And these runes, I don't even recognize them. Lin Moyu thought that he had mastered almost all the runes, but he did not expect that there were so many runes that he had never seen before. These runes kept flying, and then merged with each other to form one mysterious ancient rune after another. Then these ancient symbols were combined again, turning into mountains, seas, starry sky beasts, and galaxies. The last rune giant, which was bigger than the galaxy, appeared in the light and shadow. It pinches stars with its hands and breaks galaxies with its fists. It is extremely powerful. Lin Moyu was shocked. Ancient giant. The giant in the light and shadow looked exactly like the ancient giant he had seen before. The secret realm of the Divine City Star territory was transformed from the ancient talisman fragments of the ancient giants. The severed finger of the ancient giant is still outside the Divine City Star domain. It is obviously the supreme inheritance of the Yunwu sect, so why do ancient giants appear? Could it be said that the ancient giants were also transformed by the Yunwu sect? Lin Moyu instinctively felt that it was impossible. There was no basis for his guess, but what he saw in front of him was how to explain it. The pearl burst out with strong light again, driving away all light and shadow. The strong light illuminated most of the soul world, and then a large amount of information rushed into the soul. Lin Moyu was caught off guard. 307 soul felt intense pain, and was almost overwhelmed by the flow of information. It was hard to endure it, but Lin Moyu was afraid. This is already the second time, it was the same the previous time, and it was the same the second time. This supreme inheritance really does not care about the life and death of the recipient. Lin Moyu wondered if in the eyes of those heavenly lords, if they couldn't even accept the information, they were not worthy of inheritance. Thinking about it, it is very possible that those Tianzans are super powerful and may also have very weird personalities. It's hard to tell. He's an old guy with a weird personality. He likes to see other people being unlucky. Lin Moyu secretly speculated, regardless of whether it was true or false, right or wrong, who made the supreme inheritance so inappropriate? Thinking about it, Lin Moyu also sorted out the information passed down. He was multitasking. While sorting, he had already started checking. After watching for a moment, Lin Moyu couldn't help showing surprise. It's actually like this. The previous inheritance mainly talked about the art of luck. After Lin Moyu studied, he once believed that Yunwu sect was sublimated from luck to luck, and then from luck to the law of cause and effect, and it progressed layer by layer. At that time, he admired the ancestors of the Yunwu sect for actually using this method to get in touch with the ethereal law of cause and effect. But now, he truly realized that he still underestimated the Yunwu sect. The inheritance of Yunwu sect has gone beyond the art of luck, and has truly come into contact with the law of cause and effect. And relying on the law of cause and effect, the Yunwu sect made many arrangements that year. The amount of inherited information was huge, and Lin Moyu was a little bit dumbfounded. Huanwu Tianzuan, you are ruthless, but you can still avoid such a thing. For the Yunwu sect, inheritance is an extremely important and sacred matter. Huanwu Tianzuan was the leader of Yunwu sect at that time, and he alone was in charge of the inheritance. Especially after the war, the place of inheritance was lost and needed to be passed on by future generations. I never imagined that Huanwu Tianzuan would have selfish motives in this matter. Previously, Lin Moyu obtained the art of luck in the supreme inheritance, which was only part of the inheritance. Most of this part of the inheritance is theory, and there are almost no magic techniques. Lin Moyu had no doubts at that time. The art of luck was so mysterious that he didn't even understand it. If you don't have enough realm, you can't see the flaws, and there's nothing you can do about it. I never expected that there is another part of the supreme inheritance, which is no longer just a theory, but has real techniques. It can be said that this is the core of true inheritance. The only way to activate this part of the inheritance is to create a physical body for Xiaowu. Only when Xiaowu successfully shapes the physical body and becomes a living being can this part of the inheritance be unsealed. As for how to judge in the inheritance, it is not difficult for Lin Moyu to figure it out. With Huanwu Tianzuan's ability, he only needs to make some judgments at the level of trapped fruit to achieve it. Now that Xiaowu has a physical body and has been successful for a period of time, the restrictions of Huanwu Tianzuan have been lifted, and Lin Moyu has naturally obtained this part of the inheritance. Fortunately, he agreed to Huanwu Tianzuan's words at that time, and he also tried his best to complete the matter afterwards. If you meet some people who just agree but don't do it, then don't expect to get this part of the inheritance. It can be seen from this that Huanwu Tianzuan is really good to Xiaolu, and he has the illusion of treating her as his own child. Lin Moyu even wondered whether Huanwu Tianzuan had never had a wife or children in this life, so he regarded Xiaowu as his daughter. The inheritance message finally stopped, and Lin Moyu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. There were bursts of swelling pain in the soul, which was already close to the limit. Lin Moyu relaxes the soul and restores the soul. The requirements of inheritance for souls are a bit high, and even his saint-level soul can barely bear it. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Huanwu Tianzuan back then, the Holy Lord might just be a passing standard. Hey, why are you still glowing? Inadvertently, I saw that the pearl of the supreme inheritance was still shining, and the ancient talisman appeared on it again. Lin Moyu had a thought in his mind, it's not over yet. Wow. A strong light once again illuminated the soul world, and another large amount of information rushed over, regardless of whether Lin Moyu could bear it or not. What the hell, your sister? Lin Moyu used words from his previous life and complained angrily to express his feelings. The soul is almost about to explode. The information this time is no less than before. Lin Moyu tried hard to control his soul and prevent it from exploding. Although the soul can be reborn, and it takes less than half a second, he doesn't know if any important information will be missed in this half second. So Lin Moyu worked hard to maintain his soul and endure the drama. The world tree droops its branches and sheds countless golden light spots, helping the soul maintain stability. The 9-color dragon soul crystal also sprays dragon breath to protect the soul. There was so much information transmitted that the soul still reached its limit and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oops, I can't hold on any longer. Lin Moyu realized that his soul had really reached its limit and would explode soon. There was so much information passed down that he simply couldn't bear it. Something must be done. Lin Moyu raised the natural disaster scepter, which was the only useful thing he could think of. If he couldn't even use the natural disaster scepter, then he would just wait for his soul to explode. You won't die if you die, you will just lose some inheritance. Lin Moyu communicated with it using his soul, but the natural disaster scepter showed no response. The soul endured the severe pain and slapped the natural disaster scepter with its swollen little hand. If you don't move a moment, my inheritance will be gone. Please move, I know you must have other uses, besides smashing things. Under Lin Moyu's pat, the natural disaster scepter finally had some reaction. It seemed to vibrate unwillingly, and the soul gem on it shot out an earthy yellow light and fell on the soul. The originally swollen soul returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The swelling and pain subsided, and Lin Moyu felt refreshed. Lin Moyu didn't understand how the soul gem was done, but it was done. He felt as if the endurance of his soul had doubled. The soul that could only hold a river could now hold an ocean. Lin Moyu knows very well that this is only temporary and the essence of his soul will not change. When the effect of the soul gem disappears, a tsunami will definitely erupt in this ocean and wash away the soul. He seized the time and quickly accepted and sorted out the information. The soul was running at the fastest speed, and Lin Moyu did not dare to delay for a second, let alone be distracted. If it weren't for the fear of missing the inheritance, Lin Moyu would even want to use the law of time to slow down the flow of time for himself. His soul was about to smoke, and his face showed an expression of excitement. Lin Moyu was excited, really excited. Even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but be excited. The inheritance that came this time was not the inheritance of Yunwu sect, but the inheritance of another Tianzuan. This Tianzuan was the number 1 rune person of that era, the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. No one would have thought that among the supreme inheritance of the Yunwu sect, there was actually the inheritance of the holy talisman Tianzuan. Moreover, this inheritance will be activated after the Yunwu sect inheritance is completely completed. If you don't help Xiaowu shape his body, the loss will be really big. Xiaowu has become the key to 2 inheritances, which is of great significance. Lin Moyu is very happy that he made the right choice. The inheritance of the holy talisman Tianzuan is pouring in continuously. The amount of information inherited by one Tianzuan is simply terrifying. Lin Moyu later had no intention of thinking about it and only kept combing it out. The effect of the soul gem subsided unconsciously, and Lin Moyu felt the pain again, but it was much better than before. At this moment, Lin Moyu couldn't think anymore. He instinctively sorted out the information and raced against time. I don't know how long it took, but the inheritance finally ended. Lin Moyu's soul was still intact, good luck, and he smiled, fortunately, I survived. Yes, the little guy is very resilient and is qualified to accept Ben's inheritance. A voice suddenly sounded, and Lin Moyu saw a figure appearing on the pearl. The figure enlarged in sight and turned into a majestic middle-aged man, whose temperament was somewhat similar to that of Huanwu Tianzuan. Lin Moyu immediately realized the identity of this big boss and immediately saluted respectfully, Junior has seen Xingzai Tianzuan. Fu Xingzuan showed a smile, majestic yet kind, look at you, you are not more than 100 years old, you can reach the realm of a god, and you also have a soul of a saint, and you can build the prototype of the world. Even in my era, you are still a top genius. If nothing else, that old boy Huanwu was far inferior to you when he was young. Fu Xingzuan praised Lin Moyu, but also belittled Huanyu and Tianzun's. Lin Moyu couldn't help but curse in his heart. It seems that the relationship between Fu Xingzuan and Huanwu Xingzuan is not good. But the relationship is not good, why do they have to be together in the inheritance? Holy Talisman Tianzuan seemed to have seen through Lin Moyu's thoughts, and said slowly, little guy, you must be guessing why my inheritance is placed in Yunwu sect. Lin Moyu honestly admitted that lying in front of Tianzuan was of no use. Holy Talisman Tianzuan slowly sat down and placed the Yunwu sect's supreme inheritance pearl under him. It's so cool. Sitting on the Yunwu sect's supreme inheritance pearl is like sitting on the old boy Huanwu. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. It seemed that these 2 deities really had a story. Holy Fu Tianzuan said, it's actually very simple, because I can't stand that old boy Huanwu. What is the reason for this? Lin Moyu couldn't stand how Huanwu Tianzuan wanted to put the inheritance together. Lin Moyu said he didn't understand. Holy Talisman Tianzuan explained, because I can't stand it, I want to make it more difficult for the inheritor of Illusion Mist. If you can't even bear my inheritance, then just die. Don't even want the inheritance of old boy Huanwu. Lin Moyu was horrified to hear that Xingzai Tianzuan would have such thoughts. After accepting the inheritance from Huanwu Tianzuan, and then receiving the inheritance from Holy Talisman Tianzuan, ordinary saints simply cannot bear it. This is not destroying, this is simply killing. But Lin Moyu couldn't say that, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't it too dangerous if you keep doing this? Holy Talisman Tianzuan snorted, what's so dangerous? 243. Didn't you just succeed? Lin Moyu is a little speechless, can others compare with him? Does anyone else have the world tree? Do they have the 9-colored dragon soul crystal? Do they have the natural disaster scepter? Lin Moyu dared to say that even if it were replaced by Saint Hao, this inheritance would still be a dead end. But he didn't dare to say a word. Facing Tianzuan, even if it was just a remnant soul, it wouldn't take much effort to kill him. Holy Talisman Tianzuan continued, that old boy Huanwu is unreasonable. He escaped by himself and only left the inheritance behind. He doesn't care about the life or death of the world. Even Xiaowu didn't take him away. He said he had seen cause and effect and fate. Xiaowu had his own noble person. If you are timid, you are still timid, and you still find excuses. I can't bear to see a hypocrite like him. So after the old boy Huanwu escaped, he entered the Yunwu sect and left his inheritance in it. I want to see if the noble person mentioned by the coward in the mist will appear. If you can't even inherit my inheritance, then you are not a noble person. Lin Moyu was a little speechless. If you can't catch it, you will die. Holy Talisman Tianzuan snorted, that can only mean that that guy is not a noble person, and it means that the coward of Huanwu said it wrong. What a pity, you kid actually caught it. What a pity, Lin Moyu had 100,000 starry sky beasts running through his heart. Is Holy Talisman Tianzuan really Tianzuan? Why is this character like a child? It's a bit scary. Lin Moyu even doubted whether Holy Talisman Tianzuan would kill him in order to prove that Huanwu Tianzuan was wrong. Saint Fu Tianzuan glanced sideways at Lin Moyu. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It's the coward Huanwu that I can't stand, not you. Lin Moyu thought about the words of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord and asked boldly, Senior, what exactly did Magical Fog Heavenly Lord do to make you so angry? He could tell that Holy Talisman Tianzuan disliked Huanwu Tianzuan very much, but he maintained his identity, so he didn't say anything. Lin Moyu's words, I believe you gave him an outlet. Holy Talisman Tianzuan immediately followed Lin Moyu's words, okay, since you want to listen, I will tell you. It seemed that the resentment that had been held in for countless years poured out like a waterfall. Lin Moyu listened carefully without saying a word. He never imagined that Xingfu Tianzuan was so resentful. There is no disagreement between the two heavenly lords, and they are almost on the verge of turning against each other. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was human, they might have fought. It turns out that the conflict between the two people was due to a woman when they were young. The two fell in love with a woman at the same time, but the woman did not like either of them. The reason is that both of them are too good to her, and she can't choose. This woman remained unmarried until her life was exhausted. Huanwu Tianzuan retained the woman's soul and refined it into a weapon spirit, which is Xiaowu. Huanwu Tianzuan treats Xiaowu very well, and he himself has never married. At that time, Tianzuan Xingzuan was a step too late. Later, every time he saw Xiaowu and Huanwu Tianzuan, Jab felt uncomfortable. Especially after the ancient war, Huanwu Tianzuan left this world and actually left Xiaowu here. He said that Xiaowu would meet a noble person and warned Xingde Tianzuan not to interfere. Although Saint Fu Tianzuan couldn't stand Huanwu Tianzuan, he also knew that Huanwu Tianzuan would not make fun of Xiaowu. Therefore, he also left a legacy and wanted to see who the so-called noble person was. There is such a thing, which really makes Lin Moyu dumbfounded. Even the dignified Heavenly Lord can be trapped by love. But thinking about it carefully, this seems normal. Tianzuan represents status and strength, but it does not mean that they have no emotions or desires. If one day he becomes a Heavenly Lord, maybe the same will happen. Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, I will see everything you do next. You did a good job, better than a coward. I am very satisfied. Lin Moyu asked, I wonder what Huan Tianzuan planned to do back then. Holy Talisman Tianzuan said casually, what other good ideas can he have? It is nothing more than to go to the boundary sea to look for. At this point, he suddenly paused and did not continue, you don't need to know this now. It won't be too late to know when you become a Heavenly Lord. Lin Moyu didn't ask further. Xingfu Tianzuan didn't want to say anything, so it was useless for him to ask she. However, he also wrote down the word Jiehai. According to his guess, Jiehai should be a place that only Tianzuan can know and pass by. Lin Moyu changed the topic, Huanwu Tianzuan, are you still alive? Holy Talisman Tianzuan snorted coldly, maybe he's still alive or he's dead. The remnant soul of Holy Talisman Tianzuan is completely disconnected from the main body, just like the remnant soul of Huanwu Tianzuan. No matter whether the body is alive or dead, it has no effect on the remaining soul. Although Holy Talisman Tianzuan didn't say anything, he had already given Lin Moyu a possibility. It is really possible that Huanwu Tianzuan is still alive. But Tianzuan's lifespan is only 500,000 years. Huanwu Tianzuan said that immortality is not easy. 2 million years have passed since ancient times. How did Tianzuan survive? Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, I know you still have many questions, but that's all I can say. I don't have much time for this residual soul, so I won't waste it here. Remember, the stronger you are, the more you are qualified to know. Without strength, the more you know, the faster you will die. Since the coward says you are Xiaowu's noble, then you should be noble and don't die. The days in this world are running out, let's see if you can help the world change its destiny. Lin Moyu asked, where are you going, senior? Holy Talisman Tianzuan chuckled and said, do what you need to do. We, the people, are guilty of this world. Let's do our best to make up for it. At this moment, Holy Talisman Tianzuan looks a bit like a deity. He put away his smile and his expression became majestic and solemn, exuding the power of God. Holy Talisman Tianzuan left, leaving behind a similar sentence. Although he didn't understand, Lin Moyu also understood that Saint Fu Tianzuan kept scolding Huanwu Tianzuan for being a coward, but in fact he also left this world in the end. They gave up on the big world. But why is this happening? Lin Moyu didn't quite believe that those heavenly lords would really give up on the world. It was different from what he had seen and heard before. The former supremes all died fighting for the great world. The ancient strong men were born in the big world, and the big world was their home, so how could they give up so easily? Is there any reason why I have to do this? In other words, there is something inside that I don't know about. Lin Moyu cannot make any conclusions. Now he is not qualified enough to know many things. But even if he knew it, so what? He had no ability to change it, which would only increase his troubles. What he has to do now is to practice hard, reach the peak of the Holy Lord, and rebuild the divine path. If you want to know the truth, you must first obtain qualifications. Letting the battleship float in the starry sky, Lin Moyu sat motionless in it. He was sorting out the information in the inheritance. The information in the inheritance was too much and too complicated, and there was really a lot of content that needed to be sorted out, which required a lot of time. Slowly, it became clear that the supreme inheritance of the Yunwu sect this time had several more practical methods for luck, but they also required the power of rules to be used. The Yunwu sect sublimated from luck to luck, and finally reached the law of cause and effect, which corresponds to the realm. Before reaching the other side, you can learn luck-based spells to interfere with personal luck, and even launch attacks through luck. After reaching the other side, you can interfere with destiny, even affect the entire sect and race, and even destroy the sect and the entire clan. In the end, truly reaching cause and effect is no longer within the reach of Lin Moyu. It is still too far away. After sorting out the inheritance of Yunwu sect, Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally complete. If you follow this path, you can at least reach the supreme. Whether the divine road can be recast has become the biggest obstacle. It's a pity that the Yunwu sect's inheritance does not have a way to rebuild the divine path. There are gains, but also a little disappointment. Lin Moyu put it aside and continued the inheritance of Xinglu Tianzuan. Compared with the inheritance of Yunwu sect, the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan is much more practical. The inheritance includes all the knowledge about runes learned by Holy Talisman Tianzuan Bixing. There is a lot of knowledge and many runes, which are treasures today. Lin Moyu deeply understood how brilliant the formations from ancient times were. The exploration of runes by the strong men at that time had far exceeded the knowledge of current practitioners. At that time, the other shore realm was the beginning of the rune path. Lin Moyu murmured to himself as he sorted it out, runes are also divided into false and true. If you only master real runes, the limit is supreme. If you want to go further, you must master virtual runes. In other words, as long as you want to become a heavenly being, you must understand the truth and reality. I thought it right. The way of runes is not divided into fusion runes or rune arrays. If you want to get to the end, you must fully master the runes. Those talisman masters, now, are all going in the wrong direction. In the inheritance of knowledge, gaps appeared in the face of disasters one after another. Today's practitioners have deviations in their understanding of runes, and Lin Moyu feels it is necessary to correct their understanding. The method is also very simple. He only needs to pass on the inheritance of Holy Fu Tianzuan to Fu Xingzuan, and Fu Xingzuan will naturally understand what to do. As he continued to sort out the inheritance, he got more and more information. His eyes shone brightly, and he said to himself, "It turns out that the ancient giant is the four-tongue war king. The ancient talisman warrior is the ancient talisman warrior, created by Holy Talisman Heavenly Master, who gathered his lifelong learning. It is also his masterpiece in the rune path. The ancient runes gather together virtual and real runes, and the virtual and real runes merge together, resulting in wonderful changes. No wonder, even if the ancient talisman is broken, the secret realm can still evolve into a world of its own. This is the reason today's #1 rune master, Fu Xingzuan, cannot evolve the world with ancient runes. Not to mention evolving the world just by relying on broken ancient talismans. Fu Xingzuan has been researching, but has never gotten the result. Lin Moyu didn't know why at the time, but now he finally understands that all the reasons lie in the virtual and real runes. Only by clearly understanding the virtual and the real and integrating the virtual and real runes can we truly turn decay into magic. However, one thing is true. In ancient times, ancient talismans were also divided into 3 levels and 9 levels. Runes have levels, and ordinary runes are divided into basic and advanced. Ancient talismans have 3 levels and 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are considered inferior. Levels 4 to 6 are medium, and levels 7 to 9 are high. Immediately afterwards, Lin Moyu's eyes showed shock, and his tone became a little unnatural. The ancient talisman warrior turned out to be just an ancient talisman. He checked repeatedly and finally confirmed that he was right. In the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, the ancient talisman warriors he spent his whole life learning and creating were only 7th-level ancient talismans. A second ago, Lin Moyu thought that the ancient talisman warrior should belong to the 9th level of ancient talisman and was the ultimate expression of the talisman. But the next second he was severely slapped in the face. The ancient talisman warrior was only a 7th-level ancient talisman. With disbelief, Lin Moyu continued to check the inheritance. I finally know why the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord classified the ancient talisman warriors into the 7th level. In his concept, the 8th-level ancient talisman can evolve into a galaxy of laws and independently become a law or even a rule. Only such runes can be called 8th-level ancient talismans. As for the 9th-level ancient talisman, it is the true ultimate rune. The big world runes are only worthy of being called 9th-level ancient runes in the eyes of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Evolve the world independently, evolve countless laws, and evolve real creatures. When a talisman comes out, the world comes alive. This is the essential gap in vision and pattern. Lin Moyu seemed to see a whole new world, and he found that his vision was too small. The goal of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan is to surpass the Tianzuan, master the runes of the great world, and become the minister of the world. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't do it. Finally, I have read all the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, and I have gained a lot. Unlike the inheritance of the Yunwu sect, which is so vague and difficult to understand, the inheritance of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan is all real. Only when it comes to the virtual and real runes, will it become mysterious and difficult to understand. At least in my own eyes, these runes are not difficult. Lin Moyu took out a jade tablet and wanted to copy the inheritance of Xinglin Tianzuan. However, the inheritance was only copied less than 1/10, and the jade plaque shattered on the spot with a soft sound. Lin Moyu realized that the inheritance of the Holy Lord was not something that ordinary jade tablets could bear. After trying a few more times, I found that ordinary jade tablets can only withstand a small part of the content at most. These contents do not involve ancient runes, only basic runes and advanced runes. Even some of the concepts of Holy Talisman Tianzuan cannot be copied. It seems that in the inheritance, there is still the supreme will of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. The battleship, which had been floating in the starry sky for a long time, entered deep space again and flew towards the Divine City for a long time. In the Divine City, in front of the Talisman Masters Association Pagoda, a group of high-level talisman masters gathered there. They sat cross-legged with pious eyes. In front of them were masses of soul fire that continued to burn. That is the soul fire left behind by Lin Moyu after he preached. It has been sealed by special means to ensure that it will not last for thousands of years. Hundreds of soul fires look exactly the same, with almost no difference. But all the high-level talisman masters present knew that these soul fires were different internally. Each soul fire has slight differences, and they constantly sense the differences to hone their souls and improve their soul sensitivity. This is also how Lin Moyu stays. Many high-level talisman masters have improved their soul acuity to some extent after a long period of training. Great progress has been made in integrating runes. The talisman masters also realize how important the soul acuity is. Now soul acuity has become a measure of talisman masters. Not only high-level talisman masters train themselves here, but even Fu Xingzuan will come here to train themselves. His talent is considered outstanding among all talisman masters, but compared to Lin Moyu, it is still far behind. Fu Xingzuan sat in the Fu Master Pagoda, his closed eyes slowly opened, and his consciousness returned. He received a message from Lin Moyu and said to himself, "Shefa seems to be heavy." He told Lin Moyu his location, then got up and flew out of the pagoda, standing in mid-air. After a while, a person came from afar. 1 second he was far away, and the next second he was in front of him, as if he was teleporting. Fu Xingzuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, little friend Lin." He could naturally see that Lin Moyu had taken another step forward in mastering the laws of space. Just now, Lin Moyu just took one step and had already crossed a long distance. The whole process seemed very natural and without any force. Lin Moyu said with a smile, "Juniors also want to congratulate Xingzuan Fu." Fu Xingzuan is a little weird. He has nothing to congratulate. At this time, many talisman masters in the square saw Lin Moyu, and they all clasped their fists and called Master Lin. For a time, Master Lin's voice could not be heard without stopping. The voices of these high-level talisman masters were filled with respect. They all listened to Lin Moyu's sermons and benefited a lot. According to the rules, they should call Lin Moyu Master Lin. Lin Moyu smiled at everyone and said to Fu Xingzuan, "Holy Lord, please arrange a quiet room." Fu Xingzuan nodded, "Follow it." He took Lin Moyu into the Fu Master Tower and reached the 10th floor. Only he and the two elders could enter the 10th floor, which was very quiet. At this time, the two elders are not here. Only Fu Xingzuan and Lin Moyu are here. Fu Xingzuan said, "Young Master Lin, if you have any instructions, just ask." Lin Moyu said, "There are no instructions. There is some rune information here. Please take a look at it, Lord Fu." A jade plaque flew in front of Fu Xingzuan, and Fu Xingzuan took it with doubts and examined it. Soon, his pupils began to dilate and his eyebrows stood up. What showed in his eyes was not only shock, but also greed. It's that kind of greed for runes. After reading it once, he put down the jade plaque and asked with excitement, "Where did this come from?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Let me put it out there first. I would like to ask Xingzuan Fu if there are any high-end jade tokens. The higher the level, the better." Without thinking, Fu Xingzuan immediately took out a purple jade tablet. The purple jade plaque exudes the aura of the other side. It has been carved and polished and looks very delicate. After Lin Moyu took it, he still said nothing, but began to copy the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan. He copied it very carefully. First, he copied the ancient talisman information of the 1st to 3rd levels. There was no problem with the purple jade card. He tried to copy the information of the 4th level ancient talisman again, but at the beginning, the purple jade card clicked and shattered on the spot. The jade tokens in the other shore realm cannot withstand the information of 4th level ancient talismans. When the purple jade tablet shattered, Xingzuan Fu's eyes suddenly shrank and he immediately took out a new purple jade tablet. He knew that what Lin Moyu recorded in it was probably very important. The purple jade card was very precious, and Xingzuan Fu felt a little pain when he took it out, but these pains were nothing compared to Lin Moyu's information. This time, Lin Moyu only recorded the ancient talisman information of the first to third levels, and then tried to copy the insights of the holy talisman Tianzuan. Click. The purple jade card was broken again, and it was even more broken than before. Without saying anything, Fu Xingzuan took out another purple jade tablet and handed it to Lin Moyu. This time, Lin Moyu already knew how to measure. This time he only copied the ancient talisman information of the first to third levels, and did not touch anything else. Ancient talisman materials of level 4 and above may require supreme level materials to withstand them. As for the enlightenment of the holy talisman Heavenly Lord, the materials of the supreme realm may not be enough. 0. Lin Moyu also realized that the pearl containing the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect was not an extraordinary thing. Something that can carry the inheritance of Tianzuan and has virtual and real properties is the real treasure. After copying the ancient talisman information, Lin Moyu returned the jade tablet to the holy master. Fu Xingzuan couldn't wait to see that his greatest interest in life was runes. His tireless pursuit of runes was the driving force behind his ability to become a saint. Among the jade tablets, each ancient talisman had a great attraction for the Holy Lord. Even if these ancient talismans are only of the first to third levels, their level of mystery is already astonishing. In the current world, only Fu Xingzuan is the only one who can study it, and even the two elders are not qualified. Fu Xingzuan tried his best to withdraw his attention from the jade tablet and looked at Lin Moyu with wonder. How did you get this information? Lin Moyu said, by chance, I obtained the inheritance of the holy talisman Heavenly Lord. Holy Fu Tianzuan. Fu Xingzuan was so shocked that he was so calm that he even exclaimed. Lin Moyu asked, why do you know the holy master Tianzuan? Saint Fu nodded. The book rules I once showed you was recorded by Saint Fu Tianzuan, but it was recorded when he was studying runes when he was young, and he didn't use it anymore. So that's it. Lin Moyu finally understood that he had seen something belonging to the holy talisman Tianzuan early in the morning. Lin Moyu said, the inheritance of the holy talisman Tianzuan is huge, but I cannot copy it. At present, I can only copy the tongue talismans of the first to third levels. Fu Xingzuan understands the reason. I understand, it is good to have ancient talismans of the first to third levels, which is enough for me to study for 1,000 years. Lin Moyu continued, although it cannot be copied, there are some things I can dictate to you, which may be helpful. The jade card can't bear it, but it's okay to dictate it yourself. Fu Xingzuan immediately sat upright and saluted Lin Moyu in a very pious manner. Please give Master Lin a lecture. His love and piety for runes are unmatched by others. Lin Moyu knew this very well, so he accepted it calmly and began to talk about the runes of the holy talisman Tianzuan. A battleship is sailing rapidly in deep space, heading towards the divine city. In the battleship, Saint Yuan had a strange look on his face. Xiaowu was beside her, lying on a magic weapon that looked like white clouds, soundly sleeping. When Lin Moyu preaches, he talks about the way of Xingfu Tianzuan, not Lin Moyu's own way. Lin Moyu indeed has a very strong talent in the rune path, far beyond anyone in the world. But talent is one thing, state is another. In terms of realm, he is still far away from Saint Fu. It is already extremely difficult for him to tell the teachings of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. During the sermon, Fu Xingzuan gained a lot, and Lin Moyu himself also gained a lot. In the process of preaching, his understanding of runes became deeper and deeper, and he benefited a lot from it. The way of runes is too broad and profound, and there are many of them that Lin Moyu knows, but doesn't know why. Unfortunately, the realm is not enough, and there is nothing we can do about it. The private sermon lasted for 10 days and finally ended. Fu Xingzuan saluted Lin Moyu respectfully. Thank you, Master Lin, for preaching to me. Lin Moyu immediately shook his head and said, this is the way of Saint Fu Tianzuan, I am just telling it for you. Holy Talisman Lord Fu shook his head. Holy Talisman Lord Talisman has passed away. Master Lin is willing to share his teachings. It is a great favor to all the talisman masters in this world. When I understand this Tao thoroughly, I will announce it to the public, so that all talisman masters will listen to the Tao of the ancient sages. Lin Moyu immediately saluted, then I'll trouble the Holy Lord. This is exactly what he wants. He hopes to use the hands of the Holy Talisman Lord to spread the inheritance of the Holy Talisman Lord, so that all talisman masters in the world know what the complete way of runes is. At this time, the voice of Renhuang Network sounded in their ears. Xingzuan Wu is back, please Lin Moyu, contact him after the practice. Lin Moyu asked, when did the medical saint come back? Renhuang Network immediately replied that Wu Xingzuan came back 5 days ago. Lin Moyu was a little surprised that Wu Xingzuan was playing outside with Xiaoxue. Why did he suddenly come back? While the two were preaching, Xingzuan Fu specifically told the Human Emperor Network not to disturb them unless it was important. The Human Emperor Network did not speak out until after the sermon was over. Xingzuan Fu smiled and said, Xingzuan Wu may have something to do, so Xiao Yu Lin should go first and leave the inheritance to me. Lin Moyu saluted to Fu Xingzuan and then left the Lotus Master Tower. Renhuang Network drew a beacon in the sky. Lin Moyu stepped out and disappeared. Wu Xingzuan's warship floats quietly in the air. Warships are generally not allowed to sail in the sacred city. Only a few saints have privileges. The battleship door was open, and the faint fragrance of tea wafted out. Lin Moyu appeared outside the battleship, flew in without any courtesy at all, and sat down directly opposite Saint Hao. Why are you back? Lin Moyu said as he naturally picked up the teacup and poured it for himself. At the same time, he glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still sleeping beside him. Xiao Wu looked like she was asleep, but Lin Moyu didn't feel like she was asleep, and her state seemed a little strange. Lin Moyu took another look and found that Xiao Wu was indeed not asleep, but had entered a very strange state. Xiao Wu's aura seemed to be increasing at a steady rate. Remember that Xiao Wu had just finished seizing the body and transformed into a human, and her breath was unstable. Later, it stabilized and the realm remained at the 7th level of True God. After these days, she has reached the 9th level of True God and seems to be still improving. Saint Hao whispered, do you think we have arrived? Who did he meet? Lin Moyu's mind turned around and he guessed it immediately. He smiled and said, Holy Talisman Tianzuan. Saint Hao's eyes widened, how do you know? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I have received the inheritance of Xingtishan. Holy Master Hao spurted out a mouthful of Tao tea, and the Tao tea shot out like a sharp arrow. The purple gold body was instantly activated, and the Tao tea hit it, making a tinkling sound. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly, are you trying to kill someone? If they were ordinary gods, Wu Xingzuan's sip of tea would be enough to cause serious injuries to them. Regardless of his own gaffe, Holy Lord Hao immediately asked, how did you get the inheritance of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord? Lin Moyu drank tea slowly. The inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan is in the supreme inheritance of Yunwu sect, but it has just been activated. He did not explain the process in detail. Anyway, it has been passed down and some things do not need to be explained too much. Wu Xingzuan said, okay, then what is the inheritance in Xingfu Tianzuan? It's all related to rune. I've told Xingzuan Fu everything I can tell. There are some things I can't tell. Lin Moyu said it wasn't that he didn't want to tell, but that he really couldn't tell. Saint Hao expressed his understanding, the remnant soul of Saint Fu Tianzuan found us before. He warned me to take good care of Xiao Wu. If something happens to Xiao Wu, he will not let me go. Lin Moyu said, Holy Fu Tianzuan regards Xiao as a relative, not only him, but also Huanwu Tianzuan. If something happens to Xiao Wu, they will not let us go. Wu Xingzuan looked strange, aren't they dead? Lin Moyu chuckled, who knows, anyway, that's what I said, maybe they have a backup plan, just like this inheritance, who would have thought? Saint Hao thought of Tianzuan's methods. Even if there was only a trace of the remaining soul, he could not resist it. Lin Moyu asked, what's going on with Xiao Wu now? Saint Hao told the story. Saint Talisman Tianzuan suddenly found them before. He not only warned Saint Wu, but also drew an ancient talisman and planted it into Xiaoxue's body. Under this ancient talisman, Xiaoxue's realm can be quickly improved, and she can understand the rules without practicing. After the talisman, Xiao Wu fell into a deep sleep, and she didn't know how long she would sleep. Wu Xingzuan also interrupted his play and returned with Xiao Yuan. It can be seen that Wu Xingzuan and Xiao Wu have a very good relationship, and Xingzun Hao seems to regard Xiao Wu as his daughter. Xiao Wu is also very kind to Hao Xingzuan. After playing together, they seem to have become a father and daughter. With Saint Hao taking care of Xiao Wu, Lin Moyu felt relieved. Lin Moyu remembered what Xingfu Tianzuan said, and it seemed that he wanted to do something for this 660 world to make up for his guilt. These words are exactly the same as what Tianzuan Huanwu said. Tianzuan Huanwu burned his own soul, weakened the luck of all races, and fed back the runes to the big world, buying the big world a little more time. Then what will the holy talisman Heavenly Venerate do? Suddenly, the entire divine city burst into bright light and began to shake violently. The wind and clouds in the sky are changing, and the glow is emerging. Countless formations in the divine city were activated, and the entire statue seemed to be alive. The two people rushed out of the battleship and looked at what was happening in front of them, confused. Let's go find Mr. Xing. Saint Hao closed the battleship door, rushed into the formation with Lin Moyu, and went to where Xing Lao was. In the Talisman Master Square, the high-level Talisman Masters didn't know what happened. All of them were shocked and nervous. What happened? Why did the City of God move? Is there another enemy invasion? Impossible, the human race has been very peaceful recently, there can be no enemies. Fu Xingzuan flew from the pagoda and shouted, "Quiet, nothing happened, don't worry." He consciously communicated with the Human Emperor Network. Human Emperor, what happened? The runes of the big world have changed, and I am stabilizing the formation. Fu Xingzuan hummed, and the next second his voice spread throughout the city, "Everyone, stay calm, there is no need to panic." After finishing speaking, he also rushed to Xing Lao's location. The divine city shook, and the sea of lost stars also shook. Xing Lao snorted softly, and rushed out with majestic power. Countless formations appeared around him, and the sea of laws quickly became quiet. Xing Lao's eyes fell into the void, toward an infinitely distant place. He is looking at the runes of the big world. To be precise, he is sensing. He cannot directly open the path to the runes of the big world like Tianzuan, and can only sense part of them. Then, his expression changed and became extremely strange. There are people at the core of the world, how is this possible? How can there be a heavenly lord in this world? There is no supreme being in the world, so how can there be a heavenly being? Xing Lao couldn't believe it, but his senses told him that someone was really there. I don't know if it's good or bad, alas. Xing Lao sighed heavily. If someone really could get there, he would be powerless to stop it. In front of Tianzuan, his power is insignificant. Xing Lao. Wu Xingzuan arrived with Lin Moyu. Less than 3 seconds apart, Xingzuan Fu also arrived. Xing Lao said, I know your purpose of coming. I sensed that someone went to the core of the world. They must have done something that caused the runes of the big world to move. I just don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Wu Xingzuan suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, it should be the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Mr. Xing was slightly surprised, tell me what exactly happened. Lin Moyu gave an overview of the matter about Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. When Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord left, he said that he would go to the Great World Rune Office. Xing Lao sighed, I didn't expect that there is still the remnant soul of Tianzuan still surviving to this day. Then it should be fine. Tianzuan knows the rules and won't mess around. Xing Lao continued to sense the Great World Rune, and after a moment he said, Holy Talisman Tianzuan should have helped repair part of the Great World Rune, but it did not have much effect. The collapse of the Great World Rune cannot be stopped. Nirvana is something that happens sooner or later. I suggest you make preparations early. Wu Xingzuan asked, you said before that the resources of the big world are facing depletion, and we need to prepare early, but we have always felt that the human race still needs time. Thousands of years of preparation, coupled with this cooperation with the Starry Sky Fish people, I think I am prepared enough. We plan to take action when the Heavenly Saint comes back from his spiritual journey. Wu Xingzuan and others have been undecided about Mr. Xing's suggestion. However, Huanwu Tianzuan's words prompted Saint Hao to make a decision and wait for Tianzuan to return from his fugue. Xing Lao said, "He has come back." Sure enough, within a few seconds, they sensed the aura of the heavenly saint. Wu Xingzuan said, "It seems that the big rune changed, causing Tian Xingzuan to interrupt his wandering. Each time the mind travels, it can be as short as 10 years or as long as hundreds of miles. It was only a short time ago this time, less than a year before it was interrupted due to an accident. You can't just go anywhere and anytime, it requires many conditions. It is not easy for Tian Xingzuan to travel once. This time it was interrupted, and I don't know when the next time will be." The whole body of Tian Xingzuan was glowing with golden light, like a golden meteor rushing towards everyone's eyes. At this time, Tian Xingzuan had just finished his fugue, his breath was still unstable, but his face was filled with excitement. Wu Xingzuan and Tian Xingzuan were very familiar with each other. When they saw something wrong, they asked, "What did you see during this wandering?" Tian Xingzuan said, "This time I traveled into another world, and that world is very strange." Xing Lao frowned, "Another world? Tell me more specifically." Tian Xingzuan said, "The cultivators in that world are very strange. They can summon a strange kind of armor. After wearing the armor, their combat power will be greatly increased. The armor is also divided into many levels, roughly 4 levels: iron, copper, silver, and gold. People in this world will awaken the power of summoning when they are 10 years old. After practicing, the power of summoning can be enhanced, and then they can summon different levels of armor. A practitioner who can summon a battle armor is called Ren Zheng." Tian Xingzuan spoke of a completely different power system. After hearing this, Xing Lao fell into deep thought. Saint Hao said, "It seems that this time of traveling as a god, you have indeed gained something. You have entered such a strange world. In the past, when you traveled in the world, you were basically from other clans or outside the territory. I don't know where this small world is located. I will go and see it when I have time." Tian Xingzuan shook his head. "I originally wanted to determine the location, but my wandering was suddenly interrupted and I couldn't determine the location. What a pity." Saint Hao sighed. Lin Moyu's heart moved at this time. "Tian Xingzuan, can you draw a specific look?" Tian Xingzuan immediately drew the appearance of the armor. There are 2 images of the armor when it has just been summoned, and the image when it is worn on the body. Lin Moyu's heart beat a beat faster and he whispered, "How could it be?" Tian Xingzuan asked, strangely, "Little friend Lin, have you seen a battle armor?" Lin Moyu nodded. "When I was still in the small world, there was a special profession in the world called Xingchenwang. The Star Warriors come from a place called the Saint Fighter Realm. I didn't know much about it at the time. Looking back now, the Star Warriors seem to have different power systems from ours." Tian Xingzun was also moved and said, "In the world where I travel, there is also the Saint Fighter domain, and the strongest among them is called Saint Fighter." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. "Yes, it's the Saint Seiya. Everyone in the small world has experienced career changes, and many forces have their own exclusive careers. At the time, they thought it was normal and no one raised any questions." In his current state, Lin Moyu thought about the small world again and found that his small world was getting weirder. The Star Warriors of the Saint Domain are very strange. Their power system is incompatible with most professions. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be from another world. At this time, Xing Lao's deep voice sounded, "Trouble." Several people were stunned, not understanding what the trouble was. Xing Lao said, "Under the protection of the Golden Rule and the Human Emperor, your soul has the opportunity to go far away. You may not have entered a small world this time during your fugue, but you may have accidentally gone to another world, the real world. Although the distance of the wandering mind is very far, it actually has a limit, and it is impossible to exceed this limit. So this is troublesome. It means that this world is very close to us. The big world continues to expand, and sooner or later it will encounter other worlds. When the 2 worlds collide, there will inevitably be conflict." Linhua District. The world war is no better than the race war, and may even be more cruel. If it were placed in ancient times, when the big world was at its most powerful, and they could encounter other worlds, those heavenly beings would probably be overjoyed. Discovering new worlds and plundering the origins of the world is something they do a lot. But now, although the big world is still very big, the ruins of the big world are on the verge of collapse, and it is difficult to find even a supreme being in the world. When you are extremely weak, encountering other worlds is no different from seeking death. One wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Lin Moyu felt a headache. Not only Lin Moyu, but also several saints also had extremely headaches. Xing Lao said, but the collision of worlds is not that easy, and it also takes a long time. The close distance I am talking about is different from what you understand. From the perspective of the boundaries of the world, it may be tens of millions of light years apart, which is already very close. Do what we should do. No matter whether a collision occurs or not, strength comes first. Lin Moyu returned to his training room, and the next arrangements for the human race were left to Tian Shengzhen. Originally, Saint Hao could still discuss it together, but now he has one more thing to do and has to take care of Xiao Wu. Lin Moyu has discovered that Wu Xingzuan is really good to Xiao Wu. I don't know why, these two people are so in love. So good. Lin Moyu's mood was a little complicated at the moment. He found that he knew too many things, and there were many things that he could not tell and needed to bear on his own. Several saints of the human race have taken the wrong path. Even if the divine path is recast in the future, they can only reach the supreme realm at best. Tianzuan is no longer possible, the supreme peak is their limit. The big world is really weak now. Those worlds that were once plundered by the big world also have supreme beings in them, and there may be more than one. With the current strength of the great world, if we encounter such a world again, it will be a disaster. What's more, the inside of the big world is still a mess so far. There are many ethnic groups and constant disputes. Under such circumstances, when encountering foreign enemies, the field is almost over. I hope it can take a little longer. Lin Moyu sighed softly. All he could do was practice hard and improve his realm as soon as possible. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Lin Moyu's heart completely calmed down. The fingertips sparkle many times, and the soul power flows and converges on the fingertips, drawing runes in the void. After receiving the inheritance from the holy talisman Tianzuan, it is natural to master all the runes that are not yet mastered. In particular, there are several runes among them that have a great attraction for Lin Moyu. The core of the entire big world is a huge rune. All laws, creatures, plants, trees, mountains and rocks, the starry sky world, everything evolved from that rune. It is precisely because of this that runes can be used to express everything in this world. In the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, there are space runes and time runes. These two types of runes are high-level runes, and they are the most complex among high-level runes. The space runes are subdivided again and can be divided into multiple functions, such as compression, expansion, stabilization, blockade, etc. Various runes fuse with each other to form new fusion runes, and when combined with other runes, more functions can be achieved. The same is true for time runes. The three main functions of the runes are to slow down, accelerate, and stop. If you want to achieve other functions, you also need a variety of runes to fuse. Lin Moyu thought of a method from this. After mastering the space and time runes, he wanted to fuse the two, Kage, runes, and then use them as a reference to integrate his own laws. After his calculations, he felt that this method was feasible. So, he once again fell into the study of runes. The explosive luck technique is activated again and again, and luck is detonated again and again. With the blessing of good luck, Lin Moyu's learning speed is incredibly fast. Each rune was quickly mastered and fully understood. Even Lin Moyu had to admit that he did have a talent in runes that ordinary people could not match. In the inheritance description of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, time and space runes are the most difficult of all advanced runes. Its difficulty even exceeds some fusion runes. Even some talisman formations are not as difficult as those of time and space. because they are the only two types of three-dimensional runes. But in front of Lin Moyu, there is still no difficulty at all. Whether it was comprehension ability or explosive luck, Lin Moyu mastered it in a very short period of time. Lin Moyu mastered more and more runes, and gradually became more and more familiar with the inheritance of the holy talisman Tianzuan. The changes in the big world are not only felt by the human race, but also by other races. Although they are not able to sense the runes of the big world like Mr. Xing, they can probably understand what is going on. Over the years, they have sensed the changes in the world, and anyone who is not an idiot can guess it. According to Mr. Xing's prediction, those powerful clans will also take action in the future. The human race must be the first to take the lead. In a short period of time, you can grab as many resources as possible. Thanks to the transformation of human warships by the starry skyfish human race, a large number of human warships have deep space navigation capabilities, which provides great convenience for this operation. Once a decision is made, the efficiency of the human race is extremely high. With the existence of human network, all orders can be delivered in a very short time. The human army moved silently, and the strong men from the other shore realm and the men and horses from the Temple of War were dispatched. The god of war usually does not take action, but when it does it is almost a battle of genocide. This time, the Temple of War is still the main force, and the targets are various small races that have no starting point. Among these small races, they all attacked the human race, occupied the human race's resources, and destroyed the human race's galaxy 100,000 years ago. Later, due to Xiao Zhantian's counterattack, these small races were almost beaten to collapse and almost exterminated. They fled their ancestral land and went to the fringe areas, and then they managed to settle down. It can be said that they have a feud with the human race. It's just that the human race has been developing and growing since then, and we haven't dealt with them anymore. Now, naturally, I am the first to take action on them. The targets of the human race's first action were three small races, namely, the Yuya tribe and the Kashan tribe and the Luolin tribe. The three races are all plant-based ethnic groups, and the population of each ethnic group does not exceed 10 billion. They are truly small races. The strongest among the clan is only the peak god, and there are very few of them, and there are none in the other side realm. It does not occupy more than 100 galaxies. It can be said that its strength is only comparable to that of the butterfly clan. To deal with such a race, the human race has no pressure at all. The Temple of War dispatched troops and cooperated with the military to launch operations against three small tribes at the same time. This trip is both revenge and genocide. However, it is different from the eradication of the Buddha clan. Try not to destroy the galaxy as much as possible. Only kill people, don't damage anything, and all the resources must be brought back by the human race. The huge team sailed into deep space and disappeared silently. The heavenly saint is sitting in the central temple of the divine city, with a large starry sky above his head, and the human emperor network transmits the pictures of the human race's actions back in real time. Watching the battleship disappear, Tian Xingzuan said to the void, "I wonder what Yu Qimei and the others would think." "Human emperor, what do you think?" The voice of Renhuang network sounded. "The most they can do is think about it, they don't dare to take any action, they don't even dare to ask." Tian Xingzuan showed a sneer. "Those guys from the Starry Sky Fishman clan think that their hands and feet are very clean, so what the heck are they?" Human Emperor Network said, "Maybe they are afraid of us." Tian Xingzuan asked, "Have you mastered the method of transforming deep space navigation?" "Still researching, it still takes time. The Starry Sky Fish people have made tricks on every modified warship. Although it only serves the purpose of sensing and monitoring, it has already made Wu Xingzuan and others unhappy. It's just that the two sides were cooperating at the time, and Tian Xingzuan didn't tell them." During the transformation, the Human Emperor Network comprehensively recorded the transformation method, analyzed it, and converted it into the human race's own formation. Foreigners have no idea how terrifying and powerful the Human Emperor Network is. Renhuang Network suddenly said, "I have something to tell you." While you were wandering in your mind, Yu Qimei once launched an assassination attempt on Lin Moyu. Terrifying murderous intent rushed out from the central temple, almost covering half of the divine city. The divine city buzzed and vibrated, and countless formations moved accordingly to stabilize the divine city. Many people in the divine city felt chills coming from the bottom of their hearts for a moment. They didn't know what happened and why the Holy Lord was suddenly furious. Renhuang Network explained the situation at that time. Yu Qimei should have used those magic weapons of cause and effect, and the reason should be that Lin Moyu understood the laws of space. Tian Xingzuan snorted coldly, I know, those guys are looking for death. The calm voice of the Human Emperor Network continued, the Starry Sky Fishman clan has 3 saints on the surface, but there may be hidden power secretly. But they probably don't have any background, but it doesn't rule out that they have magic weapons that are comparable to their background. And I suggest you ask Lin Moyu about this. His relationship with Yu Qingru is unusual. At the same time, you have to consider Luo Xin. Luo Xin is still alive and she may come back at any time. Although the territory is far away, it won't be a problem for her. Listening to the analysis of Human Emperor Network, Tian Xingzuan thought thoughtfully, if this is the case, then it is really better to ask Lin Xiaoyu. This matter is not urgent. After all, on the surface, we are still friends. Whether they are enemies or friends in the future depends on their own choices. In addition to love, there are more interests between races. In the eyes of Tian Xingzuan, there are no eternal friends, but there are definitely eternal enemies, such as the demons. No matter how great the interests are, it is impossible to change the relationship between the 2 races, even if the world is destroyed. As long as there is a chance to kill each other, the 2 tribes will definitely do it at any cost. Among the Starry Skyfish people, Yu Qimei urgently called the 2 great elders. Yu Qimei whispered, the human race's warships are dispatched on a large scale. Their direction is the 3 small tribes on the edge. The 2 elders couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the human race is going to take revenge. The human race has been waiting for 100,000 years and is finally taking action. The Buddha clan and the Sannin clan are just trying their best, and the human clan has not tried its best at all. In order to lure Lin Moyu, the human army pressed on the border before, but they also didn't use all their strength. With the accumulation of 100,000 years, the power hidden by the human race is absolutely terrifying. The world is going to be in chaos. Don't worry about anything else. Why don't we think about how to protect ourselves? We have been hiding from the world for too long, and we don't have many choices. The 3 of them discussed how to deal with it. Because of the transformation of the warship, they could know the movements of the human race at the first time. In this way, it can be regarded as taking advantage of it. It just depends on whether it can take advantage of this opportunity. It is precisely because I have been hiding from the world for too long that I have lost my judgment on many things in the big world. A few days later, human warships suddenly appeared, blocking the space and starting a massacre. The human race's methods are extremely fierce. Once they start, it will be a war of annihilation, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Full preparations were made in advance, the space was completely sealed, and communications were also isolated. News from the 3 tribes could not be spread at all. Even some areas on the periphery were cleared by strong human beings. In just 10 days, this sudden and modest battle came to an end. The Yuya tribe, the Kashan tribe, and the Luolin tribe, these 3 tribes have since been removed from the big world. Occasionally, if a fish slips through the net, they can only escape outside the territory. After this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Strong men from all races rushed to the territories of the 3 tribes. After careful inspection, it was determined that the human race had taken action. For a time, the world was in turmoil. Senior officials from all races have similar ideas. The human race has finally begun to take revenge. 100,000 years ago, more than 200 races, large and small, joined forces, but in the end they failed to wipe out the human race from the big world. In the end, in Xiao Zhantian's counterattack, dozens of clans were wiped out and dozens of clans were maimed. Other ethnic groups also paid more or less the price. In that war, the human race suffered heavy casualties and the population decreased by 99%. But all ethnic groups are actually having a hard time, and it can be said that both sides suffer. The blood feud has been concluded. Obviously, this matter is not over for the human race. After 100,000 years of recuperation, the human race finally began to take revenge. First, he used the Buddha clan to test his skills, and then, with lightning power, taking advantage of the crisis of the spirit-devouring clan, he defeated the Three Silver clan like lightning. Later, in order to attract Lin Moyu, they pressed heavily on the Demon clan, which was extremely powerful. Now, with the power of thunder, the three tribes were directly eliminated. Although the Yuya, Kashin, and Luolin tribes are all small tribes, the absolute strength of the human race can be seen from the fact that the human race killed all three tribes at the same time. The three tribes were wiped out, leaving behind a ruined star field. Countless planets have been shattered, and the entire space in the starry sky is still struggling to recover, and the recovery speed is extremely slow. The aura of the Holy Lord and the other shore still lingers in the starry sky, and the field is rich. Demon Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, Flying Python Clan, Bull Demon Clan, Blackstone Clan, etc. Powerful men from all races came to this starry sky with extremely solemn eyes. The human race is so cruel. Really, no chickens or dogs were left behind, not even a single star was left behind. The galaxy has been beaten like this, and the number of holy lords dispatched by the human race this time is quite large. At this moment, the tribe is no longer in danger. Except for those races that have attacked the human race, even the races that have not attacked the human race are beginning to feel a little weak. Even if they have not attacked the human race, their relationship with the human race is not good, and there are always small frictions. If the human race really starts to take revenge, will they also take revenge on them? Many races are not powerful races. If the human race really wants to attack them, they will be unable to resist. They began to consider whether to join forces with others and form an alliance, which might even make the human race fearful. The fire of the abyss burned blazingly, turning the starry sky green, and the Abyss Demon Lord appeared in the fire of the abyss. The Holy Lord's aura spread out overwhelmingly, and everyone present lowered their heads unconsciously, with fear in their eyes. The Demon Lord of the Abyss laughed coldly. Everyone should have heard that there is a saying among the human race, which is that those who are not from our race must have different hearts. If the human race really starts to take revenge, then all grudges, big and small, may be settled. The meaning in his words was obvious: the human race would not be reasonable, and no one would be able to escape by then. The Abyss Demon Lord noticed the changes in everyone's expressions and continued with a sinister smile. You are all high-ranking members of the clan, and you should know something about the history of the human race. I think you all know more or less what our origins are like, and how the human race has treated us. After going through that war, we were the ones who managed to survive, but 100,000 years ago, we still couldn't wipe out the human race. Now that the human race is back, have you thought about it? After he said this, everyone's expressions changed. The Demon Lord of the Abyss is right. They are all high-level people from various races. They all know some history and the origin of their race. If we want to elaborate, no matter whether they attacked the human race 100,000 years ago, at the source, they have enmity with the human race. In ancient times, they also had a name: traitors. The Demon Lord of the Abyss knew that his words had taken effect, and said in an extremely cold voice, "Everyone, think about it carefully when you go back." Dark green flames exploded, and the Abyss Demon Lord disappeared without a trace. The expressions of the strong men from all races who remained were very complicated. Then each of them turned around and left with their own thoughts in mind. In the central hall of the Divine City, the Heavenly Saint said in a low voice, "How's it going? Are those guys suspicious?" Fu Xingzuan closed his eyes, and runes were beating on his fingertips. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It doesn't seem suspicious, but the Demon Lord of the Abyss is here, and he seems to be encouraging others to come. What the Abyss Demon Lord will say, the Heavenly Saint Lord can know without guessing." There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Do you want to unite for the second time and destroy our human race?" This kind of bedbug that only hides in dark places can only do this kind of thing. From the bottom of my heart, Yin Xingzuan looked down on the Abyss Demon Lord. Tianxingzhen understands the Golden Rule, and is also called Tianxingzhen. It is in response to the brilliant power of God in the Golden Rule. The rules are sublimated, and the rules are like the scorching sun and the golden sun, majestic and majestic. What I dislike the most is this kind of Abyss Demon Lord who lives in a dark corner and only engages in conspiracy. Fu Xingzuan corrected Tian Xingzuan, if there is one, it will be the third time. Tian Xingzuan hummed, if you think about it this way, it is indeed the third time. Let's put it this way, every one of those guys has a grudge against our human race. His eyes shone brightly, finally I found a reason to take action. Those races that did not participate in the coalition 100,000 years ago, if the human race wants to touch them, they still need to find a reasonable reason. Of course, it's okay not to find a reason, but some people will have trouble getting through it psychologically. Now I finally find the reason. In ancient times, these guys were traitors to the world. If it weren't for them, the world wouldn't be what it is now. Maybe the heavenly lords at that time had counterattacked into the Black Blood realm and brought over the origins of the Black Blood realm. If that were the case, what would the world be like? Tian Xingzuan said with cold murderous intent, now that we have the reason, let them do whatever they want, and we will proceed as planned. This time they have no doubts. That's for the best, and they will do the same next time. The three tribes were wiped out, and countless star fragments floated in the starry sky. It looks like a doomsday scene where the galaxy is invaded and no one is left behind. But in fact, most of the stars among the three races were intact and were smuggled back by the strong men of the human race. The human race has been prepared for a long time, and the formations unfolded, shrinking the stars. At the same time, the human race also brought countless fragments, scattering them all over the starry sky, making it look like the galaxy was destroyed. In order to be more real, the human race Holy Lord and Bien and also deliberately left a large number of traces, residual powerful aura, and took the initiative to expose themselves. So far, this plan seems to be very successful. Revenge of genocide is only one of them, the real purpose is resources. The heavenly saint faced the void and said, Human Emperor, you can start moving over there. A few seconds later, the voice from Renhuang Network came, I'm already making preparations, I need time. Tian Xingzuan nodded, no rush, we also need time, including those guys, don't push them too hard. After the force of thunder destroyed the three tribes, the human race fell silent again. In the days that followed, the world seemed to have returned to its former peace. The human race made no move and had no intention of continuing to take revenge. As a result, the various races that had originally planned to form an alliance began to hesitate again. The whole world seems to have entered a strange state, and the atmosphere has become very weird. There were soft sounds in Lin Moyu's practice room, and a strange and weird aura spread throughout the practice room. A rune kept flying in the training room. It kept flashing and appearing in every corner, like teleportation, at an extremely fast speed. If anyone is here, they will definitely be surprised that the speed can be so fast. There is obviously only one rune, but it looks like there are countless. Lin Moyu controls this rune like a work of art. As the owner of the runes, he knew very well that the reason for this was because the runes disrupted time. The time and space where the runes are located is chaotic, which is why the runes appear to be extremely fast, far exceeding Hotang. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and the rune flew back and fell into his hand. The rune swirled on the fingertips. The three-dimensional runes were extremely mysterious and charming. Time runes and space runes are both three-dimensional runes and are much more complex than ordinary advanced runes. Similarly, fusing two runes together becomes more complicated. For rune fusion, as long as the vibration frequency is kept consistent, perfect fusion can be achieved. Even three-dimensional runes are theoretically the same. The difference is that its vibration frequency is divided into multiple levels. In each area, there is its own vibration frequency. It seems that its body is composed of dozens of completely different runes. It is this change that is difficult for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu tried his best to adjust the vibration frequency of the runes, but every time he finished adjusting an area, the vibration frequency of another area changed slightly. No matter how he adjusted it, the entire rune was in chaotic vibrations, unable to fuse at all. Lin Moyu tried countless times, but failed. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was patient enough. He relied on his talent for runes and the bonus of explosive luck to find the root cause of the problem. He believes that what others can do, he can also do. After trying again and again, he found that the real problem lay in the drawing. Some problems have already arisen when drawing these two types of runes. This also leads to the fact that there are internal differences in runes that appear to be complete. Later, he learned to draw runes again, one stroke at a time, like a beginner, learning again. The first thing Lin Moyu learned was the space rune, called the space-locking talisman. Its function is to block space, and it is also the most commonly used method when various races fight. Lin Moyu had come into contact with the air-locking formation countless times before, and it had similar functions. Just using runes to represent it is closer to the essence of the world. When drawing, start paying attention to the vibration frequency of the runes. Do your best to keep the vibration frequency of the rune itself consistent. This is difficult, but Lin Moyu takes the trouble. He couldn't remember how many times he drew runes in a year. He only knew that he kept drawing, all the time. Drawing time and space runes will consume a lot of soul power. An ordinary second-level god will exhaust his soul power after drawing it a dozen times at most. But Lin Moyu relied on the continuous replenishment of the world tree and could draw non-stop. After thousands of attempts, Lin Moyu finally got the hang of it. What holy talisman Tianzuan gave was only inheritance, and various details need to be understood by Lin Moyu himself. It took him nearly a year to finally understand. The importance of each stroke and the amount of soul power consumed are all clearly understood. Too much won't work, and too little won't work either. Finally, he drew an almost perfect three-dimensional benefit, Suokanji. The perfect airlocking talisman looks little different from the previous one, 0.4, but when every stroke is put together, it has a natural feeling. From the soul level, the vibration frequency of the entire space-locking talisman is exactly the same, and there is no difference in each area. The effect is not as good as the locking formation for the time being, but the meaning is different. Lin Moyu knows that his foundation has been laid firmly. One method leads to all methods. When the airlocking talisman reached perfection, Lin Moyu lost control and quickly drew the remaining talisman, Mastery. The time runes were more difficult, but they still didn't stump him. Just 1 month later, the time runes were also drawn perfectly. The fusion of the remaining runes came naturally. Lin Moyu chose the light-retaining talisman and the sky-leaping talisman for fusion. The light-retaining charm can preserve time and slow down the flow of time. The sky jump talisman can travel through space and achieve an effect similar to teleportation. The two runes merged perfectly to form a perfect fusion text. The perfect fusion of the light-retaining talisman and the sky-leaping talisman formed a new rune that had both the attributes of time and space. After testing by Lin Moyu, this rune can slow down the flow of time, and the effect is about 3 times. It is even more powerful than when he uses the law of time himself. And it can strengthen one's ability to cross space, which can be enhanced by almost 3 times. In other words, under the influence of this rune, he can take 3 steps in a row, and the first step is as high as 90 million kilometers. As a result, the speed reaches 270 million kilometers per second. This is just the beginning stage. Lin Moyu knows that the runes can be stronger. Unfortunately, the rune's duration is too short. If used directly, it can only last 10 minutes. But these 10 minutes are just 30 minutes for the user. 3 times the time, let's call you the 3 light talisman. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he chose a name for the rune he fused. The name was chosen at random. It's not very nice, but it doesn't matter. The 3 light talisman is just the beginning. In the future, there will be 6 light talisman, 9 light talisman, even 100 light talisman, and 10,000 light talisman. However, for Lin Moyu, the most important thing about the three-light talisman is not to use it, but to refer to it. Lin Moyu wants to use the three-light talisman to integrate his time laws and space laws. Whether it is the way of laws or the way of runes, Lin Moyu does not want to let go. He wants to pursue multiple paths in parallel and find his own path. This road is destined to be difficult, but he must make it. When he made this decision, he thought of what Antares once said. It is difficult to take the strongest path, but if you succeed, you will dominate the world. In the small world, he did it. Relying on his own talent, he transformed all his skills into magic planets, and then sublimated them into magic stars. In the big world, he believes that he can also get through. Antares, when are you coming out? The image of Antares appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. This close friend has been waiting for a long time. Two law galaxies emerged at the same time, the law of time and the law of space, rippling with infinite power in the practice room. The formation in the training room continues to operate and is stable. Using the three-light talisman as a reference, Lin Moyu began to merge the two laws. Explosive luck is activated again to help Lin Moyu. The continuous message of soul power guides the law. The roar resounded through the training room, and the entire training room was shaken to the point of trembling. The two laws continue to merge and fail, erupting with terrifying energy. Fortunately, the training room in the Divine City is very considerate, and the formations inside are powerful enough, so it can be moved to another place. A random explosion can blow up a star and annihilate a small world. As time goes by, the roar of the collision of laws becomes louder and louder, and the vibrations become more intense. The training room could no longer absorb all the energy, and the training began to dissipate. The extremely solid training room began to show cracks. Above the Divine City, the rays of light exploded, and the Human Emperor network directly interfered with reality, gathering thousands of rays of light. The light shrouded the practice room and stabilized the practice room. The unusual movements in the training room attracted the attention of many people nearby. There were many gods in the Divine City, and they all gathered out of curiosity. However, they couldn't get close. The power of the Human Emperor network isolated the training room from the outside world. Soon, the sky was filled with people, at least 100 gods. The weakest among them is also a high-level god. What law is this? I don't know, I seem to feel the breath of space. These laws are very strange, they don't seem to be the same kind of laws. It should be integrating the law. It is not easy to fuse the laws. It can be seen that these two laws are very strong, so it is even more difficult to fuse them. Yes, in my opinion, these two laws, at least the laws of the second echelon, are not easy to fuse. Because of the Human Emperor network, the auras felt by these gods were deviated. Otherwise, someone must be able to recognize that it is the law of time and the law of space. A golden ray of light flew from afar and arrived in front of him across thousands of miles in an instant. The figure of Tianqingzun was revealed in the golden light, and all the gods immediately saluted and said hello to Tianqingzun. Tianqingzun, do you know what laws the person inside is integrating? His laws seem to be a little too powerful, and even the training room can hardly hold them. I'm a little curious. Tianqingzun's eyes swept over calmly, and a golden light flashed across. Everyone, please retreat first. He did not explain, but directly asked the gods to retreat. These deities are all seasoned and sophisticated, and as soon as they heard these words, they knew that something was going on. Don't know what you shouldn't know. These old guys immediately resigned and left faster than when they came. In the blink of an eye, there was no one around. Tianqingzun said to the void, Human Emperor, how is it? Renhuang Network said, Lin Moyu is integrating the laws of time and space. The two laws collided and exploded with so much power that the training room could not withstand it. Tianqingzun asked, is there any way to strengthen it? Renhuang Network did not answer immediately and seemed to be thinking. The training room in the Divine City is already very strong, and even the peak deity will not have a problem practicing in it. If you can't hold on even here, you can only go to practice in the starry sky. For example, those places where the other side is located. It's a good place to practice, and it's safe enough. After a while, the Human Emperor Network said, unless a new training room is built, there is nothing we can do about this training room. As soon as my power is withdrawn, this training room will collapse immediately. Not even the Human Emperor Network can do anything about it, and there is nothing the Holy Lord can do. Tian Xingzuan thought for a moment and said, inform Lin Moyu and ask him to stop and change places. Renhuang Network can't keep wasting its power interfering with reality. It's not worth it. It's better to change places. After a few seconds, the roar became more intense, and it seemed that had no intention of stopping. The Human Emperor Network said, no, he has entered a state of oblivion, and I can't contact him. The Heavenly Saint said, remove your power and let me block it. Exclamation point. The Human Emperor Network was very straightforward and put away its power without any hesitation. Numerous cracks appeared on the training room instantly. With quick eyes and quick hands, Tian Xingzuan took action directly. A ball of golden power of rules, like the scorching sun across the sky, enveloped the training room. The moment the two exchanged power, the training room collapsed. The huge power broke through the formation in the training room and spread outward. The golden sun twisted and deformed, but in the end it was blocked. The corners of Tian Xingzuan's mouth twitched. This power has surpassed Shen Qi. The power of the fusion of the laws of time and the laws of space is so powerful. Tian Xingzuan suddenly thought of the power of time and space he had seen before. Outside the small world where Lin Moyu was born, those gods were killed silently. The power of time and space was very terrifying, and he felt a little frightened at that time. Thinking about it this way, looking at the strength Lin Moyu is showing now, I don't feel anything at all. If the training room explodes, let's just say it explodes. Fortunately, it doesn't affect other places. I saw Lin Moyu's eyes close tightly, and two law galaxies appeared above his head, constantly colliding. The corners of Tian Xingzuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch again. This guy is so hard. The two law galaxies are constantly colliding, and every time they collide, amazing power will erupt. Tian Xingzuan finally knew why even the training room in the Divine City could not hold up. It was the collision of the laws and galaxies. How could it hold up? This is too messy. Tian Xingzuan was a little shocked and confused. He naturally knows that the fusion of laws is very difficult, especially the laws of time and the laws of space, which are even more difficult. But the fusion of laws also requires skills, and no one can do it as hard as Lin Moyu. Based on his understanding of Lin Moyu was not such a person, and he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Gradually, he discovered some clues. What seems like a barbaric and unreasonable collision actually contains skills. Every time the two law galaxies collide, they reach a fixed point. What really collided was not the law galaxy itself, but a small tributary, belonging to Lin Moyu's tributary. The law galaxy is formed naturally. Lin Moyu cannot control it, but he can control his tributaries, to a certain extent. This is how Lin Moyu tries to completely control the part of himself in collisions. Lin Moyu has long been in a state of oblivion, completely unaware of what is happening in the outside world. He regarded the law as a rune, and it was a rune that would never be damaged or collapse. In the constant collision, he felt the differences and similarities between the two laws, looking for the fusion point. And in the constant collision, Lin Yu's understanding and control of the two laws are improving. Lin Moyu hopes that the two laws can go hand in hand. Now, he has realized his idea in this unique way. Tian Xingzuan's golden sun was distorted again, and the power burst out from collisions, continued to consume the golden sun. Tian Xingzuan was helpless and could only increase the power of rules to maintain the stability of the golden sun, otherwise, the force of the explosion alone would be enough to level the surrounding area. How long will it take to get this guy? Tian Xingzuan thought in his heart. There was no way, he could only stay here until Lin Moyu finished. For a moment, Tian Xingzuan felt that he had become a tool for Lin Moyu's cultivation. 2 days later, Tian Xingzuan suddenly felt some changes, and the power of the explosion seemed to have weakened. In 2 days, the Law Galaxy collided thousands of times, and finally changed. The impact of the explosion has weakened, but a more terrifying force has been born. A strange breath appeared in the golden sun, a tiny air current that was generated during the collision. Wherever the airflow passed, Tianqing Zun felt that the power of his rules suddenly lost contact. Every part of the power of rules contains his will, and can be controlled by him at will, like an arm. But now, my power suddenly disappeared, and only part of it disappeared. This feeling is very strange. What surprised him most was that the lost part of the power was restored in the blink of an eye. It seems that the disappearance of that moment is an illusion. Tianqingzuan was horrified and shocked. He succeeded. He realized that this kind of disappearance was just like when the gods outside the small world were beheaded. The power of his rules did not disappear, but was brought into another time and space. If we think of the entire golden sun as a whole, the time belonging to a small part of it suddenly changes, becoming a few seconds slower or faster than other parts. The changed part will be separated from the whole and disappear temporarily. When the effect disappears, the missing part will reappear and return to its original state again. Although Tianqingzuan doesn't understand what the laws of time and the laws of space are, he can analyze them roughly. Lin Moyu did succeed, at least partially. Lin Moyu merged some of the laws of space and time to produce new power. Lin Moyu called this power the power of time and space. The part where the golden scorching sun disappeared was affected by the power of time and space and was temporarily separated from real time and space. Just like those killed gods outside the small world, their souls and bodies entered different time and space, respectively. Their bodies were broken and their souls could not sense it at all. In the end, when the time and space of the two parties are restored and all the damage is sustained, life will end. Lin Moyu naturally couldn't do that step, but he had a prototype. As long as his laws of time and space continue to strengthen, he can eventually kill people invisible. The roar disappeared, the Law Galaxies no longer collided, and calm returned again. Lin Moyu returned from a state of forgetfulness, with a trace of satisfaction in his expression. The two laws merged, and he finally took the most important step. Feeling the familiar golden rule, he glanced around and Lin Moyu already knew what was going on. He saluted respectfully towards the Heavenly Saint. "Thank you very much, Heavenly Saint, for protecting the Dharma." Tianqingzuan removed his power and laughed loudly. "Not bad, it's really good." Lin Moyu said, "I will find a way to compensate for the damage it has caused to the City of God." Tianqingzuan smiled and said, "No need to pay, let alone just one training room, it doesn't matter if there are hundreds or thousands of them. As long as you don't blow up the divine city, I'll do whatever you want." It is rare for such a genius to appear in the human race, so a mere training room is nothing. Now Lin Moyu and his sister are the human race's greatest hope. Tianqing and his two siblings can break through to the Supreme, and those who can rebuild the divine path can also take a step further. Compared with these, the mere losses are indeed nothing. Tianqingzuan took Lin Moyu away, and naturally someone would deal with the ruins. Returning to the central temple, Tianqingzuan asked, "If Xiaoyu Lin wants to continue to retreat, I have found another place for you." Obviously, the ordinary training room is no longer suitable for Lin Moyu. Even the training rooms in the Divine City are not good, especially the training rooms elsewhere. Tianqingzuan has experienced Lin Moyu's power, and the collision of laws can erupt with destructive power that surpasses the peak deity. Unless a training room is built with other side materials, it will not be able to withstand it at all. But the other side realm materials are not so easy to find. There are not many humans in the first place, and they are all used in key places. It is too extravagant to build a training room. However, if Lin Moyu really has a need in this area, it is not impossible to consider it. Nollies. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. "After several years of retreat, I have learned something new and gained some information from the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan. I'm going to a few places and some things. In the inheritance of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, there are not only methods of learning runes, but also things that Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord once left in the big world. Runes are not just drawable. If you want to go into battle, you also need some special methods to save them. Otherwise, if you draw them every time you need them, how can your opponent give you these opportunities? Talisman tools and rune collections were born among the talisman masters. Use the rune magic weapon to store runes and use them directly when needed. You can also turn rune magic weapons into various weapons, combat puppets, or even refine the runes into your body and use yourself as a rune magic weapon. Rune magic weapons are the tools of the talisman master, and they have the same effect as magic weapons made by refining weapons. Ancient Talisman Warrior is the most powerful rune magic weapon created by Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Human Emperor Network has opened high-level permissions for Lin Moyu, allowing Lin Moyu to have unimpeded access throughout the human star field. On the surface, he is only a mid-level employee, but he can go anywhere. In the history of the human race, no more than 10 people have this kind of privilege. Even though saints in the human race still need to upgrade their level and authority little by little when they are young. Several saints had discussed giving Lin Moyu absolute freedom. Therefore, on the way of cultivation, they rarely even gave any advice, and they all allowed Lin Moyu to develop freely. They will only leave the town when Lin Moyu needs help. However, this kind of thing is becoming less and less common now. Lin Moyu left in his own battleship. What was special was not only him, but also his battleship. In addition to the personal warships of Xingzuan and Bianan, Lin Moyu's warships are among the few that have been modified and have deep space navigation capabilities. With this battleship, even if Lin Moyu accidentally strays outside the territory again, as long as he is not too far away and has not lost his way, he can return to the territory. The battleship sailed in deep space, and Lin Moyu could clearly feel the power of space coming from the core of the battleship. If I use the law of space to drive the battleship, it shouldn't make it faster. But warships are just dead objects after all. If we can really control the laws of space, we will no longer need warships. Just like Luoxin, if you open the door to space, you will be millions of light years away in an instant. What deep navigation can't be compared to. Unfortunately, thinking of that level is still too far away for me at the moment. But in the future, it won't be a problem. My goal is not just Luoxin. Lin Moyu never aims too high and never underestimates himself. His target is not Luoxin, nor the Supreme, nor even Tianzuan. He will take the strongest path until the end. After flying for several hours, the battleship emerged in the starry sky. Lin Moyu recognized the direction, put away the battleship and stepped out. The law of time envelopes the whole body, and the law of space flows under the feet. The two laws merged together in a special state. The flow of time belonging to Lin Moyu slowed down twice, and 1 second in the real world became Lin Moyu's 2 seconds. The fusion of laws causes the laws of space to also increase. The distance at each step is twice as long as the previous one, a full 50 million kilometers. In other words, Lin Moyu can now travel 120 million kilometers every second, which is far faster than the god. Compared with the 3-light talisman, it is inferior to the 3-light talisman. The advantage is that there is no need to draw the talisman, which is extremely convenient. Lin Moyu keeps flashing in the starry sky, crossing the vast starry sky. He is now located in the Divine City Star Domain, an intermediate area, and his target is the galaxy-numbered Zhong 26,999 degrees. There is a secret realm there, called the Treasure Ship Secret Realm. It is said that there is a treasure ship in the secret realm, which contains countless treasures, but no one has ever been able to enter the treasure ship and obtain the treasures inside. Lin Moyu passed the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan and compared it with what he had seen in ancient times. Learned the true identity of this treasure ship. The ancient Talisman Warrior is a rune treasure that Saint Talisman Tianzuan learned all his life and refined with a lifetime of effort. This is a puppet-type rune magic weapon. There are 3 similar holy runes Tianzuan created in total, each of which took thousands of years and countless rare materials. In the battle with the Black Blood Realm, the 3 ancient Talisman Warriors all fought until they collapsed. Most of the materials were destroyed in the battle, and only a small amount survived. As the ancient symbols evolved into the secret realm, they have remained in the secret realm. Some of these materials are rune magic weapons made by Holy Talisman Tianzuan himself. The entire ancient talisman warrior can be regarded as a collection of ancient talismans and many rune magic weapons. That treasure ship was among them. While the battleship was sailing, Lin Moyu had already checked the information in the Secret Realm strategy group. The treasure ship looks slightly damaged, but overall it is still in good condition. It can be judged from this that the main function of the treasure ship should be intact. As long as the damage is not too severe, Lin Moyu can still practice. In the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, there are all the materials for making this treasure ship, but it is difficult to find the corresponding materials now. Therefore, Lin Moyu gave up the idea of refining it by himself, and turned to the next best thing, searching for the remains of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan, Day. The treasure ship has two functions, namely, to store runes and to gain runes. You can store the drawn runes in the treasure ship and take them out when needed. The runes stored in the treasure ship can also be nourished by the treasure ship and become more powerful. The treasure ship placed on the ancient talisman warrior is equivalent to a warehouse. If there is any damage during the battle, the runes in the treasure ship can automatically fly out and be repaired. Moreover, the treasure ship can also replenish the slight loss caused by the runes in battle in time. The ancient talisman warrior, which is comparable in size to dozens of galaxies, has hundreds of treasure ships in its body, located in various positions of the body. Unfortunately, most of these treasure ships were destroyed during the war. In the years that followed, even the broken pieces were taken away. There is only one surviving treasure ship in the secret realm. Lin Moyu even thought about whether there were runes drawn by the Holy Talisman Tianzuan in the treasure ship. But thinking about it, it is unlikely. The ancient rune warriors have all died in the battle, and those runes have long been exhausted in the battle. It is a great fortune that the treasure ship itself survived. Galaxy number 26,999 degrees appeared in the line of sight. The galaxy quickly magnified in the eyes. After a few seconds, Lin Moyu had already left the galaxy far behind. From the scale of the big starry sky, the space occupied by galaxies is actually only a very small area in the starry sky. The galaxy Zhong 26999 has a diameter of only 3 billion kilometers and is not large in scale. Lin Moyu can traverse it in less than 30 seconds. It has 1 star and 7 planets inside it, which is considered average among various galaxies. According to the calculation of the human race, with it as the center and a radius of 1 light year, it belongs to its area. There are basically no galaxies in these areas, and there are only some scattered stars. The starry sky is quite empty. It can be said that more than 99% of the area is void. But if it were placed in ancient times, this would not be the case at all. At that time, there were many stars and dense galaxies in the human star field. The strong men of the human race have gathered countless resources together. The distance between galaxies is often only 1 billion kilometers. Sometimes the diameter of a galaxy itself exceeds the distance to other galaxies. It can almost be said that they are right next to each other. If it were not controlled by the formation, these galaxies would almost collide. But in the battle with the Black Blood Realm, more than 90% of the galaxies were destroyed. Even the Great World runes were severely damaged, making it difficult to regenerate resources later. After that, there were successive wars, and a large number of galaxies were beaten to collapse, and the resources became less and less. In the end, it became what it is now. Lin Moyu knew that unless the Great World Rune could be restored, the situation would only worsen. Previously, the human race destroyed 3 races and plundered hundreds of galaxies, all of which have been filled into the human star field. But compared with ancient times, it is still a huge difference. In his chaotic thoughts, Lin Moyu saw the secret realm of the treasure ship. 2 steps later, he appeared at the entrance of the treasure ship's secret realm and rushed in. Among the secret realms in the intermediate area, the treasure ship's secret realm is very famous. The treasure secret realm is relatively safe, and some special materials can be harvested in it. In the secret realm of the treasure ship, there is a material called rune gold, which is an excellent thing for refining rune magic weapons. Many talisman masters will pay a lot of money to purchase talisman gold. The higher the quality of talisman gold, the higher the price. You can complete the mission and earn the God City merit. The risk is not high, and you can also get additional materials and gain an extra piece of God City merit. Naturally, many people flock to such a good place. What's more, there are still treasure ships in the treasure ship secret realm. It is said that if you can board the treasure ship, you will be able to obtain a large number of treasures in the treasure ship and reach the sky in one step. There are even legends that the treasure ship contains the supreme inheritance of ancient powerful men. Unfortunately, no one has ever obtained a treasure ship. There are many advantages in treasure ship secret realm, but there are also disadvantages. When the treasure ship does not appear, the secret realm is relatively safe, but the amount of talisman gold is relatively small, and the quality is generally not high. Once a treasure ship appears, the amount of talisman gold will increase, and the quality will also be greatly improved. Similarly, when a treasure ship appears, it will be accompanied by inexplicable creatures, and those creatures will attack people in the secret realm. If you are accidentally targeted, you will be in danger, but for the sake of more and better talismans and the treasure ship, many people are willing to take this risk. Overall, treasure ship secret realm is a good place. At its entrance, a large number of practitioners gather all year round. The number is rarely less than 1,000, and sometimes it even exceeds 10,000. Even not far away, a small trading market has been opened. Some people sell talisman gold directly here, and some talisman masters come here specially to buy talisman gold. Lin Moyu suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret realm and rushed in. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Some people who were about to enter the secret realm stopped one after another. Who's in? I don't know. He seemed to appear suddenly and then went in. Yes, that's what I saw. This speed is really too impressive. There is no trace of him flying over at all. It feels like he teleported. Several deities talked incessantly and looked surprised at the same time. They couldn't see clearly with their eyesight, so they could only say that the other party was too fast. In the secret realm, Lin Moyu had just received information from the Human Emperor Network. Sacred City Mission: explore the secret realm of the treasure ship. Enter the secret realm of the treasure ship and obtain talisman gold. Restrictions: you can enter from the 8th level of the Divine King to the 5th level of the Divine Lord. Completion conditions: obtain a piece of talisman gold, no quality requirements. Task reward: 100 points of Divine City merit will be awarded, and there will be no penalty for failure. Note: talisman gold may appear in any area in the secret realm. When the treasure ship appears, the secret realm is relatively safe, the quantity of talisman gold is relatively small, and the quality is relatively poor. When the treasure ship appears, the quantity and quality of talisman gold will increase, but please pay attention to the attack of the black beast. Under the god, if you encounter a black beast, please use the escape talisman to leave the secret realm immediately. Beyond the gods, you can try to kill the black beast and enter the treasure ship. If you fail, please don't force it. The reminder from Renhuang Network was very detailed. After reading it, Lin Moyu focused on the secret pressure. He had already read the information about the secret realm on the road. There are a total of 12 pieces of information about the treasure ship secret realm in the secret realm strategy group, which are very detailed. Lin Moyu knows every detail about the secret realm. Although the black beast that appeared together with the treasure ship was somewhat dangerous, its highest strength known so far was only the 5th level of a god, so it did not pose a threat to him. At present, no one has successfully entered the second stage of the secret realm, but the information in the strategy group has shown that the secret realm should have a second stage. Entering the second stage should be related to the treasure ship. Lin Moyu looked around, and in the next second, a large number of skeleton gods flew out in all directions. Since he entered the second level of the God Lord, the skeleton god will become stronger again. Normally, the skeleton god general should change from the 6th level to the 7th level. But it didn't happen this time. The skeleton god general was still the 6th level of god, but he had reached the peak of the 6th level, and was only half a step away from the 7th level. Lin Moyu guessed that it might be because of the existence of the power of rules. Although there is only one level difference between the 6th level and the 7th level of the God Lord, there is a huge gap in essence, as if they have crossed a big realm. Lin Moyu believes that as long as he reaches the 3rd level of the God Lord, the skeleton god general will naturally be able to cross this threshold. The skeleton god will explore the secret world on behalf of Lin Moyu, and will soon feed back a large amount of information, forming a map of the secret realm in his mind. There are grasslands, mountains, and forests in the secret realm, and there are large lakes between the mountains and forests. It looks like a paradise with birds singing and flowers fragrant. It seems that the ancient talisman that evolved this secret realm is also a gentle tongue benefit. Lin Moyu said to himself that after receiving the inheritance from the holy talisman Heavenly Lord, his understanding of the ancient talismans has far exceeded before. Ancient talismans also have completely different attributes. Some ancient talismans are born for fighting and are violent in nature. The world they evolved into is naturally very dangerous. Some ancient talismans are auxiliary ancient talismans with a mild nature, and the world they evolved into is naturally much safer. Lin Moyu felt the tranquility of the world, admired the scenery, and at the same time thought about the message left in the inheritance by the holy talisman Tianzuan. Holy talisman Heavenly Lord, why do you have to ask me to go to these places? Is there any reason? The reason why I came here is also because of the message left by the holy talisman Tianzuan in the inheritance. Saint Fu Tianzuan marked several locations and asked Lin Moyu to take a look. It might be helpful to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu guessed whether the holy talisman Tianzuan left something behind. Those things may no longer be found in this world today. So Lin Moyu came, and the first choice was the treasure ship Secret Realm. The skeleton god general was very fast and found the boundary of the secret realm in just half an hour. 0. The treasure ship secret space is not small, with a diameter of more than 300,000 kilometers, which is larger than a star. There are countless mountains, forests, lakes, and several prairie areas. There is also a desert in the center of the secret realm. During the exploration, the skeleton god general found 100 pieces of talisman gold. The talisman is about the size of a fist, exudes a faint golden light, and looks like copper or iron, but in fact it is more like a stone. The luster of the gold talisman found was not strong, so it was obviously not of high quality. In a secret realm comparable to stars, there are only 100 fist-sized talisman gold, which is indeed no different from finding a needle in a haystack. If it had been anyone else, it would have been really hard to find. Finding Fujin has completed the basic task assigned by the Human Emperor Network. For Lin Moyu, this is simply a piece of cake. Lin Moyu put the talisman away, and his eyes revealed his thoughts. The treasure ship does not appear every time. Sometimes it can be encountered every time, and sometimes it cannot be encountered even after entering and exiting 1,000 times. What are the conditions for the treasure ship to appear? Lin Moyu naturally came here for the treasure ship, and things like talisman gold were dispensable to him. The treasure ship did not appear, and Lin Moyu did not leave the secret realm. Through the previous information, he guessed that the appearance of the treasure ship should need to meet some specific conditions. He wandered in the secret realm, moving forward at a not-so-fast speed. While appreciating the secret realm, he also thought about what the conditions were. Gradually, he crossed the grassland, crossed the mountain forest, passed the lake, and entered the desert in the center of the secret realm. In this paradise-like place, the existence of the desert seems very abrupt. It should be here. Lin Moyu stood in the sky, looking down at the desert, his soul eyes slowly opened. After the soul reaches the holy realm, the eyes of the soul are strengthened again and can see more subtle things. In the eyes of others, the desert is just a desert, nothing surprising. The information from the Secret Realm strategy team also recorded that no abnormality occurred in the desert. There was even a god who directly lifted up the desert. The desert was like a bottomless pit and was not discovered. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this desert revealed its true form. This is no ordinary desert, every grain of sand is made of ancient talisman fragments. These debris are densely packed and look no different from sand, but inside, they contain the power of gut. Lin Moyu has experienced many secret realms, and the ancient talisman fragments in many secret realms will evolve into terrifying talisman beasts. The same ancient talisman fragments only evolved into sand in the secret realm of the treasure ship. It can be seen that the ancient talisman that evolved this secret realm is very mild in nature. Not only gentle, but quite complete. Along the way, Lin Moyu saw the flowers, plants, and trees in the secret realm, and they all looked perfect. Unlike the secret realms I have seen before, they are more or less defective. The more perfect the secret realm evolves, the more complete the ancient talisman is. Likewise, it becomes increasingly difficult to clear this secret realm. The more perfect the ancient talisman is, the less it will break. Lin Moyu looked at the desert for a while, and through the context of the runes, combined with his own understanding of the runes, he already knew the conditions for the treasure ship to appear. The condition is the talisman gold he gets. Lin Moyu took out 10 pieces of talisman gold and threw it into the desert. At the same time, Lin Moyu paid attention to the changes in the mountains, forests, and lakes in the distance. After Fu Jin landed, the terrain of the mountain forest suddenly dropped a little, and the water level of the lake also dropped a little. The change is very slight, just a millimeter, and silent. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's extremely sensitive soul, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Then Lin Moyu threw some more talisman gold. The more talisman gold he threw, the more the mountain forest terrain and lake water level dropped. After he took back the talisman gold, the terrain of the mountains and forests and the water level of the lakes improved again. Lin Moyu knew that his judgment was probably correct. In order to verify his judgment, he waited quietly for a while. A few hours later, he sensed that the terrain and the water level of the lake had increased at the same time. This change made Lin Moyu completely sure that his judgment was correct. In the past, all kinds of guesswork was required in the secret realm. This time it was not a guess, but a reasonable judgment based on my own understanding of the runes. A correct judgment is equivalent to the knowledge you have learned being confirmed, and it is still correct, and a sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. As long as you get enough talisman gold, the water in the lake will continue to increase and eventually it will overflow. At that time, the mountains and forests are high enough, and the lake water will rush into the desert, turning the desert into an oasis, and treasure ships will appear. Based on the current situation, at least tens of thousands of talismans are needed to allow the lake water to irrigate the desert. With tens of thousands of talisman gold, even Lin Moyu would have to go in and out of the secret realm hundreds of times. Lin Moyu would not collect talismans so foolishly, he chose a simpler and more crude method. Purple gold light flashed all over his body, and thousands of houses were blasted out in an instant. Countless big fists shining with purple light appeared in the void, some struck in the mountains and forests, and some struck in the lakes. The mountain forest was flattened and collapsed. The water in the lake exploded into the sky, and gaps appeared in the lake. The lake water began to surge out, rushing towards the desert along the road that Lin Moyu had punched with his fist. If the terrain is not high enough and the lake water has not overflowed, then artificially blast the lake water out to create an oasis artificially. According to Lin Moyu's judgment, his approach should be useful. Lake water pours into the desert from all directions, and the desert gradually becomes moist. Slowly, the lake covered the entire desert, and the desert disappeared and turned into an oasis. Lin Moyu suddenly discovered that this secret realm had become complete. The previous desert was like a wound in this world, incompatible with the beautiful world. Now it has become an oasis, and Lin Moyu suddenly discovered that this world has become a real paradise. The lake water has not yet drained away. Lin Moyu's attack was heavy enough, and the amount of lake water flowing over was staggering. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the oasis. The whirlpool turned faster and faster. A fountain rushed out of the whirlpool, shooting straight into the sky like a sharp arrow. Immediately afterwards, a treasure ship rushed out of the whirlpool and flew into the sky. A large amount of talisman gold rushed out with the treasure ship. The talisman gold rushed in all directions and disappeared among the mountains and forests. There are a lot of talisman gold, and each piece is of good quality, better than those obtained by Lin Moyu. The eruption of talisman gold will last for a while, and the quality will become worse as time goes by, and the quantity will gradually decrease. Lin Moyu discovered that some of the talismans disappeared after landing, and he didn't know where they went. The amount of talisman gold that will be left in the secret realm is actually only a few thousand pieces. I should be going to someone else's secret place. The treasure ship appears, the talisman gold erupts, and everyone who enters the secret realm can benefit. And the treasure ship will not just stay in its own secret realm, it will wander in various secret realms and then disappear again. When the treasure ship wanders, it will bring black beasts, and the black beasts will hunt down the cultivators in the secret realm. The black beast is incompatible with the gentleness of this ancient talisman. Lin Moyu had doubts before, but now he understands the origin of the black beast when he sees it with his own eyes. On the treasure ship, there is a gap. A mass of black energy was wrapped around the gap, and bloodlines emerged from the black energy. With the power from the black blood realm, the treasure ship was still damaged in that war. The strong man from the black blood world made a hole in the treasure ship, and his power has not dispersed for many years, and has been entangled in the treasure ship. In addition to the power of the black blood realm, ancient talisman fragments continued to fall in the gap. These ancient talisman fragments are sand. It is also because of this gap that the entire secret realm has not evolved perfectly. The eruption of Fujin gradually came to an end, and the treasure ship began to move. The black air mass on the gap expanded rapidly, turning into ferocious black beasts in the air, rushing towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't pay attention to these black beasts at all. The skeleton god general flew out and attacked them. The white sword energy swept across the secret realm, and the flying black beast was killed instantly. The strength of the black beast is only the 5th level of the god, which is much weaker than the god general. After slaying the black beast, the skeleton god will take the lead in attacking the treasure ship. The treasure ship suddenly burst into bright light, and countless runes appeared on the ship's body. The runes formed a talisman array, and the skeleton gods collided with the talisman array, and were shot one after another. The treasure ship's talisman array is a bit strong, and there is no way to penetrate it with just the skeleton god general. Moreover, the talisman array connects the entire treasure ship. If it is forcibly destroyed, the treasure ship may also be damaged. Moreover, Lin Moyu felt that with the methods of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, there might be other arrangements inside. If he were to force his way in, it would cause a chain reaction. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu had found a way to get in. The soul senses the vibration frequency of the talisman array. Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's methods are superb. The entire talisman array and a large number of runes have almost the same vibration frequency. He accurately grasped the frequency of the talisman array and at the same time adjusted the vibration frequency of his soul. The soul enveloped the whole body like running water and vibrated like a talisman array. Then Lin Moyu stepped forward, and the next moment he broke through the talisman formation blockade and appeared on the treasure ship. For others, a treasure ship that is inaccessible is as simple as returning home to Lin Moyu. The next second, Lin Moyu came to the gap where the black energy was entangled. Let's take care of you first. Black beasts transformed and rushed towards Lin Moyu. The power from the black blood world is extremely cruel and treats all creatures in the world as enemies. The skeleton god will appear, wield the bone sword, and kill all the black beasts. While inside the treasure ship, the skeleton god general did not use his sword energy to avoid destroying the treasure ship. Lin Moyu came to the critical gap, and the law of immortality surged out. The power of grey death is like a big hand, covering the gap and corroding the black air. The power of death corrodes all things, even the power from the black blood world will be corroded. Lin Moyu stepped into the divine realm, his strength is now beyond what it used to be, and his control over the laws has reached perfection. The corrosive power of the law has increased significantly compared to the past. Bloodlines continued to emerge, and the whole mass of black energy struggled like crazy. The struggle of the rootless source is meaningless, and it will be corroded in a short time. Facing the power from the Black Blood world again, Lin Moyu already has some experience. The Black Blood realm is not as powerful as imagined. This power comes from an existence comparable to the Heavenly Lord. It is still not weak after millions of years, but it can still be wiped out by my power. To put it this way, in fact, the Black Blood realm back then was at most the same as the Big World. That's why they used some special methods to encourage various ethnic groups to rebel. Otherwise, we should have won the war that year. Lin Moyu thought of the strong men in the Black Blood world, controlling the starry beasts in the dark void. They seemed to have a special ability. The power of the Black Blood realm was wiped away, the runes around the gap in the treasure ship began to sparkle, and the gap began to repair itself. The repair speed is not very fast, and it is estimated that it will take several years to complete the repair. Lin Moyu turned around and walked towards the inside of the treasure ship. The treasure ship was not big, only 100 meters long, and its internal structure was extremely simple. With the size of the ancient talisman warrior, the treasure ship is as small as dust, but among the entire ancient talisman warriors, the role of the treasure ship is extraordinary. Lin Moyu can probably understand what the Holy Talisman Emperor does. The treasure ship is responsible for providing spare runes and repairing damaged locations, so its own safety is very important. If the treasure ship is too big, the target will be obvious. But if it is too small, even if the space runes are used, there will be not enough runes. In battle, the amount of runes consumed is quite astonishing. Space runes must be used, and even space arrays will be used. Lin Moyu guessed that there should be a huge space inside the treasure ship. He walked into the cabin, and his eyes suddenly opened up. Lin Moyu entered a vast space. How big this space is, Lin Moyu's eyesight can't forget it at a glance. Guessed it right. I'm afraid the space can accommodate a star. Holy Talisman Tianzuan is really a generous artist. How many articles can be stored in such a large space? There is still a strong aura of ancient talismans in the space. It is conceivable that a large number of ancient talismans should have been stored here. Unfortunately, during the battle, these ancient talismans were exhausted. The battle between the ancient talisman warriors and the powerful men from the Black Blood realm was earth-shattering, covering the entire Divine City star field. Thousands of galaxies were completely destroyed, and it was extremely fierce. Lin Moyu felt the aura left over from ancient times, as if he could see the battle that year. He walked through the space, looking for anything left behind. The whole space was very empty, as if there was nothing left. Why did the Holy Talisman Tianzuan ask me to come here? Judging from the inheritance, he should have left something behind, but he didn't have it when he came back here. Lin Moyu speculated whether it would be placed elsewhere. After all, there are still some areas of the treasure ship that have not been searched yet. After walking around and finding nothing, Lin Moyu left here. Return to the treasure ship and search the remaining areas. After searching around, nothing was found. The structure of the treasure ship is too simple. Except for that special space, other places are almost visible at a glance. Finally, he returned to the cabin and entered the huge space expanded by the array. Lin Moyu stopped and said, if it is something left by Tianzuan, it will naturally not be discovered easily. What if it's not me who comes in, but another race? Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning. He put himself in his shoes and thought about what he would do if he were Tianzuan. The eyes of the soul opened again, scanning the space. Surrounded by a large number of runes, these runes were beating rapidly and shining brightly. Lin Moyu knew all these runes. They were basically space runes, and were combined with some other runes to form a complex and powerful rune array. Lin Moyu was absorbed by the talisman array for a moment, staring at the talisman array without blinking, and began to study it. This is a talisman formation from Tianzuan. It has great research value. If you can learn the key points, it will be of great benefit to you. Lin Moyu realized that even if it was just this talisman array, the trip would be worthwhile. The treasure ship flew slowly in the secret realm. It passed through each secret realm, and each secret realm had different practitioners. Some people tried to get close to the treasure ship, but they were blocked. When someone saw the treasure ship, they immediately thought of the Black Beast and immediately prepared for battle. But in the end, the Black Beast did not appear, which was extremely confusing. No one knows that there is a passenger in the treasure ship who is working hard to learn the talisman array left by the holy talisman Tianzuan. While studying the runes, Lin Moyu continued to have insights and gained a deeper understanding of the use of runes. Saint Fu Tianzuan was the #1 rune person of that era, and his understanding of runes was far beyond what Saint Fu Tianzuan could compare to. Just being limited to the realm is not enough, and it cannot involve ancient symbols. The mystery of the entire talisman formation was something Lin Moyu had never seen before in his life. In comparison, the human race's space-expanding formations are simply at the level of children. Could it be that Tianzuan asked me to come here just to learn the talisman formation? He used this method to demonstrate the talisman to the inheritor. Lin Moyu came up with this idea, but it felt wrong. If that's all, just say it straight away, why bother covering it up? It shouldn't be just this, Yingzun must have other arrangements. Lin Moyu has dealt with Holy Talisman 930 Tianzuan, and he can probably guess that this Tianzuan will not be so simple. Since he was able to enter the Yunwu sect after Huanwu Tianzuan left, leaving his inheritance in the pearl, not only did Huanwu Tianzuan get involved, but it also made it difficult for the inheritance of Yunwu sect to be truly passed down. Not many people can accept 2 inheritances from the Heavenly Lord. Even the Holy Lord's soul may not be able to sustain it. Both Huanwu Tianzuan and Xingfu Tianzuan have their own selfish motives. It can also be seen from this point that Xingzai Tianzuan has an extremely weird temper. Lin Moyu speculated that if the inheritance of the Yunwu sect cannot be truly passed down, the Holy Talisman Tianzuan will have a backup plan to arrange the inheritance in other places. Tianzuan also doesn't want his inheritance to be cut off. Maybe this idea is not necessarily correct, but it is not bad at all. Studying the talisman array, his mastery of the talisman array became deeper and deeper. Gradually, Lin Moyu made new discoveries. He discovered that there was actually a talisman array hidden in this talisman array that expanded the space. This talisman array once again split the space, forming an independent space. There is another dimension within the space, which is somewhat similar to Lillian's inheritance. Fortunately, I had an experience before, otherwise it would not be easy to find. Lin Moyu came to the center of the space, locked an area in the talisman array, and drew a 3-dimensional space text. Go. The runes flew into the sky and filled in the runes. In an instant, the entire formation roared and shook. The runes drawn by Lin Moyu became the key to the second dimension. The space vibrated and roared, and the second dimension was revealed. The entrance to this space was like a whirlpool, rotating slowly. Lin Moyu stepped into it with a smile on his face. Being able to open the second level of space means that he has basically mastered this space array. As long as it takes a certain amount of time, Lin Moyu can also arrange similar talisman arrays by himself. Maybe it's a little worse than Tianzuan, but it can definitely beat the various space expansion formations used by the human race today. In this way, there is a faint sense of accomplishment growing in my heart. Holy Talisman Tianzuan uses this method to teach his descendants how to arrange the talisman array. There are thousands of techniques for talisman formations, but they never deviate from their origins, and they are all the same in the end. As long as the research is thorough enough, one method can be applied to all methods. The second level space is established based on the first level space, and is much smaller in terms of stability and scale. Lin Moyu stands inside and can see all the way to the end. There is only one item in the space and nothing else. When Lin Moyu saw this item, his eyes narrowed unconsciously. He has seen this thing before. In the extraterrestrial Soul Clan battleship, Lin Moyu once got an identical box. The appearance of the box is the same as that of 703, but I don't know whether the contents inside are the same. Lin Moyu did not go over immediately, but stared at the box. The boxes are the same. The fact that a box made of this kind of material can be used means that the contents inside are also very heavy. But the runes outside the box are different, and the way to open them should also be different. The box contained the godly stone of rules before, what is it this time? While Lin Moyu was thinking, the box suddenly burst into light, and the Holy Land Heavenly Lord appeared in the light. This time it's not a remnant soul, it's just a projection. It should be some information that the Holy Talisman Tianzuan once recorded. My descendant, congratulations on getting the treasure left by me. Being able to come here means that you have understood the secret of the talisman array, and you are qualified to obtain information about the next treasure location. To be able to obtain the inheritance of this deity, you should be a very lucky person. You can be regarded as a genius. Your era is very sad, but even if you are a coward, it is not without hope. The coward has escaped, and I am going to chase him and leave. I hope the contents inside are of some use to you. As for the way to open it, you will naturally understand it after you learn the inheritance of this deity. Before I say goodbye, I have one more thing to warn you. There are too many causes and effects in the world. If you want to seize the chance of life, you must cut off the cause and effect. Cause and effect are constant, and there is no hope in the world. As soon as the words fell, the projection disappeared immediately. When Holy Talisman Tianzuan spoke, it was a bit joking at first, but it became extremely serious in the next two sentences. When Holy Talisman Tianzuan left, a stream of information flowed in, indicating the next location. This reminded Lin Moyu of Lilian's Starry Sky Spirit tribe, and it seemed to be the same. Lin Moyu thought that maybe Tianzuan was strange. Lin Moyu also felt nervous when he heard it, cause and effect, it's because of cause and effect. He murmured to himself, recalling the words left by Holy Talisman Tianzuan. The big world is riddled with cause and effect, which ultimately leads to the current ending. We need to cut off the cause and effect, but how to cut off the cause and effect? Lin Moyu's understanding of cause and effect is too shallow, and he can only act based on his own feelings, which may not be correct. Cut off cause and effect. He chewed the 4 words over and over again, and a method to cut off the cause and effect came to his mind. That means killing all the foreigners, leaving no one alive. When a person dies and the lamp is extinguished, and when aliens die, wouldn't the cause and effect be cut off? Lin Moyu felt a sudden realization, and his eyes sparkled, it should be right. The strong men in the big world back then, when they were plundering the origins of all walks of life, kindly provided living places for alien races from all walks of life. This also makes the cause and effect continue, and more causes and effects are entangled in the world, eventually causing disaster. Perhaps Huanwu Tianzuan figured it out at the last moment, but it was already too late. These words of Holy Talisman Tianzuan should not be said by him, but by Huanwu Tianzuan. He said he was going to chase Huanwu Tianzuan, but he was actually just looking for an excuse to leave. Lin Moyu's mind was like lightning, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and understood the causes and consequences. The cause and effect is very strange, just like the layers of space. Each race has its own cause and effect, and each creature also has its own cause and effect. However, outside the big world, there seems to be even greater cause and effect, and this layer of cause and effect affects the entire world. Both Huanwu Tianzuan and Holy Talisman Tianzuan escaped and left the big world. They went to a wider world, and Lin Moyu had a feeling that these deities who escaped from the big world became homeless wanderers. When the big world completely collapses, their hometown will also be gone. For some reason, Lin Moyu feels that these deities are pitiful and pathetic. When a person no longer even owns his hometown, what can he leave behind? Lin Moyu never wanted to escape, no matter what the reason, he would not escape. This emotion is very strange, and Lin Moyu himself can't explain it, but it just pops up, takes root quickly, and becomes deeply ingrained in an instant. There is only one way before Lin Moyu, to rebuild the divine road and repair the big world. Either perish with the big world, or be reborn with the big world. I went over and picked up the box. There were runes flowing on the box. These runes are different from the previous box, and the way to open it is completely different. He can still give the box to Fu Xingzuan and let him crack it. But Lin Moyu plans to do it himself this time, which is also a test for himself. Put away the box and return to the deck of the treasure ship. At this moment, the treasure ship has returned to the secret realm where it was, back to the desert. The oases disappeared and the desert reappeared. But the moisture in the air is still there, and there seems to be some water flowing under the desert. The secret realm is like this, it keeps repeating itself in the process of evolution until it evolves to perfection. The treasure ship stayed on the desert for a moment, and then rushed towards the desert. The treasure ship was so fast that it crashed into the desert, causing the sky to be filled with yellow sand. The treasure ship was speeding through the yellow sand. The runes on the ship sparkled, keeping all the sand out. The connection with the Renhuang network was rapidly weakening. Within 2 seconds, the connection with the Renhuang network was completely lost. This time Renhuang network did not give out any information, perhaps because it was too late. Lin Moyu stood on the treasure ship with an unchanged expression and no panic. He knew that the treasure ship was about to take him into the second level of the secret realm. No one knows what the situation will be like on the second level of the treasure ship's secret realm. He will be the first among the human race to enter. After flying in the yellow sand world for a long time, light appeared in his eyes, and the treasure ship rushed out from the other end. The red and black light beating in the sky is the power from the dark world, raging here. The power of the black blood world transformed into countless black beasts, while the power of the runes transformed into rune battles. The black beast and the rune warriors were fighting together. This battle had lasted for who knows how many years, and it seemed that it had never stopped. Is this phase 2? Lin Moyu said to himself, the second stage is not the same as what he thought. This rune is so gentle, I never imagined that the second stage would turn out to be a battlefield. Suddenly, Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. From the distance, a warrior in black with a sword in his hand was flying quickly. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, he had seen this person before. The black-blooded great swordsman who once fought against the ancient talisman warrior was comparable to a terrifying and powerful man in the heavenly realm. Of course it won't be him himself, but it will be transformed by his power. It rushed in front of the treasure ship and drew its sharp sword. The treasure ship shimmered and the formation emerged, not only blocking his attack, but the treasure ship also suddenly accelerated, knocking it away. Obviously, Bao Chuan and the other party have been fighting for many years. Both sides have no consciousness, and they are fighting instinctively with the remaining will of their masters. Lin Moyu took a look and found that the opponent's combat power should be between the 8th and 9th levels of the deity. The treasure ship's formation defense is also at the peak of the god sovereign, and there is no problem in blocking the opponent. However, the treasure ship has defensive capabilities but no offensive capabilities, so there is nothing the other side can do. One attacked and the other defended, and the two sides remained in a stalemate for countless years. But now that Lin Moyu is here, this stalemate has come to an end. Destroy it. Lin Moyu's heart moved, the immortal flames burned in the air, the skeleton throne emerged, and the skeleton king slowly stood up. The cloak composed of immortal flames buzzed behind him, and the power of rules was wrapped around his body. After Lin Moyu was promoted to the second level of the Divine Lord, the Skeleton King became stronger, but it did not cross the boundary between the Divine Lord and the other side. The Skeleton King is still the peak god, but among the peak gods, he is absolutely strong. The Skeleton King at this moment is somewhat similar to Zhu Qiwu, who was on the battlefield before. It is much stronger than the ordinary 9th level gods, but still not as good as the other side. Xingzuan and the other shore are a qualitative change that is not easy to overcome. The Skeleton King locked onto the swordsman in black and swung the huge bone sword. Kill the god. The starting point is the signature technique, God-severing sword. The swordsman in black exploded on the spot with his god-slaying sword, but he did not die. Countless black energy dissipated and gathered together again not far away, and the swordsman in black appeared again. Its aura did not change at all, and Skeleton King's attacks were ineffective against it. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and with the blessing of laws, a large number of immortal laws suddenly appeared on the Skeleton King's sword. The rich law of immortality wrapped the entire bone sword, and the originally white bone sword turned gray. The Skeleton King wields his bone sword, and Saint Bar is the swordsman in black. The 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King swept over with his sword, and his power was extremely astonishing. It was as if a mountain was falling and the ground was cracking, and the whole secret realm was trembling. The swordsman in black could not resist the explosion on the spot, and the black energy gathered again not far away, but this time Lin Moyu felt that it had become weaker. The law of immortality corrodes part of the power of the black blood realm, causing it to be truly harmed. The Skeleton King swung out his sword, and the black-clothed swordsman was repeatedly blasted into pieces. Each time he was reborn, he was weaker than the previous one. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a large number of skeleton god generals flew out, bringing the Holy Spirit to the dark side. Blessed by the same law, the sword is also covered with the law of immortality. Just a few minutes later, the black beast in the secret realm was dead, and the black-clothed swordsman was completely shattered, unable to condense into shape again. Without the power of the black blood realm, the whole secret process was much cleaner. Countless warriors transformed by runes turned into runes again, flew into the sky, and merged into the void. Lin Moyu felt a quiet atmosphere again, and the runes that evolved the secret realm of the treasure ship seemed to be so quiet in the first place. It fights and boasts only when it has no choice. The treasure ship carried Lin Moyu to the depths of the secret realm. It was windy and sunny along the way. The secret realm evolved perfectly, and even stars evolve. Lin Moyu feels that if the secret realm is given a little more time, maybe a small world can be formed here. The vast ocean appears in sight, with rippling blue waves, the sound of water, and rolling waves. The treasure ship gradually fell, plunged into the water again, and flew towards the depths of the ocean. There was no life in the entire ocean, and it was very quiet. The light gradually disappeared, and only the treasure ship was still shining, becoming the only source of light. After sailing in the water for a long time, a stone monument appeared in sight, ancient talisman stele. Lin Moyu saw the stone tablet and knew he had arrived at his destination. The treasure ship stopped next to the ancient talisman stone tablet. Lin Moyu looked at the ancient talisman stone tablet. An ancient talisman was engraved on the stone tablet like dragons and phoenixes. After just one glance, he was sure that this ancient talisman was written by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord and was exactly the same as the ancient talismans in the inner space of the treasure ship. Every time there is a secret, there will be a stone monument like this at the end. This stone tablet should be a material that carries runes in ancient times, but in today's era, it seems that this material cannot be found. The ancient talisman warrior of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord uses countless stone tablets inside to form the main structure. Lin Moyu thought in his heart and drew a story in his hand. This rune comes from the inheritance of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. It is an advanced rune created by Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord himself. Its only function is to put its own brand on the rune magic weapon, which is easier to use than using soul branding. Holy Talisman Tianzuan calls it the branding talisman. Lin Moyu will draw the branding talisman and drop it on the treasure ship. The treasure ship has become ownerless. When the ancient talisman warrior collapsed, Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord came here and entered the treasure ship when he left, leaving the box behind. At the same time, he also removed his mark on the treasure ship. After millions of years, Lin Moyu once again used the branding talisman to find a new owner for the treasure ship. After the branding talisman was finished, the treasure ship successfully completed the identification of its owner, and Lin Moyu waved it away. Then Lin Moyu began to really look at the ancient talisman stone tablet. The ancient talisman on the ancient talisman stone tablet was extremely mysterious. When Lin Moyu looked at it, his soul power was consumed rapidly. The feeling from before came back again, and Lin Moyu knew that his realm was still not enough, and he was still not at the point where he could face the tongue talisman. But it's much better than before. Lin Moyu didn't understand it before, but now he knows that God also thinks based on the power of rules. As long as you reach a high-level god and have a trace of the power of rules, you can face the ancient talisman. When the time comes, the ancient symbols you draw will also be integrated into the power of the rules, and their power will be greatly increased. Since you can't watch it, then don't watch it. Lin Moyu won't force it. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone tablet, touching the ancient talisman. There was a roar in his mind, the ancient talisman evolved, and a warrior appeared in the soul world. This is the test one needs to go through to obtain the ancient talisman, even for the gentle Gyut. Soul raised his hand, and the soul-killing sword flew like lightning, instantly piercing the warrior's body. The soul power exploded, and the warrior's body was blown into pieces. Lin Moyu's soul is too strong, and even a mere ancient talisman test will not be taken seriously by him at all. The soul-killing sword easily strangled the warrior who had evolved from the ancient talisman. The scene in front of him changed and Lin Moyu was recognized by the ancient talisman. The breath of the human emperor network came, and then a big hand fell from the sea, went deep into the seabed, and grabbed the ancient talisman stone tablet. The big hand from the human emperor network grabbed the stone tablet and flew out of the secret realm, and an exit appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Another secret realm has been cleared. I robbed you of your ancient talisman several times before, but this time I finally gave you one back. Lin Moyu thought about how the human emperor network had failed in the past few times. This time, they finally obtained a new ancient talisman, and it was of extremely complete quality. Lin Moyu felt this peaceful world again, smiled and shook his head. This kind of world doesn't belong to me yet. With a hint of helplessness, I stepped into the exit and left the secret realm. Outside the secret realm of the treasure ship, cultivators appeared out of thin air one by one. What's going on? Why did I come out suddenly? I've obviously seen a piece of talisman gold, and I'm about to get it. Why did it come out? It's really strange. We all came out suddenly. Could it be that something happened in the secret realm? These cultivators were suddenly thrown out of the secret realm, and each of them looked puzzled. Someone frowned and said, "Where have I heard of this kind of thing?" At this time, Lin Moyu was also teleported out of the secret realm. He did not stay, the laws of space were operating, and he had already traveled 30 million kilometers with one step. After taking another step, he completely disappeared. Lin Moyu suddenly appeared and disappeared instantly. Although he was very fast, he was still captured. That person came out too. That person? Which person? It's the person who suddenly appeared a few days ago and entered the secret realm. He speaks so fast. Yes, is this really the speed that a god can achieve? Just now my eyes were dazzled, and he was gone. Amid the discussion, the person who had just been thrown out of the secret realm also received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Your mission has been completed, and you will be rewarded with 100 points of Divine City merit. Your mission has been completed, and you will be rewarded with 100 points of Divine City merit. Regardless of whether they have completed their mission or not, Renhuang Network believes that they have completed their mission. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "I know what's going on. Someone has cleared the secret realm. Someone must have cleared the secret realm. Everyone, hurry up and read the announcement of the Divine City." As he shouted, everyone present contacted the Renhuang Network to check the announcement. Sure enough, a brilliant announcement appeared on the Human Emperor Network. Announcement from Divine City. Intermediate personnel Lin Moyu has successfully cleared the secret realm of the Galaxy treasure ship. This secret realm will be completely closed from now on, and related tasks will also be cancelled. After seeing the announcement, everyone was shocked. It's Lin Moyu again, he's starting to clear the secret realm again. Hasn't it been a long time since he entered the secret realm? I thought he had already washed his hands of trouble. Maybe he went to retreat to practice. My dear, you cleared a secret realm with just one move. You are worthy of being a top genius. As soon as the Divine City announcement came out, not only were they shocked, but the entire Divine City Star territory was also shocked. Lin Moyu, who had been silent for many years, started to clear the secret realm again. Many people have begun to predict how many secret realms Lin Moyu will clear next. Will he go to those difficult secret realms? There is also speculation about how long it will take Lin Moyu to become a senior staff member. Everything about Lin Moyu seems to be curious. Divine City Star Territory, Outer Area. The tall Chu Xiong sighed, is the gap between us and Brother Lin already so big? Zhuangbai was drinking tea at the side, it's normal. Brother Lin is an extraordinary human being and cannot be compared to me. Chu Xiong snorted, I think you fell into the land of gentleness and have long forgotten your ambitions. Zhuangbai chuckled lightly, how can I have any great ambition to become a god? It shouldn't be too long before I can enter the god city. I have already entered. Then we will practice step by step. With our talents and resources, it is not difficult for us to become a high-level god. As for getting higher, it depends on chance. We cannot force it. Chu Xiong didn't quite agree with Zhuangbai's words, you have to fight for the opportunities you have. Zhuangbai shook his head, forcing too much will be counterproductive and may even cost you your life. Sometimes, it's best to just let things take their own course. Chu Xiong still disagreed with Zhuangbai's statement, we'll see if you can still be tough when Miss Qingfei comes back. Zhuangbai chuckled, okay, then I'll tell Sister Zhilan that you want to go out and take risks. Chu Xiong's face changed drastically, you are spreading rumors. Zhuangbai smiled and said, half and half, you do have this idea, you. He was not as quarrelsome as Zhuangbai, and finally said helplessly, I don't know when I can see Brother Lin again. Zhuangbai said, why don't you just send him a message? If you want to see him, with the kind of person Mr. Lin is, he will definitely come. Chu Xiong shook his head, I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid. Brother Lin has his own business, don't disturb him. Divine City, Central Temple, Fu Xingzuan's face is filled with joy at this moment. The ancient talisman I got this time is very good, with more than 90% completeness. This ancient talisman may not seem important, but it is a very important part of the puppets in ancient times. It can be said to be the hub of many tongue talismans. When I understand this ancient talisman, maybe I can try to make some ancient talisman puppets. Tian Xingzuan smiled and said, it seems that Lin Xiaoyu has made meritorious deeds again. Xingzuan Fu nodded, the treasure ship secret realm has existed for countless years, and no one has ever been able to pass it. Only Xiaoyu Lin can do it. He is indeed a genius in this world. Tian Xingzuan asked, when do you plan to pass on the runes that little friend Lin passed on to you before? Fu Xingzuan said, I have mastered all those runes and will be able to pass them on in a few days. However, I have thought of a way. We think we should build more faith towers for little friend Lin. Tian Xingzuan said, you have to say, I have already given instructions on this matter. This time I obtained 100 galaxies from the 3 tribes, and gave them all to Lin Xiaoyu to gather the power of faith for him. The two discussed how to reward Lin Moyu. They also knew that when it came to Lin Moyu, ordinary rewards were useless. The power of belief, as one of the fundamental forces of the human race, plays a great role no matter what realm it reaches. So after discussion, the two decided to use the power of faith as a reward, which should be the most useful to Lin Moyu. As for the merits of the Divine City, Lin Moyu no longer attaches much importance to it. On the surface, he is only a mid-level staff member, but in fact, senior staff members do not have as much authority as him. Lin Moyu, who was far away from the secret realm of the treasure ship, had just taken out his battleship when he suddenly received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the treasure ship secret realm mission, and you will be rewarded with 100 points of Divine City merit. Congratulations on clearing the treasure ship secret realm, you will be rewarded with 5,000 points of Divine City merit. After receiving the message, Lin Moyu showed no expression. Controlling the battleship to enter deep space and fly towards the next target, he also took out a piece of talisman gold obtained from the secret realm of the treasure ship. When Fu Jin erupted before, Lin Moyu also took the opportunity to get some. This piece of talisman gold is of high quality and is of the highest quality. If it were sold, it would be worth at least 1,000 Divine City merits. After the treasure ship secret realm is cleared, it will be permanently closed, but it will not disappear. The treasure ship's secret realm still exists, but it has been changed to another place. It is still controlled by the human race. Talisman gold can also continue to be produced, and the output may be greater than before. The talisman gold produced in the future will be sold through the human race's exchange. If the talisman masters need it, they can go to the exchange to buy it. Clearing the secret realm has only advantages and no disadvantages for the human race. Lin Moyu turned the power of his soul into flames to refine the talisman gold. The purple flame burned blazingly, and the talisman gold quickly softened in the flames. Countless impurities were refined, and the purity of the talisman gold was further improved. A piece of talisman gold was divided into 10 pieces by Lin Moyu and turned into 10 thin small tokens. Then Lin Moyu began to draw the runes. He wanted to draw the light-retaining rune and the leaping in the air rune, and then merge them again to form the 3 light rune. Lin Moyu has drawn these 2 kinds of runes countless times and is very good at them. The 2 runes were quickly drawn, and then quickly merged. The whole process was smooth, without any sloppiness. In just 10 minutes, a brand new 3-light talisman was created. After the runes are successfully drawn, they must either be used directly or continue to provide power, otherwise the runes will not exist for too long. Like the golden armor talisman array created by Lin Moyu, the world tree continuously provides power to allow it to continue to operate. In many talisman arrays, there are either corresponding items that can continuously provide energy, or the talisman array itself can continuously absorb energy from the outside world. Many talisman formations in the human race also do this, but a single rune cannot. In addition, there is another method, which is to make runes into rune cards. Using suitable materials, once the rune plaques are made, they can be stored for a long time. The specific storage time depends on the grade of the material. Materials of different grades have different retention times. Talisman gold is the best material for making rune cards. Lin Moyu put the 3-light talisman into the talisman gold and used soul power to blend the 2 to create a 3-light rune card. However, this kind of rune card can only be used once, which is not what Lin Moyu wants. Lin Moyu continued to use some of his soul power to draw formations on the rune cards. The function of the formation is to continuously absorb energy from the outside world and then send it into the 3-light talisman. After each use, you only need to wait for a period of time before the 3-light talisman can be used again. Its function is the same as the ancient talisman jade card in Lin Moyu's hand. The ancient talisman inside can be used repeatedly with one punch. Soon, a 3-light rune card that could be used repeatedly was created. Lin Moyu looked at his rune card and was very satisfied. It can be used approximately once every 10 days, and each time lasts for 10 minutes. It is 3 times the time and 3 times the speed, which is equivalent to 9 times the speed bonus. It's a pity that the cooldown time is too long and it is not practical enough. It is only better than nothing. Although the rune cards produced are not very useful, Lin Moyu is very satisfied with his work. The key is not the use, but the understanding of the runes and whether they can be produced. He can make 3-light rune cards, and he can also make other rune cards, which represents his ability. Making rune cards is something that many rune masters do. The created rune cards can be sold in exchange for divine city merit or points, and they are also a verification of one's own rune skills. Lin Moyu put away the 3-light rune card, did not continue to make it, and then took out the treasure ship. The treasure ship that had been put away lay quietly in the palm of the hand, looking very delicate. It can be seen that the gap above is slowly recovering. Without external support, it will take several years to fully recover. Lin Moyu wanted to repair it, but was powerless. The runes on the treasure ship are of a very high level, including both high-level runes and a large number of ancient runes. Lin Moyu has not yet reached this level. However, the main function of the treasure ship is still available, and its function is to store runes. In ancient times, magic weapons like treasure ships used to store runes were called futsang, which means rune warehouse. Talisman masters back then would store a large number of runes in it and use them when needed, just like practitioners using magic weapons. Unfortunately, the method of producing conformity has now failed. In the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, there is indeed a method of making talisman song, but Lin Moyu has not yet come into contact with it. Lin Moyu once again drew and fused a 3-light talisman, and then sent it to the treasure ship. The treasure ship's light flashed, and a gaze sign immediately appeared in its independent space. The 3-light talisman hangs in the space like stars, shining brightly. Lin Moyu can feel that there is a talisman array operating in the treasure ship, providing energy for the 3-light talisman, allowing it to exist for a long time. If you need the 3-light talisman, you can take it out with just a thought. Lin Moyu tried it, and the 3-light talisman instantly appeared on his fingertips, which was very convenient. It is more convenient to use than rune cards. It's really good stuff. With the Talisman Warehouse, the Talisman Master's combat power will be greatly improved. In the general knowledge of the human race, most people know that Talisman Masters are very powerful and they are indispensable everywhere. But Talisman Masters are like alchemists and weapon refiners. Although they are important, their combat power is generally not strong. It's not that there are no powerful Talisman Masters, but there are very few. If there is a Talisman Warehouse, then the Talisman Master's combat power will become extremely amazing. Throw out a large number of runes, and there won't be many that can be placed in the same situation. Even if they are not invincible, Talisman Masters can still be ranked at the forefront. After confirming the role of the treasure ship, Lin Moyu worked non-stop to draw the runes. Runes were drawn one by one, and there were more and more runes in the treasure ship warehouse. Lin Moyu is single-minded and only draws the 3-light talisman and does nothing else. It's getting smoother and faster. Gradually, Lin Moyu began to use his left and right hands at the same time to draw 2 pieces at the same time. Lin Moyu has used it for a long time and even tried multitasking. Among today's Talisman Masters, it is no longer possible to do 2 things at once, and it is even more legendary to do 3 things at once. But Lin Moyu knew that it was common for ancient Talisman Masters to do 2 things at once, and it was not uncommon for them to do 3 things at once. In the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, the real limit is to use one mind for 5 purposes, without using any hands, just use the soul power, divide it into 5 parts, and draw the runes at the same time. Holy Talisman Tianzuan had reached this level back then. However, Holy Talisman Tianzuan also had his own guess. He judged that there was no upper limit for multiple uses. The real end of the runes is not multitasking, but one thought. When one thought arises, thousands of talismans emerge. With just one thought, 7.77 million runes appeared. But this is just a fantasy and almost impossible to achieve. By the time the battleship stopped, Lin Moyu had already stuffed 103 light talismans into the treasure ship. In the originally empty and silent space, there were hundreds of light spots. Hundreds of light spots focused together to form a small starry sky. Almost. Lin Moyu stopped drawing runes. The 3-light talisman has been completely mastered. If you want to improve it later, you need to improve your understanding of the runes and laws. The battleship had stopped. Lin Moyu checked the star map and found that he was still about 100 million kilometers away from his destination. The navigation speed in deep space is indeed very fast, but the disadvantage is that the positioning is not accurate enough. From deep space positioning to the real space on the surface, there will always be some deviation in positioning. For many gods who are not good at speed, 100 million kilometers is still a long distance, and it takes a while to fly. But for Lin Moyu, 100 million kilometers is not that far, it is only a matter of seconds. The law of space flows throughout the body, creating an inductive connection with the space, and Lin Moyu disappears into the starry sky in an instant. A few seconds later, Lin Moyu had crossed a space of 100 million kilometers and was very close to the target. A breath came, and several gods appeared in the line of sight. Not far from them was the entrance to a secret realm. Gao 10656 Galaxy belongs to the secret realm, Xianxing Secret Realm. In the treasure ship Secret Realm, I got the second location left by the Holy Talisman Tianzuan, which is the Xuanqing secret realm in the high-end area of the Divine City. The 6 gods sat outside the secret realm. They laid a large flat stone and placed stone benches and chairs on the stone. 3 of them were making tea and chatting. On the other side of the tea table, there are 2 gods playing chess, and the other one is watching. It seems that these gods are very leisurely. Lin Moyu's sudden arrival did not attract their attention. Several gods have lived too long, even the youngest is thousands of years old. The long life makes them calm and quiet, and they can enjoy life after practicing. Lin Moyu flew over and landed on the big rock. Xuanqing Secret Realm is a high-level secret realm, and his authority in the Secret Realm strategy team is not enough to view relevant information. In the Human Emperor Network, there is not much information about the mysterious Star Realm. Lin Moyu plans to ask these gods and inquire about the situation of Xuanqing Secret Realm. High-level secret realms are often accompanied by dangers, and it is common for gods to fall there. Although Lin Moyu is confident, he is never arrogant. Lin Moyu saluted respectfully, "Senior, be well." None of these deities have any hidden information, names, or realms. Rylan is helpless. There are 6 gods present, the weakest among them is the 5th-level god, and the strongest has reached the 7th-level god, and is a true high-level god. For high-end areas and high-end secret realms in the Divine City, deities are often the threshold for entry. It seems that high-level gods are not uncommon here, but second-level gods like Lin Moyu are very rare. Lin Moyu did not hide his identity information at this moment. These gods finally showed surprise, and their attention fell on Lin Moyu and looked at Lin Moyu. Among the 6 gods, the only high-level god spoke. "Lin Moyu, are you the top genius who has cleared the secret realm?" His name is Lu Yuankue, a 7th-level god. The whole person looked majestic, obviously having been in a high position for a long time. Lin Moyu guessed that he was also a high-level figure in a large family and had a lot of authority in his hands. Lin Moyu admitted generously that he was the junior. Lu Yuankue narrowed his eyes. "It's true that a hero comes from a young age. It's amazing. Our human race is very lucky to have a genius like you." Lin Moyu accepted his praise calmly. He had heard this kind of praise many times, and they all came from the other shore realm and the Holy Master. Now that a god is praising him, Lin Moyu feels rich and calm. But this performance, in the eyes of several gods, turned out to be neither humble nor arrogant, neither flattering nor humiliating. Another deity praised, "It's really good to have such a character at such a young age. Come and have tea with us." His name is Qi Yuan, a 6th-level god, second only to Lu Wuda among the 6. Lin Moyu looked at his aura and was only half a step away from the 7th level of the deity. He could realize the advancement anytime and anywhere. Lin Moyu sat down gracefully, and the teapot automatically flew up to pour tea for Lin Moyu. When the deity drinks tea, the tea set used is naturally also a minister. Making and pouring tea only requires a thought. Qi Yuan asked, "Half a day ago, I saw the announcement of the City of God. Lin Xiaoyu is still a mid-level employee. How can he come here?" In the Divine City, the levels are clearly defined, and it is impossible for intermediate-level personnel to enter high-level areas. So Qi Yuan and Lu Yuankue were a little confused. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It is the Human Emperor Network that has given the juniors the privilege to walk freely in the Divine City." Lu Yuankue said, "I see, as a genius, it is normal to have some privileges." Several deities were extremely indifferent, and although there was some surprise in their eyes, it was very little. Qi Yuan drank tea and said in a calm voice, "Young friend Lin comes here, does he want to enter the Xuanqing secret realm?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Exactly, I would like to ask some seniors for information about the Xuanqing secret realm. I wonder if it would be convenient for them to ask." Qi Yuan smiled and said, "What's the inconvenience? We have been in and out of the Xuanqing secret realm a few times. Although we don't know much about this secret realm, we still know something about it, but this matter still needs to be said by Mr. Liu. He is the one who has been involved the most and knows the most among us." The gods obviously had a good relationship, so Shi Yuan directly raised this question to Lu Yuankui. Lu Yuankui said, actually, the Xuanqing secret realm is nothing. When we enter it, we also use it to practice. Lu Yuankui told some information in the Xuanqing secret realm, and Lin Moyu listened carefully, and then combined it with the few information in the Human Emperor network to conduct a combined analysis. Advanced secret realms are different from intermediate and elementary secret realms. In addition to dangers, there are some other things in the secret realms. The first is the restriction on entrance. The requirement for Xuanqing secret realm is that only the gods can enter, not the gods and the other side. Moreover, the minimum time for each entry is no less than 10 days. Within 10 days, even if you use the escape formation, you will not be able to leave the secret realm. After 10 days, you can leave the secret realm freely. Once you leave, you will not be able to enter again within 100 days. There is no time limit in primary and intermediate secret realms. There are dangers in the Xuanqing secret realm. Once you enter it, you must overpressure it. According to Lu Yuankui, if you can't survive even 10 days, you are not worthy of being a god. After 10 days, the danger will be further magnified, and as time goes by, it will become more and more dangerous. However, as the risks become greater, so will the benefits. When Lu Yuankui was narrating, he talked about his highest record. He once stayed in the Xuanqing secret realm for 69 days. Apart from him, Qi Yuan is considered to have the best grades, having stayed for 58 days. The other deities all stayed between 40 and 50 days, and none of them stayed for more than 60 days. Lu Yuankui said that he planned to enter the secret realm for more than 70 days next time. After listening to Lu Yuankui's story, Lin Moyu had a certain understanding of the Xuanqing secret realm. Although Xuanqing secret realm is dangerous, it is also an opportunity. However, this opportunity is for practitioners of the Starlight Law. These gods present here all practice the Starlight Law. There have been gods who practiced other laws in the past, but they didn't get any benefits, and in the end they all returned without success. The main reason why there are not many records in the Human Emperor network is because the Xuanqing secret realm is always subject to change. Every time I go in, the situation I encounter is different. Lu Yuankui has been in a total of 139 times, and there have been several repetitions, but most of them are different. He also compared it with Qi Yuan and others and found that everyone's experience was different. They couldn't tell how many changes there were in the Xuanqing secret realm. After Lin Moyu listened, he stood up and saluted several people. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Lu Yuankui said with some doubts, "What you understand is not the law of starlight, so why do you talk about the secret realm of Xuanqing?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "A senior guided me here." This is said in an ambiguous way, making people seem to understand but not understand. Lu Yuankui is a smart man and will not ask further questions at the moment. Qi Yuan said with a kind smile, "Young Lin, if you go in this time, you will pass the secret realm again." Lin Moyu neither admitted nor denied. "It's hard to say, it depends on the specific situation." Lu Yuankui said, "Then let's wait and see. If I can pass the customs, there is no need for Lin Xiaoyu to be polite or think about me. There are thousands of methods of cultivation, but this one is not lacking. We are just used to it." Lin Moyu cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." Lin Moyu accepted the mission about the Xuanqing secret realm and stepped into the secret realm following the prompts from the Human Emperor network. Sacred City Mission: explore the mysterious realm of Xuanqing. Enter the mysterious realm of Xuanqing and obtain starlight. Restrictions: the divine realm can be entered. Completion conditions: obtain a copy of starlight, no quality requirements. Task reward: 1,000 points of Divine City merit will be awarded, and there will be no penalty for failure. Note: starlight will condense in the secret realm every 10 days. The longer the time, the better the quality of the starlight. Obtaining starlight is regarded as completing the task. There is no need to turn it in. Starlight can be traded and sold by yourself. For practitioners of the Starlight Law, starlight is an excellent training material. In Xuanqing's secret realm, you are not allowed to leave for the first 10 days, but you can leave at any time after 10 days. For practitioners of the Starlight Law, every time they persist for a period of time, they will gain one more benefit. Xuanqing's secret realm is extremely dangerous, please pay attention to safety when entering. The current mortality rate is 5%, the serious injury rate is 25%, and the highest level among the dead is the 5th level of God. His vision changed from blurry to normal. Lin Moyu saw the situation in the secret area and also read the reminder from the Human Emperor Network. The advanced secret realm is indeed different, more dangerous, and has an additional casualty rule rate. A mortality rate of 5% may not seem high, but if analyzed carefully, it is actually quite high. Except for those deities who do not practice the 643 Starlight Law, deities like Lu Yuan Kuei can also benefit from the mysterious star realm. They will not only enter once, but will enter dozens or even hundreds of times over and over again. As the number of times increases, the 5% probability of death is quite alarming. The serious injury rate is even more alarming, reaching 25%. God respects that injuries must not only be injuries to the body, but injuries to the soul. No matter how serious the physical injury is, it can recover quickly and is not considered a serious injury at all. This alone is enough to prove that Xuanqing's secret realm is very dangerous. Even the 9th level deity died inside. How did he die? No one has ever solved the second stage of the Xuanqing secret realm. Is it because it is too dangerous? Based on the experience of the treasure ship secret realm, Holy Talisman Tianzuan entered this place after the death of the ancient talisman warrior and left some things behind. He won't let his lost person come in and die. There should be a way to crack it, but it's hard to say. This kind of Tianzuan's temper is so weird that no one can predict it accurately. Lin Moyu looked at the Xuanqing secret realm, and the 10-day countdown started from the moment he entered the secret realm. The first hour was safe and danger did not arise. An hour later, the danger begins. What kind of danger will I encounter? I heard from several seniors before that although the dangers encountered in the follow-up are different, the dangers in the first 10 days are similar. Lin Moyu looked at the secret realm. There were stars in the secret realm, just like the real starry sky. There were streams of light jumping around, which reminded Lin Moyu of the strange scenery on some planets. That kind of scenery is called aurora. Once it appears, the whole sky is filled with brilliant colors and is extremely dreamy. The picture in front of me was somewhat similar to an aurora, with streams of light constantly flashing in the starry sky, covering a large area. 1, 2, 3 black stars. It seems the danger should be a meteor. There are 3 huge black stars above his head. The black stars are slowly rotating and blooming brightly. The light is not strong, but it is the source of light for the entire secret realm. Lu Yuan Kuei has analyzed that if you encounter 3 mysterious stars when you come in, there is more than 90% chance that the danger comes from meteors. Lin Moyu released the skeleton god general as usual, flew in all directions, and began to explore the secret realm. The Xuanqing secret realm is surprisingly small. In just half an hour, the entire secret realm has been explored and understood. The diameter of the secret realm is only 1 million kilometers, which is smaller than some primary secret realms. The overall structure of the secret realm is like a ball, and you are located in the center of the ball. Outside the secret realm is an extremely strong transparent barrier. The skeleton god general tried to attack, but found that the attack was completely useless. With curiosity, Lin Moyu stepped forward and came directly to the edge of the secret realm. Click your finger to summon the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King swung his sword against the barrier, and amid the roar, the Skeleton King's bone sword was bounced back. The barrier is intact and cannot be cut at all. Lin Moyu tried again and again several times, but the result was the same. He tried to feel the vibration of the barrier with his soul, but the result surprised Lin Moyu. The soul cannot feel, see, the vibration frequency of the barrier at all. According to Lin Moyu's understanding, the secret realm evolved from ancient talismans, and it must have a vibration frequency. But now, he really can't feel it. Is it the method of holy talisman Tianzuan? Or is there something special about this ancient talisman? It's really weird. It seems that my understanding of runes is still too superficial. There are still many things I don't understand. The Xuanqing secret realm is so dangerous, so it must not be a gentle rune. What evolved, it was most likely a rune that attacked frequently. An hour passed while Lin Moyu was thinking. The three mysterious stars in the sky suddenly shimmered. First, the mysterious star in the middle shone brightly, and its rotation speed suddenly became faster. Immediately afterwards, countless lights lit up on the mysterious star in the middle, and meteors flew out from it and hit him. Coming. Lin Moyu took his time and avoided the incoming meteor. He is just one step, and people have come from one edge to another. The meteor hit the air directly, landed on the secret barrier, and exploded on the spot. Meteors fell again and continued to fall towards Lin Moyu's position. Lin Moyu avoided it again and murmured to himself, "This is the shooting star." Meteor is just like the literal meaning, it is a small meteor thrown down by Xuanqing. Each of these small meteors is equivalent to a full-strength attack of the same level as the God Lord, and the power is incomparable. But there are not many meteors now, so anyone who is not a fool can avoid them. But as time goes by, meteors will become more numerous and denser, and it will become difficult to dodge them. However, compared with the dangers that followed, Mayada's dangers could only be regarded as pediatrics. Although Lu Wukuei didn't say it explicitly, he actually said in his words that if a deity cannot survive the first 10 days, then he is not worthy of the position of deity. Obviously, he has great contempt for that kind of god who does not live up to his name. He also said that there was a high-level god who could not even survive 50 days and was completely unworthy of becoming a high-level god. Not only him, but also Qi Yuan, who was present at the time, had almost the same meaning. In their eyes, the level of realm is not important, real combat power is the first priority. Qi Yuan expressed implicitly that some high-level gods were not his opponents at all in a real fight. In the Xuanqing secret realm, you can verify your true combat power. The longer you persist in the Xuanqing secret realm, the stronger your true combat power will be. Regardless of whether it is right or not, at least these deities think so. Lin Moyu took one step at a time, and with each step he could get from one end of the secret realm to the other, and the meteors could not touch him at all. Once the danger of Xuanqing secret realm appears, it will never stop. Meteors kept hitting him, and Lin Moyu kept hiding. Lin Moyu didn't find it annoying at all, but rather enjoyed it, as he could practice his control over the laws of space. With repeated use, Lin Moyu's control over the laws of space is also rapidly improving. On the third day after entering the secret realm, Lin Moyu could already control the accuracy of each step within 1,000 meters. But this accuracy is still somewhat lacking, to be honest. Lin Moyu has a lot of patience, but not enough accuracy, so just keep practicing and slowly improve. On the fourth day of the Xuanqing secret realm, the second Xuanqing began to rotate. It threw out a second stream of meteors and hit Lin Moyu, and at the same time, the meteor's flight speed began to accelerate. The difficulty instantly increased several times. Although the black stars appear to be above the head, their orientations are actually different, and the shooting stars thrown out are also in different directions. As a result, for practitioners, the difficulty of evading will also be greatly increased. In Lin Moyu's view, as long as the realm reaches the third level of the god, you can completely rely on your own strength to carry it without any need to dodge. As long as he uses his purple gold body, it doesn't matter if these meteors hit him casually. It is good to defeat all laws with one force, but this also violates his original intention. The difficulty level has increased, which is great. Lin Moyu had a smile on his face and kept moving, teleporting in the secret realm to avoid the attacks of meteors. He minimizes the distance of each teleportation and continuously enhances his control accuracy of the laws of space. Unknowingly, the distance he teleported each time became more and more precise, and the error became smaller and smaller. On the seventh day after entering the secret realm, the third mysterious star also began to rotate faster. The three black stars rotated together, the speed of the meteors falling down accelerated again, and the number also increased at the same time. Compared to the beginning, the speed of meteors has increased by about 3 times, and the number has also increased by 3 times. What a coincidence, it's the same as the 3 light talisman. Lin Moyu's heart was filled with tears. There were so many coincidences in the world. At this moment, the error of each step he took has been shortened to 100 meters. If this distance were placed in the starry sky, it would be very accurate. Distances in the starry sky are often measured in millions of kilometers, or even tens of millions, or hundreds of millions of kilometers. Unless it is transmitted point to point like a teleportation array, it can be truly accurate. Lin Moyu also understands this, but he is not satisfied with himself. His requirement is that every time he teleports, no matter the distance, he can go wherever he wants without any errors. Doing so requires a meticulous grasp of the laws of space, and as the errors become smaller and smaller, the difficulty will increase accordingly. It can be said that even those on the other side of the starry sky fisherman tribe have 100% control over the laws of space, and have even sublimated the laws into their own rules. They also failed to do the same. Every time they teleported, the accuracy was so high that they could divide the wealth. Lin Moyu knows it is difficult, but he is confident that he can do it. Therefore, when faced with the falling meteor, he did not use his purple gold body, but simply used the laws of space to avoid it. He found some pressure for himself. The greater the pressure, the greater the progress will naturally be. 10 days passed quickly, and the speed of the 3 mysterious stars quickly decreased until it stopped. No more meteors fall, and the 10-day test is passed. The entire secret realm shook at this time, and an invisible force spread in the secret realm and enveloped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu feels that he has some connection with the secret realm. From now on, he can leave the secret realm at any time as long as he wants to leave. However, the whole process takes 2 seconds. It does not mean that you can leave directly as soon as you want to leave. Lin Moyu finally understood why so many gods died in the secret realm. It is estimated that something unexpected happened during the 2 seconds when he wanted to leave. Being able to kill or seriously injure the god lord within 2 seconds fully illustrates the horror of the secret realm. According to Senior Liu, the truly terrifying thing about the Xuanqing secret realm is its chaos and disorder. Although the difficulty increases slowly over time, sometimes danger suddenly breaks out. Many gods died or were seriously injured because of sudden dangers. 2 seconds have become the limit of life and death. Lin Moyu completely understood, and at the same time, a smile appeared on his lips. This secret realm is not dangerous to him. Even if there is the danger of a sudden explosion, he still has the talent of rebirth and can be reborn 3 times in a row. The time required for 3 rebirths is almost 1 second in the extreme state. In other words, he is much safer than other gods. As long as he is not too desperate, Lin Moyu believes that he will not die here. Then let me see what Xingzai Tian left behind. The 3 mysterious stars began to become smaller, not shrinking, but moving away. The 3 mysterious stars flew far away side by side and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. This also made Lin Moyu realize that there is a vast space outside the secret realm. After the 3 mysterious stars moved away, the secret realm lost its light source and dimmed accordingly. 10 days later, the formal test began. After the secret realm completely fell into darkness, Lin Moyu summoned several skeleton generals and used the white light of the skeleton generals to provide some light to the secret realm. This is not a dark void, and it will not swallow up light. As long as there is a glimmer of light, Lin Moyu can see the entire secret realm clearly. In the white light, a touch of red appeared. The red gradually became rich and gorgeous, quickly enlarging and covering the entire secret realm. Star. Lin Moyu saw clearly the source of the red color, which came from the stars. 4 stars appeared from 4 directions at the same time, quickly approaching the secret realm, shrouding the secret realm in the middle. The hot light shines in, quickly raising the temperature of the secret realm. This time it's stellar. The Xuanqing secret realm is ever-changing, and all kinds of situations will happen. After seeing 4 stars, Lin Moyu knew that the test brought to him by the secret realm was stars. It happened that Lu Yuankue had talked about the star test. Among the hundreds of times he had experienced the mysterious star realm, the star test was one of the more dangerous ones. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, the danger from the star had erupted. One of the stars erupted like a volcano, ejecting endless flames. At the same time, a little fire appeared out of thin air in the secret realm, and then turned into a flaming arrow and shot towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu immediately took a step forward and appeared 1,000 meters away. The flaming arrows shot at the edge barrier of the secret realm, forming a large sea of fire. The power of the flame arrow is not weak, almost as much as the second-level attack power of the God Lord, and it is stronger than the previous meteor. Lin Moyu just appeared, and a little fire appeared around him. Without thinking, Lin Moyu took another step and teleported. Just after he left, the fire expanded rapidly and turned into a flaming arrow again. Flames continued to emerge, and flaming arrows were shot out one after another. No matter where Lin Moyu teleports, flames will appear, followed by flaming arrows. On the 12th day, another star erupted into flames. 2 points of fire began to appear in the secret realm at the same time, and the number of flame arrows also increased to 2, shooting at Lin Moyu from different directions. Lin Moyu observed the flaming arrow while dodging. From the appearance of the fire to the flaming arrow, the whole process takes about 1 second. 1 second is exactly the same as my teleportation frequency. As long as we can maintain this speed, it doesn't matter even if the number increases. For Lin Moyu, facing 1 flaming arrow at a time or facing 10 flaming arrows at a time will have the same result. As long as the frequency of flame arrow generation does not increase, there will be no problem. With the help of flame arrows, you can continue to practice teleportation accuracy. Lin Moyu continued to dodge the flame arrow attacks, his understanding of the laws of space became deeper and deeper, and his accuracy was slowly improving. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu found that his space laws had improved. Lin Moyu was overjoyed and continued to improve himself with the help of flaming arrows. On the 14th day, another star erupted into flames, and the number of flaming arrows in the secret area became 3. However, the quantity does not make any difference to Lin Moyu. Even if you have 100 flaming arrows, they will all be aimed at you. Just change the direction and you can pass safely. As long as the flame arrows don't appear any faster, there's no problem. On the 16th day, 4 stars erupted into flames together, and the number of flaming arrows also increased to 4. Lin Moyu's eyes were thoughtful. There are still 4 days left in this round of testing. Logically speaking, there will be changes on the 18th day. The previous 3 changes increased quantity, so the 4th change should increase speed. According to the previous experience of meteor changes, what increases is the number and speed. Lin Moyu felt that the same should be true for the flaming arrows transformed from stars. On the 18th day, things changed again. There are still 4 flame arrows, and the speed of the flame arrows is about 30% faster than before. But this is not a problem, but the speed at which it evolves from fire to flaming arrows becomes faster. From 1 second before, it became 0.9 seconds, an increase of 10%. It was this 10% change that caught Lin Moyu off guard. The generation speed of the flame arrows just exceeded the speed of his teleportation with each step. After several rounds, he finally slowed down and was hit by a flaming arrow. Violent flames exploded on the body, and the purple gold body automatically activated to block the attack. There was no injury, but it also made Lin Moyu realize that this would not work. If you can't completely avoid the flaming arrow, what's the difference between it and carrying it hard? I also want to increase my frequency. Lin Moyu knows the problem very well. To cope with this change, he must also increase his teleportation frequency. If it can be increased from once a second to once in half a second, there will be no problem. And with the next changes, it is very likely that the frequency of flame arrows will increase again. If you don't increase the frequency, you will still be hit. Of course, you can also choose to carry it hard, or not teleport, but like other gods, using flight speed and body skills to dodge. But this is not what I want. Lin Moyu already knows what to do. It's good to be motivated when you have pressure. The increase in the frequency of the flame arrows finally brought a bit of pressure to Lin Moyu, and it was also motivation. Lin Moyu began to speed up his teleportation frequency, which was also increased by 10%, adapting to the frequency of Lin Moyu's flame arrows. As soon as the frequency is increased, the accuracy suddenly drops significantly, and it is no longer as accurate as before. The error was larger than before, expanding to nearly 10,000 meters. Once, he almost teleported directly into the sea of fire. Lin Moyu's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. It seems there is a long way to go. As the frequency increases, the fluctuations of the space laws become violent, and the accuracy naturally decreases. Lin Moyu was mentally prepared for it, but he didn't expect the accuracy to drop so drastically, and he even felt out of control. This also made him realize that there is an essential difference between imagination and practice, and there are many things that cannot be solved just by thinking about them. The previous efforts were not in vain. Lin Moyu quickly transformed them and adapted to today's frequency. Every effort is accumulated experience and will not be wasted. On the 20th day, the 4 stars suddenly stopped at the same time. All the flame arrows disappeared, the sea of fire was extinguished, and calm returned to the secret realm again. Lin Moyu knew that he had 1 hour to rest, and then he would enter a new round of tests. The light of the stars is still blazing, and at the same time, starlight falls in and shines on your body, giving you a warm feeling. Lin Moyu felt the strong starlight law, as if he wanted to refine it for himself. If you understand the same law of starlight, you can get a lot of benefits. The rules become pure, the realm is improved, and there are many benefits. Why Lu Yuan Kuei and others like to repeatedly enter the Xuanqing secret realm is because they want to be refined by starlight and gain benefits. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu does not practice the starlight law, so starlight refining has no effect on him. The runes that evolve the mysterious star realm should be related to the starlight law. Back then, Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord had the ability to use runes to outline various laws. Except for a few special laws, he could do everything else. The ancient rune warrior must also be integrated with the runes of the starlight law. Although the starlight law is not powerful in attack, it is more durable. The starlight everywhere in the starry sky can supplement the starlight law. Used on a puppet, it can greatly improve the puppet's continuous combat capability, which is indeed quite practical. An hour later, a spot of light came on in the distance. The light spot quickly enlarged, and the temperature of the secret realm rose rapidly. 4 more stars appeared, and the number of stars shrouded outside the secret realm increased from 4 to 8. The number of stars is doubled, which means the difficulty is increased several times. More starlight fell in, and Lin Moyu saw a group of starlight condensing in the center of the secret realm, forming a crystal-like object. This is the starlight in the secret realm mission. If you persist for the first 10 days, and then persist through the first round of tests, a starlight will condense in the secret realm. Lin Moyu moved his steps, teleported to the starlight, and held it in his hand. The starlight contains rich starlight law, which is an excellent training material for practitioners of the starlight law. Even if it is a god, it can be used to enhance the integration of law and soul. This is just the lowest quality starlight. As time goes by, a starlight will be condensed every 10 days, and the quality will become better and better. The fire flashed, and 4 stars outside the secret realm rotated at the same time. The fire quickly turned into flaming arrows and shot towards Lin Moyu. A new round of testing begins, starting with the strongest state from the previous round. Lin Moyu started leveling up and teleporting again, keeping the frequency at 0.9 seconds, trying to improve accuracy. On the 22nd day, 2 more stars were added, and the number of flaming arrows became 6, with no change in frequency. The number of flame arrows has no effect on Lin Moyu, as long as the frequency remains unchanged, it doesn't matter. On the 24th day, the 8 stars rotated together, and the number of flaming arrows became 8. Lin Moyu guessed that the next change should be on the 26th day. The speed of the flame arrow will be even faster, and the frequency will be further increased by 10%. He is prepared and ready to raise his frequency at any time. Now he has adapted to the frequency of teleporting once every 0.9 seconds, and his accuracy has also improved. If the frequency increases again, the accuracy will decrease, and you will have to level up again to adapt. The nature of the secret realm has changed in Lin Moyu's eyes. It is regarded by Lin Moyu as the best place to hone the laws of space. In the eyes of others, the dangerous Xuanqing secret realm has become a law training ground in the hands of Lin Moyu. When the 26th day came, the speed of the flame arrow increased again, about 50% higher than at the beginning. As the speed increases, the frequency also increases again. The speed of the flame arrow increased from 0.9 seconds to 0.8 seconds, and then accelerated again by 0.1 seconds. Lin Moyu was already prepared, and accordingly increased his teleportation frequency. The accuracy has decreased, but it is still within the control range.